Xinglong Hotel. Today marks the third day since Song Siming has been placed under isolation for examination. That it is not due to any wrongdoing of his own, rather. It is the city party secretary who has encountered issues, and as the secretary to the city party secretary, he naturally finds himself under close scrutiny. Song Siming, you must adjust your attitude and honestly confess your issues. Do not presume that stubbornness will see you through. Seated across from Song Siming are two young members of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission. Previously, they would look up to Song Siming, the city's 30-year-old chief secretary, but now the tables have turned. I have stated 100 times that I have no issues. Furthermore, your repetitive inquiries have been uttered 100 times. They lack any substance. Song Siming shook his head, responding with a mix of resignation and defiance. Song Siming, do not be so arrogant. If you wish for things to remain unknown, do nothing yourself. The unsavory deeds you have followed your party secretary into will eventually be uncovered. One of the young men slammed the table, speaking with indignation. Eventually uncovered? Does that imply it has not yet been revealed? With not a shred of evidence, you have detained me for 3 days. Once I am released, I will sue you for unlawful confinement. Song Siming countered deftly. The two young inspectors exchanged glances, their faces stiffening. Although they had not been in their positions long, they had interrogated many individuals, most of whom were rendered paralyzed with fear upon entering the small room. Song Siming's resolute demeanor was a first. Either he truly had nothing to hide, or his psychological fortitude was exceptionally strong. At that moment, the door swung open. Wang Zhen, the deputy secretary of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission, entered the room. This brought a glimmer of hope to Song Siming's eyes. Have you extracted a confession? Wang Zhen inquired of the two young inspectors. Secretary Wang, this fellow is impervious to reason. We have appealed to his logic and emotions, yet he remains silent. The two young men quickly stood up, responding awkwardly. How have you conducted your work? Do you not consider employing some tactics? Wang Zhen, somewhat irritated, rebuked the two young inspectors. What tactics do you suggest? The young men asked tentatively. Remove the bed from this room. Replace the desk lamp with a 200-watt bulb. And turn on the air conditioning. Wang Zhen proposed 3 measures. The two young inspectors immediately grasped their leader's intent. Removing the bed would prevent sleep. Replacing the lamp with a bright one would create harsh illumination. As for the air conditioning, it would serve to chill Song Siming. Having been dragged from his warm bed to the hotel, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, turning the air conditioning down to 18 degrees and blowing it directly at him could leave Song Siming utterly disoriented. The two young men promptly set about implementing their orders. Secretary Wang, is such severity truly necessary? Song Siming interjected. Severe? There are far more severe measures. Would you care to test it? Wang Zhen threatened Song Siming. Very well, I shall confess. Song Siming sighed, conceding. Experience certainly lends a sharper edge. The two young inspectors simultaneously gave a thumbs up to their deputy secretary. What they had failed to resolve in 3 days, Wang Zhen accomplished in mere sentences. It was no wonder he held a leadership position. However, I can only reveal my account to you. Kindly have them exit the room. Song Siming stipulated. Agreed. Wang Zhen waved his hand, and the two young inspectors promptly exited. Seated opposite Song Siming, Wang Zhen crossed his arms, his expression impassive as he stated, Song Siming, you may now disclose your criminal activities. Surely what Secretary Wang desires to hear is not merely my criminal activities. As a mere deputy-level secretary, I hardly warrant your attention. Song Siming remarked with a calm demeanor. It appears that Zheng Shuling's choice to appoint you as secretary was not without merit. You possess a remarkable ability to gauge your leader's intentions. With no one else present and the camera turned off, Wang Zhen decided to speak candidly. Zheng Shuling has wielded absolute power in Qingshan City for years, engaging in numerous illegal activities. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is bound to overlook some of his misdeeds. My task is to identify and rectify those oversights. Identify and rectify? You intend to climb the ranks by stepping on Zheng Shuling, do you not? Song Siming scoffed. Indeed, I aim to rise by standing on his shoulders. Wang Zhen's gaze was intense, unabashedly revealing his thirst for power. Very well, I shall assist you in this endeavor. Song Siming straightened his posture, speaking with an air of secrecy, although Zheng Shuling is over 50. He is exceedingly lecherous. During my 3 years as a secretary, I have witnessed him engage with no fewer than 10 women. Oh, Wang Zhen's interest peaked, leaning forward eagerly, elaborate further. For instance, one woman, seeking to secure a promotion for her husband, willingly offered herself to Zheng Shuling, accompanying him for 3 consecutive nights. Shortly thereafter, her husband indeed received a promotion. Song Siming recounted earnestly. What was that woman's name? What was her husband's name? Wang Zhen was visibly excited. Monetary transactions are traceable, but the exchanges between men and women are often ephemeral, leaving Zheng Shuling unlikely to confess voluntarily. What Song Siming had revealed was certainly unknown to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Are you certain you wish to know their names? Song Siming smiled. Absolutely. Wang Zhen answered without hesitation, recognizing it as a prime opportunity for merit. Then I shall not keep you in suspense. Song Siming cleared his throat, solemnly stating, the woman's name is Chen Xiuxia, and her husband is none other than the current Deputy Secretary of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission, Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen's expression froze instantly. He stood in shock for a full 10 seconds before exclaiming, Song Siming, do not slander me. Am I slandering you? Call your wife, and you will discover whether I speak falsely. After a decade as the director of the supervision office, you suddenly become deputy secretary. Do you truly believe it is due to your own merit? Wrong, it is your wife's doing. Song Siming gazed pityingly at Wang Zhen. From Wang Zhen's reaction, it seemed he was genuinely unaware that his position had been attained at the expense of his wife's fidelity. You. Furious, Wang Zhen raised his fist, but ultimately did not bring it down. Wait for me, he declared before storming out to make a phone call. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Zhen returned. Chen Xiuxia has committed adultery. I have decided to divorce her. I will proceed to handle the divorce paperwork shortly. Wang Zhen stated calmly to Song Siming. Secretary Wang, do you truly believe that a divorce will absolve you of all ties? Song Siming replied, astonished. Otherwise, who can prove that my promotion is connected to Chen Qixia's liaison with Zheng Shuling? Wang Zhen retorted with a cynical smile. You may not be aware, but Zheng Shuling is an avid photography enthusiast. He greatly enjoys documenting life with his camera. Song Siming dropped the final bombshell. Recording life with a camera? Wang Zhen felt a moment of unease. Secretary Wang, rather than spending your time interrogating me, perhaps you should contemplate your own future. Song Siming leaned back in his chair, lapsing into silence. The two parties remained at an impasse for a while, but ultimately, it was Wang Zhen who relented. Secretary Song, let us strike a bargain. What kind of bargain? Song Siming inquired. I will let you go, and in return, you shall pretend to know nothing and keep this secret for me, Wang Zhen proposed, harboring a belief that it was better to trust in possibility than to dismiss it. This deal seems rather inequitable. You hold a position of authority, while I am merely an assistant. Our futures are not equivalent, and besides, I am not in any trouble. You will have to release me eventually, Song Siming replied with a chuckle. Then suggest a fairer arrangement, Wang Zhen said through gritted teeth. I cannot think of one at the moment. How about this? You let me go first, and once I have come up with a proposal, we can discuss it further. Song Siming suggested. Agreed. With leverage in Song Siming's hands, Wang Zhen had no choice but to comply. An hour later, Song Siming exited the hotel. Having been deprived of sunlight for several days, he found himself particularly sensitive to its rays, instinctively closing his eyes. When he reopened them, he noticed a woman in a white dress standing not far away. Her name was Lin Wan, the former daughter-in-law of the city's secretary, Zheng Shuling, and also Song Siming's first love. Orphaned from a young age, Song Siming had grown up in an orphanage, which led to Lin Wan's parents looking down on him. Their disapproval ultimately forced Lin Wan and Song Siming to part ways before graduation. When they met again, Lin Wan had already married Zheng Shuling's son, Zheng Shua, while Song Siming had just been appointed as Zheng Shuling's secretary. They both pretended not to recognize each other, merely exchanging nods in subsequent encounters. Why are you here? Song Siming approached her to ask. Waiting for you, Lin Wan replied. Waiting for me? Song Siming pondered what Lin Wan could want. She got straight to the point. I reported Zheng Shuling. You reported him? Song Siming was taken aback. The fortress had been breached from within. Zheng Shuling had been taken by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission during a public meeting, indicating that they possessed concrete evidence. Such evidence could only be in the hands of someone very close to Zheng Shuling. As Zheng Shuling's secretary, Song Siming could have had access, but in reality, he did not. The notion of Zheng Shuling being a master photographer was merely a fabrication by Song Siming to extricate himself from his predicament. He only knew that Wang Jun's wife, Chen Qiuxia, had met Zheng Shuling privately, and everything else was conjecture. "Let us find another place to talk," Lin Wan suggested. All right. The hotel behind them was filled with discipline inspection personnel, making it unsuitable for lingering. Song Siming entered Lin Wan's car. The vehicle wound through a maze of streets, ultimately arriving at an old residential complex. Their building was a modest 6-story walk-up, with Lin Wan's apartment on the 3rd floor, simply decorated. "This was purchased with my own money before I married Zheng Shua," Lin Wan emphasized to Song Siming. "It's quite nice," he remarked, surveying the surroundings before asking the question that piqued his curiosity the most. "Why did you report Zheng Shuling?" He had heard rumors that Lin Wan and Zheng Shua had parted amicably. "This is a long story," Lin Wan began. It turned out that Lin Wan's marriage was merely a facade of glamour. Just as Lin Wan's parents had disdained Song Siming, Zheng Shuling harbored equal disdain for Lin Wan. He believed that his son should marry a daughter of a mayor, a political union that would serve his interests better. However, Zheng Shua fell head over heels for Lin Wan, insisting on marrying her, even going so far as to stage a suicide attempt for love. Eventually, Zheng Shuling reluctantly accepted Lin Wan into the family. Yet, even within the Zheng household, Lin Wan remained an outsider. None of the family's 5 luxury cars were hers. Zheng Shua forbade her from working, but Zheng Shuling only provided her with a meager allowance of 2,000 yuan per month, which was insufficient even for her college expenses. Lin Wan endured all this, but her true disappointment stemmed from her husband, Zheng Shua. Zheng Shua was often unwell, resulting in their intimate encounters ending before they truly began. This left Lin Wan, despite 3 years of marriage, without any sign of pregnancy. Zheng Shua, unwilling to admit the truth for the sake of his masculinity, led Zheng Shuling to mistakenly believe the fault lay with Lin Wan. Consequently, Zheng Shuling's attitude towards her grew increasingly hostile. Lin Wan lived each day in a state of oppression. The tipping point for her to retaliate came about due to the fake daughter-in-law incident. Zheng Shuling had a mistress, a leading lady from the provincial theater, young and beautiful. He lavished gifts upon her, acquiring cars and homes, even starting a company. During social gatherings, Zheng Shuling often brought this mistress along, disguising her as his daughter-in-law under the pretense of needing care due to his poor health. Eventually, Lin Wan discovered this truth. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She, the genuine daughter-in-law, received merely 2,000 yuan a month and had to ask for permission to leave the house, while the false daughter-in-law lived in luxury. Seizing the opportunity while the Zheng family was away, Lin Wan opened Zheng Shuling's bedroom safe. The safe's combination was Zheng Shuling's birthday, which she successfully unlocked on her second attempt. Inside were dozens of property deeds, gold bars, bank books, and bonds, valued at over 200 million yuan. Lin Wan took photos of everything. She then divorced Zheng Shua and promptly sent the photos to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, leading to Zheng Shuling's downfall. His wife and son were also ensnared in the consequences, losing their freedom in the process. Zheng Shuling never imagined he would be brought down by her. Upon hearing this, Song Siming couldn't help but express his admiration. Lin Wan was actually quite indecisive. Her drastic actions only indicated that Zheng Shuling had crossed certain lines. In truth, besides the property deeds, gold bars, bank books, and bonds, there was one more item in the safe. Suddenly, Lin Wan spoke up. "What was it?" Song Siming instinctively asked. "A USB drive," Lin Wan explained. "The reason Zheng Shuling has managed to maintain his power all these years in Qingshan is because of this USB drive. He enjoys secretly recording compromising material on nearly every prominent figure in the area, which has kept anyone from daring to speak the truth, lest they wish to bring about mutual destruction." Song Siming swallowed hard, realizing that the identity he had fabricated for Zheng Shuling as a photography master was, in fact, true. "Did you also hand over the USB drive to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission?" Song Siming queried Lin Wan. "No," she shook her head. "My target is Zheng Shuling. This USB drive would only divert the commission's attention. Submitting it would be counterproductive. I secretly extracted it." "So, you still have the USB drive?" Song Siming's heart raced. "Yes, it's with me, and I can give it to you," Lin Wan stated, gazing intently into Song Siming's eyes. "Give it to me?" Song Siming could hardly believe it. "You are Zheng Shuling's secretary. Once he falls, you will undoubtedly be implicated. But with this USB drive, no one will dare to touch you, Lin Wan reasoned with earnestness. In your eyes, am I merely someone who would stop at nothing for self-preservation? Song Siming shook his head and said, Lin Wan, you have truly misjudged me. I could never use this USB drive to threaten anyone. My only intention is to hand it over to the Discipline Inspection Commission, so they can bring those corrupt individuals to justice. From the very day he became a civil servant, Song Siming had resolved to be an official who served the people wholeheartedly, living with integrity. However, fate played a cruel joke on him, making him the personal secretary of a major corrupt official. It was only after being detained by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission that he came to learn of Zheng Shuling's misdeeds. Despite being Zheng Shuling's dedicated secretary, Song Siming maintained a clear boundary between work and personal matters, merely tasked with drafting materials for Zheng, while the latter kept him oblivious to other affairs. Therefore, when the Municipal Discipline Commission urged him to expose Zheng, he found himself at a loss, as he had nothing to reveal. I'm sorry, Lin Wan said, lowering her head in shame. She had assumed that after 3 years as the secretary to the municipal party secretary, Song Siming would have lost his edge. But to her surprise, he remained as principled as during their university days. After a moment of silence, Lin Wan said, before I give you the USB drive, I must ask you a question. Go ahead, Song Siming replied, already anticipating her inquiry. Indeed, Lin Wan took a deep breath and enunciated, I have divorced. Will you love me one last time? Faced with her question, Song Siming answered without hesitation, yes. I have always held you in my heart throughout these years. Lin Wan was his first love. Had it not been for her parents' opposition, they might have already had children in kindergarten. I trust you. After this, I will leave this place of turmoil, and you must not seek me out, Lin Wan said as she turned and retrieved a USB drive from the crevice of the table, presenting it to Song Siming. He did not take the USB drive, but instead embraced Lin Wan. Are you not going to look at what's on the USB? Lin Wan murmured softly. At this moment, all I wish to see is you, Song Siming replied with deep affection. After a while, as Lin Wan fell into a peaceful slumber with a smile of happiness, Song Siming excused himself to the bathroom for a quick shower before picking up the fallen USB drive. With a computer readily available in the room, he booted it up and inserted the USB. It was a 64 gigabytes USB drive, nearly full, with less than 4 gigabytes of available space. Inside were folders labeled by sectors, politics, business, and arts, each meticulously categorized, reflective of Zheng Shuling's habitual style. Zheng had often advised Song Siming that clarity and organization were essential in any endeavor to enhance efficiency and maximize productivity, thereby becoming a master of time management. Song Siming first opened the political folder, revealing a series of neatly arranged subfolders, many named after individuals, some even indicating their positions. Upon a cursory glance, he recognized 6 or 7 of the names. Delving deeper, he found video files titled by date and location. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on a few, and his worldview was jolted. Some individuals who appeared rather unassuming were revealed to be quite extravagant in the videos. Some of the acts he witnessed were even more audacious than anything he had seen in films. Among the more mundane clips, a group of men sat together discussing the distribution of profits from a government project, with one leader claiming 20% and another 10%. After examining the political folder, Song Siming proceeded to explore the business and arts folders. The business folder featured notable tycoons from Qinshan City, real estate moguls, mall developers, and oil tycoons, while the arts folder primarily included content from the Qinshan City Theater and television station. However, as he continued his investigation, he found a peculiar absence. None of the videos featured Zheng Shuling himself. It seemed implausible that a master photographer like Zheng would only capture others without recording himself. Hidden folders. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Siming. He quickly adjusted the settings to display hidden files. As he clicked the mouse, a hidden folder named Selfies appeared. It took a considerable amount of time for Song Siming to view all of Zheng Shuling's selfie works, which included 3 intimate encounters with Wang Zhen's wife, Qin Xiuxia. Who would have thought what I imagined could actually exist? Song Siming mused. At that moment, Lin Wan stirred awake. Are you truly planning to hand it over to the Discipline Inspection Commission? She asked. Of course, everyone must face the consequences of their actions, Song Siming replied earnestly. Will you submit it to the Municipal or Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? Lin Wan inquired. Song Siming hesitated. Submitting it to the Municipal Commission was certainly out of the question, as it contained evidence implicating individuals within it. The Provincial Commission also required careful consideration. Lin Wan pointed out. Why? Song Siming questioned. This USB drive has far-reaching implications. Who knows if someone within it has connections to the Provincial Commission? If the USB is intercepted, you could be in grave danger, Lin Wan analyzed further. That makes sense, Song Siming acknowledged, realizing that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Therefore, if he were to hand it over, it must be to someone trustworthy. Someone within the Provincial Commission who held real power and could ensure that these corrupt officials were thoroughly dealt with. I believe you are more suited to remain within the system, Song Siming remarked, feeling a sense of admiration. There is a saying that one should not underestimate a person after 3 days apart. Lin Wan, who was no longer part of the system, had a more comprehensive perspective than he, who was entrenched within it. At that moment, Song Siming's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to answer. On the other end was Wang Zhen's voice. Secretary Song, this is Wang Zhen. Wang's secretary, is there something you need? Song Siming asked, feigning ignorance. I believe we need to have another conversation, Wang Zhen stated. Very well, let us talk. Song Siming did not refuse. The USB could not be handed over to the Provincial Commission just yet, and Wang Zhen, as the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission, was not in a position to fall from grace. He had no choice but to engage in a delicate dance with Wang Zhen. Shunqing Hotel, room 406. Please come over now. Wang Zhen provided the address and hung up. Song Siming secured the USB drive and bid farewell to Lin Wan. Lin Wan's residence was on the western side of Qingshan City, while Shunqing Hotel was located on the eastern side, a distance of several kilometers apart. With the evening rush hour in full swing, it took Song Siming a full hour to arrive. By the time he stood at the door of room 406, night had completely fallen. He pressed the doorbell, but it was not Wang Zhen who opened the door. Instead, it was Chen Xiuxia. Where is Secretary Wang? Song Siming inquired. He had something come up and cannot make it. I will speak with you, Chen Xiuxia said, stepping aside to let him in. However, Song Siming hesitated. What? Are you afraid I might harm you? Chen Xiuxia laughed lightly. You jest, Director Chen. Song Siming stepped into the room. Chen Xiuxia shut the door behind him, while Song Siming scanned the room warily. Rest assured, it's just me, Chen Xiuxia said, plopping down onto the bed. Her already short skirt hiked up due to her position, revealing a glimpse of lace underneath. Speak your mind, Song Siming stated, refusing to avert his gaze. You don't have any of those so-called videos. Only someone as foolish as Wang Zhen would believe your nonsense, Chen Xiuxia scoffed. As Wang Zhen hurried back home in a fluster to discuss with her, she instantly understood that he had been deceived by Song Siming. You are quite confident, aren't you? Song Siming chuckled, his laughter radiant. Chen Xiuxia shrugged. I am the party involved. How could I not know whether Xing Shuling filmed a video? What if it was a covert recording? Song Siming cautioned Chen Xiuxia. Covert recording? Chen Xiuxia scoffed. Even if Xing Shuling truly did film something without consent, it could never end up in your possession. Why is that? Song Siming inquired. Chen Xiuxia elucidated. You have followed Xing Shuling for 3 years. Do you genuinely believe you have integrated into his circle? You are merely adept at writing materials. Xing Shuling chose you as his secretary purely out of necessity. He has never regarded you as one of his own. Well said. Song Siming couldn't help but applaud Chen Xiuxia. He felt she had a clearer perspective than he did. If Wang Zhen discovers you've deceived him, he will certainly shove you back into Xinglong Hotel, and it will be quite challenging for you to emerge again. Chen Xiuxia then threatened Song Siming. Therefore, I kindly request Sister Chen to illuminate a path for me. Song Siming responded with great cooperation. You're quite astute. Chen Xiuxia licked her lips and remarked, initially, I spent 3 nights with Xing Shuling, and Wang Zhen transitioned from the director of the supervision office to the deputy secretary. Now, you shall accompany me for 3 nights, and I will ensure your smooth landing. Aren't you afraid Wang Zhen might discover this and turn against you? Song Siming cautioned Chen Xiuxia. Turn against me? Everything he has today is due to my endurance and the countless nights I've spent supporting him. What right does he have to turn against me? Chen Xiuxia scoffed. Indeed, Song Siming agreed. All right, you should go take a shower. Chen Xiuxia began issuing orders. But I just finished showering, Song Siming replied. Then I shall freshen up, Chen Xiuxia declared as she entered the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Perhaps too eager, within 5 minutes, the water ceased, and Chen Xiuxia emerged wrapped in a towel. Song Siming surveyed her. Sister Chen, your skin is truly exquisite. You appear to be in your 20s. I didn't realize you were so skilled at flattering women, Chen Xiaoxia's heart blossomed at the compliment. Would you like to admire my beautiful figure? Not in a rush to admire. Let me take a guess first. Song Siming waved his hand, scrutinizing Chen Xiaoxia. If I am not mistaken, Sister Chen, you are an E-cup. Your eyesight is remarkable. I am indeed an E-cup, Chen Xiaoxia replied with pride. She had captivated Zheng Shuling largely due to her natural E-cup. The distinction between natural and artificially enhanced is entirely palpable, as Zheng Shuling had once remarked. Allow me to continue guessing. I surmise Sister Chen has a butterfly tattoo. How did you know? Chen Xiaoxia was taken aback. The E-cup was a visible clue. But her tattoo was concealed entirely by the towel. Unless Song Siming possessed X-ray vision, there was no way he could see it. Did you sneak a peek while I was bathing? Chen Xiaoxia asked suspiciously. Song Siming chuckled. I would have liked to. But it seems you didn't leave the door ajar for me. I did indeed lock the door, Chen Xiaoxia recalled, furrowing her brow. With no windows in the bathroom and the door shut, how could anyone have peeped? Perhaps utilizing a pinhole camera or some other high-tech device. However, since she had booked the hotel, Song Siming had no opportunity to commit such an act. Song Siming continued, in fact, I not only know about your butterfly tattoo but also its origin. Do tell. Chen Xiaoxia's demeanor turned serious. At that moment, a dreadful anticipation gripped her. Song Siming stated casually, 17 years ago, you encountered the first man in your life, a man surnamed who now resides abroad. To commemorate him, you inked a butterfly. As he spoke, Chen Xiaoxia's face turned pale. When Song Siming finished his sentence, she seized a teacup beside her and hurled it to the ground, gritting her teeth. Zheng Shuling, you scoundrel. You truly engaged in covert filming. The origin of the butterfly tattoo was something she had only confided to one person, Zheng Shuling. Now that Song Siming knew, the only explanation was that Zheng Shuling had captured intimate footage of the two of them, and Song Siming had seen it. Secretary Song, you wouldn't possibly hand over that video to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, would you? Chen Xiaoxia asked cautiously, regaining her composure. Video? What video? I was merely guessing randomly. Perhaps I hit the mark? Song Siming feigned surprise. What if I asked Wang Zhen to transfer you to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Chen Xiaoxia tested the waters. Not a chance. I'm quite content at the Municipal Party Committee office, Song Siming rejected without hesitation. To keep Chen Xiaoxia calm, he hinted at the contents of the USB drive, planning to turn it over to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission when the time was ripe. Ensuring Wang Zhen's position as deputy secretary would hit a dead end. How about I offer you $1 million? When the first condition fell through, Chen Xiaoxia immediately proposed a second. You're still residing in the Municipal Party Committee dormitory, right? $1 million would be sufficient for you to purchase a modest 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. Are you hoping I follow in Zheng Shuling's footsteps? Song Siming scoffed. That's not what I meant. Chen Xiaoxia shook her head vigorously, ultimately sitting on Song Siming's lap, seizing his hand. I might as well give you all of me. Dream on. Song Siming pushed Chen Xiaoxia aside. He was not like Zheng Shuling, indiscriminately cold and aloof, willing to try any type. Then what must I do for you to spare me? Chen Xiaoxia gazed at Song Siming with pleading eyes. Her relationship with Zheng Shuling was not merely tied to Wang Zhen's promotion. If the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission became aware of their connection, she would undoubtedly face imprisonment. How about this? You have Wang Zhen disseminate a message, Song Siming proposed after some contemplation. What message? Chen Xiaoxia inquired eagerly. To announce that Zheng Shuling has secretly recorded a multitude of videos over the years, stored on a USB drive, but the commission failed to locate it during their search. Is that all? Chen Xiaoxia found it hard to believe. Indeed, Song Siming affirmed with a nod. Chen Xiaoxia was uncertain of Song Siming's true intentions. But with the initiative in his hands, she had no choice but to comply. I will inform Wang Zhen of this. Chen Xiaoxia promptly stated. Take your time with that. I shall take my leave. Song Siming rose to depart. After he left, Chen Xiaoxia dialed her husband Wang Zhen's number. How did it go? Did you obtain the video? Before Chen Xiaoxia could respond, Wang Zhen impatiently inquired. Given the stakes for his position, he was more anxious than anyone. No, Chen Xiaoxia replied tersely. No. Did you not claim to have him under control? Wang Zhen questioned her competence. Initially, I thought he was merely bluffing, but it turns out he genuinely possesses the video. Chen Xiaoxia admitted candidly. What now? He wouldn't hand the video over to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, would he? Wang Zhen was utterly flustered. Calm down. It's not as dire as you think, Chen Xiaoxia reassured him. Song Siming only put forth one condition. What condition? It wouldn't be you, would it? Wang Zhen inquired with caution. I almost wish it were me. Chen Xiaoxia mused inwardly, replying, Song Siming is much older than I am. How could he possibly be interested in me? What are the conditions then? Wang Jin pressed. He wants you to release information under the Discipline Inspection Commission, the message being. Chen Xiaoxiao reiterated Song Siming's original words. That's elementary. Wang Jin terminated the call and promptly disseminated a pinned message within the Special Task Force group. Investigation reveals that Zhang Shuling had a predilection for surreptitious photography, storing the illicit videos on a USB drive. Our forthcoming focus will be locating this drive. Maintain strict confidentiality. Having toiled within the Discipline Inspection Commission for numerous years, Wang Jun was acutely aware that matters demanding utmost secrecy invariably spread with celerity. Predictably, by nightfall, individuals external to the task force were privy to this information. Then, it propagated exponentially. This precise effect was what Song Siming sought. Prior to the USB drive's conveyance to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the corrupt officials would undoubtedly persist in their malfeasance. Disseminating the information about the USB drive might induce some restraint. The subsequent day, Song Siming arrived at the Municipal Committee Office betimes. The Municipal Committee Office comprised 4 secretarial sections, of which the first was devoted to the Municipal Party Secretary. When Song Siming materialized within the first secretarial section's expansive office, the occupants were astounded. Section Chief Song Siming was the deputy section chief of the first secretarial section. After the initial bewilderment, the staff greeted Song Siming with palpable awkwardness. Once Song Siming had ensconced himself within his private office, the staff congregated, engaging in fervent discourse. Wasn't he taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission? How is he back at work? Was he not implicated? Inconceivable. Zhang Shuling doted on him, taking him everywhere. How could he emerge unscathed? After protracted deliberation, they remained uncertain as to how Song Siming had navigated the situation unscathed. What are you all doing? Have you completed the tasks assigned to you? At that juncture, Wang Xiaoyang, the section chief of the first secretarial section, entered the main office, his countenance darkening as he observed the staff's lack of focus. His rebuke proved efficacious. As everyone sheepishly returned to their stations, refraining from uttering a sound, Wang Xiaoyang was gratified. Despite his position as the section chief, he had previously lacked the authority to issue directives. This was because Song Siming held sway over the first secretarial section, leveraging his connection to the municipal party secretary, Zheng Shuling. Not only Wang Xiaoyang, but even the director and deputy director of the municipal committee office had to ingratiate themselves with Song Siming. Indeed, Wang Xiaoyang had resigned himself to relinquishing his position to Song Siming. Once Song Siming reached the requisite tenure for promotion to section chief, he would undoubtedly be ousted. However, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. With Zheng Shuling's downfall, Song Siming, as Zheng Shuling's personal secretary, was subjected to isolation and investigation, allowing Wang Xiaoyang to finally exult. Section chief. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, Clerk Zhang Lei approached Wang Xiaoyang. What is it? Wang Xiaoyang inquired. Song Siming has returned. Zhang Lei reported in hushed tones. What? Wang Xiaoyang nearly leapt up. Where is he? Wang Xiaoyang asked Zhang Lei. In his office. Zhang Lei gestured towards the office adjacent to the main office. Wang Xiaoyang's brow furrowed, his expression fluctuating. Having been suppressed by Song Siming for 3 years, his apprehension had become ingrained. However, upon reflection, with Zheng Shuling's demise, what could Song Siming possibly do, even upon his return? Consequently, Wang Xiaoyang approached Song Siming's office, flung the door open, and addressed Song Siming within. Deputy Section Chief Song, upon your return, shouldn't you have reported to me first? Is that standard procedure? Song Siming, who had been surfing the internet, set aside his mouse, raised his head, and inquired dubiously. Absolutely, Wang Xiaoyang affirmed. Then I am now reporting to you. Song Siming did not even stir from his seat, immediately returning to his computer screen. You. Wang Xiaoyang was incensed. He perceived Song Siming as even more audacious than before. If he failed to quell Song Siming's arrogance, his recent assertion of authority would be futile. According to regulations, deputy section chiefs are not entitled to private offices. Deputy Section Chief Song, I am formally informing you that you must vacate the office you are exceeding your entitlement to by the end of the day and relocate to the main office. Wang Xiaoyang said with a snort. What if I refuse to move? Song Siming retorted sharply. Then I will have people assist you in moving. Wang Xiaoyang turned to the staff in the main office and said, Everyone, set aside your current tasks and prioritize assisting Deputy Section Chief Song with his relocation. This The staff in the main office exchanged glances. It was evident that the moment for choosing sides had arrived. With little hesitation, everyone rose to their feet. Zhang Lei, the clerk who had just informed Wang Xiaoyang, took the lead, rushing into Song Siming's office and unplugging the monitor. Excellent. Song Siming coldly observed those who had previously been obsequious towards him, now acting as Wang Xiaoyang's pawns. Soon, the office was emptied, with only the chair Song Siming occupied remaining. Deputy Section Chief Song, do you have anything else to say? With the situation overwhelmingly in his favor, Wang Xiaoyang asked arrogantly. I am feeling unwell and will return home to rest. Song Siming cast a meaningful glance at Wang Xiaoyang before departing. His patron has fallen, yet he remains oblivious to reality. I spit on him. Wang Xiaoyang spat vehemently in Song Siming's wake. Shortly after Song Siming's departure, Chen Huang, the deputy director of the municipal committee office, arrived at the first secretarial section. Observing the disarray in the main office, Chen Huang's expression turned displeased. Director Chen Huang, who oversaw the first secretarial section and was Wang Xiaoyang's immediate superior, was promptly greeted by Wang Xiaoyang. I heard Song Siming has returned to work. The Secretary General wishes to see him. Where is he? Chen Huang asked Wang Xiaoyang. Wang Xiaoyang was dumbfounded. He had just forced Song Siming out. Are you answering me? Where is Song Siming? Chen Huang raised his voice, deducing from Wang Xiaoyang's expression that something was amiss. Director Chen, Song Siming was occupying an office beyond his entitlement. I instructed him to vacate it. But he not only refused to comply, but also feigned illness and left his post without authorization. I believe he should at least receive a warning. Wang Xiaoyang embellished the situation, lodging a complaint against Song Siming. He assumed that Chen Huang, like himself, had been subjected to Song Siming's oppression. Despite holding a higher rank and being Song Siming's superior, Chen Huang had to defer to Song Siming. And Wang Xiaoyang believed that Chen Huang would join him in taking advantage of Song Siming's misfortune. I believe a warning should be issued to you first. Chen Huang retorted sternly. What's happening? Wang Xiaoyang was bewildered. The staff in the office also pricked up their ears. Shouldn't Chen Huang and Wang Xiaoyang be on the same side? Why the sudden reversal? Chen Huang continued. Song Siming's return to work demonstrates that he has passed the organization's review. Xing Shuling's transgressions are Xing Shuling's responsibility and have no bearing on Song Siming. We cannot condemn Song Siming simply because he served as Xing Shuling's secretary. Upon hearing Chen Huang's impassioned declaration, those who had assisted Song Siming in moving felt a chill run down their spines. It was evident that they had chosen the wrong side. They believed that with the downfall of Xing Shuling, Song Siming would also meet a similar fate. However, to their surprise, other leaders rallied to support Song Siming. Yet, Song Siming went overboard in occupying his office. Wang Xiaoyang, still unwilling to give up, attempted to reason with his superior. Chen Huang, however, raised an eyebrow and classified the matter as a historical issue, insisting that one cannot judge ancient individuals by modern legal standards. Very well. Wang Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He had witnessed biased favoritism before, but never to such an extreme. Unbeknownst to Wang Xiaoyang, a similar conversation had transpired half an hour earlier between Chen Huang and the municipal secretary, Deng Shuxiu. At that time, Chen Huang had assumed Wang Xiaoyang's role. You have half an hour to bring back your comrade Song Siming. If you fail, you can forget about being the head of the secretary's office. Subsequently, Chen Huang issued a stern warning to Wang Xiaoyang. He too had wished to take advantage of Song Siming's predicament, only to be reprimanded by the secretary, thus harboring frustration that he chose to vent on Wang Xiaoyang. Yes, I will go find comrade Song Siming right away. Wang Xiaoyang rushed out. But Song Siming had already vanished. When he called, Song Siming refused to answer. He could only chance upon finding him at his dormitory. Wang Xiaoyang knew where Song Siming resided and quickly made his way to the municipal dormitory, finally encountering Song Siming in the same two-bedroom apartment he had overstayed. Wang, are you here to ask me to vacate my dorm again? This matter seems to fall under the purview of the logistics department, so it's not your concern. Song Siming, of course, did not offer Wang Xiaoyang any kind words, opening the door to directly mock him. Comrade Song Siming, I was mistaken earlier. I sincerely apologize. I will have them return your belongings to the original office at once. You may use that office as you wish for as long as you desire. Wang Xiaoyang adopted a very humble posture, nearly kneeling before Song Siming. There was no choice. His superior had issued a strict order, and he had to comply. Even with tears in his eyes, such a display took Song Siming by surprise. On his way back to the dormitory, he had thought of more than 10 ways to deal with Wang Xiaoyang, yet he had not had the opportunity to implement any of them. Why had Wang Xiaoyang suddenly changed his demeanor? And then, Song Siming inquired. Then, could you please accompany me back? Wang Xiaoyang pleaded. I am ill and cannot return. Song Siming declined. But the secretary wishes to see you. If you do not go, I will be held accountable. Wang Xiaoyang had no choice but to speak the truth. The secretary wishes to see me? Song Siming suddenly realized. It turned out that Wang Xiaoyang was under pressure from the secretary. The municipal secretary not only managed the municipal office, but was also a member of the standing committee. A mere word from him could send Wang Xiaoyang to guard a reservoir, which would naturally instill fear in him. However, why did the secretary want to see him personally? Song Siming was puzzled. If the secretary wants to see me, even if I am gravely ill, I must go. Even during Zheng Shuling's tenure, I had to show respect to the secretary. Ultimately, Song Siming decided to return to the municipal compound with Wang Xiaoyang. Wang Xiaoyang's anxious heart finally eased. At the same time, in the office of the municipal secretary, Deng Shuxiong was pacing restlessly, exhibiting signs of extreme agitation. Just an hour prior, he had received news that Zheng Shuling had secretly recorded a plethora of videos during his time in office, and reflecting on his past interactions with Zheng Shuling, Deng Shuxiong harbored grave suspicions that he too had been recorded. If related videos fell into the hands of the Discipline Inspection Commission, the consequences would be dire. Thus, finding the USB drive that stored the videos became paramount. Currently, those close to Zheng Shuling had mostly been taken into custody by the Provincial Commission. Yet the USB drive remained missing, indicating it was not in the possession of those detained. The remaining individuals were those who were relatively close to Zheng Shuling, but had not yet been apprehended by the Provincial Commission. Deng Shuxiong immediately thought of Zheng Shuling's personal secretary, Song Siming. Just then, he received word that Song Siming had been released by the Municipal Commission and had returned to work in the secretary's office, which was clearly abnormal. Even if Song Siming had not colluded with Zheng Shuling and appeared as innocent as a white lotus, it was unlikely the Municipal Commission would release him after just 3 days. Could it be related to the USB drive? Perhaps leaders of the Municipal Commission had also been recorded, and the USB drive was in Song Siming's possession, causing the Commission to hesitate in their investigation for fear of implicating themselves, hence releasing Song Siming. The more Deng Shuxiong thought, the more he felt this possibility was substantial. Therefore, he needed to meet with Song Siming to discern his true intentions. Secretary, Comrade Song Siming has arrived. After a long wait, the deputy director of the municipal office, Chen Huang, finally appeared with Song Siming. All right, I need to speak with Comrade Song Siming privately. You may leave now. Deng Shuxiong dismissed Chen Huang and gestured for Song Siming to take a seat. Young Song, you truly exemplify the phrase rising out of the mud without being stained. It is remarkable that you have not succumbed to corruption while being in close proximity to Zheng Shuling. After Song Siming sat down, Deng Shuxiong began to flatter him before shifting the conversation. Zheng Shuling valued you highly. Did he not send you any gifts? Gifts? What gifts? Song Siming was momentarily taken aback. He tentatively replied, Zheng Shuling did often give me small gifts. I just do not know what type of gifts the secretary is inquiring about. This. Deng Shuxiong gritted his teeth and decided to be direct. Did he give you anything like a USB drive? A USB drive? Song Siming's mind went blank. At that moment, he finally understood why Secretary Deng had summoned him alone at such a sensitive time, disregarding the potential ramifications. It was evident that Deng Shuxiong had received news of Wang Xiaoyang's release. He then began to suspect that Zheng Shuling's USB drive was in Song Siming's possession. Of course, the USB drive was indeed in his possession. But Song Siming's intention in having Wang Xiaoyang release the news was not to lead others to associate the USB drive with him. He merely wished to intimidate those corrupt officials, urging them to cease their misdeeds immediately. Song Siming could not admit the USB drive was in his possession, as that would endanger him. After pondering, Song Siming replied, Yes, not only a USB drive, but also a notebook and some pens. A few of those pens are quite expensive. I checked online, and they start at 4 figures. Am I not in trouble? Should I hand these items over to the commission? What commission? These are all office supplies, perfectly normal to possess. Deng Shuxiong quickly responded. That is good. Song Siming nodded slightly, then began to mutter to himself. But since Zheng Shuling has been investigated, it is better not to keep the items he gave me. I will find a drawer to lock away those USB drives, notebooks, and pens. Locking them away is wise indeed. Deng Shuxiong misunderstood again, thinking that Song Siming had promised not to use the USB drive. Young Song, what are your thoughts regarding your upcoming work? Deng Shuxiong began to curry favor with Song Siming. Within his sphere of influence, he could arrange for Song Siming to go wherever he wished. I think I will remain in the secretary's office for now. Song Siming had just been promoted to deputy section chief over a year ago. And moving from deputy to full section chief typically required at least 2 years. Any adjustments at this stage would merely be lateral transfers without significance. Staying in the secretary's office was quite satisfactory. It felt like a vacation. The secretary's office was dedicated to serving the municipal secretary, with Zheng Shuling under investigation. The office was currently devoid of tasks. Subsequently, Deng Shuxiong remarked, "When the new secretary arrives, perhaps he will favor you, and you may still be our committee's chief secretary." The latter part of this statement was purely nonsensical. The position of a dedicated secretary is exceedingly sensitive. Instances of successors retaining their predecessors in such roles are exceedingly rare, particularly when the former has faced serious consequences. Yet, the speaker's casualness did not escape the attentive ears of Song Siming, who felt a stirring within. At present, the likelihood of Mayor Huang Taijun ascending to the role of secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee appears quite substantial. Through a particular USB drive, Song Siming has come to believe that Huang Taijun is a leader devoted to the welfare of the people. Should he become Huang Taijun's dedicated secretary, it would undoubtedly lead to significant opportunities. 10 minutes later, Deng Shuxiong personally escorted Song Siming back to the first secretary's office. The staff there were taken aback. Earlier, when Deputy Director Chun Huang reprimanded Section Chief Wang Xiaoyang, they assumed Chun Huang was Song Siming's ally, unaware that his true supporter was Secretary Deng Shuxiong. "Chief Song, you must be thirsty. Allow me to pour you some water." "Chief Song, my relative just gifted me 2 boxes of tea leaves. Please have a taste." "Chief Song." The moment Deng Shuxiong departed, everyone rushed to surround Song Siming. Ultimately, even Section Chief Wang Xiaoyang squeezed into the crowd, addressing Song Siming, "Chief Song, your belongings have all been moved back to your original office. I handled it personally. It was quite the effort." Song Siming did not hold a grudge against Wang Xiaoyang. In truth, he considered Wang Xiaoyang beneath his notice, deeming it unnecessary to squander time and energy on such trivial matters. A slight nod to Wang Xiaoyang served as a gracious concession. Wang Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and the other staff members shared in the relief as well. Soon, noon arrived, and Song Siming, amidst a throng of admirers, made his way to the cafeteria. "Isn't that Song Siming? Wasn't he taken in by the Discipline Inspection Commission?" Others in the cafeteria, upon seeing Song Siming, realized he had returned to work. The atmosphere buzzed with speculation. To emerge unscathed after being isolated for investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission is akin to winning a multi-million-dollar lottery. Some believed Song Siming was innocent, asserting that true merit withstands scrutiny. However, many others speculated that Song Siming had merely concealed himself well enough to avoid detection by the commission. At the height of this lively discussion, another focal figure entered the cafeteria. "Oh, isn't that Secretary Liao Guofeng of the mayor?" Indeed, it was him. Why was he at the municipal committee instead of the city government? Perhaps he was acclimating himself in advance. Acclimating? Could it be that Mayor Huang is about to become Secretary Huang? This seemed highly plausible. Previously, rumors had circulated that Zheng Shuling would transition to the provincial legislature due to age, making way for Mayor Huang to follow suit. Now, with Zheng Shuling's departure, it would be entirely reasonable for Mayor Huang to assume his new role early. Zheng Shuling was now a relic of the past, as was Song Siming, who, despite avoiding entanglements, could hardly expect to achieve anything significant in the future. The focus of attention swiftly shifted to the promising Liao Guofeng. Those able to engage Liao Guofeng eagerly approached, attempting to ingratiate themselves. "Secretary Liao, you are quite the rare visitor. This is my first time seeing you at the municipal committee." Liao Guofeng beamed, explaining that he had come to the municipal committee for some matters and coincidentally arrived at lunchtime. "It seems I shall be dining here more frequently in the future." Quick the sycophant. Once Huang Taijun ascends to the position of secretary, he would undoubtedly bring Liao Guofeng along. It ultimately depends on the leader's wishes. "Wherever the leader instructs me to dine, that is where I shall go," Liao Guofeng chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Song Siming in the corner. The municipal committee and the city government are distinct systems. Theoretically, there should be no overlap between the secretary to the secretary and the mayor's secretary. Yet, in practice, Liao Guofeng and Song Siming have been engaged in a subtle rivalry for years. Both men, of similar age, became dedicated secretaries in the same year. Hailed as two rising stars in the Qingshan political arena, However, Song Siming's star shone slightly brighter. Firstly, the secretary is ranked above the mayor, leading people to instinctively perceive the secretary's role as superior. Secondly, Song Siming's professional abilities surpassed those of Liao Guofeng. Crafting speeches was Song Siming's forte. Whenever both the secretary and the mayor had to speak, the secretary's words invariably outshone those of the mayor. Those brilliant speeches were penned by Song Siming himself, causing considerable frustration for Liao Guofeng, who even resorted to hiring professors from the Chinese department to assist him with his writing, yet still fell short compared to Song Siming. Due to his writing difficulties, Liao Guofeng had faced criticism from Mayor Huang Tejun. But now, with Zheng Shuling gone, Song Siming's brilliance had dimmed. Isn't this Secretary Song? Liao Guofeng approached Song Siming's table directly, as Song Siming was enjoying his stir-fried fish and shredded pork over rice. He looked up to see Liao Guofeng's face bearing a gleeful expression. "Ah, Secretary Liao," Song Siming replied, setting down his chopsticks and meeting Liao Guofeng's gaze with indifference. "Indeed. It has been quite a while," Liao Guofeng chuckled. "Has it? I recall our last encounter was just last week." Song Siming sensed Liao Guofeng's attempt at small talk. "Last week, you say?" Liao Guofeng began counting on his fingers, feigning calculation. "That was merely 4 or 5 days ago. I wonder where Secretary Song has been during these days, as if he vanished into thin air." Such bravado. Hearing Liao Guofeng's pointed remarks, all eyes in the cafeteria turned to Song Siming. Maintaining his composure, Song Siming replied blandly, "The Discipline Inspection Commission sought me out to clarify certain matters. I have been cooperating with their investigation. However, you may be disappointed. Nothing has been uncovered. Just because nothing has been found now does not preclude future discoveries." Liao Guofeng huffed, retorting, "I must report to the leaders of the Discipline Inspection Commission that they need to intensify their efforts to ensure no fish slip through the net." "Well said," Song Siming commended Liao Guofeng, then inquired, "However, do you have the contact information for the leaders of the commission? If not, I could provide it to you right now." "You." Liao Guofeng's anger flared, nearly distorting his expression. "The Discipline Inspection Commission operates under the auspices of the Municipal Committee, with no direct business dealings with the city government." Song Siming was clearly indicating that Liao Guofeng had no access to the commission. "Enough. You should focus on your meal," Song Siming suggested. "The stir-fried fish and shredded pork over rice in the municipal cafeteria is quite commendable. I recommend you order a serving to try, as you won't find it at the city government." Liao Guofeng's arrogance was palpable, yet he found himself bested in this verbal sparring match against Song Siming, who had lost his former support. Embarrassed and enraged, Liao Guofeng remarked, "If memory serves me correctly, Secretary Song is still the deputy chief of the first secretary's office. Is there an issue?" Song Siming replied, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. "No issue at all, merely that in a few days, we may be working in the same office. I hope, at that time, Deputy Chief Song will extend his guidance," Liao Guofeng stated coldly. A threat. A blatant threat. Almost everyone present could discern the underlying message in Liao Guofeng's words. Once Mayor Huang is promoted to secretary, Liao Guofeng, as his dedicated secretary, would undoubtedly be transferred to the first secretary's office, where he would wield considerable influence, likely making life difficult for Song Siming. What was once a rivalry of equals had now morphed into a relationship of hierarchy. Such is fate, no matter how capable one may be. It pales in comparison to aligning oneself with a favorable leader, and Song Siming had unfortunately chosen the wrong ally. One cannot help but feel a sense of regret for Song Siming. The dismal prospect of his future, at the mercy of Liao Guofeng, looms large. Yet, at this moment, Song Siming's voice breaks the silence. "What you speak of is merely a possibility that does not exist. You cannot enter the municipal party office, nor can you step into the secretariat." This declaration was directed at Liao Guofeng. Liao Guofeng paused, then burst into laughter. "Song Siming, have you eaten too much and muddled your brain? Have you forgotten that Zheng Shuling has already been placed under investigation?" When Zheng Shuling held power, Song Siming, as his dedicated secretary, indeed had the capacity to influence personnel changes within the municipal party office. However, now, Song Siming was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself, and such brazen words merely served to invite ridicule. This has nothing to do with being under investigation. You simply lack the fate to enter the municipal party office. If you don't believe me, we can wager. Song Siming appeared confident. "All right, what shall we wager?" Liao Guofeng readily accepted, having no reason to fear Song Siming. Let us wager 5 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice, Song Siming proposed after a moment of contemplation. 5 portions of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. Liao Guofeng stared incredulously at Song Siming. Could you not be more generous? What worth is 5 portions? If I agree, I would be the laughingstock. The market price for a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice was merely a few dozen yuan. And with the generous subsidies in the government cafeteria, 5 portions would cost no more than 20 yuan. Even kindergarten children would not engage in such a trivial bet. Others around them shook their heads in agreement. If we are to wager, let it be something substantial. 5 portions are hardly a worthy stake. My intention is not merely to purchase 5 portions, but to consume 5 portions, Song Siming clarified earnestly. If you manage to transfer to the municipal party office and into the secretariat, at this table in this cafeteria, I will consume 5 portions in front of everyone. However, should you fail to secure a position there, you shall be the one to eat these 5 portions. A hush fell over the onlookers. The government cafeteria was known for its generous servings, and the servers never faltered in their portions. The thought of consuming 5 portions was enough to send a grown man to the hospital. Clearly, they had underestimated Song Siming. Liao Guofeng was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the half-eaten portion of rice in front of him, his stomach churning at the prospect. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no chance of losing. The provincial organization department had already spoken to Mayor Huang, and it was a foregone conclusion that Huang would be appointed as the secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee. Once Huang took office, how could he possibly be barred from the municipal party office or the secretariat? With this thought, Liao Guofeng quickly agreed. It's a deal. I accept your wager. Song Siming nodded in satisfaction, advising Liao Guofeng, you might want to order 2 portions today to practice, lest you be unable to finish 5 later. With that, he stood and exited the cafeteria. The personnel of the secretariat exchanged glances, uncertain whether to pursue Song Siming. They had confirmed that the Secretary General was his ally. But Liao Guofeng's superior was Huang Taijun. Once Huang became secretary, would the Secretary General still be able to protect against Liao Guofeng? Would the Secretariat not face upheaval once more? However, learning from past experiences, the members of the Secretariat, including Section Chief Wang Xiaoyong, refrained from hastily choosing sides. They sensed that Song Siming likely had other contingencies in place. Otherwise, he would not have dared propose such a seemingly unwinnable wager. In truth, Song Siming did possess a backup plan. Back in his office, he brewed a cup of tea and leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the contents of Zheng Shuling's USB drive concerning Mayor Huang. There were 5 videos, none featuring Mayor Huang himself, indicating that he bore no personal blemishes. Thus, as the mayor, Huang Taijun had consistently stood firm against Zheng Shuling, who found himself powerless to retaliate. However, those surrounding Mayor Huang had encountered issues. The videos featured Huang's wife, Wen Shui, and Liao Guofeng, filmed at the Love and Romance Hotel located in the western part of Qingshan City. Song Siming had often pondered how Liao Guofeng became the mayor's personal secretary. Liao Guofeng was of mediocre caliber in terms of academic prowess and was even less impressive in terms of personal conduct. Given Mayor Huang's notorious strictness, it seemed illogical for him to favor Liao Guofeng. Only upon viewing the video of Wen Shui and Liao Guofeng did Song Siming connect the dots. The issue lay with the mayor's wife, who had a special relationship with Liao Guofeng. Consequently, Wen Shui had whispered into Mayor Huang's ear, recommending Liao Guofeng for the position of secretary, which became a logical progression. Thus, to prevent Liao Guofeng from entering the municipal party office, one could leverage Wen Shui's influence. Song Siming had no intention of exploiting the USB's content for personal gain. He merely wished to distance the disruptive Liao Guofeng from the upright Mayor Huang Taijun. However, given the implications for Mayor Huang's reputation, he could not act openly and instead had to plot discreetly. With 2 hours remaining before the end of the workday, Song Siming departed his office, heading towards Qingshan Bank, where Wen Shui served as the vice president. On a weekday, she was unlikely to be out and about. He parked his car in front of the bank, and shortly thereafter, he spotted Wen Shui leaving early as well. Wen Shui, 10 years younger than Mayor Huang and still under 40, appeared to be in her early 30s due to her well-maintained looks. With her voluptuous figure, she exuded an air of mature beauty. Vice President 1, greetings. Song Siming approached her immediately. Who are you? Wen Shui did not recognize him at first. I am Song Siming from the municipal party office. He introduced himself. The municipal party office? Song Siming. Wen Shui paused, suddenly recalling. You were Zheng Shuling's secretary, weren't you? How come you weren't arrested? Vice President, I conduct myself properly. How could I be arrested? Song Siming replied coolly. Conduct yourself properly? Wen Shui scoffed. All I know is that one who associates with the wicked is tainted by their influence. After 3 years at Zheng Shuling's side, how could you remain untainted? I dare say a significant portion of his ill-gotten gains were funneled through you. Zheng Shuling had long been an obstacle to Huang Chejuan's progress, leading Wen Shui to harbor little fondness for Song Siming, the former secretary. Without evidence, you ought not to speak so recklessly, Song Siming cautioned her. And if I do? What can you do about it? Wen Shui replied defiantly. She was not only the vice president of Qingshan Bank, but also the mayor's wife. During Zheng Shuling's tenure, Song Siming, a mere secretary, had been inconsequential in her eyes, particularly now that Zheng had fallen. Vice President, if you maintain such an attitude, I might also start making reckless statements, Song Siming remarked with a knowing glint in his eye. Reckless statements? What could you possibly say? Wen Shui retorted, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. For instance, the Love and Romance Hotel, Song Siming chuckled softly. The mention of that establishment sent a jolt through Wen Shui's mind. It was her secret haven. How could Song Siming possibly know? After a tense 15 seconds of silence, she feigned calmness, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. You do know, Song Siming replied confidently, turning on his heel. I'll be waiting for you in my car. With that, he climbed into his vehicle. Wen Shui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow him. She dared not gamble. Song Siming parked the car in a secluded area. What exactly do you want? Wen Shui asked with a cold expression. I wish to continue as the dedicated secretary to the mayor, Song Siming replied straightforwardly. What are you thinking? With Zheng Shuling just taking office, do you really believe the new mayor would retain you? Wen Shui considered Song Siming's aspirations to be fanciful. Everything is achievable through effort. I have faith in President Wen's capabilities, Song Siming shrugged. What capabilities do I possess? Wen Shui's voice was colder than her expression. Your abilities are considerable. Without you, Liao Guofeng would likely be languishing in obscurity, Song Siming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. So, ultimately, this is about your grudge with Liao Guofeng? Wen Shui finally grasped the situation. That is one way to interpret it. Had he not provoked me, I would have forgotten about your past entanglement. Song Siming explained the origins of the matter. Liao Guofeng, you shall have your way. Wen Shui mentally cursed Liao Guofeng 100 times. She had previously advised him to remain low-key. After all, his position attracted countless eyes, and any minor misstep would be magnified. Now, it had been blown into a major issue. However, the thought of being threatened by a mere pawn without backing filled Wen Shui with fury. I recall you mentioned that everything requires evidence. I am unsure where you heard these baseless rumors, but should you disseminate such unfounded claims and cause negative repercussions, I assure you, you will find yourself imprisoned. Wen Shui turned to threaten Song Siming. President Wen, do you believe I would approach you without solid evidence? Song Siming pulled out his phone, added her as a friend, and said, let me show you something explosive. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Shui accepted his request. Shortly after, a 10-second video was sent. Wen Shui opened the video, and upon seeing it, she nearly lost consciousness. How could this be? The video featured her and Liao Guofeng, captured at the Love Hotel, with their faces clearly visible. Anyone familiar with them would recognize them instantly. There is a full version, but I'm running low on data by the end of the month, so I won't send it. Song Siming then retracted the video, causing it to vanish from Wen Shui's phone. Now, returning to the initial question, I aspire to replace Liao Guofeng and become Mayor Huang's secretary once more. Is that a possibility? Song Siming squinted at the utterly flustered Wen Shui. Yes, Wen Shui instinctively nodded. That's good to hear. President Wen, I shall await your positive news. Song Siming exited the vehicle, moved to the passenger side, and smiled while opening the door for Wen Shui. As she stepped out, she was oblivious to which foot she had led with. It was only after Song Siming drove away that Wen Shui remembered to contact Liao Guofeng. West Bank Hotel. Room 303. Immediately, she said hastily before ending the call. The Love Hotel was no longer safe. She needed to change her base. Indeed, turning 30 is akin to becoming a wolf, and 40 a tiger. It was still early, yet she could hardly contain herself. On the other end, Liao Guofeng assumed Wen Shui was summoning him for another demand. His current position was entirely reliant on the mayor's wife, so he did not dare to take it lightly as he hastened to the West Bank Hotel, room 303. I'm going to take a shower, Liao Guofeng announced upon entering, where Wen Shui awaited. Shower? Shower my foot. An enraged Wen Shui kicked Liao Guofeng in the thigh. Ouch! The sudden sharp pain caused Liao Guofeng to roll his eyes and nearly faint. He then crouched down, clutching his leg, utterly perplexed as to why Wen Shui had turned so violent. Why did you film us? Wen Shui interrogated Liao Guofeng. What filming? What are you talking about? Liao Guofeng was bewildered. The footage of us together. Wen Shui glared, her face darkening. They had always been discreet during their rendezvous, yet now a private video had surfaced. And the probable culprit was none other than Liao Guofeng himself. Why didn't he do it? I'm not foolish enough to create such a time bomb. Liao Guofeng protested vehemently. Are you certain it was you? Wen Shui scrutinized Liao Guofeng's eyes. I swear, it truly was me, he declared, raising his hand to the heavens. Then who took that video? How did it end up in Song Siming's hands? Seeing Liao Guofeng's earnest expression, Wen Shui muttered to herself. Song Siming? He has our video? Liao Guofeng leaped in shock, momentarily forgetting his injured leg. Indeed, and it's in high definition. Our faces are crystal clear, Wen Shui seethed. He can't be fooling you, right? You really saw the video? Liao Guofeng sought confirmation, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Of course, I saw it. Otherwise, why would I summon you in broad daylight? Wen Shui retorted, exasperated. This is disastrous. Reflecting on his earlier confrontation with Song Siming, Liao Guofeng felt a chill run down his spine. There was now only one solution. What solution? Liao Guofeng inquired. You must leave. The farther away, the better. Wen Shui instructed. The farther away? I still intend to go to the mayor's office. Liao Guofeng blurted out. You wish to go to the mayor's office? Are you out of your mind? Wen Shui glared at him. I have already devised a plan for you. You can take up the position of Deputy Director at the county's Elderly Affairs Bureau. Deputy Director at the county's Elderly Affairs Bureau? Liao Guofeng finally realized his political career was nearing its end. You had better apply voluntarily. It's for everyone's dignity. Also, before you leave, apologize to Song Siming. Wen Shui added. Meanwhile, Song Siming had found a private dining establishment in an alley to treat himself after successfully removing the detrimental influence surrounding Huang Taijun. He began to envision himself alongside Mayor Huang in their future endeavors. Now, it remained to be seen how much influence the mayor's wife, Wen Shui, wielded over Mayor Huang Taijun. Sir, I sincerely apologize. That table has already been reserved. The waitress informed Song Siming after he had ordered and waited for 10 minutes without receiving his meal. Why did you not mention this when I sat down? Song Siming frowned. It's my first day on the job. I'm not familiar with the procedures. I apologize deeply. The waitress bowed her head, continuously apologizing. Forget it. I'll switch tables. Song Siming decided not to press the issue with the waitress. All other tables are full. You may have to wait, the waitress responded. Lowering her head even further, Song Siming's mood, which had initially been quite pleasant, soured entirely. At that moment, the restaurant manager arrived, escorting the guest who had reserved the table. It was a female patron, approximately 30 years of age, wearing a mask. However, even with only her eyes visible, it was evident she was an extraordinary beauty. What is going on? The manager questioned the waitress upon seeing Song Siming seated at the table. The waitress stammered, unable to respond. He didn't know this table was reserved, and let me sit down first, Song Siming interjected. The manager felt a headache coming on. At that moment, the female guest inquired of Song Siming, Are you alone? Yes, he replied. I am alone as well. The table seems quite spacious. Let's share it, she suggested. That sounds like an excellent solution, Song Siming agreed. However, the most delighted were the hotel manager and the errant waiter, both of whom expressed their gratitude profusely to Song Siming and the lady, as though they wished to proclaim their understanding to the heavens. The woman removed her coat and mask, taking a seat opposite Song Siming. He stole a glance at her and found himself swallowing hard. In all his years, he had never encountered a woman so extraordinarily beautiful. Her features were exquisite, and her figure was equally stunning, rendering her nothing short of perfection. He felt too intimidated to initiate conversation. They ordered their meals and ate in silence. Following the customary course of events, they would finish their meals and part ways, likely never to meet again. However, just as Song Siming was about to leave, the woman suddenly clutched her abdomen with one hand, a pained expression crossing her face. Are you all right? He asked softly, unable to ignore her distress. I have a stomach ache, she replied, biting her lip. Is it your menstrual period? He speculated based on his experience. She did not respond, but merely shook her head. At that moment, her lovely face had turned pale. Beads of sweat were forming on her forehead, and her lips appeared faintly blue. These were classic symptoms of poisoning. Song Siming glanced at the dishes she had ordered and noticed that one of them was fugu. It must have been poorly prepared, he deduced. Fugu? She echoed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Fugu is delectable, but if not properly handled, it can be deadly. Call an ambulance, she implored through gritted teeth. There's no time, he declared, shaking his head as he swiftly moved to the other side of the table. He wrapped one arm around her back and slipped the other under her knees, lifting her with ease. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. It was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man outside of her family. Instinctively, she attempted to break free, but the sharp pain in her abdomen rendered her powerless, leaving her to surrender to Song Siming as he rushed her out of the restaurant. His car was parked conveniently at the entrance. He opened the door and placed her in the back seat. He then retrieved several bottles of mineral water from the trunk and handed them to her. Drink as much as you can. It will help dilute the toxins in your system. With that, he took the driver's seat and pressed the accelerator, navigating through the busy streets during the evening rush hour. Thankfully, he was familiar with the local roads and managed to take a couple of shortcuts, arriving at the nearest hospital within 10 minutes. Upon explaining the situation, the doctors immediately prepared to perform gastric lavage. After nearly 2 hours of intensive care, the ordeal finally came to a close. Fortunately, they had acted swiftly, and her consumption of water en route had likely saved her from severe consequences. Once she was settled in a regular ward, the attending physician advised her, from now on, ensure that you refrain from consuming anything hazardous. Not every situation will be so fortunate. Is that so? She responded, a shiver of fear coursing through her. Just then, Song Siming entered the room after completing her admission paperwork. The doctor cautioned him, make sure your girlfriend avoids such risky foods in the future. Song Siming, blushing with embarrassment, clarified, you misunderstand. She is not my girlfriend. This is our first encounter. Meanwhile, a hint of color returned to the woman's pale cheeks. Once the doctor departed, she expressed her gratitude to Song Siming, saying, thank you so much. Without you, I might have lost my life. No need for thanks, he waved off. You should call your family and have them come to the hospital as soon as possible. They are all in the provincial capital. They probably won't make it in time. She replied, not reaching for her phone, seemingly reluctant to inform her family of her current predicament. But you can't be alone in the hospital, Song Siming pondered. Considering that he could play the role of a good Samaritan, yet the dynamics of gender, especially concerning matters like using the restroom, made it impractical. How about I find you a nurse? He suggested after a moment's thought. No need. I have a classmate in Qingshan. I'll ask her to come and take care of me, she replied. That would be best. A classmate is certainly preferable to a nurse. Under Song Siming's watchful gaze, the woman reclined on her hospital bed and began making a phone call. Before long, the call connected. Darling, how did you find the private dining experience I arranged for you? On a scale of 10, would you rate it a 9.9? She jested. Before she could respond, a sultry voice came from the other end. It should be a 99. You ended up in the hospital. What? How did that happen? The tone on the other end elevated sharply. The fugu was improperly prepared. Food poisoning, she explained. Which hospital are you in? Came the urgent inquiry. Unsure. She glanced at Song Siming, who promptly provided, Qingshan City People's Hospital, bed 17 in the gastroenterology department. I'm on my way to find you. But it will take me an hour to arrive, the voice responded. You better not bail on me this time. After hanging up, she turned to Song Siming and said, I'll wait for my classmate to arrive before leaving. I apologize for taking up your time, she said. I'm not short on time, he replied with a self-deprecating smile. With the new secretary yet to take office, it seems the entire department is on an unofficial holiday without any repercussions. By the way, I don't even know your name. He added, I'm Yi Ruyun. She introduced herself, eyeing him curiously. You must work within the system, am I correct? She continued. What makes you say that? He replied, intrigued. You appear to be around 26 or 27. At that age, only those in the system dress like that. Yi Ruyun had discerned his profession from his attire, dress pants, leather shoes, a white shirt, and a black jacket, an ensemble worn by those she knew in the bureaucratic realm. You possess a keen eye, Miss Yi, Song Siming complimented her. Calling me Miss Yi feels too formal. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Sister Yin, she suggested. Sister Yin, he conceded, recognizing her previous role as a secretary. How did you know to drink copious amounts of water to counteract fugu poisoning? She inquired with curiosity. When I first started working in a township beneath Qingshan City, the locals were quite fond of fugu. Cases of poisoning occurred frequently, and I had assisted in transporting several individuals to the hospital. After witnessing it multiple times, I gained some experience, he explained. I see. Yi Ruyun nodded slightly. Suddenly, she winced and clutched her abdomen again. Was the toxin not entirely expelled? Song Siming jumped to his feet, exclaiming, I'll go fetch a doctor. No need. She quickly stopped him, her cheeks flushing as she added, I think my period has started. Could you please buy me a pack of sanitary pads? Certainly. Song Siming immediately took on this honorable yet arduous task. The hospital housed a supermarket, and upon his arrival, he found himself momentarily bewildered by the rows of sanitary pads lining the shelves. These pads came in various types, daytime, nighttime, and even extra-long ones designed to prevent leakage. Unfamiliar with such products, Song Siming had no idea which ones to purchase. Ultimately, he decided to buy one package of each type. When he placed the substantial collection of sanitary pads before Yi Ruyun, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, I am experiencing my period. Not hemorrhaging. Why on earth did you buy so many? There are too many models, and since I do not quite understand them, I simply purchased all of them to avoid making another trip. Song Siming's reasoning is quite sound. Surely, you are not a secretary, are you? Your contemplation of the issue is quite thorough. Yi Ruyun's words are precise. The sanitary napkins have been purchased. However, the challenge now lies in ensuring they appear where they are needed. Yi Ruyun is exceedingly frail, while she can speak without difficulty. Rising to her feet remains a formidable task. She has attempted several times, yet has been unsuccessful. Could you assist me once more? Yi Ruyun once again sought assistance from Song Siming. You said, Song Siming replied. Carry me to the restroom, Yi Ruyun requested. Initially, she intended to ask for support. But considering her legs were as weak as noodles, she thought it would be more efficient to be carried. After all, they had shared such an experience before, and it had felt rather pleasant. Must you go to the restroom? Is it not permissible to do so here? Song Siming scratched his head and inquired in a rather straightforward manner. There were certain matters he truly found perplexing. It would indeed soil the bed here. Furthermore, I would like to take the opportunity to use the restroom, Yi Ruyun explained with some embarrassment. Very well. Song Siming reluctantly approached the bedside and gently lifted the blanket. During the gastric lavage procedure, Yi Ruyun's upper garments had been cut away, and she now donned a hospital gown that was exceedingly oversized, failing to fit properly. Even after fastening the buttons, numerous gaps remained. Song Siming stole a glance, quickly averting his gaze. He feared that lingering too long might provoke a nosebleed, necessitating the use of sanitary pads. Although he had previously embraced Yi Ruyun once, she had been dressed normally at that time. This instance, however, left him feeling considerably more restrained due to the hospital attire. Carefully, he wrapped an arm around her waist while the other slipped beneath her knees, turning his head away in discomfort. The journey from the bedside to the restroom, a mere 10 meters, felt more arduous than traversing 10 kilometers. Finally, he placed Yi Ruyun on the toilet and breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly retreating from the restroom. Yet, her voice called out from behind, reminding him that he had forgotten the sanitary pads. Reluctantly, he returned to deliver them. Shortly after the restroom door closed, the sound of running water filled the air, followed by the crinkling of the sanitary pads packaging. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In his boredom, Song Siming took out his phone to scroll through the news. As he continued to browse, a sudden splash echoed in the room. A sudden thud echoed from the bathroom, as if a heavy object had fallen, followed closely by the groans of Yi Ruyun. What transpired? Song Siming, disregarding everything else, pushed open the door and rushed into the bathroom. He discovered Yi Ruyun facing away from the entrance, lying sideways in front of the toilet. Are you all right? Song Siming hurriedly helped Yi Ruyun to her feet. I'm all right, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment. After everything concluded, she had intended to walk out on her own. However, her legs gave way, and she fell. In the end, she still needed Song Siming's assistance. Please carry me back, Yi Ruyun requested. No problem. This time, Song Siming was considerably quicker. After placing Yi Ruyun onto the hospital bed, he grew concerned that the recent fall might have resulted in a fracture, prompting him to summon the attending physician. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Yi Ruyun was not seriously injured, allowing Song Siming to finally breathe a sigh of relief. You are not from Qingshan, are you? Song Siming engaged in conversation with Yi Ruyun. No, I came here to unwind. I had originally arranged to meet a classmate, but they canceled at the last minute, Yi Ruyun remarked to Song Siming. Cancellations can be quite fortunate, otherwise it would have been necessary for both of you to be admitted to the hospital, and I certainly couldn't carry you both. Song Siming jested with Yi Ruyun. Have you never carried a girl before? I noticed you seemed quite nervous just now, Yi Ruyun tentatively inquired of Song Siming. Indeed, I haven't had much experience with affection. I only had one relationship during university, and it was rather conservative. Most of the time, we merely held hands. Song Siming recounted his sole romantic experience. I haven't even held hands, Yi Ruyun continued, following the thread of the conversation. Really? Song Siming could hardly believe it. The fact that Yi Ruyun, at her age, had never been in a romantic relationship was nothing short of miraculous. How could that possibly be? Am I not able to deceive you? Yi Ruyun emphasized. So, it seems I have taken quite an advantage. You will surely become dependent on me, won't you? Song Siming inquired of Yi Ruyun. Are you afraid that I will become reliant on you? Yi Ruyun retorted. How could I possibly fear such a thing? It is, in fact, something I yearn for. Song Siming blurted out, and upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room instantly became charged with ambiguity. Nurse, where is bed 17? At that very moment, an anxious voice emerged from outside the ward, shattering the hard-won ambiguity. It was my classmate, as Yi Ruyun remarked. Precisely an hour had passed. She was quite punctual. Song Siming glanced at the clock. In the next instant, a heavily made-up woman entered the room. My dear, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. A heavily made-up woman rushed to the bedside, grasping Yi Ruyun's arm with a tone of self-reproach. It was she who had made the reservation at that private dining establishment and had insisted that the pufferfish was a must-try dish. As a result, Yi Ruyun found herself in the hospital due to the poorly prepared fish, and she could not absolve herself of the blame. It has nothing to do with you. It is merely my unfortunate luck, Yi Ruyun replied. However, upon uttering those words, she felt a twinge of regret, for she had also encountered Song Siming. And perhaps it should be considered a blessing in disguise. Previously, she had never felt any affection for men, yet after a few intimate encounters with Song Siming, she suddenly found his embrace to be remarkably strong and warm. Unbeknownst to the heavily made-up woman, she inquired in detail about Yi Ruyun's condition, confirming that she was out of danger before shifting her gaze to Song Siming on the other side of the bed. Let me introduce you, Yi Ruyun said. This is Song Siming, my savior. Had he not rushed me to the hospital in time, I might not have survived. After introducing Song Siming to the woman, she turned to him, saying, This is my classmate, Lu Yu. Hello. Hello. Song Siming and Lu Yu exchanged brief pleasantries. Yunjia, I should take my leave now, Lu Yu announced, indicating that her arrival allowed Song Siming to gracefully withdraw. He stood up to bid farewell. Please leave your number. I must thank you properly later. Yi Ruyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, in front of Lu Yu, she asked for Song Siming's contact information, and in return, she provided him with her own. Once Song Siming departed, Lu Yu, with an air of mystery, asked Yi Ruyun, Do you know what Song Siming does for a living? He is an individual within the system. I did not inquire further about his specific duties, Yi Ruyun replied. He served as the personal secretary to Zheng Shuling, the former secretary of the Qingshan City Committee. Liu said to Yi Ruyun, because of Zheng Shuling, he has been isolated and scrutinized for several days. Although he has been released, it is likely that his future will be quite difficult, and this is all thanks to your father. What does this have to do with my dad? Yi Ruyun expressed her confusion. How can it not be related? Is it not your father who is handling Zheng Shuling's case? If your father had not investigated Zheng Shuling, Song Siming would undoubtedly be in a different situation. Lu Yu asserted. I think he seems to be doing quite well now. It appears he hasn't been affected much, Yi Ruyun reflected. That is merely a facade. He cannot walk down the street and declare, My support has collapsed and I am being ostracized. For a personal secretary to a municipal party secretary, maintaining a stoic demeanor is the bare minimum. In reality, Song Siming is likely suffering greatly inside, Lu Yu analyzed earnestly. Then how can I help him? Yi Ruyun inquired. You want to help him? Lu Yu scrutinized Yi Ruyun from head to toe. Of course, he is my savior, Yi Ruyun declared with conviction. Surely, it cannot be that simple. Lu Yu playfully remarked, You wouldn't happen to be harboring romantic feelings for Song Siming, would you? What are you talking about? Today is our first meeting. I don't even know what kind of person he is. Besides, Yi Ruyun vehemently denied it, listing numerous reasons for her lack of romantic inclinations. Stop. Liu gestured for silence, then continued, An explanation is just a cover-up. A cover-up is tantamount to the truth. I saw the glimmer in your eyes when you looked at Song Siming. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Is it that obvious? Yi Ruyun thought herself quite the actress. I'm just curious. Song Siming isn't particularly handsome. So what makes you so smitten? Lu Yu asked, intrigued by Yi Ruyun's admission. Yi Ruyun responded, Perhaps it is fate. Even if it is fate, it is a twisted one. Your father has severed his prospects. Yet he saved your life. It's a plot that even films dare not portray, Liu lamented. Therefore, I must act quickly to remedy this. Please help me think of ways to assist Song Siming, Yi Ruyun implored Liu. Despite her high-ranking background, she was less versed in the intricacies of political maneuvering than Liu. This is quite simple. You should ask your father to transfer Song Siming to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission for proper training, Liu suggested with a shrug. Impossible, Yi Ruyun shook her head. My father never allows us to meddle in his work, especially since I left in a fit of anger this time. It would be a miracle if he heeded my words. Anger? What is the cause of your anger? Liu inquired. I wished to resign and venture out on my own, but my father vehemently disagreed. He even called our leader to inform him not to approve my resignation. In a fit of rage, I ran away, Yi Ruyun recounted. You still want to resign? My dear, what are you thinking? You are the youngest deputy division-level cadre in our province. If I had your resources, I would strive relentlessly to ascend, Liu expressed with envy and admiration. What good is climbing the ranks? Just look at my father. It's all work and no play. His life seems utterly devoid of joy, Yi Ruyun sighed. In her memories, her father had never picked her up or dropped her off at school, nor had he ever helped her with her homework or attended her parent-teacher meetings. Consequently, some teachers had always assumed she came from a single-parent family. Let us not stray too far. We were discussing Song Siming, weren't we? Liu redirected the conversation. Yes, back to Song Siming. Transferring him to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission is impossible. Even if my mother intervened, my father would not acquiesce. Yi Ruyun dismissed Liu's previous suggestion. Let me think again. Liu's mind raced before she suddenly slapped Yi Ruyun's thigh. Song Siming cannot go to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, but you can come to Qingshan. Come to Qingshan? What would I do there? Yi Ruyun was momentarily taken aback. Come on, you're a PhD. How can you not think this through? If you come to Qingshan, you can protect Song Siming. Who would dare to trouble him? You can confront anyone who dares to challenge him. Even the new municipal party secretary would think twice, lest he wishes to follow in Zheng Shuling's footsteps. Moreover, if you don't resign, your father will be pleased, achieving two goals at once. Right, Yi Ruyun exclaimed as if enlightened. Additionally, you can protect me as well. Liu added with her ulterior motive, my deputy section level status has yet to be resolved. If you come and speak on my behalf, I am certain I can become a deputy section chief. Just a deputy section chief? That is trivial. You help me strategize, and I assure you, you will not be neglected. Yi Ruyun waved her hand grandly, treating Liu as her strategist. Meanwhile, Song Siming remained unaware that he had saved a significant figure. By the time he returned to the municipal party dormitory, it was already midnight. Just as he was about to wash up and sleep, the doorbell rang. At this hour, who could it be? Song Siming grumbled, yet opened the door. Standing outside was Zhang Lei, a clerk from the secretary's office, holding a black plastic bag. What brings you here at this late hour? Song Siming asked. Director Song, I am here to apologize. Zhang Lei bowed slightly. Earlier in the day, he had foolishly acted as the pawn of Section Chief Wang Xiaoyang and had taken the initiative to challenge Song Siming, only to realize that Song Siming had the backing of Secretary General Deng Shuxiong. Although later, Song Siming had clashed head-on with the mayor's secretary, Liao Guofeng. Whether Liao Guofeng would be transferred to the secretary's office was still uncertain. For now, the secretary's office remained under Song Siming's control. To avoid being at odds with Song Siming, Zhang Lei felt compelled to make amends. Thus, after work, Zhang Lei rushed to the dormitory, lurking in the shadows until he noticed the lights were on, prompting his urgent ascent. Come in. Song Siming gestured for Zhang Lei to enter. Zhang Lei opened the black plastic bag, revealing 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. Naturally, Song Siming could not accept them. Director Song, I was irrational earlier today, and I wish to express my contrition, Zhang Lei said earnestly. You are usually quite composed. What happened this time? Song Siming inquired. Zhang Lei did not shy away from the truth. After Secretary Zheng was arrested, you were also isolated and scrutinized. There are rumors that the secretary's office is looking to promote another deputy section chief. I know some individuals have already begun to maneuver for this position, and I wanted to vie for it. However, I have no connections, so I can only strive to perform well in front of Wang Xiaoyang, who, as the section chief, still has some power to recommend. You are overthinking it. Even if I were not here, Wang Xiaoyang would have no influence over the higher-ups' decisions, Song Siming scoffed. Furthermore, you mentioned that someone has already begun to maneuver. Who is it? For the past 3 years, Song Siming had held absolute power in the secretary's office, while the clerks beneath him had adopted a mindset of indifference. He was curious about who was so eager to usurp his position. "It's Fan Jinjin," Zhang Lei answered immediately. Fan Jinjin. Song Siming had not anticipated this. As the sole female member of the secretarial department, Fan Jinjin typically maintains a low profile, neither rushing to the forefront of events nor lingering at the back, truly embodying the essence of moderation. Consequently, many have overlooked her presence. How does Fan Jinjin operate? Song Siming inquired with curiosity. To his knowledge, Fan Jinjin hailed from a rural background, being the first and only university graduate in her family, devoid of any influential connections. It was rumored that she had aligned herself with He Huan, the nephew of the executive vice mayor He Jiren, who had promised to elevate her to the position of deputy section chief. In your absence these past few days, Fan Jinjin has become quite audacious, speaking ill of you. Zhang Lei seized the opportunity to remark. She has slandered me? How so? Song Siming questioned. In the political realm, striving for advancement is commendable, but climbing over others to do so is rather inappropriate. I have video evidence, Zhang Lei asserted, producing proof. The footage displayed Fan Jinjin abandoning her usual reserved demeanor, engaging in boisterous discussions with colleagues in the office. Her principal assertions included accusations of corruption against Xing Shuling amounting to 5 billion, claiming that 1 billion was facilitated by Song Siming. She also alleged that Song Siming had reaped numerous benefits, revealing that despite residing in the municipal party committee's dormitory, he owned a townhouse in the most luxurious villa district of Qinshan, and that his personal life was tumultuous, with no public girlfriend but a multitude of clandestine affairs, including with married women. Song Siming, having watched only half of the video, wore a frosty expression. I have never made things difficult for Fan Jinjin, have I? He asked Zhang Lei. Not at all. While you can be somewhat strict with us at work, it is not unreasonable. After all, we serve the chief and must adhere to high standards and rigorous demands without a hint of negligence, Zhang Lei replied earnestly. Fan Jinjin has gone too far. Song Siming conceded. Although he couldn't claim to be without fault, her fabrications were entirely unfounded. She was nothing short of a rumor mill. Indeed, it's excessive, Zhang Lei concurred. If she becomes deputy section chief, she will surely soar. Rest assured, she will not attain that position, Song Siming retorted with a cold smirk. Meanwhile, at a hotel not far from the municipal party committee's dormitory, Fan Jinjin nestled in He Huan's embrace. I heard Song Siming has returned to work today, she remarked, seemingly casually. I heard, He Huan replied, lighting a cigarette. Now that he is back, is my chance for deputy section chief gone? Fan Jinjin expressed her concern. She had summoned He Huan under the pretext of missing him, but her true motive was her own advancement. How could it be gone? I assured you that you would be appointed deputy section chief, He Huan proclaimed confidently. However, today the Secretary General spoke with Song Siming and personally returned him to the office. I suspect their relationship is quite complex. Fan Jinjin remained uneasy. The entire office was under the purview of the Secretary General, and as long as Secretary General Deng Shuxiong staunchly supported Song Siming, any attempts to unseat him would be exceedingly difficult. And what of it? Do not forget that your department serves the municipal party secretary. Ultimately, the party secretary holds the final decision-making authority. If the party secretary wishes to remove or transfer Song Siming, can the Secretary General oppose that? He Huan remarked dismissively. That is true, Fan Jinjin conceded slightly. I have received reliable information that Huang Taijun will succeed as secretary, and during the day, Song Siming clashed with Huang Trejuan's secretary, Yao Guofeng. This is tantamount to courting disaster. Song Siming faces two possible outcomes. Either he is reassigned from the secretarial department to a trivial position until retirement, or he remains but is tormented daily by Liao Guofeng. Regardless of either outcome, it will not hinder your promotion to deputy section chief, He Huan analyzed for Fan Jinjin. That makes sense. Indeed, she agreed, her worries dissipating. The following day, the secretarial department resumed its previous order. Song Siming, as deputy section chief, exercised the authority of the section chief. Considering the new secretary would undoubtedly review the work of the municipal committee over the past period, Song Siming resolved to organize the relevant materials. He categorized the contents, printed them, and distributed them among the staff. Zhang Lei, this is your task for today. Wang Shuang, this is yours. Soon, the assignments reached Fan Jinjin. Fan Jinjin, this is the content you need to organize. Song Siming placed the papers on her desk. Fan Jinjin glanced at her assignment, and then at others, furrowing her brow. Why do I have so much? This volume cannot be completed in 3 days. You have only 1 day, Song Siming replied with an impassive expression. You respect me a foot, and I will respect you a mile. Given what Fan Jinjin has done, it is already quite courteous of me not to assign all the work to her alone. Song Siming, do not go too far. Fan Jinjin erupted with anger. The previous evening's analysis from He Huan had led her to believe that even with the Secretary General's backing, Song Siming would not last long, and thus, she had no reason to fear him. When have I bullied you? This is standard work allocation. If you cannot manage it, then perhaps you should leave. The secretarial department does not need those who cherry-pick their tasks. Song Siming reprimanded her sternly. You. Fan Jinjin was taken aback by his words. Soon, she realized someone must have informed Song Siming. He likely knew of her previous slanders, prompting him to deliberately make things difficult for her. Yet, Fan Jinjin was not easily intimidated. She picked up her phone and dialed He Huan. Darling, could you come over? He Huan, working at the Youth League Committee as the Minister of the Propaganda Department, held a standard deputy section chief position. The Youth League Committee was a place where many second-generation officials congregated due to its relatively low competition and swift promotion paths, typically advancing based on tenure without significant bottlenecks. Notably, the Youth League Committee secretary was only 35 this year. Had he been in a county committee or mayor's position, he would attract considerable attention, with every action scrutinized by public opinion. However, in the role of secretary of the Youth League Committee, he remained under the radar, and many in the political realm were unaware of such a young deputy-level official in Qingshan. As the nephew of the executive vice mayor, He Huan's promotion trajectory was also meticulously planned. He aspired to ascend from Minister of the Propaganda Department to Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee, and eventually, when the time was right, to take on a county or district mayor role. With a bit of luck, he might even reach the heights of his uncle. Recently, He Huan was preparing for a promotion to Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee, as one of the Deputy Secretary positions had just opened up. However, He Huan had only held the minister position for less than 2 years and was not the most suitable candidate for Deputy Secretary. Yet, with his influential uncle's support, the crucial leap was still within reach. Once he became Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee, he would be the youngest deputy division head in Qingshan, a fact that inflated He Huan's ego. Upon receiving a distress call from Fan Jinjin, He Huan hastened to the first section of the Municipal Party Committee's office. Upon his arrival, Fan Jinjin immediately lodged a complaint. Darling, Song Siming is deliberately making things difficult for me. He assigns others only a little work, but to me, he gives a mountain of tasks that must be completed today, or else I'm out. As she spoke, she pulled out her task list for He Huan to see. He Huan did not need to look at it. He turned directly to Song Siming. Song Siming, Deputy Section Chief, you truly are quite formidable. Even my girlfriend is not spared from your bullying. Such arrangements are merely standard work protocol, Song Siming replied coolly. Standard? You know well whether it's reasonable or not. He Huan scoffed. Do you really think you can still act like the secretary of the municipal committee, doing as you please? Let me tell you, your time has passed. Regardless of whether my time has passed, as the Minister of Propaganda for the Youth League, you have no right to dictate matters in the Secretariat. Song Siming was unperturbed by He Huan, a thoughtless second-generation scion. I will dictate as I please. What can you do about it? He Huan retorted from a position of superiority. Before the fall of Zheng Shuling, he had been wary of Song Siming, but now that Zheng Shuling had fallen, Song Siming was insignificant. Even with Secretary General Deng Shuxiong backing him, it could not alter Song Siming's declining fate. If you insist on this, I will have to ask you to leave, Song Siming stated. Engaging in reason with someone like He Huan was futile. He stepped forward, seized He Huan's arm, and twisted it behind his back, forcing him to face away. It hurts. It hurts. He Huan grimaced in pain. If you feel pain, then cooperate, Song Siming said, pushing He Huan out of the large office of the first section, slamming the door behind him. Within the office, the others began to reassess Song Siming. Having worked with him for 3 years, they were astonished to discover his impressive physical prowess, effortlessly subduing an opponent of equal height and weight. In this light, Song Siming was not just Zheng Shuling's dedicated secretary but also his devoted bodyguard. In truth, Song Siming's significance to Zheng Shuling was indeed tied to his abilities. 3 years prior, Song Siming had been a rural civil servant responsible for poverty alleviation, spending his days in the villages. During an unannounced visit to one of the villages he oversaw, Zheng Shuling encountered a reckless youth who, without warning, swung a hoe at him. It was Song Siming who intervened just in time, subduing the assailant and saving Zheng Shuling from harm. At that moment, Zheng Shuling, dissatisfied with his current secretary, decided to take a chance and transferred Song Siming to the first section of the Municipal Party Committee's office. To everyone's surprise, Song Siming's writing skills surpassed his physical abilities. The materials he produced greatly impressed Zheng Shuling, thereby establishing him as his dedicated secretary. Remarkably, at that time, Song Siming had yet to even achieve a deputy section chief rank. A common clerk becoming the personal secretary of the municipal committee secretary was exceedingly rare, not just in Qingshan, but throughout the nation. Meanwhile, He Huan, having been thrown out, felt his face flush with anger. Initially, he had come to support Fan Jinjin, but found himself in a humiliating predicament. He contemplated rushing back to confront Song Siming, yet ultimately refrained, realizing he could not possibly match Song Siming's strength. Why invite further embarrassment? However, leaving quietly did not sit well with him, especially as he would feel uncomfortable continuing to meet Fan Jinjin afterward. As he glanced around, He Huan suddenly noticed a door ajar in the adjacent office, behind which stood a figure peering out. It was none other than Wang Xiaoyang, the section chief of the first section. "Chief Wang, is this how your section treats guests?" He Huan exclaimed, rushing to the door. Wang Xiaoyang, caught off guard, felt awkward but could not remain hidden any longer. He stepped out of his office. "Minister Wang, there's no need to be so angry. Let's discuss this calmly and find a solution," he offered, trying to smooth things over. "I have spoken calmly. But did Song Siming consult me? He simply pushed me out. What authority does he have to do that? You, Chief Wang, are the head here, are you not?" He Huan shifted the focus of blame onto Wang Xiaoyang. Wang Xiaoyang, however, did not take the bait. "What does it matter who is in charge? We serve our leaders, and we follow whoever is in the right," he replied. Just yesterday, when Song Siming returned to work, he had attempted to assert his authority, only to be reprimanded by his superior, Deputy Director Chen Huang of the Municipal Party Committee office. Having learned a lesson, Wang Xiaoyang was not inclined to oppose Song Siming unless he was certain of the latter's downfall. Is that what the head of a department should say? He Huan, not Navi, could detect Wang Xiaoyang's fear of Song Siming and inwardly cursed Wang Xiaoyang's relatives 100 times over. Realizing he could not rely on Wang Xiaoyang, He Huan knew he had to seek an alternative method for revenge. However, his connections lay within the city government, and he was not well acquainted with the municipal committee, making it all the more challenging to find someone capable of confronting Song Siming directly. Just as He Huan was at a loss, a figure appeared at the stairwell. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Liao Guofeng, the mayor's secretary. This was fortuitous. He Huan felt as if he had found a savior, his spirits lifting. The rumors surrounding Liao Guofeng's wager with Song Siming had spread like wildfire, with the overwhelming majority believing that Song Siming would ultimately be the loser, especially with Mayor Huang's ascension to secretary being a foregone conclusion. "Liao Chief." He Huan quickly approached Liao Guofeng. Although he worked in the Municipal Party Committee office, his uncle was the executive vice mayor, making him quite familiar with the city government officials, particularly Liao Guofeng, with whom he had shared many meals and drinks. "What brings you here?" Liao Guofeng asked, surprised to see He Huan in the Municipal Party Committee office. "My girlfriend works in the first section here. I came to find her," He Huan replied. Liao Guofeng was well aware of the tension between him and Song Siming and saw no need to add fuel to the fire, preferring instead to observe quietly. "Oh." Liao Guofeng responded without further inquiry, ending the conversation. Wang Xiaoyang, standing next to He Huan, quickly greeted Liao Guofeng. "Hello, Chief Liao, I am Wang Xiaoyang, the section chief of the first section." Liao Guofeng's presence in the Municipal Party Committee office led Wang Xiaoyang to suspect that Mayor Huang's appointment as secretary had already been confirmed, and Liao Guofeng was there to take over the first section. If that were the case, he would have to be mindful of Liao Guofeng's opinions and cultivate a good relationship in advance. "Hello, Chief Wang." Liao Guofeng nodded politely in response. "Song Siming is in the large office," He Huan volunteered, taking the initiative to lead Liao Guofeng. Like Wang Xiaoyang, He Huan believed Liao Guofeng was there to assume control of the first section, and that Song Siming would undoubtedly face severe repercussions for his earlier confrontation with Liao Guofeng. As He Huan pushed open the door to the large office, he entered first. Is he really back? How stubborn can he be? The others in the office regarded He Huan as if he were foolish. Even a pig would not continue to run into the same tree. Yet He Huan seemed intent on doing just that. This time, Song Siming would likely show no mercy. "You should leave first," Fan Jinjin urged, rushing to He Huan's side and quietly advising him. He Huan's health was already precarious, and if she were to be further harmed by Song Siming, her scant happiness would be utterly obliterated. Depart? You will soon learn who departs. He Huan let out a cold snort and pulled Fan Jinjin aside. At that moment, Liao Guofeng, accompanied by Wang Xiaoyong, entered the grand office. Is a storm brewing? The people in the grand office quickly misinterpreted the situation. Assuming Liao Guofeng had been transferred to the secretary department, they exchanged glances, contemplating how to curry favor with this new leader. Zhang Lei, who had apologized to Song Siming the previous night, felt a wave of regret. Had he known Liao Guofeng would assume his position so swiftly, he would not have approached Song Siming. Under the gaze of everyone, Liao Guofeng walked step by step to stand before Song Siming. It was time to unleash his sarcasm. Everyone speculated. Yesterday, in the cafeteria, Liao Guofeng had completely severed ties with Song Siming. Civility was no longer an option. He clenched her fists. So you, Song Siming, think you are so formidable? Let us see how formidable you truly are. At last, Liao Guofeng spoke. Director Song, I am here today to concede. Liao Guofeng said humbly. Concede? What is the meaning of this? Everyone, except the involved Song Siming, was bewildered. This script does not seem to unfold as expected. With Xing Shuiling's downfall and Huang Tiejuan's rise, Liao Guofeng should have had the upper hand as the secretary for both. Why would he concede to Song Siming? Only Song Siming understood. It must be that the mayor's wife, when Shui, had approached Liao Guofeng. The video was Liao Guofeng's Achilles heel. Not only would conceding be expected, but even kneeling before him would be warranted. I have submitted my application for transfer. In a few days, I will be assigned to the county below. So I will no longer be coming to the municipal office, Liao Guofeng continued to explain. Assigned to a county? Hearing this from Liao Guofeng, everyone, including He Huan, was further astonished. Even if Liao Guofeng were to leave his role as the mayor's secretary, he should at least be reassigned to a direct municipal department. Instead, he was going to a county, akin to being exiled to the frontier. Unless he could ascend another rank, but Liao Guofeng had yet to meet the promotion timeline, making such a maneuver impossible. In truth, Liao Guofeng wished to remain in the city, but was denied by Wen Shui. According to her, staying in the city and having to face Song Siming frequently was akin to carrying a ticking bomb. It was best to keep a safe distance, allowing Song Siming to forget him entirely. A stint in the county could serve as beneficial training. Song Siming had reached an agreement with Wen Shui, and he would not complicate matters for Liao Guofeng. Theoretically, Liao Guofeng could simply depart. However, he did not dare. His wager with Song Siming had stakes. Failing to uphold his end would incite Song Siming's displeasure, leading to the release of that video, thereby robbing him of any opportunity to go to the county. A wager must be honored. I shall now partake of 5 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, Liao Guofeng solemnly declared to Song Siming. Truly eat? The wager was well known among the onlookers, yet none anticipated Liao Guofeng would actually follow through. As Liao Guofeng made his way to the cafeteria, the crowd exchanged glances and followed suit. 5 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. As the cafeteria opened for service, Liao Guofeng approached the counter. 5 servings? The lady serving the rice thought she had misheard. Indeed, 5 servings, Liao Guofeng confirmed. Want to eat here? And 4 to pack? The lady inquired. Their cafeteria operated on a welfare basis, offering exceptionally low prices, thus many would take extra meals for their families, saving on their relatives' food expenses. No, I shall consume all 5 here, Liao Guofeng gritted through clenched teeth. The serving lady was taken aback. She had never seen anyone eat 5 servings at the construction site's cafeteria. Nonetheless, as leaders were the patrons, they were obliged to serve them as requested. The serving lady promptly retrieved a tray, preparing 5 overflowing servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, each a generous plus version. In the end, she even asked Liao Guofeng if he needed more. No need, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. He was acutely aware that Song Siming was watching from nearby and dared not skimp on his order. He could only carry the 5+ servings to a nearby table and began to eat vigorously. One person dining, surrounded by 100 onlookers. Many had heard of the wager between Song Siming and Liao Guofeng, but no one expected the outcome to come so swiftly, and judging by Liao Guofeng's determined consumption, it was apparent that Song Siming had won decisively. What on earth is happening? Is Liao Guofeng truly leaving the municipal office? At that moment, the members of the secretary department became the center of attention, as those from other departments watched Liao Guofeng consume his meal and sought first-hand information from the Secretary Department. Unfortunately, the Secretary Department members were equally in the dark, only knowing that Liao Guofeng had voluntarily come to concede, with the reasons behind it left to speculation. However, no matter how vivid their imaginations, they could not fathom Liao Guofeng's entanglement with the mayor's wife, nor could they guess that Song Siming possessed the crucial evidence regarding the matter. Ultimately, Liao Guofeng could not finish all 5 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. By the time he reached the 3rd serving, he was already on the verge of bursting. It was a matter of life and death. Song Siming would not allow Liao Guofeng to suffer such a fate in the municipal cafeteria. He instructed Zhang Lei, who was nearby, to convey to Liao Guofeng that it was sufficient. With that, Song Siming returned to his office. Zhang Lei was taken aback. A seemingly simple message was, in reality, a sign of inclusion. Perhaps his own deputy director could be dealt with in passing. Soon after, Zhang Lei walked with his head held high to Liao Guofeng. Delivering the simple 7 words, Director Song said, "It is sufficient." Those 7 simple words felt like a reprieve to Liao Guofeng. He had intentionally skipped breakfast thinking he could conquer 5 servings, yet the portions at the municipal cafeteria exceeded his expectations. After merely 2.5 servings, his stomach felt ready to explode. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Liao Guofeng stumbled out of the municipal cafeteria, then climbed into his car, speeding towards the People's Hospital, which was not far from the municipal office. Yihuan witnessed the entire scene, her expression fluctuating between concern and relief. After Liao Guofeng's departure, others began to notice Yihuan. Is the food in the municipal cafeteria that delightful? Has Minister He come to savor the aroma? Acquaintances teased her lightly. I'm merely passing through. Not eating, Yihuan replied, turning to leave. The previous Liao Guofeng had paid an exorbitant price for insisting on dining at the municipal cafeteria. She had no desire to become his successor. Seeing Yihuan hastily depart left Fan Jinjin feeling despondent. She had already severed ties with Song Siming, and if Yihuan could not suppress him, her own days would become exceedingly difficult. Still within working hours, Fan Jinjin contemplated her next move, but did not dare to chase after Yihuan. Instead, she sent a text to her. What should I do? Yihuan quickly responded. Hold on a little longer, I will find a way. Thus, Fan Jinjin became considerably more subdued, even skipping meals, returning to the grand office to diligently complete the tasks assigned by Song Siming. She toiled until nearly midnight before managing to finish. This routine persisted for several days. It was evident that only if Yihuan, like Liao Guofeng, proactively yielded would Song Siming spare Fan Jinjin. Unable to endure any longer, Fan Jinjin arranged to meet Yihuan after work. Yihuan, do you plan to watch me suffer at Song Siming's hands day after day? Enticed by Yihuan's connections, Fan Jinjin pursued their relationship, hoping it would expedite her ascent in the political arena. Otherwise, she would consider ending it. That's not the case. I'm diligently seeking a solution, Yihuan earnestly explained, still harboring affection for Fan Jinjin. She was the sole woman who bolstered his confidence as a man, unlike his previous girlfriends, who were as unresponsive as corpses. Only Fan Jinjin exhibited initiative and enthusiasm. Then articulate this solution, Fan Jinjin retorted, her countenance darkening. There is a solution, but it would require some sacrifice on your part. Yihuan hesitated before continuing. Am I not sacrificing enough already? Just divulge the solution, Fan Jinjin implored impatiently. Promise me you won't be angry, Yihuan cautioned her. Rest assured, I won't be angry, Fan Jinjin affirmed. We'll set a trap for Song Siming, Yihuan declared. A trap? How? Fan Jinjin inquired. You will be the trap, Yihuan clarified. Fan Jinjin paused, then exclaimed indignantly, You're suggesting I offer myself to Song Siming? I'm your girlfriend. Are you even a man? It's not about offering yourself, Yihuan elaborated. You'll invite Song Siming to a hotel, having pre-installed hidden cameras. Then, you'll entice him. As long as he makes any advances, we'll have him. And how does that solve anything? Fan Jinjin questioned skeptically. The video can be edited, omitting the beginning and end, to portray Song Siming as abusing his position to harass you. Once this video is submitted to the disciplinary committee, Song Siming's career is over, Yihuan said with a smirk. It sounds promising, Fan Jinjin murmured. Merely enduring some unwanted advances from Song Siming, without any actual intimacy, was a compromise she could accept. Naturally, Yihuan was also amenable, considering he conceived the plan. That very night, Fan Jinjin procured the recording equipment, reserved a room in a hotel near the municipal committee, and concealed the cameras in strategic locations. Everything was prepared, save for the crucial element, luring Song Siming to the hotel. Simply handing him the room key would arouse suspicion. After careful deliberation, Fan Jinjin decided to use alcohol to cloud Song Siming's judgment. The next day, under the guise of reporting on her work, Fan Jinjin entered Song Siming's office. Closing the door behind her, she addressed Song Siming, "Director Song, I was previously misled by He Huan and harbored animosity towards you. I implore you to overlook my past transgressions and not hold it against me." Finally realized He Huan is unreliable? Song Siming scoffed. That cowardly, opportunistic scoundrel is indeed untrustworthy. Fan Jinjin cursed He Huan to allay Song Siming's suspicions. Then, she tentatively proposed, "Director Song, to express my remorse, may I treat you to a meal?" "Very well." Song Siming surprisingly agreed. "Let's meet at the Iha Hotel. I'll reserve a table in advance, and you can go directly there after work," Fan Jinjin said with elation. "Very well," Song Siming reiterated without objection. "I'll get back to work then." The unexpected ease of the situation buoyed Fan Jinjin as she exited Song Siming's office. As the door closed, a scornful smile played on Song Siming's lips. Despite Fan Jinjin's belief in her acting prowess, Song Siming detected subtle indications of her ruse. He feigned agreement to ascertain Fan Jinjin's true intentions. Soon, the workday concluded. Song Siming received the room number from Fan Jinjin. Upon arriving at the designated room in the Iha Hotel, he found Fan Jinjin already waiting. She had abandoned her usual attire, opting for a rather revealing ensemble. A purple dress with a plunging neckline, paired with black stockings, which appeared to have snagged near the thigh, exposing a patch of fair skin. Standing at the entrance, Song Siming observed these details. Fan Jinjin is quite alluring. No wonder she managed to ensnare He Huan. He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Fan Jinjin, noticing Song Siming's arrival, promptly rose to greet him. "Director Song, nice dress," Song Siming remarked with a subtle smile, deducing the unfolding scenario from her attire. "Really? I've had this dress for years, but never found the right occasion to wear it," Fan Jinjin replied, deliberately tugging at the neckline, further lowering it. "Have you ordered yet?" Song Siming inquired, his gaze fixed on Fan Jinjin. "Not yet. Director Song, please order." Fan Jinjin offered the menu to Song Siming. As he approached, Song Siming detected the fragrance of perfume. "Well, I won't be shy then," Song Siming said, taking the menu and selecting a few dishes at random. He then looked up and asked Fan Jinjin, "Shall we have some wine?" Of course. Fan Jinjin had planned to intoxicate Song Siming and lead him to the hotel room, so Song Siming's suggestion was opportune. "Let's have a bottle of Baijiu." Song Siming ordered a vintage Matai, priced at over 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing the waiter's quote, Fan Jinjin felt a pang of distress. But the thought of resolving the Song Siming issue once and for all with a 5,000 yuan bottle of liquor made it seem worthwhile. Soon, the drinks and dishes arrived. Fan Jinjin poured a glass for Song Siming and then for herself. Women who confidently accept a drink are usually capable drinkers, and Fan Jinjin was a prime example. She could likely consume an entire bottle of 53 proof Matai without losing her balance. Subsequently, Fan Jinjin found various excuses to toast Song Siming. Before they had barely touched the food, the bottle was nearly empty. "I need to use the restroom," Song Siming said, swaying as he stood. "I'll accompany you." Fan Jinjin offered. "No, you stay put. We'll continue drinking when I return," Song Siming declined, staggering out of the room. Some secretary he is, with that alcohol tolerance. Fan Jinjin scoffed. However, Song Siming's low tolerance was advantageous to her plan, as the alcohol would impair his judgment and reasoning. This meant her plan was already halfway to success. After about 10 minutes, Song Siming returned, looking even worse than before, nearly colliding with the table. Fan Jinjin knew they couldn't drink anymore, or Song Siming would pass out, foiling her plan to capture the desired footage. "Director Song, let's continue elsewhere," Fan Jinjin said, circling the table and supporting Song Siming. "Yes, let's go somewhere else," Song Siming mumbled incoherently. Everything was proceeding according to Fan Jinjin's plan. With her assistance, they took the elevator from the 3rd floor, where the restaurant was located, to the 13th floor, where the guest rooms were. Fan Jinjin's room was right by the elevator. After guiding Song Siming into the room and casting a glance at the corner where the camera was hidden, she asked Song Siming, "Director Song, do you think I'm beautiful?" "Beautiful, so beautiful," Song Siming slurred, his eyes glazed. "Then do you like me?" Fan Jinjin pressed. "I do. So what are we waiting for? Be my boyfriend." Fan Jinjin provoked Song Siming. "I'm on it." Song Siming surged forward, embracing Fan Jinjin. His body emanated heat, almost scalding, causing Fan Jinjin to involuntarily swallow, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. She had presented herself similarly to He Huan, but he had never reacted like Song Siming. He Huan's touch was gentler, lacking any intensity. According to the plan, it should have ended there. They had agreed to refrain from consummating the act, as further progression risked crossing the line. However, Fan Jinjin hesitated to push Song Siming away, experiencing a sudden urge to blur the lines between pretense and reality. Yet, in an instant, Song Siming ceased his actions. Releasing Fan Jinjin, he stepped back, his eyes crystal clear, devoid of any intoxication. Continue? Why did you stop? Desire clouded Fan Jinjin's judgment, preventing her from noticing Song Siming's transformation. I won't continue any further, and I would become a rapist, Song Siming stated calmly. He had been sober all along. How could a dedicated secretary to a municipal party committee secretary be muddled by half a bottle of Matai? His true capacity was more than 2 bottles, having assisted Zheng Shuling in drinking during business receptions for the past 3 years. However, those gatherings were beyond Fan Jinjin's reach, leading her to misjudge Song Siming's alcohol tolerance, believing she could easily manipulate him. How could it be rape? I'm willing, she said, lunging towards Song Siming. He effortlessly evaded her. Willing? Why resort to surreptitious filming? To edit it later, transforming willingness into rape? Song Siming sneered. Filming. The word sent a chill through Fan Jinjin's aroused body. Why would I film? You're overthinking, she explained, attempting to appear nonchalant. It's not that I'm overthinking, but that you're overdoing it. Song Siming shook his head, approaching the curtains and retrieving the hidden camera. How did you know? Fan Jinjin asked, astounded. You were simply too amateurish. You escorted me directly to this room from the private dining room, indicating premeditation. Moreover, hidden cameras nowadays are pinhole-sized. Your camera's lens was too large. I noticed the reflection as soon as I entered. Song Siming revealed Fan Jinjin's flaws. So, you were feigning intoxication from the start. Only then did Fan Jinjin realize that while she had set a trap for Song Siming, he had been playing along, digging a pit for her, into which she had unknowingly fallen. Add a couple more bottles of Matai, and I might have genuinely become drunk, Song Siming shrugged. What do you intend to do now? Completely exposed, Fan Jinjin asked helplessly. It's not what I intend to do, but what you intend to do, Song Siming retorted. Knowing you, such a malicious plan couldn't have originated from you. It likely came from He Huan. It has nothing to do with He Huan. I planned and executed everything myself, Fan Jinjin claimed. Song Siming chuckled. Fan Jinjin, you're truly naive. He Huan is willing to use you as bait to lure me in. Do you think he has genuine feelings for you? You're merely a tool for him to satisfy his desires. Once he's tired of you, he'll discard you as far as possible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fan Jinjin was genuinely aiming to marry He Huan, believing Song Siming was being cynical. You don't believe me? Here's an idea. Tell He Huan that you actually slept with me and observe his reaction. If he truly loves you, he'll remain unchanged. Otherwise, Song Siming trailed off, confident that Fan Jinjin would understand. Subsequently, Song Siming left the room with the camera, leaving Fan Jinjin sitting on the bed, stunned. She began to question whether she was truly happy with He Huan. Their relationship wasn't a simple romance. She hoped to achieve promotion through He Huan, while he was willing to have her compromise herself to bring down Song Siming. This wasn't the behavior of a normal boyfriend, which explained Song Siming's doubts. So, I should test He Huan. With that thought, Fan Jinjin retrieved her phone and dialed He Huan's number. Is the video ready? He Huan asked impatiently as soon as the call connected. With an uncle who was a standing deputy mayor, He Huan had always been dominant in Qingshan's officialdom. Now, he was being suppressed by Song Siming, who had lost his backing, and he was eager to vent his anger. Why don't you ask how I am first? Fan Jinjin countered. What could happen to you? At most, Song Siming would take advantage of you, He Huan said nonchalantly. What if I actually slept with Song Siming? Fan Jinjin asked. Are you joking? He Huan's voice revealed displeasure. I'm not joking. After drinking, Song Siming was like a wild bull. I couldn't stop him, and I couldn't maintain control. So, we actually slept together, Fan Jinjin stated solemnly, taking a deep breath. What? He Huan's voice was filled with anger, but he quickly calmed down. It doesn't matter. As long as we have the video, the sacrifice is worth it. The important thing is, did you capture the video of you resisting, but Song Siming forcing himself on you? I did, Fan Jinjin deceived He Huan. That's wonderful. He Huan was ecstatic. Initially, he had only intended to accuse Song Siming of sexually harassing a female colleague. Now, he could directly accuse him of rape. In that case, Song Siming wouldn't just have his career ruined, he would also go to jail. Song Siming had once escorted him out of the secretary's office like a prisoner. He never expected the tables to turn. with Song Siming becoming the real criminal. Congratulations. Aren't you going to show me any concern? Fan Jinjin had already realized that she was merely a tool in He Huan's eyes, but she couldn't bear to give up. What's there to be concerned about? He Huan blurted out, but quickly realized his mistake and corrected himself. Don't worry. Even if you slept with Song Siming, it was just an accident. I won't despise you. By the way, where are you now? I'll come get the video. There's no video. Fan Jinjin finally lost hope. Ultimately, He Huan only wanted to retaliate against Song Siming, and he didn't care about anything else, including her. Didn't you just say there was a video? He Huan's tone rose sharply. I lied. I didn't sleep with Song Siming at all. Your so-called foolproof plan was nothing in Song Siming's eyes. He saw through it from the beginning. Fan Jinjin sighed. Why did you lie to me? He Huan was furious. I just wanted to know whether I was more important in your heart or avenging Song Siming. The answer is obvious. The latter is more important. And if I had actually slept with Song Siming and obtained the video, you would have kicked me aside after you got your revenge. After all, you're the nephew of the standing deputy mayor. You couldn't possibly want a used woman known to everyone, Fan Jinjin said bitterly, lamenting her misjudgment of character. You're right. If you truly slept with Song Siming, I would certainly kick you out. He Huan ceased to disguise his feelings. Yes, Fan Jinjin could provide him with a sense of accomplishment as a man. But she was not the sole source of that validation. Just a few days ago, he encountered a girl at a nightclub after sharing a few drinks. They went to a hotel room, and the girl performed even better than Fan Jinjin. Moreover, it only cost 800 for the entire night, a far superior value compared to the demands of Fan Jinjin. Then let us part ways. Fan Jinjin no longer felt any attachment to He Huan. Parting is acceptable, but you must return all the bags, clothes, and cosmetics I bought for you. Furthermore, you needn't ever consider a promotion to a deputy position. He Huan was not a dignified man, unable to exact revenge on Song Siming. He directed all his fury at Fan Jinjin. He Huan, do not take it too far. Fan Jinjin shouted in anger. I am bullying you. If I cannot bully Song Siming, then why not you? He Huan spoke his mind. You in that moment. Fan Jinjin felt that Song Siming was far superior to He Huan. Even when he discovered her secret recordings, he did not make things difficult for her. Whereas He Huan was petty and utterly unreliable. What about it? He Huan sneered. Fan Jinjin was acutely aware of her background. She had no powerful relatives or friends to stir up any trouble. Otherwise, she would not have been the one chasing after him. Seeking a promotion. You are not even a fraction of Song Siming. He is fierce as a tiger, while you are akin to a soft, flabby puppy. With their relationship already torn apart, Fan Jinjin decided to strike at He Huan's vulnerabilities. On the other end of the line, He Huan's face turned pale. He could accept not being able to confront Song Siming, but could it be that he was inferior in every aspect? Then why did he always seem so excited? He Huan stubbornly retorted. I was just pretending. Do you really think you are impressive? Fan Jinjin scoffed before hanging up. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the other end, He Huan could not help but deeply doubt his prowess as a man. In an effort to prove himself, he searched for a number on his phone and dialed it. Hello, Mr. He. As soon as the call connected, a sweet voice emerged from the other end, starkly contrasting with Fan Jinjin's shrill outbursts. He Huan wished desperately for Fan Jinjin to hear it, but regrettably, his phone did not support three-way calls. And it was unlikely that Fan Jinjin would take his call again. Are you free now? He Huan inhaled deeply before asking. The voice on the other end belonged to none other than the nightclub girl. Whenever Mr. He needs me, I am available. The nightclub girl laughed gaily. Then let us meet now. At the Iha Grand Hotel. I will reserve a room and let you know. I'll give you 1,600 directly today, He Huan stated. 1,600? No wonder Mr. He is prosperous. How generous. The nightclub girl gasped, shocked by the amount that exceeded the market rate. The following day, Fan Jinjin awoke in room 1326 of the Iha Grand Hotel. Exhausted from the previous night, she had chosen not to return home. However, her sleep was restless, interrupted multiple times by noises from the adjacent room. After a quick wash, she opened the door, only to find He Huan emerging from the neighboring room, oblivious to her presence as he headed straight for the elevator. You bastard, He Huan. Just after the breakup, he runs to a hotel, and the noise from last night raises her suspicions that he is double-timing her. To expose He Huan's true nature to her sisters in solidarity, Fan Jinjin decided to wait. Just 2 minutes later, a flamboyantly dressed young woman exited the neighboring room. Unsurprisingly, the loud noises that had kept Fan Jinjin awake last night had come from this young woman. When did you meet He Huan? Fan Jinjin approached her. He Huan? Are you referring to Mr. He? The young woman paused, puzzled. Mr. He claimed to be a businessman. Fan Jinjin cautioned the young woman not to be deceived. He was a complete scoundrel. A scoundrel? The young woman laughed. How many who come here are not scoundrels? Pimp? Upon hearing that term, Fan Jinjin momentarily froze, realizing the young woman's identity. This was far worse than double timing. If she brought back any diseases, she too would suffer. Are you Mr. He's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend? The young woman now surmised Fan Jinjin's status. Ex-girlfriend, Fan Jinjin replied with a scowl. You have suffered. The young woman took Fan Jinjin's hand. Suffered? What do you mean? Fan Jinjin was taken aback. The young woman explained. Mr. He's abilities are truly lacking. Then why were you so loud last night? Fan Jinjin retorted, flabbergasted. There's no choice. It's business. If you don't perform well, they won't call you again. Earning money is not shameful, the young woman said candidly. Those words stirred something within Fan Jinjin. Yesterday, she had exposed He Huan's shortcomings over the phone and severed ties with him. He would undoubtedly seek revenge. Rather than passively endure, she would take the initiative. Sister, I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Fan Jinjin promptly pulled the young woman into her room. In the municipal office, Secretary Liao Guofeng had come to submit to Song Siming, even consuming 2.5 servings of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, which landed him in the hospital, thus elevating Song Siming's prestige to an unparalleled height. No one dared to oppose Song Siming any longer, including Section Chief Wang Zhaoang, who even brewed tea for Song Siming early in the morning and delivered it to his office. Zhang Lei frequently entered and exited Song Siming's office under the pretext of work reports, and some matters were even conveyed through him. Zhang Lei had seemingly become Song Siming as secretary. However, one person was out of sync, and that person was none other than Fan Jinjin. It was already 9:30 in the morning, and she had yet to arrive at work. This was not merely tardiness, but a provocation against Song Siming, who was responsible for the entire section. Was Fan Jinjin out of her mind? Could she not see that her boyfriend, He Huan, was no match for Section Chief Song? Indeed, Section Chief Song could have easily dismissed He Huan from their office, and she felt that with a bit more effort, he could have snapped He Huan's arm. Ultimately, He Huan had left without daring to utter a word, scuttling away in disgrace. He was probably frightened by Liao Guofeng. Even the popular mayor's secretary had to bow to Section Chief Song and request a transfer to a subordinate county. No matter how obstinate He Huan was, he would not dare confront Section Chief Song. That is not necessarily true. I heard that after Mayor Huang was promoted to secretary, He Huan's uncle would assume the position of mayor. Perhaps then, He Huan would sound the call for a counterattack. Counterattack? Even if his uncle became mayor, it would not affect our municipal office, and besides, nephews and sons are not the same. The colleagues whispered among themselves when, at last, Fan Jinjin arrived nearly 2 hours late. Just wait. Section Chief Song would surely seek her out. The individuals in the office were all prepared to observe the unfolding drama surrounding Fan Jinjin. After all, just yesterday, she had summoned her boyfriend, He Huan, causing internal conflicts to spill into the open, leaving Song Siming with little reason to show her any courtesy. As anticipated, not long after Fan Jinjin had taken her seat, Song Siming swung open the door to his office and called out, Fan Jinjin, come to my office. All right, she replied, rising to enter his office. While closing the door behind her, everyone in the larger office perked up, eager to listen. However, the soundproofing between the two offices was impeccable, rendering their conversation inaudible. Inside, Song Siming and Fan Jinjin faced each other, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. The previous night, after retrieving the camera, Song Siming had replayed the recorded footage. He couldn't deny that Fan Jinjin possessed a captivating allure. Meanwhile, her gaze unconsciously fell upon Song Siming's large hands. Yet, this was an office. Their thoughts could only linger unfulfilled. You texted me this morning, claiming you had a surprise for me. I trust it isn't a late one. Song Siming broke the silence. Of course not. Fan Jinjin collected herself and replied, I followed your advice and tested He Huan. He proved to be utterly unreliable, and we broke up overnight. And then? Song Siming inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Then, I need to return everything he bought for me. And he even said that I could never become the deputy chief of the secretarial department. Fan Jinjin continued. What does that have to do with me? Song Siming scoffed. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. The outcome for Fan Jinjin is hardly surprising, he remarked. While it doesn't pertain to you directly, I know He Huan will undoubtedly continue to scheme against you until he brings you down, Fan Jinjin asserted, her voice low. So, are you suggesting that we now stand on the same battlefield? Song Simon grasped her implication. Precisely, Fan Jinjin clenched her fists, declaring, rather than passively defending. It is wiser to take the initiative and strike first against He Huan. I've already devised a plan to defeat him. That is the surprise I mentioned in my text. You believe you can bring He Huan down? Song Simon assessed her skeptically. Within 3 days. Fan Jinjin stated confidently. What do you want in return? Song Simon assumed she was negotiating terms. Nothing at all. This is for my self-preservation and to express my gratitude for helping me see through this scoundrel. Fan Jinjin replied earnestly. Meanwhile, He Huan, having spent a night reveling with a nightclub companion and regaining his confidence, indulged in a lavish breakfast before returning home for a brief nap. He then strode into the Youth League Committee, now well past 11:30. Yet, no one scrutinized his attendance. His absence would hardly raise any concerns. Minister He. Those who spotted him greeted him enthusiastically, only to quickly revert to hushed discussions about his embarrassing incident at the municipal committee office the previous day. The adage rings true. Good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. He Huan's attempt to defend his girlfriend by confronting Song Simon had backfired, resulting in his expulsion from the office. And this debacle had become the talk of the Youth League Committee, much to the amusement of most present. Though the committee was not lacking in second-generation elites, the majority remained quite humble, understanding that they were merely upgrading their positions. As long as they did not interfere with their ascent, they were content. However, He Huan's case stood out. He attempted to flaunt his capabilities despite relying on his uncle's influence to become the Minister of Publicity. His incessant ideas remained just that, ideas, while the practical matters were left to subordinates, causing significant distress among junior staff members. Even 2 deputy ministers harbored grievances against He Huan, who had now encountered a formidable adversary, provoking laughter among the deputy ministers. He Huan, not one to be oblivious, soon sensed the whispers directed at him. What is going on? After years in the Youth League Committee, he had his loyal confidants and quickly summoned one to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that everyone was reveling in his misfortune at the hands of Song Simon, he seethed. Song Simon, I want to let this go. Yet, after Fan Jinjin's failed attempt to gather evidence against Song Simon, it was clear that Song had become wary of her. He Huan found himself at a loss for other schemes to counteract Song Simon. His immediate priority was to solidify his position as deputy secretary. As long as he remained steadfast, he would eventually make Song Simon kneel in submission. Realizing the need for self-improvement, He Huan resolved to enhance his qualifications. Ascending from Minister of Publicity to Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee was a crucial step. Achieving this would elevate him to a deputy director position. After some contemplation, he dialed his uncle He Jiren's number. Uncle, have there been any developments regarding the deputy secretary position? He Huan inquired straightforwardly, having always viewed his uncle as a father figure. Expecting good news, He Huan was met with a brief silence before his uncle replied. Your deputy secretary position has fallen through. Fallen through? How could that be? He Huan's frustration peaked. Who has taken my position? It's a female PhD with provincial connections. I'm powerless to intervene. He Jiren sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness. He had hoped to see his nephew ascend to the deputy position during this vacancy, but a sudden contender had emerged, snatching the opportunity away. A woman? With provincial connections? This is a blatant power play, even if my uncle is the executive vice mayor. It doesn't matter, He Huan grumbled. It's either someone who has slept with her or her mother. Now is not the time for such remarks, He Jiren advised. Stay put as Minister of Publicity and wait for a better opportunity. Yet, He Huan was reminded of Song Simon. Uncle, I no longer wish to remain at the Youth League Committee. I want to move to the Municipal Committee office. What is your purpose in going to the Municipal Committee office? He Jiren questioned skeptically. In a department as lacking in prestige as the Youth League Committee, a move outward would only result in a lateral transfer, with no potential for promotion. This meant that even if He Huan entered the Municipal Committee office, he would still hold a regular departmental position and would not be able to ascend to deputy director, merely serving as a section chief in a subordinate office. It seemed pointless. There's someone from the provincial office. I'll have to wait behind her in line. She'll become deputy secretary. And only after her can I hope to be deputy secretary, and when she becomes secretary, I can aspire to that role. By then, how old will I be? Thus, I see no future in the Youth League Committee, He Huan rationally explained. That is indeed a valid point, He Jiren acknowledged, considering his nephew's perspective. While the Youth League Committee offered rapid advancement, the higher he climbed, the scarcer positions became. If he had to vie for favor, it would be wiser to leave and explore alternative paths. Why the municipal committee office, then? He Jiren inquired. He Huan responded, as your close relative, I must avoid working at the city government. If I don't go to the municipal committee, where else can I go? That is true. He Jiren nodded slightly, then asked, which section do you wish to join at the municipal committee office? The first section of the secretary department. He Huan answered without hesitation. The secretary's office is specifically tailored to serve the municipal party secretary. There, advancement is undoubtedly the swiftest. Moreover, once Huang Taijun assumes the role of secretary and you become the mayor, I can mediate your relationship, ensuring your cooperation flourishes. This idea sparked a glimmer of inspiration in He Jiren's mind. The municipal government's success in doing good deeds is inextricably linked to the support from the municipal party committee. He was instantly immersed in the thought, imagining himself as the mayor. All right, I shall call Secretary Deng immediately. I aim to finalize this matter within the next few days. He Jiren was known for his decisiveness. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of executive vice mayor. After ending the call, he dialed the number of Deng Shuxiang, the secretary of the municipal party committee. He needed to arrange for He Huan to be placed in the secretary's office before the new secretary took office. Otherwise, the intent would become too conspicuous, and resistance would escalate. Song Siming, let us see how you meet your demise this time. On the other end, He Huan laughed heartily, envisioning his new role in the secretary's office, where he would inevitably ascend to the position of section chief, while Song Siming would remain the deputy chief. As the saying goes, a higher official can suppress a lower one, and he could easily outmaneuver Song Siming. This not only resolved his own future promotion, but also allowed him to exact revenge, a double victory. In the office of the secretary of the municipal party committee, Deng Shuxiang was in a state of dismay. The executive vice mayor, He Jiren, intended to place his nephew, He Huan, in the secretary's office. Yet the deputy chief of that office was Song Siming, who had recently clashed with He Huan. Although Deng had not witnessed the confrontation firsthand, he had heard it was quite intense, with He Huan nearly being ousted by Song Siming. If the two were to work together, it would surely create a spectacle. However, since He Jiren had made his request, Deng felt it would be inappropriate to contradict him. Despite both being members of the municipal party committee at the same level, their developmental potentials were drastically different. He Jiren excelled in economic matters, and should Huang Taijun take over as secretary, it was highly likely that He Jiren would subsequently ascend to the position of mayor of Qinshan City. Deng Shuxiang was unwilling to offend He Jiren, yet he also wished to avoid crossing Song Siming. More accurately, he feared doing so. Various signs indicated that he had been secretly filmed by the former secretary who had fallen from grace, Zheng Shuling, and that footage was now in Song Siming's possession. If Song Siming were to unleash the video in anger, Deng would find himself following in Zheng Shuling's footsteps. Ultimately, Deng decided to consult with Song Siming first. Have Song Siming come to my office, Deng instructed. Before long, Song Siming appeared in Deng Shuxiang's office. Secretary, what instructions do you have? He inquired. There's a personnel adjustment concerning the secretary's office that I would like to discuss with you. Deng adopted a notably humble posture, even using the term discuss, which could lead one to mistakenly believe that Song Siming was on equal footing with Deng as a member of the municipal party committee, whereas in reality, Song Siming was merely a low-ranking deputy chief, far removed from the deputy department level of a municipal party committee member. Proceed, he replied. The tone of Deng Shuxiang indicated this was no ordinary personnel adjustment, prompting Song Siming to respond with composure. Wang Xiaoyang is being reassigned. And since you do not meet the requisite seniority for promotion to chief, the secretary's office will need to appoint a new section chief, Deng articulated carefully. A new section chief? That is perfectly acceptable. I will cooperate with anyone, Song Siming stated, ostensibly courteous, yet with an underlying implication that regardless of who came, he would remain the de facto leader of the secretary's office as its deputy chief. Deng Shuxiang felt a headache coming on, precisely because of this situation. If someone new were to take the position of chief, they would likely follow Song Siming's lead, just as Wang Xiaoyang had. However, He Huan was different. He had connections and had previously clashed with Song Siming. What if the new chief were to be He Huan? Deng steeled himself to deliver the crux. He Huan. Song Siming's eyebrows lifted in surprise. He Huan taking the position of chief in the secretary's office? This isn't a typical promotion route for someone of his background. Is he truly willing to sacrifice his future to confront me? If you disagree, I will inform Vice Mayor He that such an arrangement is inappropriate, Deng retorted, employing a strategy of retreat to advance. No need, Song Siming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It seems the secretary is already aware of the unpleasantness between He Huan and me. But rest assured, this discord will not interfere with our work. I will cooperate fully with Chief He." Really? Deng was pleasantly surprised. He had genuinely worried that Song Siming would block He Huan's appointment, which would have left him in a difficult position. "Indeed, it's true," Song Siming replied with a smile, though the expression filled Deng with a sense of foreboding. He sensed that Song Siming had concocted a scheme against He Huan. He Huan voluntarily requesting to join the secretary's office might very well lead him into a trap. Yet, the consequences of He Huan's choice were of no concern to him. If He Huan chose this path and fell victim within the secretary's office, he could only blame his own misfortune. "Secretary, unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave." Song Siming stood to bid farewell. "Very well." Deng escorted him to the door. Such treatment was unparalleled within the secretary's office, a privilege even the director and deputy director could not enjoy. Returning from the secretary's office to the secretary's office required passage through the office area of the organization department, where Song Siming unexpectedly encountered a familiar and striking figure. Song Siming. The other party, having spotted him, approached with enthusiasm. "Yi Ruyun." Song Siming was taken aback to find Yi Ruyun there. "When did you leave the hospital?" he inquired. "Just now," Yi Ruyun replied, her face beaming with smiles. "What brings you here?" Song Siming asked curiously. "I've been transferred to work in Qingshan and came to report to the organization department," Yi Ruyun replied. "Reporting to the organization department?" Song Siming had not anticipated that Yi Ruyun was now part of the system, as she did not exhibit any traits typical of bureaucratic personnel. "Is there an issue?" Yi Ruyun tilted her head, questioning him. "Which department have you been assigned to?" Song Siming continued. "Ordinarily, cross-regional transfers for section-level officials do not require reporting to the organization department. Yet Yi Ruyun's age seemed incompatible with a position at the division level. The Youth League Committee. Deputy Secretary. Yi Ruyun had come to Qingshan specifically for Song Siming, and she was forthright about it. Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee. Song Siming swallowed hard, realizing this was a solid deputy department-level position. He tentatively asked, "Are you 30 this year?" "Just turned 30, Yi Ruyun answered. "And how many years have you worked?" He pressed on. 2 years, she continued. "So, you entered the workforce after completing your doctorate." Song Siming suddenly connected the dots. According to current policies, doctoral graduates entering the system through selection can be directly classified as chief section officers, enjoying the benefits of a department-level position. After 2 years of grassroots service with outstanding performance, they may further be arranged into deputy department-level leadership roles. Of course, this is merely policy. Few can navigate the system seamlessly across the province or even nationwide. For Yi Ruyun to be among them, she must possess extraordinary talent or a robust family background, the latter being the more plausible explanation. Indeed, one can only marvel at the disparity, Song Siming mused silently. Many toil for a lifetime without reaching deputy department-level status, while Yi Ruyun's starting point is already at that level. I had initially planned to remain at the university as a lecturer after completing my doctorate, but my father insisted I take the selection examination for civil service, and inadvertently, I succeeded. Ms. Yi elucidated her experience, a stroke of brilliance indeed, evoking undisguised admiration from Mr. Song. "I merely stated the facts," Ms. Yi responded with a shrug, a hint of pride coloring her tone. Throughout her academic life, examinations held no fear for her. "Might you be available for luncheon?" Mr. Song extended an invitation, eager to cultivate a rapport with Ms. Yi, a woman of boundless potential and a rare find among cadres. "The honor should be mine, as I am indebted to you for rescuing me. I have yet to express my gratitude adequately," Ms. Yi countered, seizing the initiative. Subsequently, they strolled side by side, engaged in amiable conversation. As they exited the municipal committee compound, on the 3rd floor of the municipal committee's organization department, Mr. Ren Daoyuan, a member of the municipal committee and the organization minister, observed Mr. Song and Ms. Ye's departing figures through his office window, lost in contemplation. Rumors circulated that Mr. Song's unscathed emergence from the aftermath of Mr. Zhang's investigation stemmed from his possession of surreptitiously recorded videos of Mr. Zhang, compelling the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission to exercise caution. However, an alternative explanation now surfaced. Mr. Song had ascended to a position of influence, one that extended to the provincial level. The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's decision to refrain from detaining Mr. Song might also be attributed to his connection with Ms. Yi, given her father's prominent role as the head of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. It appears prudent to foster a closer relationship with Mr. Song in the future, Mr. Ren mused aloud. Being of impeccable character, he harbored no concerns about being implicated in any of Mr. Zhang's covert recordings. However, his aspirations for advancement necessitated cultivating connections at the provincial level, rendering Mr. Song a potential avenue for progress. Retrieve Mr. Song's dossier for my perusal, Mr. Ren instructed his secretary, recognizing the need to thoroughly scrutinize Mr. Song's background. Meanwhile, Mr. Song and Ms. Yi opted for a restaurant situated opposite the municipal committee. As the private rooms were fully occupied, they settled for a table in the main dining area. The restaurant's specialty was pufferfish, but mindful of past experiences, Ms. Yi refrained from ordering it. At Mr. Song's recommendation, she selected several of Green Mountain's signature dishes. Devoid of any potential hazards, alcoholic beverages were out of the question. As she was still recuperating from her recent hospitalization and was scheduled to assume her new duties at the Municipal Youth League in the afternoon. However, before their dishes arrived, two acquaintances of Mr. Song entered the restaurant, Mr. Chen Huang, the deputy director of the municipal committee office, and Mr. He Huan. How did those two end up together? Mr. Song muttered, frowning. As Ms. Fan had warned, Mr. He was unlikely to let matters rest. Could he be attempting to enlist Mr. Chun in his vendetta against him? At that moment, Mr. Chun and Mr. He also spotted Mr. Song. Mr. Chen's face betrayed his discomfort. He was well aware of the discord between Mr. Song and Mr. He, but given that Mr. He's uncle was Mr. He Shiren, the executive vice mayor, he felt compelled to accept Mr. He's invitation to dine. Little did he anticipate encountering Mr. Song at the restaurant. Should Mr. Song perceive him as an ally of Mr. He, a few disparaging words to the Secretary General could spell disaster for him. In contrast, Mr. He appeared unfazed, his gaze even betraying a hint of excitement. When his eyes fell upon Ms. Yi, his excitement intensified. Her beauty was ethereal, and he marveled at Mr. Song's fortune in sharing a meal with such a stunning woman. Mr. Song, what a coincidence to run into you while dining out, Mr. He remarked with a sardonic smile as he approached Mr. Song's table. Indeed, a remarkable coincidence. Could it be that you were shadowing me? Mr. Song retorted, raising an eyebrow. Shadowing? You overestimate your importance. Do you think I need to shadow you to deal with you? Mr. He chuckled. I shall soon present you with a surprise. Is that so? I eagerly await your surprise, Mr. Song replied impassively. Miss Fan had also promised him a surprise. He wondered which surprise would materialize first. In the next moment, Mr. He circumvented Mr. Song and addressed Ms. Yi directly. Madam, might you be Mr. Song's girlfriend? What if I am? What if I'm not? Ms. Yi retorted. Having received no civility from Mr. He, Ms. Yu saw no reason to extend any to him. If you are, I advise you to sever ties with him promptly. There is no future in associating with him. If you are not, all the better. We could explore the possibility of a deeper acquaintance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. He Huan, the director of the publicity department of the Municipal Youth League, 33 years of age. Mr. He's tone was condescending. As if holding the position of director of the publicity department of the Municipal Youth League at the age of 33 was some extraordinary feat. Director of the publicity department of the Municipal Youth League? Ms. Yu chuckled inwardly. Her very purpose in coming to Green Mountain was to deal with those who sought to make things difficult for Mr. Song. Mr. He had unwittingly walked into a trap. The irony was that Mr. He was under her direct command as the newly appointed deputy secretary of the Municipal Youth League. You mentioned earlier that you intended to give Mr. Song a surprise? Ms. Yi inquired, seeking confirmation. Indeed, Mr. He affirmed with a nod. Excellent, excellent, Ms. Yi replied. In a moment, I shall return the favor on Mr. Song's behalf with a surprise of my own. Return the favor with a surprise? What surprise? Mr. He asked, bewildered and suspicious. You shall soon find out, Ms. Yi responded. Turning to Mr. Song, she said, I suddenly find the hygiene of this establishment questionable. There seems to be a persistent buzzing of flies. Shall we relocate? Those were my sentiments exactly, Mr. Song concurred. Then let us depart, Mr. Song replied. Casting a meaningful glance at Mr. He as he and Ms. Yi exited the restaurant. Director He, might we also consider relocating to a venue farther removed from the municipal committee? Mr. Chun, who had remained silent until Mr. Song's departure, suggested to Mr. He. There is no need to relocate. This venue shall suffice. Why should we fear being seen dining together as colleagues? Mr. He declared, pulling Mr. Chen down to sit at the table previously occupied by Mr. Song and Ms. Yi. Colleagues? What do you mean by colleagues? Mr. Chun inquired, perplexed. Director Chun, I shall soon be under your command. I have received confirmation of my transfer from the Municipal Youth League to the position of section chief in the first secretary section of the Municipal Committee office. The appointment is expected to be finalized within the next few days. He had invited Mr. Chen to dine with him in order to forge a united front with his nominal superior and work together to undermine Mr. Song. You are to become the section chief in the first secretary section? The news astounded Mr. Chen. He had assumed that He would remain in the Municipal Youth League until he became its secretary before venturing out. He had not anticipated Mr. He's departure so soon. Considering the discord between He and Mr. Song, as well as Mr. He's new position, Mr. Chen immediately realized that Mr. He was seeking revenge. Is such a transfer worthwhile? Mr. Chen remarked with a sigh. A transfer from the director of the publicity department of the Municipal Youth League to the position of section chief in the first secretary section of the Municipal Committee office was a lateral move. Moreover, it was generally understood that there would be no second transfer in the short term following an initial transfer. Mr. He's promotion to deputy director would undoubtedly be delayed. Worth is irrelevant. As long as I can make Mr. Song lose face, I would gladly remain in the position of section chief for another 5 years, Mr. He declared. Clenching his fist, he harbored an intense animosity towards Mr. Song. Unless Mr. Song were to kneel before him and sing his praises, he would find it difficult to resolve his resentment. However, Mr. Song has the Secretary General as his patron. Even if you become the section chief in the first secretary section, it will not be easy to move against him, Mr. Chen cautioned. If possible, he too would like to see Mr. Song suppressed. But the matter was not as simple as it seemed. If it were, Mr. He would not have sought him out. The deputy director of the office has indeed made his move, especially since he stands 2 ranks above Song Siming, being the superior of Song Siming's immediate superior. Does the Secretary General shield Song Siming? He Huan was momentarily taken aback, but soon relaxed. As long as he could be transferred to the Secretary's department as the head, it would signify that the Secretary General would no longer protect Song Siming. This reasoning held merit. Chen Huang contemplated this notion, agreeing with He Huan's perspective. The Secretary General oversees the municipal office, and without the new municipal party secretary in position, he holds significant authority, capable of determining all personnel changes within the office. If the Secretary General truly wished to protect Song Siming, he could easily block He Huan's entry, even if He Huan's uncle was the executive vice mayor. Yet now, He Huan had successfully completed the transfer, indicating that Song Siming's influence with the Secretary General was not as substantial, at least, not as significant as He Huan's. Provided the Secretary General did not oppose it, I shall resolutely support your work in the Secretary's department henceforth. Chen Huang promptly aligned himself with He Huan. From that moment, they formed an alliance with a shared objective to confront Song Siming. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Song Siming and Yi Ruyun did not seek another dining establishment, but returned to the municipal party compound, entering the cafeteria, with the cafeteria as their battleground. After triumphing over the mayor's secretary, Liao Guofeng, Song Siming earned the moniker God of the cafeteria. For many, the first order of business upon entering the cafeteria was to check if the god of the cafeteria was present, followed by assessing if there were any new intrigues to observe. Today proved no exception. When patrons noticed Song Siming seated across from a woman of extraordinary beauty, sharing laughter and conversation, the flames of gossip ignited fervently. However, after inquiring around, none recognized Yi Ruyun. The mystery was only unraveled when several members of the organization department arrived for a meal. The newly appointed deputy secretary of the Youth League of Qingshan, dispatched from the province, was 30 years old, a Ph.D., and the youngest deputy-level cadre in Jiangbei province. Upon hearing Yi Ruyun's impressive titles, many could not help but swallow hard. Previously, many had likened Song Siming and Liao Guofeng to 2 rising stars in the Qingshan political arena, but if they were stars, Yi Ruyun was the sun on the rise. Given her age and position, she was exceptionally remarkable even on a national scale. The pressing question remained, how could Song Siming possibly be acquainted with Yi Ruyun? Their backgrounds showed no intersection. To clarify his doubts, someone feigned ignorance of Yi Ruyun's identity and approached Song Siming with casual inquiries. Director Song, this lady across from you seems unfamiliar. Could she be your girlfriend? Just as Song Siming was about to clarify, Yi Ruyun interrupted. Indeed, I am Director Song's girlfriend, she stated earnestly. This left Song Siming momentarily speechless. The questioner was equally taken aback. Soon, the entire municipal party compound buzzed with the news that Song Siming's girlfriend was the newly appointed deputy secretary of the Youth League. Yi Ruyun, who also held the distinction of being the youngest deputy-level cadre in Jiangbei province. Many had previously thought that following Zhang Shuling's downfall, Song Siming's prospects had reached an endpoint. Even if he managed to stay within the municipal office, advancement would be difficult. However, with Yi Ruyun's emergence, the tides turned. In terms of potential, Yi Ruyun surpassed even Zhang Shuling, and most importantly, a romantic relationship held greater stability than that of a leader and secretary. Why do you say I am your boyfriend? Upon leaving the cafeteria, Song Siming queried Yi Ruyun, puzzled. Although they had shared a beautiful time in the hospital, they were far from being a couple. He had never dared to hope to be Yi Ruyun's boyfriend. Yi Ruyun explained, I said that to protect you. Protect me? I am aware of your situation. Zhang Shuling's mistakes are his own. Why should others seek to undermine you? Yi Ruyun asserted, from this day forward, I shall be your new support. Anyone who dares to harm you is challenging me. Yi Ruyun. Thank you, Secretary Yi. At that moment, Song Siming felt profoundly moved. In his over 20 years of life, those who genuinely cared for him were few and far between, especially after his misfortunes. When so-called friends either reveled in his downfall or kept their distance, Yi Ruyun was the only one who continued to support him unconditionally. Call me sister, not Secretary Yi. Yi Ruyun corrected him. Sister. Song Siming complied, and Yi Ruyun's heart blossomed. You focus on your work. I will handle that He Huan. How do you plan to deal with him? Song Siming asked curiously. You need not concern yourself with that. I have my methods, Yi Ruyun replied. Departing the municipal party compound. On her way, she called her strategist, Lu Yu. Dear, I have completed the first step as you advised. Now I am referring to Song Siming as my brother. Progressing so swiftly? Lu Yu was astonished. I went to the organization department to report, coincidentally met Song Siming, and during lunch, encountered someone troubling him. Yi Ruyun recounted the recent events to Lu Yu. However, that He Huan is no easy opponent. His uncle is the executive vice mayor. Lu Yu, though not of high rank, was well versed in the intricacies of the Qingshan political scene. Even if his uncle is the executive vice governor, it bears no significance. I am now his direct superior, Yi Ruyun stated. That seems valid. Lu Yu nodded slightly. It is often said that local officials are not as influential as those currently in charge, so it would indeed be relatively simple for Yi Ruyun to manage He Huan. Dear, why not transfer me to the Youth League? I can assist you in dealing with He Huan, Lu Yu suggested, formulating his own plans. No need for that. You should remain in your position at the business bureau. Yi Ruyun declined Lu Yu's offer. The Youth League, being a relatively low-profile organization, was not suitable for Lu Yu. At 3 in the afternoon, He Huan returned to the Youth League, reeking of alcohol. He had enjoyed a lively conversation with Chen Huang, the deputy director of the municipal office, during which they finalized their strategies against Song Siming, eagerly awaiting the transfer order to put their plans into action. Minister, why are you back so late? Upon entering the office, the publicity department staff member, Fang Jingyao, anxiously inquired. What happened? He Huan frowned, questioning. Deputy Secretary Yi is looking for you. She has called twice already. I tried reaching you, but you didn't answer, Fang Jingyao explained. Deputy Secretary Yi? Where did she come from? He Huan, slightly intoxicated, struggled to comprehend. The newly appointed Deputy Secretary Yi Ruyun just assumed her position this afternoon and is in charge of our publicity department, Fang Jingyao clarified. Someone trying to take my position as Deputy Secretary? I must see who she is. He Huan's temper flared. The position of Deputy Secretary should have been his. Fueled by alcohol, He Huan marched straight to Yi Ruyun's office, kicking the door open without knocking. After all, he was about to be transferred to the municipal office. What did it matter if the person inside was the head of the publicity department? However, upon entering, He Huan found himself momentarily stunned. The Municipal Youth League Secretary, Chu Hongwei, was seated on the sofa directly across from the door, wearing an unfriendly expression. Opposite Chu Hongwei sat a woman with her back to the door, presumably the newly appointed Deputy Secretary Yi Ruyun. Secretary Chu, He Huan hurriedly greeted. He had his connections, but Chu Hongwei had connections that surpassed his. So He Huan did not possess the audacity to act brashly in front of him. Do you not know to knock before entering? Chu Hongwei scolded with a stern expression. I heard Deputy Secretary Yi is looking for me. In my haste, I forgot to knock. I apologize sincerely. He Huan sought justification while admitting his fault. This is a warning. Come here. Chu Hongwei did not press He Huan too hard, considering that He Huan had an uncle who served as the executive vice mayor. Yes. He Huan approached the office's reception sofa, finally laying eyes on the true visage of Yi Ruyun. Minister Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you again, she said with a mocking tone. It's you. He Huan exclaimed, feeling a sudden clarity as the effects of alcohol diminished. He had never expected that the companion of Song Siming he encountered at lunch would be the newly appointed Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee, Yi Ruyun. Deputy Secretary Yi, have you two met before? Chu Huangwai inquired, listening to their exchange. Not just met. Yi Ruyun replied to He Huan, Minister He. I mentioned I would surprise you. I wonder if this qualifies as a surprise. It is indeed quite a surprise, He Huan responded without revealing any emotion. Before he could become Song Siming's direct superior, Yi Ruyun had already assumed that role. It was evident that she would find ways to trouble him. Minister He, I sense you have been drinking, Yi Ruyun suddenly remarked, then turned to Chu Huangwai. Secretary Chu, is it permissible to drink during work hours in the Qinshan Youth League Committee? Certainly not, Chu Huangwai replied firmly. It was a matter of principle. And even as the head, he dared not speak recklessly. And if one is drunk? Yi Ruyun pressed further. Shouldn't there be a penalty? Then a warning will suffice. Chu Huangwai sighed. He was not foolish and could see that Yi Ruyun was using this as a pretext. Nevertheless, he had to cooperate, as she had influential connections. Is this merely a warning? He Huan was taken aback. A warning might seem trivial, but it would be documented, and the penalty would last for 6 months, during which no promotions could be made. Secretary Chu, I contest this, He Huan said with a low voice. You contest it? On what grounds? Do you dare claim you haven't been drinking? Chu Huangwai challenged. He Huan gritted his teeth and ultimately conceded, given Chu Huangwai's demeanor. He knew that denying it would lead to a blood test, making the situation even more embarrassing. Deputy Secretary Yi, I shall not intrude further, whether in work or life. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, he said before Chu Huangwai stood to leave, leaving the impression that he was the subordinate. However, in his anger, He Huan failed to recognize this dynamic and did not ponder why Chu Huangwai had displayed such deference. Once Chu Huangwai exited, He Huan looked at Yi Ruyun with a sardonic smile. Deputy Secretary Yi, was it exhilarating to issue me a warning right off the bat? Indeed, it was quite pleasurable. Yi Ruyun did not disguise her delight. Is Song Siming worth this effort? He Huan questioned. Seems you are still unconvinced. Beware, a warning could escalate to a serious reprimand. Yi Ruyun threatened. Unfortunately, you won't have the opportunity, He Huan countered boldly. I will soon be transferred to the municipal office. How you treated me today will be reciprocated to Song Siming. Yi Ruyun, who thought she had He Huan under control, furrowed her brows. Is this the surprise you mentioned for Song Siming? Exactly, He Huan said proudly. My new position will be as the head of the first section of the municipal office, and Song Siming will be the deputy. Our relationship will mirror the one we share now. Therefore, you would do well to revoke my warning, lest Song Siming also faces dire consequences. You dare threaten me? Yi Ruyun's brows knitted in disbelief. You initiated the threat, He Huan retorted sharply. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Yi Ruyun had never encountered such a situation and was momentarily at a loss. I never expected you to be a mere paper tiger. He Huan felt a surge of confidence. Deputy Secretary Yi, I grant you the night to ponder this. With that, he slammed the door behind him. Yi Ruyun stomped her feet in frustration. She had boasted to Song Siming about handling He Huan, but it seemed the outcome was quite the opposite. What if Song Siming faced severe repercussions because of her? How would she confront him in the future? My dear, I seem to have made a grave error. Yi Ruyun hastily dialed her strategist Lu Yu, recounting her first encounter with He Huan in detail. What sort of error is this? When dealing with someone like He Huan, you must either remain still or strike decisively. I refuse to believe he has been squeaky clean in the Youth League Committee for these years. Conduct a thorough investigation and ensure he is dealt with before his transfer, Lu Yu advised. That makes sense, Yi Ruyun realized. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. If a warning does not deter He Huan, then let's direct him toward the path of imprisonment. Let's see who can withstand the pressure first. Meanwhile, although He Huan believed he held the upper hand, he remained cautious. After all, Yi Ruyun was now his superior, and if she decided to employ underhanded tactics, he would face significant trouble. Uncle, can my transfer to the municipal office be expedited? Upon returning to his office, He Huan called his uncle, He Jiren. What's the matter? He Jiren asked. The individual who took my deputy secretary position has assumed office and oversees the propaganda department. I feel quite uncomfortable being around him daily. He Huan did not fully disclose the truth, considering he had not mentioned Song Siming when initially requesting the transfer. All right, I'll make a call, He Jiren replied. Understanding He Huan's situation, He recalled a similar experience from his past when he was poised for a promotion, only to have someone unexpectedly take his place, becoming his superior. That feeling was truly unpleasant. After hanging up, He Jiren contacted Secretary General Deng Shuxiong and Organization Minister Ren Daiyuan, both of whom agreed to expedite the matter by the next working day. He Huan felt a weight lift from his shoulders upon receiving this news. I shall celebrate tonight. He Huan then sent a message to the woman from the nightclub who had instilled in him boundless confidence, instructing her to book a room in advance at the Iha Grand Hotel. He planned to head there as soon as he finished work. The following day, news spread through the municipal office that He Huan, the propaganda minister of the Youth League Committee, would be transferring to the position of head of the first section, thus becoming Song Siming's superior. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement. Initially, when Yurien publicly announced her relationship with Song Siming in the cafeteria, many assumed the rivalry between Song Siming and He Huan had reached a conclusion. After all, with Yi Riyun as the deputy secretary, He Huan would surely be restrained. Yet, unexpectedly, He Huan had preemptively exited the Youth League Committee, transitioning into the municipal office, thereby reversing the power dynamic. Even with Song Siming's advantageous relationship, it seemed it would not suffice. Indeed, not even the deputy secretary of the Youth League Committee could exert authority over the municipal office. The days ahead would likely prove challenging for Song Siming, unless the new secretary appointed him as a full-time secretary. But how probable was that? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and few held any hope for Song Siming's future. The leader has already spoken with Section Chief Wang Xiaoyang, who will subsequently assume the position of head of the publicity department at the Bureau for the Elderly, a role deemed a mere sinecure, signifying Wang Xiaoyang's transition into retirement. Initially, Wang Xiaoyang suspected that Song Siming orchestrated his removal, especially since he had previously leveraged a pretext to oust Song from the office upon Song's return. However, it soon became apparent that he was displaced by He Huan's elevation to head of the first secretary section. Wang Xiaoyang was furious, feeling betrayed by He Huan, whom he had once guided when he sought to confront Song. Yet, given that He Huan's uncle was the executive vice mayor, Wang had no recourse for grievance and could only resign himself to tears as he departed for the Bureau for the Elderly. Simultaneously, He Huan, now in his capacity as head of the first secretary section, made his presence felt at the municipal party office. Deputy Director Chun Huang announced He Huan's appointment, stating that from this day forth, Comrade He Huan would be responsible for the section's operations, urging everyone to cooperate fully. Chun Huang's impassioned speech effectively unveiled the onset of the conflict between Song Siming and He Huan. After Chen departed, He Huan convened a meeting with the entire section. Our first secretary section is structured to include one head and two deputy heads, yet we have long been lacking one deputy. I am considering selecting a deputy from among you. Those interested may come to my office for self-nomination. It must be acknowledged that He Huan possessed a certain shrewdness. Aware of Song Siming's entrenched position, he dangled the deputy head role as a bargaining chip, compelling those eager for advancement to align themselves swiftly. This straightforward and effective tactic yielded results, with 5 or 6 individuals entering He Huan's office within mere hours. Bolstered by this newfound support, He Huan wasted no time in challenging Song Siming. Deputy Song, the deputy head does not have a separate office. You will need to vacate your office, which exceeds the standard allocation. In a manner reminiscent of Wang Xiaoyang, He Huan invoked the issue of Song Siming's office. What if I refuse? Song Siming retorted with a sardonic smile. Refuse? Then I will have no choice but to discipline you. You may choose between a warning or a formal reprimand. He Huan, having recently received a warning from the Youth League Committee, now sought to return the favor to Song Siming. A warning or reprimand seemed too lenient. It should at least warrant demotion, dismissal, or administrative expulsion. Are you joking? Song Siming shrugged. Even if you threaten me with personal vendetta, occupying an office above the standard cannot justify such severe repercussions. I am not joking. Soliciting prostitution warrants those very consequences, He Huan replied. Soliciting prostitution? Have you been soliciting? He Huan paused, momentarily taken aback, yet unexpectedly elated. Had Song Siming truly lost his senses, resorting to self-incrimination? For an ordinary person, soliciting might result in a brief detention and a fine, but for one entrenched in the system, being caught would nearly seal off any avenues for advancement. Was Song Siming aware he could not best He Huan and thus decided to abandon all restraint? The members of the first secretary section were left in shock, with some regretting their failure to ally with He Huan sooner. At that moment, Song Siming coldly remarked, It is not I who solicited, But you, Chief me? He Huan felt a chill run down his spine, falling silent for nearly 5 seconds before attempting to feign composure. I maintain a clean reputation. How could I engage in such illegal activities? Do not speak frivolously. You leave me no choice but to remind you. Song Siming raised his voice. There is a girl named Lily. You met her at a bar. In the past 3 days, you have had 2 transactions, each for 1,600, paid in cash, face-to-face. Huan involuntarily broke into a cold sweat, for Song Siming's words rang true. Lily was indeed the captivating woman who had instilled in him boundless confidence. Yet, in matters of illicit encounters, as long as one is not caught in the act, denial remains an option. Even if caught, one could claim a romantic relationship. With this in mind, Huan regained his composure. Song Siming, you are slandering me. I do not know any Lily, nor have I engaged in any illicit transactions. Your attempts to defame me through such fabrications are beneath contempt. Huan protested vehemently. Those who had already sided with Huan began to chime in. Deputy Song, do not make unfounded accusations without evidence. Indeed, rumors can be more harmful than reality, and many distinguished officials have faced ruin due to mere gossip. I trust in Chief He's integrity. They voiced their support for Huan, while only a few dared to speak in Song Siming's defense. Perhaps Huan had indeed engaged in solicitation, but without proof, it remained mere rumor. Speaking up for Song Siming at this juncture would be perilous. Even Zhang Lei, who had previously been a loyal ally of Song Siming, began to waver. The public's perception is astute. Song Siming, do you not realize you have become a pariah? Having gained full control of the situation, Huan called Deputy Director Chun Huang to his office. Director Chun, I believe Song Siming is no longer suitable to remain in the first secretary section. Upon Chen's arrival, Huan wasted no time in presenting his case. Why is that? Chen inquired. Firstly, he refuses to vacate the office that exceeds the standard allocation. Huan cited Song Siming's primary offense. Yet, the former section chief had previously raised this issue with Chen, only to be reprimanded. Chen had dismissed the matter, citing historical grievances. When everyone anticipated a similar response this time, Chen surprised them by nodding slightly. Given the current scarcity of office space, those occupying more than their fair share must relinquish their offices. If he continues to refuse, I will report this to the Secretary General for appropriate disciplinary action. Director, you did not say this last time. Song Siming squinted suspiciously. Last time was last time. This time is different. You must understand, nothing in this world is immutable. Chen Huang made his stance clear. Even Chun had withdrawn support from Song Siming. It appeared that passing this hurdle would be exceedingly challenging for him. The members of the first secretary section braced themselves for the impending change in leadership. Huan, not yet satisfied, continued to lodge complaints. Furthermore, Song Siming has spread rumors and slandered me regarding solicitation. Director, how do you feel about this matter? Slandering you for solicitation? Chun Huang regarded Huan with a knowing gaze. Although they had only shared one meal, Huan's behavior during that dinner suggested he might indeed be capable of such actions. After all, Huan had delivered a stream of risky jokes post-dinner. It was difficult to claim such fluency without personal experience. However, without being caught red-handed, such accusations could not be substantiated. This is a serious accusation. Are you certain Song Siming actually said this? Chen Huang played along with Huan's performance. He said it in front of everyone. We all heard it. Huan pointed to those around him. Indeed, we all heard it. The members of the first secretary section corroborated. Even Zhang Lei hesitantly chimed in. He had aimed to steadfastly support Song Siming, but with Song's faltering position, he deemed it unwise to remain attached to his sinking ship. The only one who remained silent was Fan Jinjin, which did not surprise Huan at all. He had just ended his relationship with Fan Jinjin, who could never be his supporter. I demand disciplinary action against Song Siming and request his transfer from the secretary's office, Huan said to Chen Huang. I will seriously consider your request and report today's events truthfully to the Secretary General. Chen Huang responded positively, observing the collaboration between Chen Huang and Huan. Song Siming scoffed. Are you two done performing? What do you mean by done performing? Song Siming, you must correct your attitude. Strive for leniency. Chen Huang reprimanded him sternly. Shouldn't you be the one to correct your attitude first? Song Siming retorted defiantly. Without an investigation, there can be no voice. You haven't even investigated whether Huan truly engaged in prostitution, yet you hastily conclude that I am spreading falsehoods. With a leader like you, the secretary's office is doomed. You, say that again. Chen Huang was taken aback that Song Siming dared to challenge him in front of so many people. I could repeat it 10 times, and it would still mean the same. From the moment I saw you dining with Yuan yesterday, I knew you two were in cahoots, Song Siming declared bluntly. Very well. Chun Huang no longer concealed his intentions. Let me be clear, Song Siming. Your days at the municipal party office are numbered. The Elder Cadre Bureau is in need of a deputy section chief. You can continue serving as Wang Xiaoyang's assistant. Who ends up at the Elder Cadre Bureau remains to be seen. Song Siming countered sharply. Director Chen, don't stoop to his level. He'll have his moment of regret. As the primary instigator, He Huan consoled Chen Huang. Whether I will regret is uncertain, but you will soon find yourself in tears. Song Siming abruptly pointed behind He Huan. He Huan turned to see 3 staff members from the Discipline Inspection Commission entering, led by Deputy Director Qin Song of the Supervision Office, with whom he had recently shared drinks. He Huan, we have received a report from the public alleging your involvement in prostitution. Please come with us to the Discipline Inspection Commission for an investigation, Qin Song stated formally, as if he had never known He Huan. Director Qin, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be involved in prostitution? He Huan feigned innocence. Mistaken? You will soon find out when you arrive at the commission, Qin Song replied impassively, with a wave of his hand. 2 young staff members of the commission flanked He Huan, escorting him out. It was at that moment that He Huan realized the gravity of the situation. According to the commission's protocols, public arrests could not occur without solid evidence. Connecting the dots from Song Siming's knowledge of Lily's name and the details of their transactions, He Huan, even if dim-witted, could surmise who the informant was. Song Siming, you plotted against me. He Huan seethed. You were the one who first schemed against me. Song Siming replied calmly. The inspectors did not afford He Huan another opportunity to speak, pressing his head down as they escorted him from the municipal party office. This scene was inevitably witnessed by many within the office. What is happening? Wasn't He Huan just appointed as the head of the secretary's office? And now he is being taken away? As they watched He Huan's disheveled retreat, their thoughts instinctively turned to Song Siming. It was well known that He Huan's transfer to the secretary's office was a means of revenge against Song Siming, and now, being taken by the Discipline Inspection Commission. It was hard to believe there was no connection. No wonder he's called the Canteen God of War. He truly cannot be trifled with, murmured the onlookers. The last person to provoke Song Siming was Liao Guofeng, the mayor's secretary with a similarly strong background. What became of him? After boasting about his lunch, he was promptly reassigned to a rural county. He Huan's fate was even worse. He had no chance of a county reassignment and was taken directly to the commission. Typically, once someone enters the commission, they might as well be stripped of their skin. It is rare for someone like Song Siming to emerge unscathed. The reversal of fortune was so swift that it took a while for everyone to comprehend what had transpired. Finally, it was Song Siming who first addressed Chen Huang. Director Chen, do you still believe I am spreading rumors and slandering He Huan? Chen Huang stammered 3 times, but could not articulate a coherent response. It was evident that Song Siming had secured concrete evidence of He Huan's misconduct and had preemptively submitted it to the commission, explaining his audacity and unwavering stance. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge on the commission's investigation results, and after a moment of hesitation, Chen Huang gritted his teeth. Indeed, we must defer to the commission's findings. Song Siming chuckled. I just wonder when I might be reassigned to the Elder Cadre Bureau as a deputy section chief. Chen Huang felt an urge to cry. He had thought that by aligning himself with He Huan, he would gain an advantage, only to discover that He Huan was a liability, collapsing under pressure and dragging him down with him. Without He Huan, he was left to confront Song Siming alone, a daunting prospect. Director Song, that was merely banter. I am not fully aware of the actual circumstances. Chen Huang attempted to smooth things over, though he understood that no amount of damage control could mend the rift between him and Song Siming. At the very least, he sought to preserve his own dignity in the process. So, some matters should not be hastily concluded before the dust settles, Song Siming remarked, casting a glance at the members of the secretary's office. Each individual met his gaze with flushed faces, looking away in shame. Choosing sides too soon had proven unwise. Particularly Zhang Lei, who wished he could slap himself for squandering a winning hand and ultimately siding against Song Siming, who would likely no longer consider him a trusted ally, dashing his hopes of promotion. Regarding He Huan's situation, I must first report to the Secretary General. The Secretary's office will continue to be managed by Director Song for now. Chen Huang, feeling increasingly awkward, left a parting remark before hastily departing. Everyone, return to your duties. Song Siming paid little heed to the opportunistic members of the Secretary's office. For in the world of politics, such opportunism was the norm. 99. 9 of people simply aligned themselves with whoever held the upper hand. Subsequently, Song Siming summoned Fan Jinjin into his office. I'm curious to know who recorded that video. Sitting across from each other, Song Siming spoke nonchalantly. Unbeknownst to anyone, the true architect behind his decisive counterattack was none other than He Huan's ex-girlfriend, Fan Jinjin. Early that morning, she had presented him with a video documenting the entire transaction between He Huan and Lily at the Iha Hotel, including clear footage of He Huan handing cash to Lily, solidifying the evidence of He Huan's illicit activities. Following Chun Huang's announcement of He Huan's appointment as head of the secretary's office, Song Siming immediately forwarded the video to Wang Jin, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, demanding that He Huan be dealt with severely. He understood that He Huan would undoubtedly retaliate against him. In truth, given He Huan's rank, it was unlikely that the Municipal Commission would intervene directly. Moreover, while prostitution is a serious offense, it often results in mere reprimands and minor disciplinary actions, rarely leading to public arrests. Yet, Wang Jun was known for his diligence. Whatever Song Siming requested, he would pursue relentlessly. Thus, Wang Jun dispatched his trusted aide, Deputy Director Qin Song of the Inspection Office, which culminated in the subsequent arrest of He Huan. Qin Song's emphasis on He Huan's alleged involvement in prostitution was also a directive from Wang Jun, intended to ensure that the matter became widely known. The reason is quite simple. He Huan's uncle serves as the executive vice mayor. Without first creating public pressure, it would be easy for He Huan's uncle to downplay the situation. The video was recorded by Lily herself. I certainly do not possess such adept skills in covert filming. You know, I am not skilled in surreptitious photography. In the office, facing Song Siming's inquiries, Fan Jinjin remarked self-deprecatingly. Previously, under He Huan's encouragement, she attempted to covertly film Song Siming, but the endeavor was prematurely aborted. The surprise you provided was indeed quite astonishing, Song Siming expressed with a sense of reflection. If it were not for the video sent by Fan Jinjin, he would have struggled to grasp He Huan. This is merely He Huan reaping the consequences of his own actions, Fan Jinjin stated resentfully. Through conversations with Lily, she discovered that He Huan had been involved with Lily even before their breakup, and not just with her alone. Several of Lily's friends had also engaged in business with He Huan. Consequently, Fan Jinjin made a special trip to the hospital for a gynecological examination to ensure she had not contracted any diseases, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. As for how Fan Jinjin managed to persuade Lily to assist in covertly documenting He Huan's transactions, Song Siming could easily surmise it involved financial inducements. Whatever you spent, I will reimburse you, Song Siming said to Fan Jinjin, the primary beneficiary of the He Huan scandal. No need. I primarily did this for myself, Fan Jinjin declined. Not far from the municipal committee, Executive Vice Mayor He Jiren was promptly informed of his nephew He Huan being taken away by the city's Discipline Inspection Commission. Is this a deliberate affront to me? He Jiren's face darkened. He had just secured a position for He Huan in the municipal office, and before he could settle in, trouble had already arisen, making it seem as if the incident were directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, he directly dialed the phone number of Su Songhai, the secretary of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission. Secretary Su, does the conduct of a mere departmental official warrant intervention from the city's Discipline Inspection Commission? He Jiren bluntly inquired. What do you mean, Vice Mayor He? Su Songhai responded, bewildered. Your commission's personnel publicly took my nephew He Huan away, alleging his involvement in solicitation. Are you unaware of this? He Jiren retorted. I genuinely did not know. Allow me to gather the specifics, and I will contact you shortly. After hanging up, Su Songhai immediately summoned several deputies to his office. Who handled the He Huan case? Su Songhai asked pointedly. I did, replied Deputy Secretary Wang Jun. Why was I not informed beforehand? Su Songhai pressed. Secretary Su, He Huan is merely a low-ranking official. There was no need to report to you. If you were to micromanage every trivial matter, how would you maintain your health? Wang Jun defended himself, while still expressing concern for Su Songhai's well-being. Su Songhai's expression softened slightly as he responded. You should be aware that He Huan's uncle is Executive Vice Mayor He Jiren. If this matter is mishandled, we will face significant pressure. I understand. Wang Jun nodded repeatedly before explaining. However, there has been a formal complaint against He Huan for solicitation, accompanied by a video. I simply could not ignore it. Did he truly engage in solicitation? And there is a video? Su Songhai frowned. Yes. Wang Jun immediately presented the video to Su Songhai. Upon viewing it, Su Songhai shared it with the other two deputy secretaries. Ultimately, the three men fell into silence. The video was exceptionally comprehensive and clear, capturing everything from the moment of entry to the bed and the cash transaction. From an evidentiary standpoint, there was no flaw. He Huan, no matter how he tried to deny it, could not refute the fact of his solicitation. This complicates matters, Su Songhai thought. As a member of the municipal committee, he had hoped to downplay the issue in consideration of He Jiren, but the video left him no room for maneuver. Has anyone else seen this video? Su Songhai eventually asked Wang Jin after a prolonged silence. No, Wang Jin replied. That is fortunate. Su Songhai contemplated suppressing the video. But there remained the issue of Wang Jun's claim that someone had formally reported He Huan for solicitation. Unless they dealt with the complainant, the video might well leak, putting the commission in a precarious position. Who reported He Huan? Su Songhai inquired further. Song Siming, Wang Jun disclosed. Song Siming. Su Songhai initially failed to grasp the significance, but quickly swallowed hard. The Song Siming from the municipal office? Yes, Wang Jun confirmed with a nod. Once again, the office fell into silence, as everyone understood that Song Siming was a formidable character. A former secretary to the municipal committee, he continued to thrive even after the previous secretary's downfall. It was impossible to achieve such stature without considerable means. If the complainant had been anyone else, the commission could have intervened to mediate, but with Song Siming as the accuser, any involvement from the commission would be inappropriate. Su Songhai instructed Wang Jin to temporarily halt any action on He Huan's case, then called He Jiren. Vice Mayor He, the evidence against He Huan for solicitation is irrefutable. This time, we must act due to a formal complaint. Su Songhai explained the situation. Who is the complainant? He Jiren immediately inquired, aware of the crux of the matter. This involves discipline, so I cannot disclose that. However, you might want to investigate whether He Huan has offended anyone recently, Su Songhai advised. Find out what He Huan has been up to lately. He Jiren commanded his secretary. The secretary worked efficiently, completing the task within half an hour. A few days ago, He Huan confronted the deputy section chief of the secretary's office, Song Siming, over his girlfriend, resulting in a significant altercation. He applied to transfer from the Youth League Committee to the municipal office, specifically to the secretary's office, primarily to retaliate against Song Siming. The secretary summarized the situation. Thus, the individual who reported He Huan is most likely Song Siming. Su Songhai had provided ample hints, and if He Jiren could not deduce the implications, he would be a fool. Waving his hand, He Jiren dismissed the secretary and fell into deep thought. Although Song Siming held a low rank, his position was highly sensitive, especially after successfully weathering an investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, leading to an increase in rumors about him. Consequently, everyone maintained a respectful distance from Song Siming, including He Jiren. However, he had not anticipated that his own nephew would drag him into the flames. Nevertheless, he still regarded He Huan as his own flesh and blood. You should pay a visit to Song Siming. Inquire if he would be interested in working for the municipal government. He Jiren decided after careful consideration and called his wife, Sun Chimei. The secretary to Zheng Shuling, Song Siming? Sun Chimei questioned skeptically. Yes, he reported He Huan for solicitation. I cannot intervene directly, so I need you to speak with Song Siming. As long as the terms are not excessive, we can agree, He Jiren instructed earnestly. Understood, Sun Chimei replied, though her mind began to calculate her own strategies. All along, He Huan had not shown much respect for his aunt Sun Chimei, primarily due to her comparatively low position. Moreover, Sun Chimei was quite displeased with her husband for his efforts to cultivate He Huan, especially since she had a nephew in the system who had never received any support from her husband and was nearing 40, still holding a lower-level position. Whenever she brought up this matter, her husband would deflect, leaving Sun Chimei feeling quite embarrassed among her family. This time, He Huan was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission. If He Huan's political career were to reach an impasse, it was highly likely that her maternal nephew would become her husband's new protege. With this realization, Sun Chimei knew how to approach Song Siming. She easily found Song Siming's phone number and sent him a text message. Madam Diplomacy? Upon receiving the message, Song Siming was not surprised. It was not a difficult task for He Jiren to ascertain who reported He Huan, and it was entirely expected that he would send someone to negotiate with him to withdraw the report. At 6:30, at West Bank Coffee, 2 kilometers west of the municipal committee, Song Siming replied to Sun Chimei's text. Although he had no intention of letting He Huan off the hook, he was curious to hear what concessions He Jiren would offer for his nephew. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Song Siming arrived punctually, while Sun Chimei had been waiting for some time. Director Song, Director Sunday. This was their first meeting. Sun Chimei was addressed as Director Sun because she was the office director of the business bureau. It was a fundamental quality of a secretary to know where the close relatives of various leaders of the municipal committee and government worked or studied. I heard you reported He Huan. I would like to know what level of punishment the materials you provided to the Discipline Inspection Commission could impose on her. Sun Chimei stated straightforwardly, demotion, removal, or administrative dismissal. However, most likely, it will be the first option. Song Siming shrugged in response. He Huan's background dictates that the Discipline Inspection Commission will undoubtedly opt for the lightest punishment. Could it not be the last option? Sun Chimei inquired. This question caught Song Siming off guard. Aren't you here to plead for He Huan? He Huan is not my nephew. Why would I plead for her? Sun Chimei retorted. I see. Song Siming suddenly understood. It was He Jiren who had a blood relationship with He Huan, not Sun Chimei. Moreover, from Sun Chimei's tone, it was evident she held a significant grudge against He Huan. He Jiren's request for Sun Chimei to speak with him was a misallocation of trust. So, it seems our meeting holds little significance. Song Siming chuckled. How could it lack significance? Sun Chimei replied, if you possess any further evidence of He Huan's illegal activities, you might as well submit it all to the Discipline Inspection Commission. It would be best if it could lead to her dismissal from public office. Aren't you afraid of Vice Mayor He discovering this? Song Siming asked Sun Chimei. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, how would he know? Sun Chimei confidently asserted. How do you know I want to speak? Song Siming countered. You're an intelligent person. You wouldn't engage in a thankless endeavor, Sun Chimei remarked. That is indeed true. Song Siming nodded slightly. Since Sun Chimei and He Jiren were married, even if he went to inform He Jiren, he would not be believed. Director Sun, I actually want He Huan to be dismissed from public office as well, but regrettably, I have yet to gather evidence beyond her solicitation. Song Siming continued. That is indeed unfortunate. Sun Chimei expressed disappointment. Demotion can still allow for a comeback. Only dismissal can ensure He Huan's downfall. Then let it be. Sun Chimei stood to leave. Wait a moment. Song Siming called out to her. Is there something else? Sun Chimei inquired. Actually, I could retract the report against He Huan. Song Siming chuckled. You. Sun Chimei was taken aback. It would have been better not to meet you. Sun Chimei sat back down. Director Sun, please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to see the investment plan for this year. Song Siming explained. What does a secretary from the municipal committee office need to see the investment plan for? Sun Chimei looked at him skeptically. A love for learning, Song Siming replied. All right. I will send you the investment plan tomorrow. As the office director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, the plan was on her office computer, and it was not classified information. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when Sun Chimei returned home, her husband He Jiren was waiting on the sofa. What did Song Siming say? He Jiren asked. Song Siming said the submitted report materials cannot be retracted. Sun Chimei shook her head. This result left He Jiren quite troubled. Did Song Siming not say anything else? He Jiren questioned Sun Chimei, suddenly regretting his contact with Song Siming. He didn't say anything else. Sun Chimei's response let out a sigh of relief from He Jiren. This is also He Huan's own doing. Let this matter rest. He Jiren sighed. The next day at work, he called the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Suit Songhai, emphasizing that He Huan must be treated according to the rules and that they should not violate organizational principles and issue a lighter punishment simply because he was the nephew of the executive vice mayor. This surprised Suit Songhai greatly. He had thought that He Jiren could manage Song Siming, and that as long as Song Siming withdrew the report, the Discipline Inspection Commission could release He Huan just as they had done for Song Siming previously. In the end, despite a whole night of maneuvering, He Jiren not only failed to succeed, but seemed to have been completely outmaneuvered by Song Siming, compelling him to abandon any hope for He Huan. However, He Jiren's face still needed to be preserved. According to regulations, public officials found soliciting could face demotion, removal, or administrative dismissal. After consulting with the 3 deputy secretaries, they ultimately chose the lightest option, demotion. He Huan was demoted from a full section chief to a deputy section chief. The collateral effect of this punishment was that He Huan's secretary, the chief of the first secretary's office, could no longer hold their position, as the chief of the first secretary's office was a full section chief. For those without substantive positions, demotion simply meant demotion, but for those with positions, demotion equated to removal. He Huan found himself back at square one, increasingly distant from his dream of becoming a deputy department head, which he could not tolerate. After being released from the Discipline Inspection Commission, He Huan immediately sought out his uncle, questioning him about why he did not help. How do you know I didn't help you? He Jiren, who usually had a good temper with He Huan, could not help but frown this time. If you truly helped, how would I have faced demotion and removal? He Huan retorted angrily. I am the executive vice mayor, not the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Even if I were the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I could not have let you off the hook this time. You can seek women, but why were you so careless as to be filmed so clearly? He Jiren scolded in exasperation. The Discipline Inspection Commission said the evidence is conclusive. It can only be video. He Huan was taken aback and gritted his teeth. Song Siming. It must be that bastard Song Siming. Uncle, he clearly disregards you. Knowing I am your nephew, he still. Enough. He Jiren interrupted He Huan, admonishing him. Flies don't buzz around an unbroken egg. If you didn't engage in those activities, even if Song Siming wanted to report, he wouldn't be able to. Additionally, don't always use my name to act recklessly outside. I am not omnipotent. All right, I understand. Dejected, He Huan left his uncle He Jiren's home without even eating. As for He Jiren's admonitions, he had not taken a single word to heart. Now, He Huan's mind was solely occupied with one thought, revenge. Minister He? Just as he was about to get in the car, someone suddenly called out to him. Following the voice, a chubby man in a suit appeared before He Huan. Who are you? He Huan scrutinized the portly figure. Minister He, you truly have a forgetful nature. Last year, we dined together. I am Zhou Daqiang from Tianxin Company. Zhou Daqiang. He Huan pondered for a long time before recalling this individual. So it was Director Zhou. What brings you here? He Huan inquired. The residential complex where the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee resides is not accessible to just anyone. This matter is rather lengthy. It's just about mealtime. Shall we change venues and discuss over dinner? Zhou Daqiang proposed. Certainly. In truth, even without Zhou Daqiang's suggestion, He Huan could surmise the likelihood of the situation. Zhou Daqiang must have been seeking assistance from his uncle but had failed, hence his lingering at the entrance in search of alternative opportunities. Half an hour later, He Huan and Zhou Daqiang settled into a private dining room at the Huame Hotel. There are only 2 five-star hotels in Qingshan City. One is Iha, and the other, Huame. Initially, Zhou Daqiang intended to arrange the meeting at Iha Hotel, but He Huan declined. The Iha Hotel is a place fraught with painful memories for He Huan. He and Lily had booked rooms there 4 times, only to be secretly filmed, resulting in a demotion and disciplinary action. Returning there might lead to the loss of his official position altogether. Despite the presence of only 2 individuals, Zhou Daqiang ordered an extravagant feast, deliberately choosing the most expensive dishes, and even brought along a vintage Maotai liquor. Minister He. Zhou Daqiang poured a drink for He Huan. Please, no need for formalities, just call me He. He Huan waved his hand dismissively. Have you been promoted again? Zhou Daqiang asked skeptically. Promoted? Nonsense. I've been schemed against. Dropping from a regular section chief to a deputy section chief. You should refer to me as deputy section chief He Huan replied indignantly. Who would dare scheme against you? Are they courting death? Zhou Daqiang exclaimed with righteous indignation. You may have heard of Song Siming, the secretary of the former municipal secretary. Zeng Shuling. He Huan replied. Song Siming? Wasn't he arrested? Zhou Daqiang seemed poorly informed, which explained his continued use of the title minister for He Huan. I too am puzzled as to why the disciplinary committee let him off the hook. Zeng Shuling committed so many illegal acts as his dedicated secretary. How could he not have been involved in any? He Huan mused, taking a sip of his drink. It's inconceivable he wasn't involved. Perhaps the disciplinary committee lacked evidence, Zhou Daqiang speculated. Indeed, evidence, especially substantive evidence, is crucial. He Huan had learned this the hard way. Had he not been caught on video during that escapade, he could have stubbornly denied the allegations, and the committee would have been powerless against him. In fact, if evidence is lacking, one can fabricate it. Zhou Daqiang suddenly interjected. What do you mean by fabrication? He Huan's interest was piqued. For instance, one could hire a woman to seduce Song Siming and secretly film the encounter, then present it to the disciplinary committee, accusing him of soliciting prostitution. Zhou Daqiang said animatedly. For ordinary individuals, soliciting prostitution may not be a serious issue, but for public officials, dismissal is almost certain. He Huan's lips twitched. Zhou Daqiang's suggestion mirrored his own recent experience. That approach is impractical. Song Siming is highly cautious and wouldn't easily fall into such a trap. He Huan shook his head. Having just stumbled in such a manner, there's no way Song Siming would repeat my missteps. It depends on the woman involved. A new university student at my club possesses an irresistible allure. With just a glance, she can captivate any man. Unless Song Siming is not fond of women, he would be unable to resist her charms, Zhou Daqiang asserted confidently. Is she truly that enchanting? He Huan expressed skepticism. Once we finish dining, I shall introduce you. And you will see for yourself, Zhou Daqiang affirmed. All right, let us eat hastily, He Huan decided, forgoing the wine and focusing on the meal. Within 10 minutes, he set down his chopsticks. Zhou Daqiang was still hungry but yielded to Yi Huan's lead, promptly settling the bill and heading to his club with Song Siming in tow, where they successfully encountered the university student. Indeed, she was stunning, Yi Huan remarked after a mere glance. Unlike typical club women, this university student was dressed conservatively, revealing little skin, yet somehow exuding an allure that made one yearn to pounce upon her. How about you give it a try? Zhou Daqiang whispered to Yi Huan. Perhaps not. Once bitten, twice shy, Yi Huan found it difficult to place complete trust in Zhou Daqiang. If he were caught on camera again, his chances of redemption would vanish forever. Zhou Daqiang nodded, instructing the university student to step out. Once the door was secured, he stated, I will handle the subsequent arrangements, ensuring you exact your revenge. But what if Song Siming sees through it? Yi Huan questioned. Rest assured, even if he does, it will be my responsibility. And you shall remain untangled in this affair, Zhou Daqiang assured, thumping his chest. Very well. Yi Huan nodded slightly. Now, what business do you wish to discuss with my uncle? Nothing comes without a price. Zhou Daqiang's eagerness to alleviate his troubles surely bore ulterior motives. You possess extraordinary insight. Nothing escapes your notice. I've heard that Mayor Huang is soon to be promoted to secretary, and it's highly probable that Mayor he will take over the city government. I wish to seize this opportunity to secure a government project. Zhou Daqiang articulated with care. Projects are universal. Anyone can undertake them. As long as you eliminate Song Siming, there will be no further complications. I can effortlessly resolve matters with my uncle, Yi Huan promptly assured Zhou Daqiang. The following day, the municipal committee office convened a special meeting regarding the disciplinary issues surrounding Secretary Yi Huan. During this assembly, it was announced that Yi Huan would be relieved of his duties as section chief and demoted to a level 3 director, reverting to the position of deputy director, thus no longer holding any leadership role. In other words, while his salary remained at the deputy section chief level, he was otherwise treated as a regular staff member, now under the leadership of the only deputy section chief, Song Siming. On his first day, Yi Huan was taken away by the disciplinary committee, and by the third day, he was dismissed. Such a scenario would be deemed implausible even in a film. Formerly, Yi Huan led Song Siming. Now, Song Siming was in charge of Yi Huan. It remained unclear why Yi Huan had so stubbornly sought a position within the municipal committee office. The staff within the committee discussed this matter throughout the day. Coupled with the recent downfall of Liao Guofeng, the mayor's secretary, at the hands of Song Siming, they concluded that one must never oppose Song Siming. When Zheng Shuling was not incarcerated, Song Siming remained inconspicuous. However, after Zheng Shuling's downfall, devoid of support, Song Siming's formidable presence became increasingly apparent. It was utterly perplexing. In contrast, Secretary Yi Huan's section was notably subdued. Yi Huan did not even attend work, while the others felt as if they were walking on eggshells. They had already aligned with the wrong side twice, first with Wang Zhaoang, who was now enjoying retirement, and then with Yi Huan, whose demotion was even worse than Wang Zhaoyang's fate. The secretary's section had reverted to Song Siming's absolute dominance. Even if Song Siming were magnanimous, it would be unreasonable to expect him to remain indifferent. Would he not seek retribution? Would he not cast them out of the secretary's section? Each individual bore the weight of unease, clouds of anxiety looming overhead. However, what puzzled them was that Song Siming did not leave his office all day, nor did he assign any tasks, treating them as if they were invisible. This sensation was far more unsettling, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting the final meal without knowledge of when it might arrive. What could Song Siming be preoccupied with? With the new municipal secretary yet to assume office, one would think there was little to attend to. The personnel in the large office frequently glanced towards Song Siming's office. In the office, Song Siming was wholly absorbed in studying the investment promotion plan for Qingshan City. This plan was sent early in the morning by Sun Qimei, the director of the Municipal Commerce Bureau and the aunt of Yi Huan. Song Siming aspired to prove his worth and become the dedicated secretary to Huang Taijun. This required him to demonstrate the capabilities expected of such a role in front of Huang Taijun. Having worked in government for many years, Huang Taijun was adept in economic matters, As the current mayor of Qingshan City, the investment promotion plan would best reflect his economic vision. Thus, Song Siming's examination of the plan was purposeful. Soon, the workday ended, yet Song Siming remained oblivious to the passing time until the phone rang. It was a call from Yi Ruyun. "Are you free this evening?" she inquired. "If you're inviting me to dinner, I'm definitely available," Song Siming replied. "What if I'm not inviting you to dinner?" Yi Ruyun teased. "I'd still have time," he chuckled. "I didn't realize my charm was so significant," she remarked. Qingshan Restaurant, in room 333. "See you soon." "All right, see you shortly," Song Siming said, hanging up the phone. He tidied up before leaving the office, only to notice that every staff member in the first section of the secretariat was still working overtime. "I can't have assigned them any tasks," Song Siming mused, realizing that their hesitation to leave stemmed from his own presence. He said nothing and departed. Qingshan Restaurant is a distinctive eatery famous for its local cuisine. In room 333, alongside Yi Ruyun was her good friend and strategist, Lu Yu. "Analyze for me. Do you think Song Siming has a bit of interest in me?" Yi Ruyun asked Lu Yu, her eyes sparkling with expectation. During their call, she had put the phone on speaker for Lu Yu to listen in. "Isn't that obvious? With your looks, what man wouldn't he be interested?" Lu Yu replied, exasperated. "Really?" Yi Ruyun touched her face, skeptically asking. "Then why have I had no suitors all these years? Do you want me to be honest?" Lu Yu queried. "Of course, I want the truth," Yi Ruyun nodded seriously. "Firstly, your exceptional qualities intimidate 99 of men. Secondly, the few who are your equals are wary of your father," Lu Yu explained earnestly. "Wary of my father? Really?" Yi Ruyun understood the first point, but found the second hard to believe. "How could they not be? Do you know what your father's nickname is?" Lu Yu retorted. "What is it?" Yi Ruyun asked, playing along. "Yi Qingtian. His reputation is one of being ruthless. Anyone with even a slight blemish on their record would steer clear of him. Why would they approach you?" Lu Yu lamented. "So, my romantic troubles are largely due to my father?" Yi Ruyun realized, her concerns deepening. "What if Song Siming discovers my true identity? Would he also avoid me? Then keep it a secret for now. When the time comes, and the relationship has developed, you can reveal it," Lu Yu suggested with a mischievous grin. "What are you talking about? What relationship?" Yi Ruyun's face flushed crimson. "Are you pretending? Have you never seen a pig run, even if you haven't eaten pork? If you truly have no idea, I can get Song Siming drunk and guide you through it step by step," Lu Yu offered boldly. Just then, Song Siming arrived. "This is my classmate Lu Yu. You've met at the hospital," Yi Ruyun said, her face still red from earlier thoughts. "I remember," Song Siming introduced himself. "My name is Song Siming. In fact, I recognized you during our last meeting when you accompanied Secretary Zhang Shuling to our Commerce Bureau for an inspection. I was in the front row." "You work at the Commerce Bureau?" Song Siming asked, surprised. "Does it not seem like it?" Lu Yu twirled her long hair. "Not exactly," Song Siming replied candidly, noting that few in the system dressed as flamboyantly as Lu Yu. "I work in the investment promotion office, and if I don't present myself well, I simply cannot attract investment," Lu Yu sighed, expressing her frustrations. The investment promotion office within the Commerce Bureau is one of the few government departments under performance pressure. When Lu Yu first started, she was an innocent young woman who didn't bother with makeup and faced per annual evaluations. The harsh realities compelled her to adapt. And now she had grown accustomed to her image. "Enough about me. I've heard that He Huan, the nephew of Executive Vice Mayor He Jiren, was sent to the disciplinary committee on his first day at the city party office, and he has since been demoted to a subordinate under you." Lu Yu shifted the focus of conversation. "I didn't send He Huan to the disciplinary committee. He did that to himself. As a public servant, he repeatedly engaged in prostitution. Not dismissing him from his position is already lenient," Song Siming stated with gravity. "In fact, He Huan's issues extend beyond that." Yi Ruyun interjected. "What other problems does He Huan have?" Song Siming inquired with curiosity. "I've been reviewing the accounts of the Youth League Committee's publicity department, and the records do not align with reality. Most discrepancies occurred during He Huan's tenure as the publicity minister," Yi Ruyun revealed, having looked into it at Lu Yu's suggestion. Regrettably, the pace of her investigation was slow, and by the time she had completed it, Song Siming had already dealt with He Huan. "I will examine the accounts again. If it is indeed He Huan's wrongdoing, I will report it to the disciplinary committee. While it is often said that enemies should be resolved rather than intensified, I will show no leniency in cases of corruption, even if it means offending Executive Vice Mayor He Jiren," Song Siming affirmed resolutely. Following this, the trio shifted their focus to the main affair dinner. "Director Song, My classmate never drinks. Would you mind accompanying me for a drink? Liu produced 2 bottles of alcohol from beneath the table, casting a knowing glance at Yi Ruyun. Yi Ruyun recalled Lu Yu's earlier jest about getting Song Siming drunk and was taken aback by the apparent intent. Let us just keep it to dinner without drinks, she interjected. While she harbored affections for Song Siming, she preferred a more gradual approach. No drinks, no atmosphere, Liu insisted, reaching for Yi Ruyun's glass. Fortunately, Yi Ruyun was quick enough to cover her cup, preventing Liu from pouring alcohol into it. You all go ahead and drink. I want to partake, Yi Ruyun stated firmly, as she wanted to maintain clarity of mind. Fine. Liu relented, knowing that Yi Ruyun abstained from alcohol, her primary target remaining Song Siming. Despite Song Siming's repeated refusals, Liu ultimately filled his glass. Such was the prowess of the investment promotion office's elite. Liu Wenman believed that once she initiated the drinking, intoxicating Song Siming would be a matter of mere moments. However, as the drinking commenced, she soon realized that Song Siming possessed an impressive capacity for alcohol. The 2 of them consumed 2 bottles of baijiu, and while Liu Wenman began to sway, Song Siming remained entirely composed, without even the slightest flush of his cheeks. I'll step out for a moment, Liu Wenman declared, feeling the need to catch her breath. Once Liu Wenman exited the private room, Song Siming and Yi Ruyun engaged in casual conversation, initially discussing work, but gradually transitioning to personal matters. Have you considered starting a new relationship? Yi Ruyun inquired. I have thought about it, but my schedule is incredibly demanding, Song Siming replied candidly. As a full-time secretary, I am always on call, even at midnight. When my superior calls, I must rise to work overtime, leaving me no time for personal affairs. Even the busiest individuals must address their personal matters, Yi Ruyun responded. But enough about me, what about you? I recall mentioning that I have never dated anyone, Yi Ruyun said, somewhat bashfully. Why is that? Song Siming asked, intrigued. My circumstances are rather complicated, Yi Ruyun explained, hesitant to disclose that she was the daughter of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission secretary for fear of scaring him away. Why hasn't Liu returned yet? Yi Ruyun suddenly wondered, recalling Liu Wenman's trip to the restroom. I'll check on her. Song Siming instinctively stood. Are you really going to go into the ladies' room? Yi Ruyun chuckled. I'll handle it. With that, she exited the private room. As Song Siming waited, 10 minutes passed without either Liu Wenman or Yi Ruyun returning. Just then, he heard a commotion outside the room. What is going on? Song Siming frowned and rushed out. He soon discovered several men cornering Yi Ruyun and Liu Wenman in the corridor. The leader of the group, a portly man with a flushed face, clearly had indulged in excessive drinking. Miss Liu, you're being rather disrespectful to me, Jiang. I merely invited you for a drink, and yet you attempt to flee. The man exclaimed, pointing at Liu Wenman, who was shielded by Yi Ruyun. Liu has had enough to drink, Yi Ruyun replied tersely. Miss Liu has a considerable capacity. How could she be intoxicated after just 2 drinks? The man scoffed. She had already consumed a fair amount before coming to your room. She cannot drink anymore. Yi Ruyun explained calmly, trying to maintain her composure in front of the drunken man. If she can't drink, then you shall drink in her stead, 3 glasses. Afterward, you may go wherever you please. The man commanded with a sweeping gesture. 3 glasses aren't sufficient. Miss Liu's friend must have a considerable capacity as well. At least 6 glasses, chimed in several other men, jeering. You are crossing the line, Yi Ruyun said, her anger rising. And what will you do about it? The man referred to as Jiang chuckled mockingly. Do you know who I am? Yi Ruyun declared boldly. I am the Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee in Qingshan. The Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee? If I recall correctly, that position is at the Deputy Division level. Do you realize that in my hometown, even Deputy Division level officials lack the standing to toast me? The man said in a low voice. His companions echoed his sentiments, asserting, I can attest that in Jiang's dining circles, the deputy level is merely the minimum threshold. If Jiang wishes you to drink, it is a sign of respect. Do not be ungrateful. Yi Ruyun felt her blood pressure spike. Accompany Jiang for a few drinks. If he enjoys himself, he might invest billions in Qingshan. And you could all rise in status and wealth, the other men urged, attempting to force Yi Ruyun and Liu Wenman back to their room. But as their hands reached out, they were met with a swift kick from behind. It was Song Siming who had intervened. The group of sycophants collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain, unable to rise. Jiang, momentarily spared from injury, failed to grasp the severity of the situation and instead pointed at Song Siming, shouting, How dare you resort to violence in broad daylight? Violence? Song Siming scoffed, This is merely an act of chivalry. He then approached Yi Ruyun and Lu Yueman, expressing concern. Are you both all right? We are fortunate you arrived in time, Yi Ruyun said gratefully. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Yueman added, who was still dazed. Is Lu all right? Song Siming inquired again, noticing Lu Yueman's silence. She merely drank too much. She should be fine. Yi Ruyun assured, having searched for Lu Yueman for some time. Lu Yueman had just emerged from the restroom when she encountered Jiang, whose real name was Jiang Yulong, the chairman of Huanyu Group. Huanyu Group specializes in commercial real estate, primarily constructing hotels and shopping malls. Such projects are highly sought after by local governments, making Huanyu Group a coveted entity. Jiang Yulong had come to Qingshan at the invitation of the city government and the business bureau to evaluate the business environment. The official reception had been managed by the investment office, and Lu Yueman had been among the reception staff. Jiang Yulong had taken an immediate liking to the alluring Lu Yueman, but had refrained from making a move due to the presence of others. Now, during a private gathering, he saw an opportunity to intoxicate her. He invited Lu Yueman to his private room, using investment projects as leverage to compel her to drink. Having already consumed a considerable amount, Lu Yueman was nearly incapacitated after just 2 additional drinks. Just as Jiang Yulong was about to seal the deal, Yi Ruyun intervened and pulled Lu Yueman away. Jiang Yulong, unwilling to let his prize slip away, pursued them with a group of friends, cornering Yi Ruyun and Lu Yueman, leading to the unfolding events. Even without further details, Song Siming could surmise the situation. Leave my side immediately, or I shall not hold back, Song Siming warned Jiang, his expression cold. Not hold back. Do you think you can intimidate me? Jiang retorted confidently, believing himself to be above reproach, having been invited by the city government. Rest assured, I will not strike you unless you make the first move, and I doubt you possess the courage to do so, Song Siming replied with a smirk. Do you think I lack the courage? Watch me. Jiang, intoxicated and oblivious to Song Siming's strategy, lunged forward, swinging a punch. You have only yourself to blame, Song Siming declared, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap. With a resounding crack, Song Siming's palm landed squarely on Jiang Yulong's left cheek, causing him to spin several times before stumbling to a halt. Rubbing his face, Jiang Yulong realized his left cheek was visibly swollen compared to the right. You, Jiang stammered, unable to comprehend that Song Siming had struck him. Self-defense, Song Siming shrugged, justifying his action. Self-defense, Jiang exclaimed, pulling out his phone and pointing it at Song Siming. If you're brave, don't you dare leave. Are you calling for backup? Song Siming questioned skeptically. Are you scared? If you're scared, slap yourself 100 times. Jiang shouted in desperation, having never experienced such humiliation before, vowing to retaliate in kind. It appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. I will remain here to see what caliber of reinforcements you can summon. With that, Song Siming instructed Yi Ruyun to take Lu Yueman back to their original private room to rest. Are you capable? Yi Ruyun was concerned that Song Siming might suffer a loss. Men have their moments of capability, Song Siming jested. Let us return to the private room, he suggested. Lu Yu, with a series of burps, appeared on the verge of vomiting, prompting Yi Ruyun to prioritize her arrangements for Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Jiang Yulong had already dialed a number. Mayor Cheng, I must retract my previous statement. Huanyu Group will not invest a single penny in Qingshan. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yulong bluntly stated his position. Mr. Jiang, what has transpired? Came the response from Cheng Kuei, the vice mayor of Qingshan. Cheng Kuei was alarmed. He had only recently transferred from the provincial capital and was responsible for the business bureau. Huanyu Group was his first significant opportunity. He had invited Jiang Yulong to Qingshan and engaged in an extensive conversation with him, during which Jiang Yulong graciously agreed to invest in a 5-star hotel and a commercial plaza. Cheng Kuei had even called his father to boast about the promising investment. How could it have changed so swiftly? The business environment in Qingshan is indeed dismal. Some officials lack vision and awareness, driving away entrepreneurs eager to contribute, Jiang Yulong lamented. Just now, your Lu Yu from the business bureau brought a thug and threatened me. I truly cannot remain in Qingshan. Lu Yu from the business bureau? She sent someone to attack you? Cheng Kuei was quick to grasp the situation. Yes, the thug stands before me now, claiming that no rescue will be effective. Jiang Yulong continued. This is outrageous, Cheng Kuei exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. After all my efforts to attract investors, how can I allow a thug to ruin it? Mr. Jiang, please remain calm. Though I am not in Qingshan, I will promptly dispatch someone to resolve this matter to your satisfaction. Please tell me your location, Cheng Kuei earnestly requested. I am at the Qingshan Rinjia Hotel, Jiang Yulong replied, casting a provocative glance at Song Siming. Qingshan Rinjia. 10 minutes. No, 20 minutes. Cheng Kuei hung up on Jiang Yulong and immediately called Peng Chunlai, the director of the Qingshan Business Bureau. Mayor Cheng, what instructions do you have? Peng Chunlai was at home, enjoying a rare dinner with his family. The Business Bureau often had evening engagements, making such family time a rarity. What is going on with your Lu Yu? She is allegedly colluding with gangsters to threaten and assault out-of-town merchants. Is there no law? Cheng Kuei raged. Lu Yu colluding with gangsters? Peng Chunlai thought this absurd. Lu Yu was one of his subordinates, and he knew her character well. Although she often dressed flamboyantly, she was principled and would never associate with unsavory individuals. However, as Cheng Kuei was the vice mayor, he could not openly contradict him. Which out-of-town merchant are you referring to, Mayor? Peng Chunlai inquired. Jiang Yulong, the chairman of Huanyu Group, Cheng Kuei replied. Upon hearing the name, Peng Chunlai recalled the way Jiang Yulong had looked at Lu Yu the previous day, as if he were a predator eyeing prey. If Lu Yu had indeed assaulted Jiang Yulong, it was likely he had provoked her first. However, Cheng Kuei did not allow Peng Chunlai the opportunity to express this. He ordered, contact the police immediately and have them apprehend the gangsters at Qingshan Rinjia Hotel. Ensure Mr. Jiang receives justice. Understood. Peng Chunlai reluctantly accepted this directive. As he left, he called Yin Shengli, the executive deputy director of the Qingshan Public Security Bureau. They were high school classmates and shared a good rapport within the system. After explaining the situation, Yin Shengli felt somewhat troubled. In the current climate, instances of out-of-town merchants being bullied by thugs were increasingly rare, especially someone like Jiang Yulong, who had been personally invited by the vice mayor. Who would dare to intimidate him? Perhaps Jiang Yulong was coveting Lu Yu's beauty and had resorted to some underhanded tactics, prompting her to retaliate. However, with the vice mayor's orders, they had no choice but to comply. I will send nearby patrol officers to manage the situation. We can discuss the specifics once you arrive, Yin Shengli replied. After calling the vice mayor, Jiang Yulong felt emboldened. You are finished. He sneered at Song Siming. Indeed. You are doomed, echoed the lackeys who had previously been knocked down by Song Siming, now rallying behind Jiang Yulong. Yet, they could only cheer, as Song Siming's earlier strike had left them psychologically scarred, preventing them from advancing. After waiting approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the nearby patrol officers arrived. Officer. This man has intentionally harmed me. Apprehend him immediately. Jiang Yulong commanded the patrol officers. Please hold on. We need to assess the situation first, the leading officer calmly replied. The reason was simple. They had been instructed to cooperate with the Business Bureau regarding this issue. Jiang Yulong, frustrated at their inaction, accused. Is this how you protect the citizens? Look at my injuries and their footprints. What further investigation is necessary? Perhaps we should detain him first, suggested a junior officer quietly. Given the evidence at hand, failing to act would be indefensible. Then let us proceed with the arrest. Given that it was after hours. The arrival time of the Business Bureau leaders was uncertain. The team leader nodded to 2 officers beside him. The 2 officers promptly produced handcuffs and approached Song Siming. Now you will behave, won't you? You refuse to see the reality until it is too late, Jiang Yulong taunted. Officers, do not just use handcuffs. Add leg irons as well, Jiang Yulong declared, emboldened. His lackeys chimed in with similar ignorant remarks. Such ignorance of the law. Song Siming scoffed. Leg irons are used for serious criminals in detention centers. Patrol officers cannot employ them. Even at death's door, he remains arrogant. Such a person deserves a lengthy sentence or even execution. Jiang Yulong and his followers continued their ignorant tirades. Meanwhile, the 2 officers had reached Song Siming, but found him unyielding. Are you attempting to resist arrest? One officer inquired, frowning. To refuse arrest means to evade capture through violence or other means. May I ask, are you intending to arrest me? Song Siming retorted with a cold laugh. The team leader quickly realized they were dealing with someone knowledgeable. Legally, arrest, detention, and the imposition of coercive measures are distinctly different concepts. Currently, they could only impose coercive measures against Song Siming, making the term refusal to arrest highly inappropriate and potentially contentious. We are merely implementing coercive measures. Please cooperate. The team leader interjected, preventing the 2 officers from speaking further, merely because his face is swollen and they have footprints on their backs. You intend to take coercive measures against me? How can you substantiate that I was the assailant? Retorted Song Siming. The squad leader was momentarily rendered speechless. His superiors had instructed him to handle the situation with care, as one party was a foreign merchant invited by the municipal government. He had instinctively sided with them, overlooking the rigor of law enforcement. Are you trying to weasel out of this? Everyone here witnessed you committing the assault and can attest to it. Do you still deny it? Jiang Yulong declared. The squad leader immediately questioned several onlookers who worked as waiters. They truthfully confirmed that Jiang Yulong's facial injuries and the wounds on the backs of the others were indeed inflicted by Song Siming. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? Cuff him, the squad leader commanded, and two auxiliary police officers moved to act again. This time, Song Siming did not resist, allowing the handcuffs to be placed on his wrists. You may put them on now, but you'll be taking them off later, Song Siming said with composure. Such obstinacy. Officers, take him away immediately. He should be sentenced and, if necessary, executed, Jiang Yulong said bitterly. Just then, Ping Chunlai, the director of the Qinshan City Commerce Bureau, arrived, along with Wang Wenhai, the director of the Investment Promotion Office. Chairman Jiang, I apologize profusely, Wang Wenhai said to Jiang Yulong even before Peng Chunlai could speak. Some matters cannot be resolved with mere apologies, Jiang Yulong said, pointing to his face. See my face? It's all thanks to Lu Yu from your Investment Promotion Office. I simply invited her for a few drinks. If she didn't want a drink, she could have refused. Instead, she turned around and had thugs assault me. What does that signify? Lu Yu is truly outrageous. Chairman Jiang, rest assured, I will severely discipline her. By the way, where's Lu Yu? Wang Wenhai said, rolling up his sleeves as if Jiang Yulong were his own father. Lu Yu is plied with alcohol and is currently asleep in a private room. Song Siming interjected. Who are you? Wang Wenhai frowned, turning to Song Siming. The Commerce Bureau was a subordinate unit of the municipal government and had little interaction with the municipal party committee. Wang Wenhai, who was not of high rank, had no opportunity to visit the municipal party committee and had never met Song Siming. He's the thug Lu Yu hired. He's the one who struck my face, Jiang Yulong explained to Wang Wenhai. This is truly lawless. To dare to commit violent assault in broad daylight. Officers, immediately take him back for investigation, determine his criminal facts as soon as possible, and punish him severely. Wang Wenhai immediately instructed the patrol police squad leader. No problem. The squad leader had been waiting for the Commerce Bureau's opinion. Now that he had it, he turned to instruct the two auxiliary police officers to escort Song Siming out. Hold on. But at that moment, Peng Chunlai, the director of the Commerce Bureau, spoke up, recognizing Song Siming. Are you Section Chief Song Siming from the Municipal Party Committee office? Peng Chunlai stepped forward. From a distance, he extended his hands to shake Song Siming's. But noticing the handcuffs on Song Siming's wrists, he awkwardly retracted his hands. Director Peng has a remarkable memory. We've only met once, and you can still recognize me. It's truly rare, Song Siming said with a faint smile. Section Chief Song's memory is truly exceptional, remembering exactly how many times we've met. Ping Chunlai returned the compliment. In terms of rank, Song Siming was a deputy section chief, while Peng Chunlai was a full director, with several ranks in between. However, in officialdom, matters cannot be judged solely by rank. For example, if you truly regarded Song Siming as a mere deputy section chief, you would meet a dire end. Song Siming? He's Song Siming? Wang Wenhai, the director of the Investment Promotion Office, who had been pushed to the back by Peng Chunlai, had his complexion change several times in an instant. Although he had never met Song Siming, he had heard of Song Siming's glorious deeds, the dedicated secretary of the Municipal Party Committee secretary, who remained unscathed even when the Municipal Party Committee secretary was implicated. Moreover, recently, Song Siming had accomplished two major feats, both related to the municipal government. First, Liao Guofeng, the mayor's secretary, was dispatched to a remote county due to Song Siming's actions. Second, He Huan, the nephew of He Jiren, the executive deputy mayor, was reported by Song Siming for soliciting prostitutes on his first day at the Municipal Party Committee office, ultimately resulting in demotion and dismissal. Could his harsh words towards Song Siming just now become the third such incident? Thinking of this, Wang Wenhai was drenched in sweat. And as Peng Chunlai, Wang Wenhai's direct superior, was also sweating profusely at this moment. He was also well aware of Song Siming's two glorious achievements. Both of the individuals Song Siming had dealt with, Mayor's secretary Liao Guofeng and He Jiren's nephew He Huan, had stronger connections than him. Yet, they were still dealt with by Song Siming. What did this indicate? It indicated that Song Siming had real power and should not be provoked. Section Chief Song. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here, Peng Chunlai said, hoping to settle the matter amicably. But Jiang Yulong would not have it. From Peng Chunlai's conversation with Song Siming, he could tell that Peng Chunlai and Song Siming knew each other, and Peng Chunlai was clearly inclined to side with Song Siming. Director Ping, my face is like this. What misunderstanding could there be? Mayor Chung told me that he would resolve this matter to my satisfaction. Jiang Yulong reminded Peng Chunlai with a somber face. Peng Chunlai was immediately in a dilemma. On one side was Song Siming, whom he did not want to offend, and on the other was the order from his superior. He did not know what to do for a moment. I also don't think there's any misunderstanding, Song Siming said calmly. This Chairman Jiang took advantage of his status to ply Lu Yu with alcohol, intending to commit wrongdoing. I acted righteously and successfully prevented his criminal behavior. You're spouting nonsense. I have a net worth of billions. What kind of woman haven't I seen? Why would I plot against that Lu Yu? Jiang Yulong immediately retorted. There are surveillance cameras in the corridor. We'll know the truth once we review the footage. Song Siming said calmly. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Knowing that smoothing things over was impossible, Peng Chunlai gritted his teeth and decided to rely on the facts. The public security authorities fully cooperated with the Commerce Bureau. At Peng Chunlai's command, the patrol police squad leader immediately summoned the restaurant manager to retrieve the restaurant's surveillance videos. The manager informed him that there were surveillance cameras not only in the corridor, but also in the private rooms. Soon, all the relevant videos were retrieved. In the private room, Jiang Yulong and several of his cronies took turns plying Lu Yu with alcohol, and Jiang Yulong even took the opportunity to make unwanted advances. In the corridor, Jiang Yulong and several of his cronies surrounded Lu Yu and Yi Ruyun, who had come to her rescue, until Song Siming stepped forward. He's truly making false accusations. Although he had anticipated the truth, Peng Chunlai still felt a surge of anger after watching the surveillance videos. He could only say that Jiang Yulong deserved the slap he received. Jiang Yulong was also somewhat dumbfounded, but he had Vice Mayor Chung as his get-out-of-jail-free card. In any case, assaulting others is wrong. Even if he's not sentenced, he should be detained and fined, Jiang Yulong said to Peng Chunlai. You idiot, take a good look. You attacked me first. I was forced to defend myself, Song Siming retorted to Jiang Yulong's sophistry. How will the public security comrades determine this? Peng Chunlai began to pass the buck to the patrol police. Even if the patrol police squad leader lacked political acumen, he realized at this moment that this was a battle of immortals, and he could easily become collateral damage if he was not careful. Based on the video, Section Chief Song's two actions were both reasonable and compliant with regulations, the squad leader said, gritting his teeth and making the most important decision of his life. What about him then? Can attempted rape be charged? Song Siming inquired, pointing at Jiang Yulong. Attempted rape certainly does not apply, but disturbing public order is a valid charge, which can lead to detention, the captain replied. Detain me? Jiang Yulong could hardly believe his ears. Do you know who I am? Before the law, all are equal, the captain asserted with righteous indignation. With that, he produced a key, unlocked Song Siming's handcuffs, and seamlessly transferred them to Jiang Yulong without a pause. Director Peng, say something. Jiang Yulong turned to Peng Chunlai. Jiang Dong, the police are handling the case. Our business bureau has no authority to interfere. I will contact Vice Mayor Chung shortly to mediate, Peng Chunlai responded, eager to distance himself from the situation. Thus, the officers led Jiang Yulong and his lackeys away. Song Ku, Vice Mayor Chung may reach out to you, Peng Chunlai reminded Song Siming. No problem, I'm available around the clock, Song Siming replied nonchalantly. This time, he was rescuing Yi Ruyun. And who was Yi Ruyun? If Vice Mayor Chung dared to make things difficult, Yi Ruyun would be the first to object. Speaking of Yi Ruyun, Song Siming recalled that after bringing Lu Yu into the private room, she had not emerged since. Upon entering, he found Yi Ruyun watching over the soundly sleeping Lu Yu. The floor was in disarray, clearly indicating that Lu Yu had been sick several times. Has the situation outside been resolved? Yi Ruyun inquired as she stood up upon seeing Song Siming. For the moment, yes. The police have taken Jiang Dong away. However what? Yi Ruyun frowned. However, it is highly unlikely he will remain in detention, Song Siming sighed. Why? Yi Ruyun asked, her expression skeptical. From Director Peng Chunlai's words, it appears Jiang Dong is a distinguished guest of Vice Mayor Chung, who would not allow him to spend the night in detention. Song Siming replied candidly. Chen Kuei? Yi Ruyun unexpectedly named the vice mayor. This surprised Song Siming, as Chen Kuei had only recently been transferred to Qingshan days before Zheng Shuling's downfall, and he was not very familiar with him. Do you know him? Song Siming queried. I do, Yi Ruyun replied with a dark expression. Realizing the connection, Song Siming understood that both Chung Kuei and Yi Ruyun had crossed paths before, having both been from the province. If Chung Kuei seeks you out, just inform me directly, Yi Ruyun advised. Understood, Song Siming agreed. Recognizing that Yi Ruyun would be more adept at handling matters concerning Chung Kuei, should we take Lu Yu to the hospital? She was quite ill earlier. Yi Ruyun expressed concern. It should not be necessary. She has a decent tolerance for alcohol, perhaps just drank the last few too quickly, Song Siming mused. I can help her recover. Help her recover? Yi Ruyun's eyes widened in surprise. You may consider it a form of acupuncture without needles, targeting key acupoints to expedite alcohol decomposition. I learned this technique from a mentor during my time at the orphanage, he explained as he began his work. Originally, Lu Yu was half reclined on the couch, but Song Siming gently laid her flat. He then placed his hands on her abdomen. Lu Yu's slightly plump figure made locating the acupoints a challenge, yet Song Siming's training proved sufficient. With a gentle pressure, Lu Yu stirred slightly in her sleep. He continued applying rhythmic pressure, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and determination. After approximately 10 minutes, he ceased, and Lu Yu opened her eyes, appearing fully recovered. After glancing at Song Siming and Yi Ruyun, she stated, I need to use the restroom, and hurried out of the private room. I will check on her. Yi Ruyun followed quickly. In the restroom, Lu Yu took several deep breaths, gradually calming herself. Is it not done yet? We've been waiting outside for ages. Yi Ruyun called through the door. Soon, the door swung open, and Lu Yu peeked her head out, seeking Yi Ruyun's assistance. Darling, could you find me a pair of pants? Pants? What happened? Yi Ruyun was taken aback. I got sick on my pants, Lu Yu admitted, embarrassed. Sick on your pants? Rather than mock her, Yi Ruyun said, you simply drank too much. Don't push yourself next time. I promise I won't overdo it again, Lu Yu responded. Next to Qingshan Rinjiao restaurant, there was a clothing store, albeit one that only sold skirts. Yi Ruyun purchased a light floral dress for Lu Yu. Upon returning to the restroom, Lu Yu examined the dress, feeling it did not suit her style, and asked Yi Ruyun, no pants? None. Yi Ruyun shook her head. Then this will have to do. At this moment, there was no need for complete attire. Lu Yu removed her soiled pants and discarded them, then donned the dress. When the two women returned to the private room, Song Siming immediately noticed Lu Yu's change of clothes. Weren't you just using the restroom? Did you two go shopping afterward? He asked, skepticism lacing his tone. What woman can finish shopping in half an hour? Yi Ruyun countered. Then why did she change clothes? Song Siming pressed. Isn't it because of you? Lu Yu blurted out. Because of me? What did I do? Song Siming was bewildered. If it weren't for you, Lu Yu wouldn't have drunk so much, and if she hadn't drunk so much, she wouldn't have gotten sick on her pants, Yi Ruyun explained. Song Siming felt unjustly accused, knowing Lu Yu had insisted on drinking. Yet, he recognized that Yi Ruyun was merely being considerate of Lu Yu's feelings and chose not to argue further. It's getting late. Let us all head home to rest, Yi Ruyun suggested, shifting the topic. Both Song Siming and Lu Yu agreed. Among the three, only Yi Ruyun had remained sober. Thus the responsibility of driving fell to her. She first dropped Song Siming off at the municipal dormitory, then took Lu Yu home. Outside Lu Yu's apartment complex, as she sat in the passenger seat, she reached for the door to exit, but Yi Ruyun pulled her back. You don't seem quite right. You're not still drunk, are you? Yi Ruyun sensed something was off. I'm completely sober now. Song Siming's technique worked wonders, and Lu Yu hesitated. And what? Yi Ruyun pressed. Never mind. Lu Yu waved dismissively, attempting to exit the vehicle. No, you must clarify. Yi Ruyun's curiosity had been piqued, and she held on to Lu Yu's clothing to prevent her from leaving. Well, I must tell you, you cannot mock me. Lu Yu, having compromised, lowered her voice and confided in Yi Ruyun. I feel exceedingly happy. Exceedingly happy? In what manner? Yi Ruyun was perplexed, unsure of Lu Yu's meaning. You wouldn't comprehend. You haven't even held a man's hand. Lu Yu sighed, casting a somewhat pitiful glance at Yi Ruyun. I think I'm beginning to understand, Yi Ruyun finally responded. However, she murmured, but Song Siming mentioned that it accelerates alcohol decomposition. Indeed, it has expedited the decomposition of alcohol. Do you not see how clear-headed I am now? If Song Siming hadn't helped me sober up, I would likely have slept until tomorrow afternoon. Lu Yu was quite convinced of the efficacy of his method. Yet, there are side effects, akin to taking medication, which also carry certain side effects, Yi Ruyun analyzed. Song Siming had explained that the so-called method of sobering up through pressure was a form of acupuncture without needles, and some side effects were to be expected. I find these side effects rather beneficial. You should give it a try, Liu encouraged Yu Yun. How would I try it? Yu Yun inquired. At that moment, Liu Yu transformed into her strategist. It's simple. Invite Song Siming to dinner. Drink to the point of intoxication, and he will naturally assist you in sobering up. Liu advised. I shall consider it, Yu Yun replied with a hint of modesty. Do you think it over? Liu said before exiting the vehicle. At the Qingshan City Detention Center, the procedures for Jiang Yolong's detention had not yet been completed when a call came in from Su Likun, the vice mayor and director of public security of Qingshan City. Su Likun ordered the immediate release of Jiang Yulong. When Jiang Yulong emerged from the detention center, Vice Mayor Chen Kuei was already waiting outside. Chen Kuei, who had been attending a meeting in the provincial capital, had returned to Qingshan overnight after receiving a report from the director of the business bureau, Peng Chunlai. He contacted Su Likun during his journey and articulated the significance of Jiang Yulong. After weighing the situation, Su Likun decided to exercise leniency and release Jiang Yulong. After all, Jiang Yulong had only the potential for criminal activity but had not acted upon it. The determination of whether to impose detention, fines, or warnings lay entirely with the Public Security Department. Mayor Cheng, you must advocate for me. The entire Qingshan, from top to bottom, is bullying me. I am clearly the victim, yet I am detained while the perpetrator roams free, Jiang Yulong exclaimed, pointing at his still-swollen face in indignation. Jiang Dong, I wish to support you, but your previous statements were highly exaggerated, placing me in a difficult position, Chen Kuei replied. The director of the business bureau, Peng Chunlai, had thoroughly detailed the events to him, emphasizing that the entire scheme against Liu Yu had been captured on surveillance. Otherwise, the Public Security Department would not have disregarded the business bureau's influence and apprehended Jiang Yulong directly. Was my slap in vain? Jiang Yulong protested vehemently. It certainly wasn't in vain, but you must understand that the intent to assault a state employee is a serious matter. If Liu Yu is determined to pursue this, you could find yourself arrested on charges of attempted assault, which would lead you not to a detention center, but to a remand center. Chen Kuei's voice grew louder. And by the end, Jiang Yulong was startled into a newfound clarity. In that moment, he recognized the gravity of the situation. If he cooperated, the matter could be resolved easily, but any lack of cooperation could lead to past grievances being resurrected at any moment. Mayor Cheng, tomorrow I will sign the investment contract with the Qingshan city government for the promised hotel and commercial complex. Every last one, Jiang Yulong, being astute, quickly capitulated to Chen Kuei. That's the spirit, Chen Kuei exclaimed with delight. The following day, news of Huan Yu Group's monumental investment of 50 billion in Qingshan graced the front page of the Qingshan Daily, marking Chen Kuei's first achievement since becoming vice mayor. Objectively speaking, he owed a debt of gratitude to Song Siming. Had it not been for Song Siming's intervention, Jiang Yolong's investment might have been delayed by 6 months. However, while objective circumstances were one thing, subjective feelings were another. Subjectively, Chen Kuei had taken note of Song Siming's name. A once prominent secretary of the former municipal committee dared to oppose him, nearly extinguishing the flame of his new tenure. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly seek to settle this score with Song Siming. Meanwhile, Song Siming saw the news of Huan Yu Group's contract signing with the Qingshan city government, along with images of Chen Kuei and Jiang Yulong shaking hands amicably. As he had anticipated, Chen Kuei was quick to extricate Jiang Yulong from trouble. Yet, he had not foreseen that under such circumstances, Chen Kuei would manage to secure Jiang Yolong's investment in Qingshan, which only underscored Chen Kuei's formidable nature. He would need to remain vigilant in the future. Just as Song Siming was engrossed in contemplating Chen Kuei, He Huan, who had been absent for several days, appeared in the first section of the municipal committee office. Having been demoted and reassigned as a level 3 chief staff member, He Huan had settled down considerably. After reporting to Song Siming, he proactively found a spot in the large office to sit. It seemed that He Huan had finally surrendered. I thought he would request a transfer from the first section of the secretariat, the other staff members in the office whispered amongst themselves. Song Siming observed for a day and noted that He Huan had indeed changed his ways, refraining from any inappropriate behavior. As the workday came to a close, He Huan approached Song Siming, stating, Director Song, I have caused you much trouble during this time in the first section, and to express my apologies. I would like to treat you and our colleagues to a relaxation outing. What sort of relaxation do you have in mind? Song Siming inquired. A new hot spring has opened in the west of the city. I would like to treat everyone to a soak. He Huan replied earnestly. That sounds agreeable. After all, it's not just for yourself, It serves as a bonding experience for the entire department, fostering a sense of collective pride. Song Siming thought little of it and agreed to He Huan's proposal. After work, more than a dozen members of the first section took 3 cars and headed to the Yulong Hot Springs. At the Yulong Hot Springs, Zhou Daqiang called Xiaoyu over, asking, "Do you remember everything I taught you?" "I do." Xiaoyu, the university student whom He Huan had previously encountered, replied, "If you accomplish this task, I will cover all your mother's surgery expenses," Zhou Daqiang generously asserted. For years, Zhou Daqiang had been involved in the service industry, KTVs, clubs, hot springs, but these ventures were merely small-scale operations that yielded limited profits. To achieve substantial wealth, one must step outside their comfort zone. After a thorough investigation, he had set his sights on a public rental housing project. If he could secure this project, he could conservatively earn tens of millions. In comparison, the hundreds of thousands required for Xiaoyu's mother's surgery were but a drop in the bucket. Subsequently, Zhou Daqiang sent a text message to He Huan, stating, "All arrangements are in place." Half an hour later, 3 private cars entered the Yulong Hot Springs parking lot. "Welcome, esteemed leaders." Zhou Daqiang, who had been waiting in the parking lot, eagerly assisted with opening the car doors. "This is Zhou Daqiang, the owner of Yulong Hot Springs, a distant cousin of mine." He Huan introduced him, conveniently assigning Zhou Daqiang a new identity to alleviate any suspicion from Song Siming. "Mr. Zhou, may your business flourish." The staff members of the first section greeted Zhou Daqiang. Despite his demotion to a level 3 chief staff member, He Huan's status as the nephew of the executive vice mayor still conferred respect upon Zhou Daqiang, thus granting He Huan an indirect favor. "This must be Director Song. He Huan informed me that we must take good care of you today." Subsequently, under He Huan's subtle direction, Zhou Daqiang began to engage in friendly banter with Song Siming. "You are too courteous, Mr. Zhou. Please consider us as ordinary consumers," Song Siming replied. "How could that be?" Zhou Daqiang said earnestly. "You are He Huan's superior. Once you step into our Yulong warmth, you shall certainly enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment. Cousin, shall we head inside first?" He Huan interjected at that moment. "Look at me. I was just caught up in my excitement. Director Song, please come inside. Esteemed leaders, please proceed within." Zhou Daqiang, being from the service industry, delivered his words with remarkable poise. Naturally, the arrangements that followed were meticulously organized. Dedicated attendants escorted the members of the secretary's office to the respective changing rooms for their attire. After changing, they regrouped in the hot spring area. The warm area was vast, filled with various hot springs. There were nearly 100, if not exactly. As the members of the secretary's office began to disperse, Zhou Daqiang approached Song Siming and said, "Director Song, we also offer some unique medicinal baths. Would you like to give them a try?" "Medicinal baths?" Song Siming had never heard of such a thing. "Indeed, we have engaged professors from the traditional Chinese medicine university as our technical advisors, selecting various medicinal herbs to create baths that replenish qi and nourish blood. Given your busy work schedule, it would be quite beneficial for you to indulge." Zhou Daqiang earnestly recommended. "Then I shall give it a try. Since I am here, I must experience the offerings." Under Zhou Daqiang's guidance, Song Siming proceeded to the medicinal bath area. The medicinal bath area was empty, devoid of any patrons. "We are still in the trial operation phase. The medicinal bath area is not open to the public yet. Please help us by experiencing it and providing feedback," Zhou Daqiang explained. "Very well. I shall serve as a trial participant," Song Siming chuckled. "You take your time. I will attend to the other leaders." After arranging for Song Siming, Zhou Daqiang departed. Song Siming settled into a suitable position, and perhaps due to the infusion of herbs in the water, he began to feel an unusual warmth enveloping him. The efficacy of the medicinal bath was rather pronounced. Initially, he paid it no mind, but soon he realized something was amiss. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his shoulders from behind. "Who is it?" Song Siming turned around immediately, only to be met with a strikingly beautiful woman dressed in minimal attire. "Senior? Xiaoyu?" The two exchanged incredulous glances. Luo Xiaoyu, a senior student from Jiangbei University, was indeed familiar to Song Siming, who was also an alumnus of the same institution. When Song Siming had just begun his career in a remote town named Wangzhai, it happened to be Luo Xiaoyu's hometown. Tragically, Luo Xiaoyu's father had passed away in a work-related accident when she was merely 10 years old, leaving her to rely solely on her mother. However, her mother's health was also frail, requiring constant medication. Although Luo Xiaoyu managed to gain admission to university, she found herself unable to afford the tuition fees. Upon learning of her plight, Song Siming, who was responsible for poverty alleviation efforts. Not only assisted her in applying for a scholarship, but also organized a fundraising event that raised a total of 4,000 yuan, 2,000 of which came from his own pocket. It was this financial support that enabled Luo Xiaoyu to leave her mountainous home and pursue higher education, becoming the first university student in her village. After Luo Xiaoyu began university, Song Siming frequently visited her mother, providing essential supplies such as rice and oil during holidays, alleviating Luo Xiaoyu's concerns. However, when Song Siming was reassigned to the municipal office, the poverty alleviation responsibilities were handed over to others, severing their contact for 3 long years. Little did they expect to reunite in such a manner 3 years later. Both wore expressions laden with embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Luo Xiaoyu who broke the silence. "Senior, you should leave first. I will explain everything to you shortly." All right. Song Siming had nearly pieced together the circumstances surrounding this encounter. The trip to the hot springs was suggested by He Huan, and it was likely that she had orchestrated Luo Xiaoyu's presence, aiming to exploit the effects of the medicinal bath to compromise his judgment. However, He Huan had evidently underestimated Song Siming's willpower and did not anticipate that he and Luo Xiaoyu shared a past, where she regarded him as both a senior and a benefactor. There was no way Luo Xiaoyu would seek to harm him. Song Siming promptly exited the medicinal bath area. Shortly after he left, Zhou Daqiang entered the medicinal bath area, where Luo Xiaoyu had already changed her attire, holding a miniature camera in hand. "Did you capture it?" Zhou Daqiang inquired. "I did," Luo Xiaoyu replied. As she spoke, she extracted the memory card from the camera and handed it to Zhou Daqiang. "Well done," Zhou Daqiang exclaimed, delighted as he accepted the memory card. "I will transfer 300,000 yuan for the surgery to your account shortly." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Luo Xiaoyu said before turning to depart. Outside Yulong Hot Springs, Song Siming waited for a while until Luo Xiaoyu arrived. "Get in the car." Song Siming instructed Luo Xiaoyu to enter his vehicle and drove to a secluded spot. "Senior, I almost caused you great harm," Luo Xiaoyu said, tears streaming down her face. For her benefactor, harming Song Siming would burden her conscience for a lifetime. What exactly transpired? Although he had surmised a rough outline of events, Song Siming sought confirmation from Luo Xiaoyu. She recounted, "My mother needs a kidney transplant, and the surgery costs 300,000 yuan. I had no choice but to accept Zhou Daqiang's offer to work in his establishment, serving drinks. A few days ago, he approached me, saying that if I entertained a man well and recorded a video to identify him as a client, he would provide the money for my mother's surgery. Given the urgency, I reluctantly agreed, thinking that soliciting wouldn't have severe consequences, perhaps just a few days of detention, which would not significantly impact him. I never imagined that man would be you." "Senior." As Luo Xiaoyu finished her account, Song Siming's expression darkened considerably. Although she had not mentioned He Huan's name throughout her narrative, it was evident that she was merely a pawn in He Huan's scheme. Zhou Daqiang, the so-called cousin of He Huan, was likely an impostor as well. "Did Zhou Daqiang drug my drink?" Song Siming then inquired. "Yes," Luo Xiaoyu affirmed. "He said he would administer the drug in your beverage. It is potent, and with a little coaxing, you would fall for it." This explained everything, Song Siming murmured to himself. The so-called medicinal bath was merely a ruse created by Zhou Daqiang to lower his guard. Without that pretext, he would have certainly recognized the danger in his drink. It was clear that Zhou Daqiang's intentions were both meticulous and malicious. "Did you hand the recorded video over to Zhou Daqiang?" Song Siming pressed further. "How could I?" Luo Xiaoyu quickly denied it. "I destroyed that memory card and gave him a blank one. Otherwise, I would never have been able to leave." To her, Song Siming was not only a benefactor but also someone she admired deeply. There was no way she would betray him. "Thank you," Song Siming expressed his gratitude, reflecting on the notion that good deeds are rewarded. Had it not been for his earlier assistance to Luo Xiaoyu, he might have fallen prey to Zhou Daqiang and He Huan's scheme today. "No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, senior, I would never have escaped my humble beginnings to attend university. Your kindness is something I can never repay in this lifetime." Luo Xiaoyu sincerely expressed her thoughts. During this period, she had been working at a club, serving drinks to raise funds for her mother's surgery. However, despite her circumstances, she maintained her principles and never crossed the line. Had it not been for the urgent message from the hospital stating that any further delay could jeopardize her mother's life, she would never have acquiesced to Zhou Daqiang. At that moment, a notification of a transfer appeared on her phone. Zhou Daqiang had deposited 300,000 into her bank account. To her astonishment, he had transferred the money without even reviewing the contents of the memory card. Luo Xiaoyu found herself at a loss. The truth would soon come to light, and when it did, Zhou Daqiang would not only demand the return of the 300,000, but might also cause her significant trouble. It is known that those running clubs are hardly virtuous individuals. Don't touch the 300,000 just yet. I will find a way for your mother's surgery. Rest assured, I will ensure she does not miss the operation due to financial issues, Song Siming assured Luo Xiaoyu. Is that true? Luo Xiaoyu inquired, her heart swelling with hope. Absolutely. Since you are officially recognized as a low-income household, you can apply for substantial medical aid. As for the remaining amount, I will reach out to my alumni association at Jiangbei University to help you raise the funds. I am confident we can help you through this crisis. Furthermore, I will ensure that Zhou Daqiang pays for his actions, Song Siming declared with a cold scoff. His principle was simple: if one does not harm him, he will not retaliate, but if one does, he will respond in kind. Now that Zhou Daqiang was acting as a pawn for He Huan, Song Siming would certainly not let him off the hook. Moreover, it was clear that Zhou Daqiang was not a man of integrity. Dealing with Zhou Daqiang would be akin to eliminating a social menace. Of course, the true mastermind, He Huan, also needed to be addressed. Yi Ruyun had already begun investigating He Huan's accounts at the Youth League Committee, but Song Siming had yet to review them himself. Now seemed like an opportune moment to do so. After escorting Luo Xiaoyu home and exchanging contact information, Song Siming called Yi Ruyun. Sister, may I borrow something from you? What do you need? Yi Ruyun's heart raced. Ever since Lu Yu had informed her about the side effects of alcohol detoxification, she had pondered whether she should ask Song Siming for a similar treatment. The accounts from He Huan's tenure in the Youth League Committee, Song Siming stated. Of course, no problem. I have already sorted through the accounts. He Huan certainly had the audacity. Almost every transaction he handled is suspect. Such a person deserves to spend time in prison. Yi Ruyun responded. After a moment, she added, however, if I lend you the accounts, what do I get in return? Do we need to keep tabs on our relationship? Song Siming joked. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Yi Ruyun laughed. Then what would you like? Song Siming inquired. I would like you to help me with a detoxification treatment, Yi Ruyun confessed. A detoxification? Are you intoxicated? Song Siming questioned, suspicious. Not yet, but when the time comes, I will be, Yi Ruyun replied. Not a problem. I can assist you 10 times over. Song Siming laughed heartily. Just make sure you keep your word, Yi Ruyun said before ending the call to gather evidence against He Huan. Meanwhile, He Huan pretended to depart from the Yulong Hot Springs with his secretary, but soon returned. Zhou Daqiang stood waiting at the entrance. How did it go? He Huan eagerly inquired. It's done, Zhou Daqiang boasted, waving the memory card triumphantly. Song Siming, oh Song Siming. I thought you were clever, yet you fell into the same trap that all men do. He Huan laughed heartily, relishing the thought of making Song Siming experience the humiliation of demotion. It was mainly due to the capabilities of my contacts. To be safe, I added a little something to the water that Song Siming drank. Zhou Daqiang emphasized his role. Double insurance. You really thought ahead, Zhou, He Huan complimented, while lamenting. It's a pity for Xiaoyu. She has fallen into the hands of that scoundrel, Song Siming. Every loss yields a gain. Zhou Daqiang chuckled. If you fancy Xiaoyu, I can call her back right now. Once a woman has had her first time, the second is easily attainable. I can provide her with another sum to keep He Huan satisfied. Let us not go there, He Huan said cautiously, shaking his head. If Xiaoyu could secretly film Song Siming, she could do the same with me. I do not wish to stumble upon the same obstacle twice. Give me the video, He Huan demanded, extending his hand to Zhou Daqiang. What about Mayor He? Zhou Daqiang reminded him. Rest assured, I will call my uncle shortly. You will definitely secure that public rental housing project, He Huan replied nonchalantly. Huang Taijun would soon become the mayor, and the focus of work had already shifted to the municipal committee. The current city government was essentially under his uncle's control. With a mere signature, the public rental housing project would be Zhou Daqiang's. Good, good, Zhou Daqiang said without further comment, decisively handing over the memory card. Once He Huan secured the memory card, he hastily returned home, located a card reader, inserted the memory card, and connected the reader to his laptop. However, upon accessing the memory card, he was met with a blank screen. Nothing at all. What is going on? He Huan, who was preparing to check the disciplinary committee's email, was left bewildered. Suspecting that the files might be hidden, he activated the hidden mode, but still, nothing appeared. Zhou Daqiang, what kind of trick are you playing? He Huan called Zhou Daqiang, suppressing his anger. What happened? Zhou Daqiang, lost in dreams of a lucrative windfall, asked with suspicion. What happened? There is nothing on the memory card you gave me, He Huan shouted. Nothing? Impossible. That cannot be. Zhou Daqiang vehemently denied. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself, He Huan challenged. I don't need to come over. I thoroughly checked it before giving it to you. You're not trying to renege on the deal, are you? Zhou Daqiang countered. I'll have your grandmother's claw. He Huan exploded in fury. Tell me the truth. Did you capture anything or not? Of course, I captured it, and it is definitely in high definition, Zhou Daqiang asserted confidently. Then what is happening? He Huan was utterly perplexed. Is it possible the memory card is faulty? Zhou Daqiang proposed a seemingly rational explanation. Do you have a backup? He Huan inhaled deeply, asking. No, Zhou Daqiang replied. Such terrible luck? He Huan felt like he might vomit blood. After all the effort to catch Song Siming in a bind, only to lose it all due to a faulty memory card, it felt profoundly unjust. Why not invite Song Siming back to the hot springs and film it again? Zhou Daqiang suggested tentatively. Do you think this is a movie? We can't just shoot it again. He Huan retorted irritably. By the time they left the hot springs, Song Siming had vanished. Given He Huan's understanding of him, he suspected Song Siming had sensed something amiss and left early. In other words, they had already alerted the prey. Attempting the same trick again would be exponentially harder. What do we do now? Zhou Daqiang asked helplessly. You asked me what to do? I'm asking you the same. He Huan hung up in frustration. On the other end, Zhou Daqiang threw his phone onto the table, lost in contemplation. In actuality, he never scrutinized the memory card. The claim of its corruption was a fabrication to evade accountability. Upon meticulously retracing the sequence of events, the predicament appears to stem from Luo Xiaoyu herself. Reflecting on this, Zhou Daqiang retrieved Luo Xiaoyu's contact information and initiated a call, only to encounter an engaged tone. Subsequent attempts yielded the same result. After a 30-minute interval, the situation remained unchanged. She has blacklisted me, Zhou Daqiang exclaimed. It dawned on Zhou Daqiang that he had been outmaneuvered. Luo Xiaoyu had reaped a reward of 300,000 without rendering any services. This constituted a blatant act of fraud. Zhou Daqiang contemplated divulging the truth to He Huan, but after considerable deliberation, he refrained. Luo Xiaoyu's involvement implicated him, and revealing the truth would be detrimental to his interests. It was preferable for He Huan to perceive the situation as an unforeseen calamity rather than human malfeasance. However, this did not imply that Luo Xiaoyu would escape retribution. He had transferred a substantial sum of 300,000 to Luo Xiaoyu, and he was determined to recover it. You two are to monitor the urology department at the Municipal People's Hospital. Notify me immediately upon Luo Xiaoyu's arrival, Zhou Daqiang instructed his subordinates. As the adage goes, one can flee, but one cannot abscond with a temple. Luo Xiaoyu's act of blacklisting him was inconsequential, as her mother, in dire need of a kidney transplant, remained hospitalized. By maintaining surveillance at the hospital, they would inevitably encounter Luo Xiaoyu. The following day at work, an atmosphere of harmony pervaded the First Secretary Division. He Huan, having suffered a setback, continued to feign deference before Song Siming, who, in turn, pretended to be oblivious. As the workday drew to a close, Yuriyun transmitted a compressed file to Song Siming. Upon decompression, it contained a spreadsheet and hundreds of images. The spreadsheet meticulously detailed He Huan's embezzlement of public funds during his tenure at the Municipal Youth League Committee, amounting to a staggering 1,170,000. The images served as corroborating evidence, consisting of receipts and invoices. Without hesitation, Song Siming forwarded the compressed file to Wang Zhun, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, and initiated a phone call. Secretary Wang, I must once again impose upon your services, Song Siming declared. Whom are you seeking to expose this time? Wang Zhun inquired. Previously, Song Siming had reported He Huan for patronizing prostitutes, initiating the conversation in a similar manner. It is He Huan again, Song Siming responded. Has the matter between you two not been resolved? When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Wang Zhun implored Song Siming. Wang Zhun had faced immense pressure regarding the appropriate disciplinary measures for He Huan, given his familial connection to He Jiren, the executive vice mayor. Only the irrefutable evidence had compelled him to proceed. Now that the matter had been tentatively resolved, he was reluctant to reignite the conflict. I am not driven by vengeance, but rather by He Huan's egregious transgressions. Imprisonment is the only fitting retribution, Song Siming explained to Wang Zhun, before urging him to examine his email. After reviewing it, You may dispatch personnel to apprehend him at the 1st Secretary Division. Email. Wang Jun, seated at his computer, accessed his inbox. The first message was from Song Siming. He opened the email, downloaded the attachment, and decompressed the file. The evidence of He Huan's crimes was laid bare before Wang Jun. So much. Wang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. The Municipal Youth League Committee was a modest institution, and He Huan was not even the leading figure, or even a second or third in command, but merely a minor director of the propaganda department. Yet, in a mere 4 to 5 years, He Huan had amassed over 1 million. This implied that any funds passing through He Huan's hands were subject to a deduction of half or more. Is this sufficient grounds for double regulation? Song Siming inquired of Wang Jun. More than sufficient, Wang Jun replied. With ample evidence, even if He Huan were the nephew of the Celestial Emperor, he would proceed without hesitation. Can the matter be resolved before the end of the workday? Song Siming pressed Wang Jun for a swift resolution. Absolutely no problem, Wang Jun assured him. The Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection was located within the Municipal Party Committee compound, a mere few dozen meters from the Municipal Party Committee office building. Within 10 minutes, personnel from the commission arrived at the 1st Secretary Division. Wang Jun led the delegation personally. What is the matter? The same scene had unfolded in the 1st Secretary Division just days prior. The collective gaze of the individuals in the main office converged upon He Huan, as the prevailing assumption was that he was the most likely source of trouble. He Huan was startled. However, he harbored a sliver of hope. Given that he was merely a deputy section-level 3rd-grade staff member, lacking any leadership position, even if double regulation or isolation for investigation were warranted, there was no reason for the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to personally intervene. Alas, this hope was swiftly extinguished. Wang Jun and his entourage proceeded directly to He Huan. He Huan, you are suspected of committing a job-related crime. You are now subject to double regulation. Come with us. Job-related crime? When did I commit a job-related crime? I do not even hold a position. He Huan protested, feigning composure. Whether or not you have committed a crime will be determined through investigation. For now, your cooperation is required. Wang Jun was comparatively courteous to He Huan. Out of deference to He Jiren, who was rumored to be on the verge of being promoted to mayor of Qingshan City, I have already cooperated once. What more do you want from me? He Huan blurted out, his composure shattered. Being taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection twice in a week would irreparably damage his reputation. He Huan, since Secretary Wang is requesting your cooperation, it indicates that he possesses substantial evidence. Resistance will only exacerbate your situation, Song Siming advised He Huan, emerging from his office. He Huan paused, then realized the truth. Song Siming, you must be behind this. He Huan erupted in a tirade. As he hurled insults, he lunged at Song Siming, oblivious to how easily Song Siming had dispatched him during their initial encounter. This time was no different. Facing He Huan, Song Siming remained unfazed. As He Huan drew near, Song Siming seized his arms and forcefully raised them. Crack, crack. He Huan's arms hung limply. Subsequently, Song Siming kicked He Huan in the leg, causing him to collapse to his knees. Secretary Wang, He Huan attempted to violently resist double regulation. As his superior, I had no choice but to meet force with force to subdue him. I trust this does not violate any regulations? Song Siming inquired of Wang Jun. It does not violate any regulations. Not in the slightest, Wang Jun declared unequivocally. He Huan, incapacitated, writhed in agony but remained defiant. Song Siming, this is a personal vendetta. I will sue you for intentional assault. Intentional assault? Song Siming scoffed. Intentional assault requires at least minor injuries, which you do not possess. He had exercised restraint. He Huan's arms were merely dislocated, not fractured, and the kick to his leg, while painful, would not even leave a bruise. Take him away. At Wang Jun's command, 2 personnel from the Commission for Discipline Inspection seized He Huan, 1 on each side. He Huan's entire weight rested on his dislocated arms, causing him to howl in anguish, his cries reverberating throughout the 4-story Municipal Party Committee office building. Personnel from other departments emerged to investigate. Upon discovering that He Huan was a repeat offender, they instinctively swallowed hard. Although the exact circumstances remain unclear, it was Song Siming who first reported He Huan's entry into the palace, and it appears that he is once again behind this recent incident. It is uncertain whether Song Siming deemed He Huan's demotion and dismissal too lenient, or if He Huan has once more provoked Song Siming, prompting him to take decisive action. Following He Huan's departure, the personnel from the secretary's office fell into a hushed silence. Despite the fact that Song Siming and He Huan had recently reconciled, Just yesterday, Song Siming had accepted He Huan's invitation to the hot springs. Today's situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Could it be that something transpired during their time at the hot springs that they are unaware of? Song Siming's subsequent remarks seemed to confirm this notion. I have always believed in mutual respect. You honor me, and I shall honor you in return. However, this must be genuine respect. If one appears amiable on the surface while plotting behind the scenes, the only one who will ultimately be harmed is themselves. Song Siming issued a warning to the staff of the secretary's office. Indeed, the department head was correct. He Huan was merely reaping the consequences of his own actions. After a brief period of calm, everyone began to express their opinions. This was clearly a case of killing the monkey to warn the chickens. Song Siming had decisively dealt with He Huan, demonstrating that even someone with a powerful background like He Huan could be brought to heel. Who would dare oppose Song Siming now? All right, it's time to clock out. A few words suffice. There is no need for lengthy discussions. With that, Song Siming announced the end of the meeting. He gathered his belongings in the office, preparing to leave for the day. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Yi Ruyun. Sister. Song Siming answered immediately. I heard He Huan has been placed under double regulation by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Your actions are quite swift, Yi Ruyun remarked. Clearly well informed about the happenings within the Municipal Party Committee. If I don't act quickly, wouldn't that be wasting the evidence you provided me? Song Siming flattered her. You still remember that it was I who provided the evidence. Yi Ruyun eagerly awaited this acknowledgement. She then inquired, when will you fulfill your promise of 10 massages? Whenever you wish, Song Siming replied. He was not the type to deny benefits once received. In the matter of bringing He Huan to justice, Yi Ruyun played a pivotal role. He would comply with any request she made, as long as it did not violate his principles. Then tonight at my place, Yi Ruyun promptly suggested, fearing Song Siming might change his mind. After hanging up, she sent him her address within 5 seconds. Yi Ruyun did not reside in the dormitory of the Youth League Committee. As a modern woman with high standards for her living conditions, she chose to rent her own apartment. The complex, named Fangfei Garden, was newly built just 2 years prior, boasting excellent amenities and located only a 5-minute walk from the Youth League Committee. With nearby shopping centers and parks, it offered great convenience, far superior to the dilapidated dormitories. Song Siming was familiar with this neighborhood and opted to take a taxi after work, reasoning that he would likely indulge in a drink, making driving inconvenient. Upon exiting the taxi, he spotted Yi Ruyun waiting at the entrance of the complex. Sister, you are too kind to come out and greet me, he remarked as he approached. If I don't come greet you, you'll have to register, she replied. The access to Fangfei Garden was strictly controlled. She waved the bag in her hand and added, and I brought 2 bottles of wine. Quite the selection, Song Siming observed, noting that it was 2 bottles of Maodai. For our first drinking occasion, we must have something of quality. Let's go. Yi Ruyun swiped her card to allow him entry. She rented a 2-bedroom apartment, not overly spacious, but well-equipped and evidently cleaned and organized with care. This indicated that Yi Ruyun had planned ahead. After all, only half an hour had passed since she invited Song Siming. Hardly enough time to tidy up. How is it? Still presentable? Yi Ruyun inquired as they entered. More than presentable. One might mistake this for a showcase from a cleaning company, Song Siming jested. Can we not exaggerate? I merely tidied up a bit to show respect for my guest. She replied. Am I the only guest? Is Luyu not coming? Song Siming asked. Luyu has taken a long leave to travel and unwind. I am considering transferring her to the Youth League Committee upon her return, Yi Ruyun sighed. Has Luyu been targeted? Song Siming deduced. Yes. The director of the Investment Promotion Office has been harassing her, criticizing her for every little thing. Luyu could no longer tolerate it and decided to take leave. Yi Ruyun explained. She had only learned of this situation earlier that afternoon when she called Luyu. The influence of Chairman Jiang is indeed significant, Song Siming remarked with a scoff. It was evident that the director's targeting of Lu Yu was an attempt to curry favor with Jiang Yulong. One day, I will see Jiang Yulong behind bars. Sister, I believe you should not be in the Youth League, but rather in the Discipline Inspection Commission. Have you not realized your remarkable talent for sending people to prison? Song Siming said earnestly. Perhaps you are right, Yi Ruyun mused. Previously, when I investigated He Huan's accounts, I could easily identify any discrepancies. She paused before adding, I suppose it's hereditary. Hereditary? An authoritative figure flashed in Song Siming's mind. Yanghua, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, had recently been appointed in Jiangbei province and was currently investigating Zhang Xuelyang. Looking at Yi Ruyun, he noted her resemblance to Yi Onghua, the daughter of the provincial discipline inspection secretary. Song Siming swallowed hard. He had always known Yi Ruyun had connections at the provincial level, but he had not anticipated their strength. From this perspective, Yi Ruyun's position as a deputy division chief at 30 did not seem so exaggerated after all. Of course, this was merely Song Siming's conjecture. He wished to confirm it, yet ultimately refrained. Zhang Xuelyang was still detained by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and as Zhang Xuelyang's former secretary, confirming Yi Ruyun's identity would complicate their future interactions. Perhaps it was wiser to remain oblivious. Let us drink. As the conversation shifted back to work, Yi Ruyun adeptly redirected the topic. She opened the wine she had purchased, producing 2 glasses for them both. Shall we drink straight? Song Siming asked, looking at the empty table in mild disbelief. Is that not acceptable? Yi Ruyun countered. It can be, but I fear you may struggle with it, Song Siming replied. I will give it a try. Yi Ruyun poured a glass for herself and took a small sip, instantly finding the fiery flavor overwhelming, causing her to tear up. I did not expect liquor to taste like this. I wonder what those who enjoy it think. Is it challenging? Song Siming chuckled at Yi Ruyun's reaction. He stood up, saying, Allow me to prepare some snacks. With a few appetizers, it will be easier to swallow. After speaking, Song Siming went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and tied on an apron. In just over 20 minutes, he managed to prepare 6 dishes using only a few ingredients available in the fridge. You can't possibly be a professional chef, can you? Yi Ruyun exclaimed, astonished. I wouldn't call myself a professional chef, but I have cooked for hundreds of people at once. Song Siming chuckled. Having grown up in an orphanage, he made it a point to return each year, transforming into the head chef of the orphanage's kitchen during his visits. The children and staff at the orphanage always relished his cooking. Impressive, Yi Ruyun praised, giving him a thumbs up. With the dishes paired with wine, it was no longer as unpleasant to drink. Sitting across from each other, Song Siming and Yi Ruyun discussed life, ideals, the past, and the future, unknowingly finishing a bottle of Maodai. While Song Siming remained unaffected, Yi Ruyun's gaze became dreamy and her mind less clear. Do you know why I asked you to give me a massage? Yi Ruyun slurred, her cheeks flushed. Why? Song Siming inquired. Because Liu said your massage made her very happy, so I wanted to try it too. Yi Ruyun confessed candidly. Very happy? How so? Song Siming was taken aback. In his understanding, his massage technique was merely for sobering up. He couldn't see how it could bring happiness. Yi Ruyun continued. Liu also mentioned that she didn't actually vomit on her pants that day. She just changed clothes because it felt good. She burst into laughter, then made a shushing gesture, warning Song Siming not to share this secret with anyone. Rest assured, I won't tell a soul, he said, maintaining a calm facade while turmoil surged within him. Initially, he thought Yi Ruyun was just drunk and rambling, but upon reflecting on that day, her words seemed to hold some truth. Liu's reaction during the massage was indeed unusual, and after regaining consciousness, she had rushed to the restroom, returning in a skirt instead of her pants. Uncle Wang didn't mention that this massage technique could captivate women. Song Siming murmured to himself. Uncle Wang was a handyman at the orphanage, doing all sorts of dirty and tiring work. He had entered the orphanage the same year as Song Siming. Just 3 days later, both his fighting skills and massage techniques were taught to him by Uncle Wang. Did you think I was too young back then? And that this technique was not suitable for children, which is why you didn't mention it? Song Siming pondered, recalling that he had learned this massage technique at the age of 12. I'm already drunk. Hurry and give me a massage. I want to know if Liu Yu was lying to me. Yi Ruyun insisted, stumbling towards Song Siming and pressing his hands onto her abdomen. You need to lie down for this, he reminded her. Lie down? Yes, lie down, she agreed, collapsing onto the floor. She was truly intoxicated compared to Liu Yu. Yi Ruyun's tolerance for alcohol was far lower, and she struggled to walk. Taking a deep breath, Song Siming bent down and picked her up. Yi Ruyun's body felt soft yet firm. As he carried her to the bedroom, he could distinctly sense her body trembling, perhaps due to her loose clothing. Fortunately, the distance from the dining room to the bedroom was short. Moments later, he laid her gently on the large bed, which had fresh sheets with a faint fragrance. After drawing the curtains to shield against prying eyes from the opposite building, Song Siming finally extended his hands, known for their ability to elicit irresistible reactions from women. Yet, before he could act, Yi Ruyun turned over, facing away from him. He had to flip her back again, but she refused to lie flat, quickly rolling onto her stomach once more. After several rounds of this, Both were sweating. "It's so hot," Yi Ruyun exclaimed, tugging at her collar, revealing a pink top adorned with cartoon patterns. Song Siming found himself unable to look away, but his mind remained clear, aware of what was permissible and what was not. His hands glided over Yi Ruyun's belly button, moving down to her lower abdomen, applying rhythmic pressure in both clockwise and counterclockwise motions. To avoid distraction and misapplication of his technique, he engaged in a fierce internal struggle before closing his eyes and beginning the legendary blind massage. Yi Ruyun's identity dictated that he could not act inappropriately while she was unaware. Otherwise, no power in the world could save him. Although he couldn't see, Song Siming's hearing was sharp. He could discern Yi Ruyun's responses through sound. Initially, her murmurs were soft, but as time passed, her voice grew louder. Fortunately, Song Siming maintained his composure. After approximately 20 minutes, Yi Ruyun opened her eyes, her gaze now clear. "What is wrong with you?" she asked. "What do you think is wrong?" He replied, exasperated. As a normal man, he felt a flush of embarrassment. Yi Ruyun's face turned crimson. Upon reflection, she realized that the so-called sobering massage was indeed unfair to Song Siming. She trusted in her own allure. The better her reactions, the more tormenting it was for him. Akin to a delectable dish that one could only admire and smell but not taste, who could endure such a torture? "You know, I came to Qinshan for you," she confessed, biting her lip to express her feelings. "Really?" Song Siming could hardly believe his ears. To be honest, he felt somewhat inferior in Yi Ruyun's presence. She was beautiful, well-built, from a good family, and held a high status, leaving him feeling unworthy. "It's true. Ever since you saved me that day, I've liked you," she confessed boldly. "Do you like me?" "How could I not?" Song Siming exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace. Yi Ruyun shivered. The sensation was entirely different from the massage, and she felt Song Siming's affection. "If you're truly feeling unwell, I could try to help you with a massage. Teach me how. And I'm sure I'll learn quickly," she whispered near his ear in a voice barely above a whisper. "You want to massage me?" Song Siming understood the deeper meaning behind her words. Looking at her stunning face, he wasted no time in kissing her. Yi Ruyun eagerly reciprocated, their bodies intertwining in a passionate embrace. Her hands began to explore, but just as the moment reached its peak, the phone rang. It was placed on the bedside table, and Yi Ruyun could see it clearly. "It's my dad," she gasped, her body stiffening, her hand reaching out only to retract immediately. The reaction of Song Siming was equally intense. He released Yi Ruyun and sprang to his feet. Previously, he had deduced that Yi Ruyun's father was the provincial party committee member and secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Yionghua. For such a high-ranking official in the discipline inspection system, anyone within the system would harbor a sense of fear, even if the individual bore no blemish and had no reason to fear an investigation. On the other hand, Yi Ruyun took 3 deep breaths, striving to calm herself before cautiously picking up the phone and softly calling out, "Dad, are you adapting well to working in Qinshan?" "Soon." A deep and magnetic voice resonated from the other end, belonging to Yionghua. "Very well," Yi Ruyun replied, casting a glance at Song Siming. "What progress have you made with that Song Siming?" Yionghua inquired further. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruyun nearly dropped the phone. Song Siming, who was eavesdropping nearby, was also taken aback. He never imagined he would be mentioned in Yiongua's conversation. "Who is this Song Siming? I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Ruyun retorted stubbornly after a few seconds. "Do you truly believe you can deceive me?" Yionghua replied. "You previously insisted on resigning and even left home in a huff. Yet upon returning, you changed your mind, chose not to resign, and applied for a position in the local government. It's obvious something is amiss. So you are investigating me?" Yi Ruyun connected the dots. "Not investigating, but expressing concern. I fear you might be taken advantage of and end up counting someone else's money," Yionghua said earnestly. Yi Ruyun was indignant. "Your daughter is a PhD graduate, and her intelligence has always been intact. Is it truly intact? If it were, would you have ended up in the hospital because of a poorly handled pufferfish?" Yionghua mocked his daughter. "You know about that?" Yi Ruyun asked in surprise. "Don't forget what I do for a living," Yionghua replied. "Song Siming saved you. You fell for him at first sight, and then you willingly placed yourself at his doorstep." "Willingly? That sounds too harsh," Yi Ruyun protested. "I like Song Siming, and he likes me. That is mutual affection." Since the truth was out, Yi Ruyun decided to be forthright. "From the sound of it, you two are indeed together. Let me ask you, do you truly know Song Siming?" Yionghua questioned. "Of course I do," Yi Ruyun answered confidently. "Then tell me, How many girlfriends has Song Siming had? Yeongwa challenged her. Yi Ryun found herself at a loss. If you don't even know that, how can you claim to understand him? Yeongwa paused before adding, to be frank, I know Song Siming better than you do. So what kind of person is he? Yi Ryun followed up. Mediocre at best, Yeongwa offered a neutral assessment. So that means he is not bad. Yi Ryun exclaimed joyously. Knowing her father, who had spent years in the discipline inspection system, she understood that he was exceptionally critical. Out of 100 people, he deemed 99 unworthy. A neutral evaluation like mediocre signified that her father had, to some extent, acknowledged Song Siming. But it's only temporarily acceptable. I need to meet him before I can give a final judgment, Yeongwa stated. You want to meet him? Yi Ryun asked skeptically. He is your first boyfriend. Is it not my duty to vet him? Yeongwa replied gruffly. Yi Ryun cautiously probed. You have so many responsibilities. Do you really have time? I can make time. Yeongwa considered and then said, this weekend, bring him to the provincial capital. No problem. Until that moment, Yi Ryun had worried that her father would be an obstacle between her and Song Siming, but now it seemed that no such barrier existed. It's getting late. You should rest early, she concluded. You too. Take care, Yi Ryun responded. Just as she was about to hang up, Yeongwa added, remember, rest alone. I hope you can maintain your boundaries until I meet Song Siming. Yi Ryun felt a wave of suspicion wash over her. Did her father have surveillance set up in her room? Just as she was about to make substantial progress with Song Siming, her father's call interrupted, insisting she maintain her boundaries. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there someone informing her father? But who could it be? I believe Uncle is right. We should indeed maintain our boundaries, Song Siming interjected. Although Yi Ryun hadn't deactivated the speakerphone, their conversation was clearly audible to him. Are you not feeling upset? Yi Ryun asked Song Siming. Not at all, not even a little, Song Siming replied earnestly. This was no lie. Yeongwa's call had effectively dampened his enthusiasm, plunging him into a state of contemplation. That's a relief. By the way, can you accompany me to the provincial capital this weekend? Although Yi Ryun had already agreed to her father, she still sought Song Siming's approval. Absolutely, he answered without hesitation. Aren't you afraid my dad will put you in a difficult position? Yi Ryun probed further. Every bride must meet her in-laws, Song Siming joked. Song Siming did not back down, which pleased Yi Ryun immensely. Once you pass my father's scrutiny, I will treat you to a massage, she said, biting her lip as he departed. Upon hearing this, Song Siming immediately shook off his earlier mindset. However, he still relied on his willpower to step out of Yi Ryun's home. It was unavoidable. Her future father-in-law exuded an intimidating presence, leaving Song Siming hesitant to overstep. Outside the residential complex, he hailed a taxi heading to the municipal party committee's dormitory. After traveling 2 kilometers of the 5-kilometer journey, he received a call from Luo Xiaoyu. Senior. Her voice conveyed urgency. What's wrong? Song Siming inquired. 2 people are following me, Luo Xiaoyu responded. Following you? Where are you now? Song Siming asked calmly. At the east gate of the municipal hospital, she reported her location. Head to a crowded area and share your location on your phone. I'll come find you. He instructed before hanging up and telling the taxi driver, forget the municipal dormitory. Take me to the People's Hospital. On the way to the hospital, Song Siming deduced that the 2 people tailing Luo Xiaoyu were likely subordinates of Zhou Daqiang. After Luo Xiaoyu had given Zhou Daqiang a blank memory card, he would certainly not let it go once he found out he had been duped. However, Song Siming had not anticipated Zhou Daqiang would act so swiftly. I was going to deal with you tomorrow, but since you've delivered yourself to me today, I won't hold back, Song Siming murmured to himself. The shadowy figure behind this scheme, He Huan, had already been taken into custody, and Zhou Daqiang, as his pawn, must also face the consequences. It was time to settle the score with Zhou Daqiang. It was now 9:30 in the evening, and the streets of Qingshan were sparsely populated. The taxi made good time, and soon brought Song Siming to the People's Hospital. Glancing at the location shared by Luo Xiaoyu, he noted it was only about 400 to 500 meters away, far enough to walk. After paying the fare, he exited the vehicle and made his way toward Luo Xiaoyu. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu stood trembling behind a group of elderly men playing chess. She urged her to proceed towards populated areas, but at that late hour, such places were scarce. She was fortunate to encounter a group of elderly men engaged in a chess game. However, within moments, their match concluded, and they dispersed, agreeing to reconvene the following day. In an instant, Luo Xiaoyu found herself alone on the roadside, save for the 2 men who had been tailing her from a distance. Keep running. Why have you stopped? The men said, approaching Luo Xiaoyu. Zhou Daqiang had instructed them to lie in wait at the hospital, where they had spent an entire day without even a meal, until they finally spotted Luo Xiaoyu. However, the perceptive Luo Xiaoyu had immediately detected them, leading them on a tiring chase. Now that they were isolated, they no longer needed to conceal their intentions. What do you want? I'll scream, Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, feigning courage. Scream? Who do you think will hear you? Ghosts? One of the men retorted, gesturing around. Luo Xiaoyu followed his gaze and realized that in her attempt to reach the elderly men, she had wandered into a dead-end alley. Both sides were lined with commercial establishments, including several funeral shops. At this hour, the shops were closed, and it was clear that no one resided within. Luo Xiaoyu shuddered as she glanced at the funeral shops. Swallowing hard, she checked her phone and saw that Song Siming was still some distance away. Feigning composure, she attempted to stall for time. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou Daqiang sent you, didn't he? How much did he pay you? So, you're willing to pay us off? The men asked, their eyes lighting up. We're all just trying to make a living. I can double whatever Zhou Daqiang is paying you if you pretend you didn't see me, Luo Xiaoyu proposed. The girl is astute, one of the men remarked to the other. However, double isn't enough. We have a long-term partnership with President Zhou. We can't abandon a lasting business relationship for such petty gains. 100,000. 100,000 for each of you, Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, arbitrarily inflating the price to buy time. Do you even have that much money? The men asked in surprise. If you don't believe me, I'll go to an ATM right now to withdraw it, Luo Xiaoyu replied. Withdraw from an ATM? Don't you know that you can only withdraw 20,000 yuan per card per day? It would take you 10 days to gather 200,000 yuan for the two of us, one of the men scoffed. I can also transfer the money. Just give me your account numbers, Luo Xiaoyu continued. Still, 100,000 yuan per person isn't enough, one of the men said. But I don't have any more than that, Luo Xiaoyu countered, pretending to haggle. Money isn't the only thing that matters. We can accept a substitute, another man leered. You can spend a night with us, and we'll reduce the price. Yes, we'll reduce the price, his companion echoed. They were captivated by Luo Xiaoyu's beauty, especially her mesmerizing eyes. They had been smitten with her from the moment they first saw her. In their estimation, a woman of Luo Xiaoyu's caliber could easily command 10,000 yuan a night in the sex trade. They could indulge in a bit of luxury for once, pretending to be wealthy men. All right, but not here. Check if there are any hotels nearby. We'll get a room with a king-size bed, Luo Xiaoyu said, continuing to play for time. A king-size bed? Huh? You seem to know your way around, one of the men said as they searched for nearby hotels on their phones. There are no hotels here, only Qingnan prison. Do you want to spend some time there? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind them. It was Song Siming, who had finally arrived. Senior, Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, her anxiety immediately dissipating. She rushed towards Song Siming and clung to his arm. Upon seeing this scene, the two men realized that they had been duped by Luo Xiaoyu. And seeing Luo Xiaoyu so close to Song Siming, their chests pressed together, they were consumed with rage. So, you've been feeding us nonsense just to buy time for your lover, they snarled. You were just foolish enough to fall for it. Don't blame others, Luo Xiaoyu retorted. But don't you think you're celebrating too soon? Your lover is just one person, and there are two of us. Does he stand a chance in a 2-on-1 fight? The men said, cracking their knuckles as they advanced towards Song Siming. Luo Xiaoyu's expression changed. To her knowledge, Song Siming was a white-collar worker, not a fighter. She hesitated to call the police, as she had embezzled 300,000 yuan from Zhou Daqiang. The transfer records could be traced, and the money would have to be returned if the authorities were involved. Compared to Luo Xiaoyu, Song Siming was much calmer. You should just call Zhou Daqiang over. There are some things I need to discuss with him. You think you're worthy of meeting President Zhou? The men scoffed, dismissing Song Siming as a weakling. In a flash, the two men flanked Song Siming and attacked simultaneously. Their coordinated movements suggested that they were seasoned fighters. Unfortunately for them, while they were skilled, Song Siming was a master. With a swift punch to the left and another to the right, Song Siming sent both men sprawling to the ground. Can you call Zhou Daqiang now? Song Siming asked calmly, stepping on their hands. Yes. We'll do anything you want. We'll go through fire and water. The men pleaded in pain. When Song Siming released them, they scrambled to find their phones and call Zhou Daqiang. President Zhou, we have Luo Xiaoyu under control. Please come quickly. They knew exactly what to say. Location? Zhou Daqiang asked. In a small alley not far from the People's Hospital. We'll send you the coordinates. They promptly sent their location. Upon receiving the coordinates, Zhou Daqiang raced to the scene. To him, 300,000 yuan was not a significant sum. The problem was that Luo Xiaoyu had botched the job. And the job was for He Huan. He had called He Huan earlier, but He Huan had refused to answer. Clearly, He Huan was displeased. As a result, his coveted public housing project was in jeopardy, a loss of tens of millions of yuan. 10 Luo Xiaoyus could not compensate for that. After a frantic drive, Zhou Daqiang finally arrived and confronted Luo Xiaoyu. You bitch, you dare to swindle my money. Do you have a death wish? It's you who has a death wish. Some people are not meant to be trifled with, Luo Xiaoyu retorted. You mean Song Siming? Zhou Daqiang laughed. His boss is already in jail. What is he? I'll give you one more chance. Lure Song Siming out and film a video of him. I'll let bygones be bygones. What if I don't? Luo Xiaoyu scoffed. If you don't, I shall bind you and deliver you to my friend's establishment, Zhou Daqiang remarked with a menacing tone. My friend's venue is quite different from mine. While my place allows for mere companionship without further obligations, his demands more. Even the most virtuous women must comply there. And one might hardly entertain more than 10 patrons in a single night, with nary a meal provided. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with disdain. You truly are impervious to reason until faced with dire consequences. Zhou Daqiang's temper flared. Old 5, Old 6, bind her at once. Yet, his subordinates remained unmoved. Are you deaf? Zhou Daqiang scowled. I commanded you to bind Luo Xiaoyu. Still, they did not budge. Just as he contemplated striking them, a voice emerged from the shadows. Halting him. Director Song? Zhou Daqiang's demeanor shifted to one of forced geniality. What brings you here? Spare the pretense. I have been here all along. I am fully aware of your previous words and actions, Song Siming replied coldly. What do you intend to do? Zhou Daqiang inquired, his bravado faltering. Your question is misplaced. It is you who must decide your course of action, Song Siming stated. Zhou Daqiang pondered briefly before asserting, I invested 300,000 for Luo Xiaoyu's services, which she failed to deliver. Shouldn't that sum be returned to me? He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fixated solely on the money. And what of interest? Song Siming queried, his tone unwavering. That sum, with interest, totals 600,000. If you cannot repay it, she will continue working for me, and she will be obliged to follow my directives. Zhou Daqiang, in his arrogance, boasted, the principal alone accrues daily interest of 300,000. With that, I could easily have you imprisoned in Qinan. Song Siming regarded Zhou Daqiang with pity. I find that hard to believe. Indeed, you are mistaken, Zhou Daqiang retorted defiantly. A fallen phoenix is no more than a chicken. In the past, you had Zhang Shuling's backing, but now that he has fallen from grace, who will heed you? Moreover, you have crossed He Huan. With his connections, he will surely obliterate your standing. You ought to consider your own predicament. You hold He Huan in high regard. Song Siming chuckled. His uncle is the executive vice mayor, and he is poised to ascend to mayor soon. Should I not respect him, or should I esteem you instead? Zhou Daqiang looked at Song Siming as though he were a fool. But are you aware that just hours ago, He Huan was placed under investigation by the Qingshan Discipline Inspection Commission? Song Siming revealed this harsh reality, forcing Zhou Daqiang to confront the truth. He Huan under investigation? Impossible. Zhou Daqiang exclaimed in disbelief. His uncle is the executive vice mayor. There is no way he could be subjected to such scrutiny. Zhou Daqiang dismissed Song Siming's words as mere rumor. The city's discipline committee operates independently from the city government. The vice mayor has no influence over them. Of course, you may not comprehend the intricacies of the system, being an outsider, Song Siming continued. Let me simplify it. If He Huan's uncle is indeed so powerful, why was He Huan demoted and removed from his post? Zhou Daqiang fell momentarily silent, realizing he may have overestimated He Huan's influence. If He Huan truly held sway over Song Siming, he would not have resorted to exploiting Song Siming's vulnerabilities. Yet, Zhou Daqiang had already committed himself, even if he capitulated. Song Siming would not easily let him off the hook. This was not a game of cards where one could concede and lose half. Whether He Huan is under investigation is his concern, not mine. If Director Song insists on defending Luo Xiaoyu, he may repay that 300,000 on her behalf. And I shall act as if nothing transpired, Zhou Daqiang declared obstinately. Ah, how convenient to pretend nothing occurred. Song Siming had hoped to extend an olive branch. But Zhou Daqiang's obstinacy extinguished his patience. He turned to his subordinates, Old 5 and Old 6, giving them a nod. They lunged at Zhou Daqiang, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhou Daqiang, caught off guard, forgot to shield himself. After a solid minute, they ceased their assault, leaving Zhou Daqiang bruised and battered as he staggered to his feet. "What folly is this? Why are you attacking me?" he shouted in outrage. "We have endured your tyranny for far too long. You promised us a salary of 100,000, yet when payday arrived, we received less than 50. If not you, then who else should we confront?" Old 5 and Old 6 declared with righteous indignation. So it was a matter of unpaid wages. Nearby, Song Siming addressed them. "Such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the labor inspection team. I am well acquainted with their leader. I will assist you in contacting them." "Thank you, Director Song. We appreciate your help." Old 5 and Old 6 expressed their gratitude. Even Zhou Daqiang, slow on the uptake, began to grasp the situation. Old 5 and Old 6 were ostensibly seeking their wages, yet they were acting on behalf of Song Siming, who, due to his position, could not directly retaliate without exposing himself to repercussions. However, Zhou Daqiang could not fathom why his erstwhile loyal enforcers would suddenly turn against him. What could Song Siming possibly offer them? Money? Certainly, he did not have that to give. As far as Zhou Daqiang knew, the salary for a deputy section chief in Qingshan was a meager 4,000 to 5,000, and with allowances, it barely exceeded 6,000. Additionally, any illicit income was equally out of reach for Song Siming. What, then, could sway Old 5 and Old 6? Zhou Daqiang was at a loss. This was not entirely his fault. He viewed Song Siming as a mere secretary, capable of crafting documents and wielding a sharp tongue but incapable of physical confrontation. Yet, Song Siming was an anomaly among secretaries. With just a few well-placed strikes, he had subdued Old 5 and Old 6, who acted out of both fear and admiration for his extraordinary prowess. "Director Song, how impressive you are." Meanwhile, Zhou Daqiang glared at Song Siming through clenched teeth. "And what now?" Song Siming retorted with a cold smile. "It is often said that the common man should not oppose the official. If He Huan is indeed under investigation, he will have to swallow this bitter pill. Zhou, you underestimate the complexity of this situation. Some matters cannot be resolved simply by admitting defeat," Song Siming said slowly. "What do you propose?" Zhou Daqiang asked. "You likely have numerous ventures in Qingshan," Song Siming hinted subtly. "You needn't threaten me. I refuse to believe that you, a mere deputy section chief, could ruin me," Zhou Daqiang replied defiantly. "Then I invite you to await the outcome," Song Siming stated, before departing with Lo Xiaoyu. Old 5 and Old 6 spat on the ground in disdain before following suit, though their words had a ring of sincerity. Zhou Daqiang was not a benevolent employer, and they had long contemplated severing ties with him. In the pitch-black night, in a lonely alley, stood the injured Zhou Daqiang. He remained in place for a long while, ultimately deciding against calling the police. In his conflict with Song Siming, he was indeed in the wrong. Moreover, Song Siming had not laid a finger on him. Even if he were to report it, the ones arrested would be Lao Wu and Lao Lu, utterly unrelated to Song Siming. Subsequently, Zhou Daqiang took out his phone and dialed He Huan's number. He needed to ascertain whether He Huan had truly been taken into custody. Previously, the call had not gone through, but this time it indicated the phone was turned off, deepening Zhou Daqiang's sense of urgency. Eventually, through a friend of a friend, he reached someone working in the municipal office, confirming Song Siming's claims. He Huan had indeed been taken away by the Municipal Commission for discipline inspection that afternoon. "This is absurd," Zhou Daqiang cursed under his breath. From any perspective, He Huan should have had the upper hand over Song Siming, which was the fundamental reason for Zhou Daqiang's allegiance to He Huan. How could He Huan be outmaneuvered by Song Siming? Should he consider surrendering to Song Siming? This was Zhou Daqiang's second thought, but it was fleeting. The power struggles within the political sphere were fraught with uncertainties beyond his comprehension. Yet, outside that realm, particularly concerning his own interests, Zhou Daqiang felt an unshakable sense of stability. He could not believe that Song Siming could easily seize his lifeline. Thus, he resolved to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Song Siming had escorted Luo Xiaoyu home. "Senior, Zhou Daqiang won't he come after me again, will he?" Luo Xiaoyu expressed her concern. Those who owned clubs like Zhou Daqiang were rarely virtuous. Having beaten him once could provoke even more ferocious retaliation. Won't he have the chance to trouble you again?" Song Siming replied confidently. "Really? But I still feel scared. Senior, why don't you stay over tonight?" Luo Xiaoyu implored, her eyes filled with vulnerability. Song Siming was her only pillar of support, and she needed to seize every opportunity to cling to him more tightly. "Lock your door well. If anything arises, just call me." He declined her heartfelt invitation. He was scheduled to meet Yu Ruyun's father, Yi Anghua, that weekend. and any reckless behavior could lead to dire consequences if Yu Ongguo were to find out. All right, Luo Xiaoyu said, disappointment edging her voice. After working at the club for a while, she had come to realize her allure. Wealthy and powerful patrons were captivated by her presence. She had thought Song Siming would be the same. However, with him gone, she could only turn off the lights and seek her own redemption. Upon returning to the municipal dormitory, Song Siming also found himself unable to sleep soundly. It was not because of Yi Ruyun or Luo Xiaoyu. For him, romantic entanglements were mere embellishments of life. His primary focus remained his political career. With He Huan under dual regulation, would He Jiren remain indifferent? Song Siming had to prepare for the possibility that He Jiren might set traps for him. After all, He Huan was He Jiren's nephew, and without a son of his own, their relationship was almost akin to that of father and son. A father could hardly pretend to be unaware when his son was in trouble. Indeed, Song Siming's suspicions proved accurate. He Jiren learned of He Huan's predicament only after returning home from work, and in his fury, he smashed his study to bits. Following that, an informant from the municipal office called to inform him of the events surrounding He Huan's removal by the Discipline Inspection Commission, once again pointing the finger at Song Siming. Song Siming, you have gone too far. He Jiren gritted his teeth, fearing the potential existence of compromising videos in Song Siming's possession. He had chosen to remain passive when He Huan was demoted and dismissed. Now, with Song Siming pushing He Huan toward imprisonment, if he continued to turn a blind eye, he would no longer be a man. Arrange to meet with Song Siming first thing tomorrow. I need to have a serious talk with him, He Jiren instructed his wife. Sun Shimei, once he had calmed down. Previously, he had employed a strategy of diplomatic negotiation through his wife, asking her to persuade Song Siming to withdraw his solicitation accusations against He Huan, but the results had been far from satisfactory. This time, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Is it really wise for you to confront him directly? Perhaps I should speak with Song Siming first, Sun Shimei suggested earnestly. Last time, she had inadvertently taken the wrong approach. This time, she intended to cut off He Huan's escape route entirely. Thus, He Jiren would be left with no option but to nurture her familial nephew, allowing her to finally hold her head high among her relatives. You think you can negotiate? What could you possibly achieve? He Jiren had lost faith in Sun Shimei. Even if I can't achieve much, you must not go. This is a critical moment for you. We cannot afford to be careless, she insisted. You do have a point, He Jiren murmured. Having a nephew embroiled in corruption charges was already detrimental to his career advancement. If he were to take the initiative to involve himself further, he might not only fail to save Yi Huan but also jeopardize himself. Let me gauge Song Siming's stance first, understand the situation, and then decide who should approach him. Seeing He Jiren waver, Sun Shimei tactically retreated. Very well, He Jiren acquiesced. The next day, Sun Shimei arranged to meet with Song Siming. It was the same CAF in the same corner. Director Song, you truly surprise me, Sun Shimei remarked. As long as it's not a shock, Song Siming chuckled. How did you acquire evidence of He Huan's corruption? Sun Shimei inquired with curiosity. Some secrets are not meant to be revealed, he replied, refusing to disclose any information. Could it be something left behind by Zheng Shuling? Sun Shimei probed tentatively. Do you think that is plausible? At Zheng's level, how could he possibly concern himself with a minor like He Huan? He would be focused on individuals at least at your husband's level, Song Siming shrugged. Sun Shimei's expression shifted. Director Song, you mustn't speak carelessly. I know my husband's character best. He could not possibly have any dark secrets. Director Sun, your confidence is somewhat misplaced. Are you certain that Vice Mayor He is transparent with you about everything? Song Siming's knowing smile deepened the tension. This smile caused Sun Shimei's brow to furrow. She had been covertly plotting against He Huan behind He Jiren's back. Could He Jiren also be keeping secrets from her? Regardless, they were all in the same boat. If He Jiren were to falter, she would not fare well either. Director Song, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Sun Shimei thought he was threatening her. Director Sun, please do not misunderstand. My focus has always been on He Huan. It has nothing to do with Vice Mayor He, Song Siming clarified. Is that truly the case? Sun Shimei remained skeptical. Indeed, it is true. I swear on the light, he declared, raising his hand. This oath served to alleviate Sun Shimei's tension. When we last spoke, I hoped you could provide more evidence against He Huan, yet you refused. Why has your stance changed so soon? It is not I who has changed, but rather He Huan's insatiable greed, Song Siming recounted, detailing how He Huan had conspired with Zhou Daqiang against him, although he selectively omitted his entanglement with Luo Xiaoyu. He brought this upon himself, Sun Shimei succinctly assessed. In truth, after He Huan's demotion, He Shiren had already issued a clear warning, advising He Huan to lay low. Yet, He Huan, oblivious to his own demise, had sought revenge against Song Siming, unaware that his intellect was simply not on par with Song Siming's. After much turmoil, one finds oneself imprisoned. Sun Qimei inquired of Song Siming, "Is there any possibility for He Huan to receive a suspended sentence?" "None, given his rank. The amount embezzled is considered particularly vast. He will not be released in less than 5 years," Song Siming replied with certainty. "Truly, there is no room for maneuver?" Sun Qimei pressed further. Song Siming scrutinized Sun Qimei anew. "Director Sun, Ascent, this precisely the outcome you desired? Have you softened in your resolve?" "It is not that I have softened. Primarily, after our 2 discussions, if we fail to yield any results, I fear my husband may." Sun Qimei expressed her concern over losing He Shiren's trust. "Director Sun, you are overcomplicating matters. It is entirely normal to reach an impasse. The nature of embezzlement is fundamentally different from that of solicitation. Once relevant materials are submitted to the Discipline Inspection Commission, there is no possibility of retraction. I cannot influence their decision," Song Siming elucidated. Awakened by his words, Sun Qimei pondered, "Then why does my husband still wish to meet with you? Perhaps he is more concerned about himself than about He Huan." "You simply have not grasped that," Song Siming explained. "That must be the case," Sun Qimei realized. "Actually, I have one more piece of advice," Song Siming continued. "Pray tell." Sun Qimei leaned in attentively. "If Vice Mayor he wishes to avoid being implicated by He Huan, it would be prudent to perform an act of righteousness by proactively providing evidence of He Huan's crimes and ensuring that those complicit with him, such as Zhou Daqiang, are all apprehended," Song Siming advised. "I shall certainly convey this to my husband." Sun Qimei nodded earnestly. "One must act decisively. If He Shiren aspires to the mayoral position, he must sever all ties with He Huan in a manner visible to all. By the way, I have a small favor to ask of Director Sun." Song Siming interjected as Sun Qimei began to depart. "You need only say it. I shall do my utmost," Sun Qimei replied sincerely. Despite his youth, Song Siming possessed a clarity of thought that surpassed many seasoned officials. Maintaining a close relationship with such an individual could only yield benefits. "I have a friend named Lu Yu, who works in your Bureau of Commerce's investment office," Song Siming mentioned. "I know Lu Yu. She is quite capable," Sun Qimei affirmed. As the director of the Bureau of Commerce, she was well acquainted with everyone in the office. "However, Lu Yu has recently encountered some troubles, which are somewhat related to me," Song Siming revealed, recounting how the chairman of the Huanyu Group, Jiang Yulong, had caused Lu Yu to be targeted by Wang Wenhui, the director of the investment office. Wang Wenhui is utterly despicable. Not only does he neglect to defend his subordinate from bullying, but he also turns against them, Sun Qimei exclaimed indignantly. Though her outrage contained a hint of performative dramatization, "I cannot directly intervene in the Bureau of Commerce's affairs, but as a veteran, I hope you can uphold justice," Song Siming said earnestly to Sun Qimei. "I shall not refuse. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Within 3 days, I will ensure that Wang Wenhui finds himself elsewhere. And as for Lu Yu, given her exceptional abilities, she shall be appointed as the deputy director of the investment office." The Bureau of Commerce comprises both an office and an investment office, both of equal standing, with their leadership determined by the Bureau's higher-ups. Yet, Sun Qimei was no ordinary office director. Her tenure in the Bureau surpassed that of many Bureau chiefs and vice chiefs, and more importantly, her husband was He Shiren, the executive vice mayor. Despite another vice mayor, Cheng Kuei, overseeing the Bureau, none dared to slight the executive vice mayor. Thus, Sun Qimei effectively wielded significant influence in the Bureau of Commerce. Her intention to replace a director in the investment office and promote a deputy was merely a matter of words. Stating it would be accomplished within 3 days was a modest understatement. Song Siming recognized this and sought her assistance for Lu Yu. After all, during his visit to Yuruyun, she had indicated that Lu Yu had been coerced into taking an extended leave, and resignation loomed on the horizon. Given Song Siming's connection to Lu Yu's plight, he could not remain indifferent. Upon leaving the CAF, Sun Qimei first visited the municipal government to meet her husband, He Shiren. "How did it go?" He Shiren inquired. Song Siming confirmed that the evidence of He Huan's embezzlement was submitted to the Discipline Inspection Commission, Sun Qimei replied. "This is utterly intolerable." He Shiren slammed his fist on the table. "He Huan has already been demoted and dismissed. What further threat does he pose to Song Siming?" This situation was not a fault of Song Siming's. Sun Qimei explained the sequence of events. detailing how Song Siming was prepared to reconcile with He Huan, only for He Huan to attempt to ensnare him. He had invited Song Siming to a hot spring under the pretense of deepening their relationship, while secretly arranging for a woman to tempt him, intending to record compromising footage to report Song Siming for solicitation. This clumsy ruse was immediately discerned by Song Siming, leading to his subsequent submission of new evidence to the commission against He Huan. Is He Huan's mind filled with nonsense? He Jiren remarked, more frustrated than ever. Having just escaped a similar pitfall, does he expect Song Siming to follow? Yet, in this instance, He Jiren had indeed overestimated Song Siming. A mere man cannot foresee all. Prior to the hot spring incident, Song Siming had not anticipated He Huan's treachery. Had he not fortuitously known Luo Xiaoyu, he might have faced disaster. Now, with the evidence of He Huan's embezzlement already in the hands of the commission, it was beyond Song Siming's power to retract his report. Is there anything else? He Jiren's expression darkened. Yes, Sun Shimei continued. Song Siming stated that this was a personal grievance between him and He Huan, unrelated to you, unrelated to me. He Jiren had been awaiting this very affirmation. His initial desire to meet Song Siming stemmed from concerns over whether he possessed damaging information against him, possibly using He Huan as leverage. Song Siming also mentioned, Sun Shimei added, that if you wish to advance further, you must sever ties with He Huan, providing evidence of his crimes to the commission and ensuring that all of He Huan's associates are apprehended. Sun Shimei served as a competent messenger, relaying Song Siming's words verbatim. He Huan's associates? He Jiren furrowed his brow. He Huan's attempt to ensnare Song Siming was entirely instigated by someone named Zhou Daqiang. The hot spring is owned by Zhou Daqiang, and the woman was also arranged by him. Now that He Huan is caught, Zhou Daqiang remains untouched, Sun Shimei noted. Recognizing that Song Siming had mentioned Zhou Daqiang to utilize this situation to his advantage. Zhou Daqiang. The image of a corpulent figure flashed in He Jiren's mind. He recalled Zhou Daqiang, an owner of a nightclub, who, lacking even the most basic qualifications, foolishly aspired to undertake government public housing projects, only to be firmly rebuffed by him. In retrospect, it appeared that Zhou Daqiang had not retreated in the face of adversity. Rather, he sought alternative avenues, attempting to ingratiate himself with He Huan in a bid to further corrupt this executive vice mayor. Ironically, this led to He Huan's downfall. This exemplifies the age-old adage, it is not the lack of good fortune that one should fear, but the absence of good people. As for Song Siming, He Jiren dared not act against him, as he sensed that Song Siming held information pertinent to him. However, Zhou Daqiang was different. He could serve as an outlet for his frustrations. Xiao Chun, notify the Public Security Bureau, the Market Supervision Administration, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Tax Bureau, and other relevant departments to conduct a joint enforcement operation, focusing on an individual named Zhou Daqiang. I have received reports that the enterprises under his name are involved in numerous illegal activities. We must act swiftly and decisively. If criminal liability is involved, immediately detain Zhou Daqiang. He Jiren summoned his secretary to assign the task. Zhou Daqiang, who had been thoroughly beaten by the 5th and 6th gangsters the previous day, wore a face marred by bruises. In truth, hospitals offered little remedy for such injuries, and after a day's stay, he opted for discharge. Upon leaving the hospital, Zhou Daqiang surveyed his nightclub, hot springs, and hotel, all of which were operating as usual. Song Siming. Oh Song Siming, I once thought you were invincible. My business continues to thrive. He muttered to himself as he stood before the entrance of his final nightclub. Just yesterday, Song Siming had singled out these enterprises, urging him to await the outcome. Yet it had become evident that this was mere posturing on Song Siming's part. If he truly wished to target these businesses, it would involve multiple departments. As a mere deputy section chief in the municipal office, he was far from capable. A vice mayor could manage such a feat, however. In the next moment, a fleet of vehicles, sirens blaring, approached and came to a halt before Zhou Daqiang. Leading the procession was a police car, followed by vehicles from various departments, including comprehensive law enforcement, industrial and commercial affairs, taxation, and fire safety. Zhou Daqiang's heart plummeted to the depths. Under his gaze, the joint enforcement operation commenced, and soon 2 seals were affixed to the doors of the nightclub. Several police officers approached Zhou Daqiang. Zhou Daqiang, you are suspected of organizing and facilitating prostitution and trafficking in prohibited goods. Please accompany us for questioning. With that, cold handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. Simultaneously, Lu Yu, who had taken several days off, returned to the business bureau. Having carefully considered her position, she resolved to resign. Didn't you request a half-month leave? Why are you back after just 3 days? Have you come to a decision? Wang Wenhai, the director of the investment promotion office, inquired with a mocking tone upon seeing Lu Yu in the office. Indeed, I have come to a decision, Lu Yu replied. That is good to hear. Wang Wenhai adopted a triumphant demeanor. It is never too late to mend fences. As far as I know, Director Jiang is still at Qingshan. I have a task for you. Invite Director Jiang to dinner tonight and sincerely apologize. If he forgives you, we can discuss matters further. Is it merely a dinner and an apology? Lu Yu inquired nonchalantly. That is the bare minimum. Should Director Jiang have any additional requests, you must do your utmost to accommodate them, Wang Wenhai urged. What if Director Jiang asks me to share his bed? Lu Yu bluntly stated, her voice loud enough for everyone in the office to hear. Wang Wenhai's expression froze. Such matters should remain private. Discussing them publicly was detrimental. Indeed. All eyes in the office turned to Wang Wenhai, awaiting his response. Lu Yu, you are single now, aren't you? Director Jiang is divorced as well. If you wish to develop a personal relationship beyond work, I have no objections. Wang Wenhai's seemingly tactful reply was clear to everyone present. If one must engage in such activities, then so be it. Wang Wenhai, you scoundrel. Why don't you go share a bed with Jiang Yulong? Perhaps he is open to both genders and might fancy someone like you. Lu Yu shouted. Has Lu Yu lost her mind? How dare she speak to Wang Wenhai like that? The others in the office were filled with trepidation for her. Wang Wenhai was a powerful figure in the investment promotion office, having maintained an iron grip for years. The absence of a deputy director in their office was a testament to his control, as he sought to eliminate any threats to his position. Others had confronted him in the past, only to be marginalized or even reassigned to undesirable posts, such as at a funeral home. Those who remained were compliant, doing as Wang Wenhai commanded. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to confront him so boldly. Lu Yu, I see you have no desire to remain in the investment promotion office. Wang Wenhai's eyes blazed with fury. I have long wished to leave. Facing someone like you daily is repugnant. Lu Yu retorted loudly. Very well. A few days ago, I dined with the leaders of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they mentioned that their subordinate funeral home is in need of staff. Given your boldness, I believe you would fit in quite well. You could even work a night shift each week to further cultivate your courage, Wang Wenhai coldly remarked. Work a night shift at a funeral home? The others in the investment promotion office shuddered at the thought. It was a job few would accept, even among men. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed. You should keep that position at the funeral home for yourself. I shall not serve there. I resign. With that, Lu Yu slammed her resignation letter down before Wang Wenhai. Resign? No wonder Lu Yu had the audacity to act this way. The others suddenly understood. In the current climate, civil servants had the lowest turnover rates, leading many to forget that resignation was even an option. They couldn't help but admire Lu Yu's courage. After all, such a secure position was not something many dared to relinquish. On the other hand, Wang Wenhai was furious. Having devised a plan to transfer Lu Yu to the funeral home, only to have her dismiss it with a simple resignation. This sensation was akin to striking a punch into cotton, an unpleasant experience. Do you think resigning will resolve your issues? After a brief silence, Wang Wenhai spoke ominously. As long as you remain in Qingshan, I can make your life exceedingly difficult. This was no exaggeration. Having served as the director of the investment promotion office for many years, Wang Wenhai's network, particularly within the business community, extended throughout Qingshan. For Lu Yu to survive, she would need to find work, but how many employers would dare to cross Wang Wenhai? Of course, she could venture into self-employment, yet that would be even more challenging. With just a few phone calls, Wang Wenhai could summon certain departments to conduct surprise inspections, making it nearly impossible to evade scrutiny. Faced with Wang Wenhai's blatant threat, Lu Yu's face flushed with anger. If Wang Wenhai pursued her relentlessly, her life would remain fraught with difficulty, even after resigning. Are you scared? No longer so arrogant? Wang Wenhai's satisfaction grew as he observed Lu Yu's reaction. He picked up her resignation letter and said, I can offer you another chance. Take back your resignation letter now, and sincerely apologize to Director Jiang. I will act as if nothing has occurred. Wang Wenhai's insistence on Lu Yu approaching Jiang Yulong stemmed entirely from Jiang Yulong's insinuations. Although Jiang Yulong's Huan Yu Group has signed a cooperation agreement with the Qingshan municipal government, it merely serves as a broad framework. The critical aspects are the specifics of its implementation and the timeline for execution, which harbor immense business opportunities. Wang Wenhai wishes to seize this moment for personal gain and must cultivate a favorable relationship with Jiang Yulong. Aware of Jiang Yulong's lingering intentions towards Lu Yu, he feels compelled to deliver her into Jiang's embrace. Liu bites her lip, her mind racing. The only ally she can depend on is Yi Ruyun. Yet the formidable dragon struggles to subdue the local snake. And moreover, Yi Ruyun's position in the Youth League Committee makes it challenging for her to reach the Business Bureau. Unless Liu Yu is first ousted from the Business Bureau, she could then beseech Yi Ruyun to transfer her to the Youth League Committee. But the transition through a funeral home is an unbearable thought. I will give you 3 seconds to contemplate. Wang Wenhai begins his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Liu hesitates, knowing that if she does not comply and Wang Wenhai forces her down in front of everyone, he would lose the authority he has long established. As he counts down to 1, Liu Yu still does not extend her hand. You must not regret the path you have chosen. Wang Wenhai feigns throwing his resignation letter into the trash. Just then, a hand reaches from behind him, snatching the resignation letter away. Turning around, he discovers it is none other than the office director, Sun Qimei. He had been so focused on Liu Yu that he failed to notice when she entered. Sun Jia, what brings you here? Wang Wenhai instantly adopts a warm smile. In the Business Bureau, one may offend the director, but offending Sun Qimei is unthinkable. Wang Wenhai, who usually knows how to navigate these waters, greets her with a brotherly address, unaware that it might be perceived as inappropriate. However, Sun Qimei does not regard him as a brother and coolly admonishes him to address her by her title during work. This statement leaves Wang Wenhai perplexed. The other members of the Investment Promotion Office exchange glances. Though Sun Qimei is the wife of the executive vice mayor, she is usually very approachable, with many veteran staff members calling her Sun Jia without issue. Why is her reaction so pronounced today? Is it due to her own issues or Wang Wenhai's? While pondering this, Wang Wenhai adjusts his address in accordance with Sun Qimei's reminder. Director Sun, do you have any instructions? I have no authority to instruct the Investment Promotion Office, Sun Qimei replies pointedly. Wang Wenhai realizes the barb is directed at him, but he continues to flatter Director Sun. Your experience is vast. You are qualified to oversee any department within the Business Bureau. Enough, Sun Qimei interrupts, waving her hand in impatience. Before addressing everyone in the Investment Promotion Office, I am here today to announce personnel changes on behalf of the Bureau leadership. Personnel changes? Who is being appointed? Who is being dismissed? The entire office erupts in commotion. Typically, personnel changes are preceded by whispers, but this announcement comes as a complete surprise, catching everyone off guard, including Wang Wenhai. A sinking feeling grips him as he realizes that he is the only person in the Investment Promotion Office holding a leadership position. It might be uncertain who is being appointed, but if dismissals are involved, he is the sole candidate. Under Wang Wenhai's anxious gaze, Sun Qimei produces a formal document and begins to read. After organizational deliberation, it has been decided to relieve Wang Wenhai of his duties as the director of the Investment Promotion Office, with further assignments to be determined. As if a stone has dropped, Wang Wenhai collapses into his chair, his eyes void of light. Is the Investment Promotion Office finally undergoing a change? The others in the office are nearly ready to celebrate. For years, they have endured Wang Wenhai's tyranny and have long awaited his removal. However, the position of director is a coveted one, and Wang Wenhai has made significant efforts to maintain it, making his reassignment seem improbable, unless he himself wished to step down. Yet, his reaction clearly indicates that he did not seek this change. Director Sun, may I inquire where I am being reassigned? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Wenhai clings to a final glimmer of hope. Dismissal is not the same as termination. This could mean his career is not at an end. If he could be reassigned to a department similar to the Investment Promotion Office, it might not be so dire. The organization has not yet made a decision. Sun Qimei replies. However, when I entered, I heard you mention the funeral home. It seems you have a particular affinity for it. I will recommend to the organization that you be transferred to the Civil Affairs Bureau, stationed at the funeral home. Wang Wenhai nearly erupts in a tirade at Sun Qimei. However, recalling that her husband is the executive vice mayor He Jiren, he restrains himself. To speak disrespectfully to Sun Qimei would jeopardize any prospects he might have. I shall announce another appointment, Sun Qimei continues, producing another formal document. The staff in the Investment Promotion Office immediately perk up. Wang Wenhai is now a relic of the past. Even if he were to work at the funeral home, it would no longer concern them. Their current focus is on who the new director will be. If it is another Wang Wenhai, their suffering will continue. After organizational deliberation, Liu Yu is appointed as the deputy director of the Investment Promotion Office, overseeing its operations. Sun Qimei finishes reading and hands the document to a bewildered Liu Yu. Patting her shoulder, Director Liu, your capabilities are well recognized. I hope you can excel in your role and not betray the trust placed in you by the organization. I will not betray the organization's trust. Thank you, Director Sun, Lu Yu responds, despite not fully grasping the situation. Call me Sun Jie, not Director Sun. Sun Qimei corrects her. Yes, Sun Jie, Lu Yu replies, surprised. At her age and with her qualifications, addressing Sun Qimei as Sun Jie feels like a lofty aspiration. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Meanwhile, Wang Wenhai is left to reflect on Sun Qimei's admonition to address titles during work, finding her standards hypocritical. While he is chastised for calling her Sun Jie, Liu is expected to do so without question. Call Song Siming from the municipal office. Sun Qimei reminds Liu before leaving. Song Siming. Upon hearing this name, Liu's confusion begins to dissipate. Wang Wenhai's fall and her rise are likely orchestrated by Song Siming. But how could Song Siming, who has been at the municipal committee, exert such influence over the municipal government? Moreover, from Sun Qimei's tone, it seems they are well acquainted. Once Sun Qimei departs, the staff of the investment promotion office gather around Lu Yu. Director Lu, wherever you lead us, we shall follow. They eagerly pledge their loyalty to her. Wang Wenhai finds himself completely sidelined. It is evident to all that Lu Yu has aligned herself with the formidable Sun Qimei, solidifying her position in the investment promotion office far more than Wang Wenhai ever had. Let us learn from one another and assist each other, Lu Yu, newly appointed and humble, suggests. Director Lu, shall we discuss the handover of duties? Now isolated, Wang Wenhai contemplates how to mend relations with Lu Yu. Realizing that she now possesses significant backing. There is no need for that. The work is primarily carried out by those beneath me. And there is little to discuss with you. Lu Yu is not the type to repay malice with virtue, she directly retorted to Wang Wenhai. You, approaching with warmth only to be met with cold indifference. Wang Wenhai's fists clenched, cracking ominously. However, faced with a stronger situation, what could he do? Ultimately, he could only gather his personal belongings, leaving the like a forlorn stray dog. The resignation transformed into a promotion, an unexpected turn for Lu Yu. A group of subordinates assisted her in tidying up the director's office, discarding the unnecessary and replacing the old. After over an hour of commotion, Lu Yu finally settled down comfortably. Yet, she did not allow herself to become overly elated. Remembering the source of her fortune, she was acutely aware of how she came to be the deputy director of the. Thank you, Director Song, she said, closing the door behind her as she dialed Song Siming's number. Sister Sun's efficiency was quite commendable. Naturally, Song Siming understood Lu Yu's gratitude. If all went as expected, Wang Wenhai had already been reassigned, and Lu Yu had resolved her position as deputy section chief, now with substantial responsibilities. Are you free tonight? Come to my house. Lu Yu hesitated before speaking. There is a saying that one must repay kindness, and in Lu Yu's current circumstances, it seemed fitting. Alone and without wealth or influence, the only asset she could offer was her own body. Come to my house? Song Siming, not foolish, comprehended the implications of her invitation. Lu Yu was a woman of great allure. If Song Siming claimed he had no intentions, it would undoubtedly be a falsehood, for he was a man of normal desires. Yet, if his assistance in removing Wang Wenhai was to lead to intimacy with Lu Yu, how would he differ from Jiang Yulong? I have to work overtime tonight to write some materials. Song Siming politely declined Lu Yu's invitation. What about tomorrow? Lu Yu pressed on earnestly. Let's discuss tomorrow when it comes, he replied. All right. Lu Yu grasped Song Siming's sentiments. A man helping a woman does not necessarily imply a desire for intimacy. At least, it did not apply to Song Siming. This realization elevated Lu Yu's regard for him. After ending the call, she pondered for a moment before dialing Yi Ruyun's number. Darling, I've returned to Qingshan, Lu Yu announced. You've returned to Qingshan? Wang Wenhai hasn't troubled you again, has he? Yi Ruyun inquired with concern. No, he has been reassigned. And I am now the deputy director of the, overseeing all operations. Lu Yu explained her situation, concerning how she attained this position and the circumstances surrounding Wang Wenhai's reassignment. Lu Yu chose to gloss over. Yi Ruyun did not pry further. This is truly wonderful news. Weren't you always aspiring for a deputy position? You've finally realized your ambition. This is what they call, with effort, comes reward. Yi Ruyun interpreted with her own understanding. With effort, comes reward? Lu Yu could not agree. For the past 6 or 7 years, she had been toiling endlessly, yet had reaped nothing but exploitation from those in power. It was only upon meeting Song Siming that she recognized the greater importance of having a benefactor to assist her. And Song Siming was indeed her benefactor. By the way, I have good news as well. Yi Ruyun continued. What good news? Lu Yu asked. Song Siming and I are going to meet the parents. Yi Ruyun exclaimed with excitement. Meet the parents? How could your relationship progress so quickly? Lu Yu's tone was filled with surprise, though her heart felt a twinge of jealousy. Until today, she had been Yi Ruyun's strategist, tirelessly aiding her pursuit of Song Siming, but now the situation had changed. She secretly hoped that Yi Ruyun and Song Siming would not end up together. If that were the case, whatever happened between her and Song Siming would bear no guilt. She had to thank a certain unsung hero. I don't even know who told my father about my relationship with Song Siming. He conducted a thorough investigation into him and seems quite pleased. Now he wants me to take Song Siming to the provincial capital this weekend to meet him in person. Yi Ruyun recounted, revealing everything to Lu Yu. This Lu Yu felt a wave of unease wash over her. The unsung hero Yi Ruyun referred to was none other than herself. On the first day of her leave to unwind, she received a call from Yi Ruyun's father, Yi Onghua, who inquired in detail about Yi Ruyun and Song Siming's situation. Out of respect for the provincial discipline inspection secretary, Lu Yu naturally spoke candidly. However, she had never dared to mention this to Yi Ruyun. Who would have thought that her actions in seeking personal gain at her friend's expense would inadvertently assist Yi Ruyun? Coupled with Song Siming's recent rejection, Lu Yu strongly suspected that it was related to meeting the parents. Perhaps Song Siming was afraid of Yi Onghua, which prompted his refusal. This highlighted the significance of having a powerful father. Has Song Siming agreed to accompany you to the provincial capital? Lu Yu inquired begrudgingly. She felt that if she were on equal footing with Yi Ruyun, she might not necessarily lose out. Yi Ruyun was indeed beautiful, but she held her own allure. Of course he agreed. How could he refuse the son-in-law of the provincial discipline inspection secretary? Yi Ruyun responded, completely unaware that she and Lu Yu were drifting apart. If Song Siming is more interested in your father rather than you, happiness may elude you, Lu Yu remarked. Really? Yi Ruyun fell silent instantly. After a long pause, she suddenly laughed. I haven't even told Song Siming who my father is, so it's impossible for him to be interested in my father. Is that so? Lu Yu's attempts to dissuade her fell apart in an instant. At this moment, she could only hope that the meeting between Song Siming and Yi Onghua would end poorly. As long as Yi Onghua disapproved, Yi Ruyun and Song Siming would never be together. Achoo! At the municipal office, Song Siming sneezed unexpectedly. After the sneeze, the phone on his desk rang abruptly. The caller was the director of the municipal office, Bien Hongfu. For the past 2 months, Bien Hongfu had been studying at the municipal party school, perfectly avoiding the investigation of Zheng Shuling. Meanwhile, Song Siming had risen to prominence, overcoming significant challenges from Liao Guofeng and He Huan. Director, you're back. Song Siming greeted respectfully. Yes, I'm back. I've heard that during my absence. You've performed exceptionally well, showing no signs of being affected by Zheng Shuling's situation. That is truly commendable, Bien Hongfu chuckled. Director, you flatter me. It's only right to fulfill my duties while in position, Song Siming replied humbly, unsure of Bien Hongfu's true intentions. A young person who remains humble and composed is commendable. Very good. After some pleasantries, Bien Hongfu finally got to the point. Next Monday, the municipal party school will commence a specialized training class for county and department-level leaders on ecological civilization. Secretary L will deliver a speech at the opening ceremony. Please prepare a speech for him. Secretary L? Ascent the speech for Secretary L, the responsibility of the second secretary department? Song Siming was momentarily taken aback. There was only one Secretary L in the municipal committee, the full-time Deputy Secretary L Peilu, with whom Song Siming had not had much interaction previously, primarily due to differing work focuses. He served the municipal secretary Zheng Shuling, while others were responsible for serving L Peilu, who also had his own dedicated secretary. The matter of drafting speeches is typically the responsibility of dedicated secretaries. You are well aware of the capabilities of the second secretary's office, and Secretary L has expressed his dissatisfaction. Given the significance of this training session at the party school, he desires the speech to be crafted personally by you. The foremost scribe of the municipal committee, Bien Hongfu, patiently elucidated. However, this explanation seemed somewhat tepid. The training sessions at the municipal party school occur monthly. While they may be deemed important, they can also be regarded as trivial. Song Siming sensed that Secretary L's insistence on him writing the speech was a veiled intention. As for the true motives of Deputy Secretary L, Song Siming found himself momentarily perplexed. What he did comprehend was that he could not evade the task of writing the speech. Following the dual disciplinary action against Zheng Shuling, The responsibilities of the municipal committee were temporarily entrusted to the dedicated deputy, Secretary L. Palu, effectively making him the paramount authority within the committee. Anyone associated with the committee must heed L. Palu's directives. Director, when is Secretary L's speech draft required? Song Siming inquired of Bien Hongfu. The sooner, the better. It's needed by next Monday. Today is already Thursday. After you finish writing, it still needs to be reviewed by Secretary L. We can work overtime if necessary, but we can't have the leadership working on weekends, can we? Bien Hongfu articulated with finesse. Although he did not specify an exact timeline, he nonetheless imposed a stringent deadline. I understand. I shall complete the speech tonight and deliver it to Secretary L's office first thing tomorrow morning. Song Siming responded with enthusiasm. The ingenuity of the youth was indeed commendable. I will inform Secretary L. Bien Hongfu promptly concluded the call. Consequently, Song Siming gleaned a crucial piece of information. The typically laid-back Bien Hongfu had aligned himself with L. Palu. Previously, his only concern was to appease the Secretary General of the Municipal Committee Office, Deng Shuxiong, but now, he must also secure L. Palu's favor to solidify his position in the office. With Bien Hongfu now his ally, he could no longer afford to disregard Deng Shuxiong. While Deng Shuxiong managed only the office, L. Palu oversaw the entire committee. Although both were deputy-level officials, a de facto hierarchy existed, particularly in the absence of a new secretary. Originally, the need to work overtime on materials was merely an excuse to decline Lu Yu. Yet the pretense had morphed into reality. As the staff of the first secretary's office departed for the day, only the lights remained on in Song Siming's office. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as Song Siming was fervently typing at his computer, someone knocked on his office door. Please come in, he replied without looking up. In the next moment, Wu Pingsheng, the head of the second secretary's office and a dedicated secretary to L. Palu, entered. Director Song, I hope I'm not intruding, Wu Pingsheng inquired politely. Not at all. Do you have something to discuss, Director Wu? Song Siming paused his typing to ask. I wish to humbly inquire if I have offended you in any way. Please let me know, and I shall certainly make amends. Wu Pingsheng lowered his posture significantly. This left Song Siming utterly bewildered. You have not offended me, Song Siming replied. No offense? Then why is it that you are the one writing the speech for Secretary L at the party school training session on Monday? Wu Pingsheng hesitated before speaking. The training session next Monday is part of the annual plan. I had already prepared all the necessary materials with my team in the second secretary's office, including 3 drafts of Secretary L's speech. No matter how high his standards may be, one of those drafts should suffice. However, just a few hours ago, Secretary L informed me that he no longer required my assistance with the speech, as it had been assigned to someone else. This revelation instilled in Wu Pingsheng a profound sense of urgency. It is essential to note that his role was to draft materials, and if he were no longer needed, his job could be in jeopardy. After exiting Secretary L's office, Wu Pingsheng began to inquire around, ultimately discovering from Bien Hongfu that the speech draft for Monday would be the responsibility of Song Siming, the deputy head of the first secretary's office. Wu Pingsheng was immediately distraught. If it were any other competitor, he might have been able to negotiate and reclaim the initiative, yet with Song Siming, he dared not provoke him. This was primarily due to past experiences. One instance involved Liao Guofeng, the mayor's secretary, who, after making a wager with Song Siming in the municipal committee cafeteria, found himself exiled to a poverty-stricken county as the deputy mayor in charge of poverty alleviation, facing a bleak future. Another case involved He Huan, the nephew of the executive vice mayor, He Jiren, who clashed with Song Siming over a girlfriend. Initially reprimanded for solicitation and demoted, He Huan thought the matter concluded, only to be taken by discipline inspectors days later for embezzlement, with Song Siming as the whistleblower. Wu Pingsheng felt he had no advantage over either Liao Guofeng or He Huan. Encountering Song Siming was akin to an egg colliding with a stone. Now that Secretary L had entrusted the task of drafting the speech to Song Siming, Wu Pingsheng feared that he had indeed offended him. Believing that Song Siming had deliberately taken this assignment to oust him from the municipal committee office, powerless to resist and too intimidated to oppose, Wu Pingsheng hurried to admit fault and apologize, hoping for leniency from Song Siming. However, Song Siming remained oblivious to the misconceptions Wu Pingsheng had concocted in his mind. Fortunately, Song Siming's quick wit allowed him to deduce Wu Pingsheng's psychological state from the questions he posed. Director Wu, I did not proactively offer to write the draft for Secretary L. It was a last-minute assignment from him. Can you not see that I am in the midst of drafting? Song Siming gestured towards his computer screen while explaining to Wu Pingqing. It seemed to be the case. Wu Pingqing glanced at the screen, where indeed half of the speech draft was visible. If Song Siming were usurping the task, he would have completed it by now. What is going on? Wu Pingqing murmured. That is a question you should pose to Secretary L, not to me, Song Siming replied. Ask Secretary L? I dare not. Wu Pingqing shook his head vigorously. However, I can analyze the situation, he continued. Then please do so, Song Siming encouraged, intrigued. He was aware that Wu Pingqing had been with El Pilu for 7 years and should possess considerable insight into his character. Secretary L actually seeks a direct promotion to secretary. Wu Pingqing dropped a bombshell. A direct promotion to secretary? Song Siming was taken aback. Typically, the next step for a dedicated deputy secretary is mayor. Although there have been rare instances of deputy secretaries ascending directly to the position of secretary, such occurrences have become increasingly infrequent in recent years. Does Secretary L believe that you can assist him in realizing this ambition? Wu Pingqing ventured. Assist Secretary L in realizing his wish? Director Wu, that jest is rather grandiose. If I possessed such abilities, I would first resolve my own departmental issues. Song Siming waved his hands dismissively. I was merely speculating. You may take it as a jest. Wu Pingqing concluded discreetly. After a casual exchange of words, Wu Pingqing left Song Siming's office, citing the need not to disturb him while he worked on his report. Once Wu departed, Song fell into a contemplative state, pondering that Wu's seemingly random guess might indeed hold some truth. To safeguard himself, he had instructed Deputy Secretary Wang Zhun of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee to disseminate the information that Zheng Shuling had secretly recorded numerous videos, while the Provincial Disciplinary Committee had failed to uncover any related footage. Consequently, this would lead to speculation that the videos were in the hands of him, the dedicated secretary. The immediate repercussions included the cautious approaches of both the municipal secretary Dang Shuxiang and the executive deputy mayor He Jiren, who were wary of him, particularly He Jiren. Despite having his favored nephew involved, dared not act recklessly. Moreover, it was highly probable that Deputy Secretary LV Pelu was also interested in Zheng Shuling's secretly recorded videos. If he could leverage these videos to eliminate all his competitors, the prospect of ascending to the position of secretary was not beyond imagination. The situation was becoming quite serious. With this realization, Song Siming's brow furrowed deeply. The videos could serve as a protective talisman or a death knell. Should these recordings become instruments of conflict among the power brokers, his position as a mere deputy section chief would place him perilously close to ruin. He hoped he was merely overthinking the situation. Perhaps Deputy Secretary LV was simply in search of a speech draft. Song made a concerted effort to reassure himself, subsequently dedicating all his energy to the task of writing. By approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, the speech draft was finally complete. The next day, Song arrived early to present the draft to LV Pelu. Secretary LV, here is the party school opening speech you requested. Impressive efficiency, LV complimented, perusing the document thoroughly, taking nearly 5 minutes to finish. Throughout this time, Song stood respectfully at his side. Truly, as the foremost scribe of the municipal committee, this draft was well crafted. At last, LV set the draft aside, looking up at Song with an expression of approval. You flatter me, Secretary LV. If there is nothing else, I shall not impede your work any further. Song, wishing to leave promptly, was about to take his leave when LV interjected, not so fast. Have a seat. Let us chat for a moment. This prompted a sense of foreboding in Song. It was evident that some matters could not be evaded simply by wishing them away. Secretary LV, please instruct me, he said, half sitting on the chair, maintaining an upright posture. Not an instruction, merely a casual conversation, LV corrected him before pausing to inquire. What are your plans for the future? Well, I haven't given it much thought yet, Song replied. Then allow me to assist you in your planning. LV chuckled. Continue in the Secretary's office. Remain as the municipal secretary's dedicated aide. That would undoubtedly be the best course, as it is a position I am well acquainted with. Song nodded in agreement. However, whether I can stay in the secretary's office and continue as the municipal secretary's aide ultimately depends on who the new municipal secretary will be. If I were the new municipal secretary, I would certainly retain you. After all, a talent like you is hard to find in the entire city of Qingshan, LV jested. The implication was unmistakable. Wu Pingqing's guess had indeed hit the mark. Song felt a wave of introspection. What appeared to be mere small talk had effectively become a proposition. You support my ascent to secretary, and I will help you solidify your position in the municipal committee. If he were an opportunist, He might have seized this moment to offer the videos in exchange for favor. However, Song was not one to act hastily, nor did he possess such leverage. LV Peilu's ambition to rise to secretary faced its greatest hurdle in the current mayor, Huang Taijun. It was rumored that the provincial organization department had already spoken to Huang regarding his position. Within a week or two, an announcement about Huang's appointment was expected. Only if Huang encountered serious issues would the provincial organization department reconsider the candidate for the position of municipal secretary. It appeared that LV was hoping Zheng Shuling had incriminating evidence against Huang, which he could then leverage to the provincial disciplinary committee. The problem was, Zheng Shuling's USB drive contained no such material on Huang. In fact, the only footage related to Huang involved intimate moments with his wife, Wen Shui, and his former secretary, Yao Guofeng. Even if these were revealed, they would bear no significant impact on Huang. However, Song could not divulge this to LV. He could only counsel LV from another perspective to abandon his pursuit of Huang. Secretary LV, I also hope you become the new municipal secretary. But I've heard that the new secretary has already been confirmed. Song spoke with feigned seriousness. Confirmed? Where did you hear this? LV's brow arched inquisitively. From the province. Song replied, maintaining an air of composure. The province? LV scrutinized Song's eyes, attempting to gauge his sincerity, but was met with a tranquil gaze devoid of any sign of deceit. At that moment, LV recalled Song's girlfriend, Yi Riyun, who had recently been appointed as the deputy secretary of the Youth League in Qingshan. It was said that Yi came from a significant background, which explained her rapid rise to a deputy division level by the age of 30. If Song's information source was indeed Yi, it would carry substantial credibility. Actually, I was just speaking off the cuff. Transitioning from deputy secretary to secretary is quite a leap. There is still a mayor in between. After a brief pause, LV conceded defeat. This allowed Song to exhale with relief. He had no desire to become embroiled in the power struggles of the elite. However, LV soon shifted his focus, stating, in my view, the most suitable candidate for the secretary position is Mayor Huang Taijun. I wonder who will succeed him as mayor once he takes on the secretary role. This was undoubtedly a subtle prompt aimed at Song. If you won't help me ascend to secretary, surely you could assist me in becoming mayor? The thought of this made Song's head throb. That should be a matter for the province to consider. As a mere deputy section chief, I shall refrain from wasting my mental energy on it. Song resolved to play the fool. Yet, LV was not willing to let him off the hook. I heard you had a minor disagreement with Yihuan recently. If Yihuan's uncle were to become the mayor, it would not bode well for you. LV stated bluntly. While LV's ambition to become secretary placed him in competition with Huang Taijun, seeking the mayor's position would pit him against executive deputy Mayor He Jiren. The saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and given Song's past grievances with the He family, there was no reason for him not to align with LV. From a logical standpoint, LV's reasoning held merit. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. The mayor's influence over the municipal committee was minimal. As long as Song remained aligned with the new secretary, even if the mayor looked down on him, it would matter little. Moreover, Song had already made significant plans regarding Huang's potential ascension to secretary. There was no need for him to wade into the murky waters between LV and He Jiren. Secretary LV, I believe Deputy Mayor He is a principled individual. To my knowledge, he has completely severed ties with his nephew He Huan, not only providing the disciplinary committee with substantial evidence of He Huan's misconduct, but also rounding up those who led He Huan astray. Song paused before adding, therefore, even if I have had disagreements with He Huan and reported him, Deputy Mayor He would not act out of personal vendetta. Is that so? El Peilu's face displayed a hint of irritation. He had patiently explained so much to Song Siming, who, despite understanding, remained unresponsive, clearly refusing to engage. Ah, Xiao Song, your kindness is excessive. Principles are not merely etched upon one's visage. Some individuals may appear principled, yet once wronged, they will seek vengeance by any means necessary. It would be wise for you to ponder thoroughly before making any decisions. Though El Peilu seemed to be speaking about He Jiren, his words subtly implicated himself, suggesting he too could embody that seemingly principled persona. Are you threatening me? Song Siming treaded cautiously, only to find himself confronted with such a result. Now that El Peilu oversaw the municipal committee's affairs, his lack of cooperation could indeed lead to considerable trouble for him. Yet, Song Siming was not easily intimidated. Secretary El, I have made my thoughts quite clear. Should you require any speeches in the future, I shall exert my utmost effort, he stated firmly. Just speeches? El Peilu inquired, seeking confirmation. Only speeches, Song Siming replied with unwavering resolve. Then you may leave. El Peilu's countenance lost its smile. Goodbye, Secretary L. As Song Siming stood to depart, he paused at the door and turned back. Secretary L, there is something I neglected to report. What is it? El Peilu asked, his tone brusque. The office you previously occupied has a desk that has been idle for quite some time. I wish to relocate it for my use. Song Siming remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. The mention of the former office and desk rendered El Peilu incredulous, while others may not grasp the implication. El Peilu, as the principal party, understood all too well. The reason for not utilizing that office or desk stemmed from events that transpired there, events too delicate to articulate. El Peilu had believed he had buried that incident deep within the annals of history, yet here it was, resurrected by Song Siming after many years. It was important to note that at the time of that incident, Song Siming was merely a high school student. Could it be that Zhang Shuling installed a camera in my office? El Peilu pondered the only conceivable scenario, that Zhang Shuling had surreptitiously recorded a video that ultimately found its way to Song Siming, sending a chill down his spine. He had summoned Song Siming in hopes of unearthing dirt on Huang Taijun or He Jiren, only to have his own misdeeds exposed instead. Xiao Song, you are welcome to use that desk for as long as you wish. El Peilu's demeanor underwent a swift and complete transformation. With your assurance, I feel reassured. Song Siming nodded and exited El Peilu's office. You are ungrateful, so I shall be unprincipled. Song Siming would not initiate threats but would not succumb to intimidation, even from someone as formidable as El Peilu. After all, those with nothing to lose fear not the powerful. At worst, it could lead to mutual destruction. Once Song Siming departed, El Peilu immediately locked the door and retrieved a number from his contact list, dialing it on his private phone. After several rings, the call connected. Didn't we agree to cease all communication? A woman's voice inquired from the other end. Our past has come to light, El Peilu replied. How is that possible? The woman's tone escalated in pitch. It appears there may even be video evidence, El Peilu continued. Video evidence? In your office? How could that happen? The woman's voice rose again. Remain calm. This matter is still within manageable bounds. I merely wish to inform you. Prepare for the worst. With that, El Peilu ended the call. Meanwhile, Song Siming returned to his office, taking a moment to reflect. The conclusion he reached was that directly mentioning the office and desk had been somewhat rash, given that it involved not only El Peilu but also a woman of even greater influence. Let it be what it will, he thought. However, words once spoken cannot be retracted. Regret was futile. From then on, he could only respond to whatever challenges arose. As the workday neared its end, Song Siming received another call from Lu Yu. I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. Are you available? She inquired, just as he contemplated declining. Lu Yu added, it won't be at my home, and there will be others from our investment promotion office who greatly admire you and wish to meet you. Very well. Please provide the location, and I shall come after work. Having already turned down Lu Yu once, he decided to accept this invitation since it was merely a dinner gathering. We'll be waiting for you at room 308 in the Kaiwei restaurant, Lu Yu cheerfully concluded before hanging up. 30 minutes later, Song Siming finished work punctually and made his way to the Kaiwei restaurant, a high-end establishment situated in Qinshan. During his tenure as secretary to Zhang Shuling, he had frequently accompanied him to this restaurant. Rumor had it that the owner had significant connections, reaching the provincial level. Upon locating room 308 and entering, Song Siming was surprised to find unfamiliar faces, with Lu Yu absent. Have I entered the wrong room? He wondered aloud. Director Song. The individuals in the room stood in unison, evidently recognizing him. Are you all from the investment promotion office? Song Siming inquired. Indeed, they nodded. Where's Lu Yu? Has she not arrived? He asked again. She has, but, one began, hesitating. But what? Song Siming pressed, sensing something amiss. She just arrived and was immediately taken away by Vice Mayor Chung for a drinking session, replied a colleague from the investment promotion office. As the newly appointed deputy director of the investment promotion office, it was quite standard to accompany others for drinks. Despite official policies prohibiting such business receptions, many matters still needed resolution at the dining table in this social environment. Song Siming understood this reality, however. The concern arose from the fact that Lu Yu had not voluntarily gone to drink, but had been summoned by Vice Mayor Chung. Recalling Vice Mayor Cheng's previous stance regarding Jiang Yulong, Song Siming surmised that the situation was likely more complicated than mere drinking. Do you know where Vice Mayor Chung is? He queried the investment promotion staff. Room 432 upstairs, someone responded. Everyone, feel free to order. I will head to room 432 to raise a toast to Vice Mayor Chung, Song Siming declared before exiting the third-floor private room. Going to toast Vice Mayor Chung? The investment promotion staff exchanged glances, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. They were vaguely aware of how Song Siming had previously intervened on Lu Yu's behalf, resulting in the detention of Jiang Yulong, the chairman of Huanyu Group, which had been a guest of Vice Mayor Chung. Song Siming's actions had nearly extinguished the fire of Vice Mayor Cheng's new authority. Following this, with Song Siming's assistance, Lu Yu had successfully ousted Wang Wenhai, the director of the Investment Promotion Office, further shifting their perceptions. If Zheng Shuling were still in power, it might have been explicable. But given that Zheng Shuling had stepped down under duress, why would Song Siming, a vice section chief without a patron, dare to act? This curiosity prompted the investment promotion staff to cheer Lu Yu on to invite Song Siming. Should we follow him and see what unfolds? As Song Siming exited the private room, several individuals from the investment promotion office engaged in hushed discussions. In less than 2 seconds, their deliberations reached a consensus. It would be foolish to ignore the excitement, and a few of them followed suit out of the room. On the upper floor, in private room 432, more than 10 individuals were seated. The vice mayor, Chung Kue, occupied the prominent seat directly facing the entrance, with Jiang Yulong, the chairman of Huanyu Group, who had just signed an investment agreement with the Qingshan municipal government, to his right. Beside Jiang Yulong sat Lu Yu, who had been forcibly brought over by Chung Kue. Lu Yu's expression was decidedly uneasy, due to her inebriation that day. She had not witnessed the entire confrontation between Song Siming and Jiang Yulong, but she had heard detailed accounts of Jiang's grievances afterward, as the catalyst for the situation. Jiang Yulong was likely harboring resentment towards her and might retaliate. Vice Mayor, will I be liaising with Director Lu from now on? Jiang Yulong inquired of Chen Kue. Indeed. Chen Kue nodded in affirmation. He was quite surprised by Lu Yu's appointment as the deputy director of the Investment Promotion Office. Although he oversaw the business bureau, personnel adjustments at the departmental level did not require his approval. The bureau could decide autonomously. By the time Chen Kue was informed, Lu Yu was already the deputy director, and he could not dismiss her at this juncture. Today, he had summoned Lu Yu to assess whether she possessed the requisite skills for her new role. If she could manage Jiang Yulong, she would continue in her position. If not, her ascent would be swiftly followed by a fall. That's right. From now on, the details of Huanyu Group's investment will primarily be coordinated with Director Lu, Chung Kue added, glancing at Lu Yu. Director Lu, please express your sentiments. All right. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yu picked up a wine decanter capable of holding 2 liang of liquor, rose, and addressed Jiang Yulong. Chairman Jiang, I hope for your guidance moving forward. I drink to you. Please feel free to indulge. In her position, she must prioritize her professional responsibilities, even if her personal disdain for Jiang Yulong lingered. With that, she downed the drink in one go. Director Lu has quite the capacity for liquor. Truly a remarkable woman. The others at the table, oblivious to the animosity between Lu Yu and Jiang Yulong, applauded her, then turned their attention to Jiang Yulong. Logically, he should reciprocate with a drink, adhering to the customs of courtesy. However, Jiang Yulong did not lift his cup. Instead, he gazed at Lu Yu and stated coolly, I am prepared to invest 50 billion in Qingshan, and your mere 2 liang of liquor seems rather insincere. What amount would convey sincerity? Lu Yu sensed that the earlier incident would not be easily dismissed. Perhaps Tu Jin? Jiang Yulong remarked, his lips curling in disdain. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. Chairman Jiang, that quantity exceeds my limits. I cannot comply. Lu Yu bit her lip, responding, Is that truly your limit? Jiang Yulong turned to Chen Kue, vice mayor. Your subordinate appears to have rather low thresholds. A fleeting shadow crossed Chen Kue's face before he addressed Lu Yu. Director Lu, Chairman Jiang is not unreasonable. He simply seeks your attitude. How can you claim inability before even attempting? The hierarchy was evident. Chen Kue was 4 ranks above Lu Yu. Unless she wished to relinquish her newly attained position, she had no choice but to comply with his directives. Reluctantly, Lu Yu filled her cup once more and downed it again. Chen Kue remained silent, as did Jiang Yulong, both watching Lu Yu intently. It was at this moment that the others at the table began to comprehend the underlying conflict between Lu Yu and Jiang Yulong. Jiang was deliberately placing Lu Yu in a difficult position. Yet, Chen Kue, eager to maintain his political standing, could not afford to offend Jiang Yulong, thus sacrificing Lu Yu instead. Lu Yu understood the situation, yet she was left with no alternatives. With both Chen Kue and Jiang Yulong refusing to halt, She continued to drink. In the subsequent minutes, Liu drained another 5 large cups, having consumed nearly 1.5 gin of liquor. Had she sipped it slowly, perhaps she could have managed, but the rapid consumption rendered her unable to withstand it. With a sudden turn, Liu retched violently, expelling a significant amount. Nevertheless, Jiang Yulong showed no intention of relenting. He had previously given Liu opportunities through Wang Weihai, the former director of the Investment Promotion Office, repeatedly conveying his hope that she would compromise for her own benefit. Yet, not only did Liu fail to appreciate the overtures, but she also employed some underhanded means to oust Wang Weihai from the business bureau. If he did not demonstrate consequences now, Liu would become even more insufferable. You've just expelled what you consumed. Director Liu, I fear you'll need to start over, Jiang Yulong remarked, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Start over? This is a rhythm that could lead to one's demise. Others glanced at Chen Kuei, hoping he would intervene, for a fatal incident would be detrimental to all involved. Yet, Chen Kuei remained silent. I will not drink anymore, Liu declared, clinging to her last shred of clarity. Between life and career, she would undoubtedly choose life, at worst. She could resign. Not drinking is not an option. How about this? I'll help you drink. Jiang Yulong stood, grasping Liu's chin, tilting his own drink towards her lips. Having overindulged, Liu found herself powerless to resist. Stop. Just then, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, and Song Siming stepped inside. In truth, Song Siming had arrived moments earlier and had been observing through the door's crack. If Liu could handle the situation, he had no intention of intervening. However, Jiang Yulong's bullying had gone too far. Liu's promotion to deputy director was orchestrated by Song Siming, and it was precisely because of this that Liu had endured so much. Should anything happen to her, Song Siming would be plagued by guilt. You're here again. Upon seeing Song Siming, Jiang Yulong's eyes blazed with fury. As a billionaire, Jiang was accustomed to being treated like royalty, yet in Qingshan, he had faced disgrace, with Song Siming being the root cause. Indeed, it is I, Song Siming replied coldly. Jiang Yulong, you truly cannot change your nature. I will count to 3. Remove your filthy hands, or I shall be compelled to act heroically. Act heroically? At the mention of those words, Jiang instinctively withdrew his hand from Liu to shield his face. He could not forget the pain from the last time Song Siming had struck him. However, Jiang quickly realized that today's circumstances differed vastly from that day, the critical distinction being Vice Mayor Chen Kuei's presence. Would Song Siming dare to strike him in front of the Vice Mayor? With that thought, Jiang Yulong reached for Liu once more. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed as Song Siming's hand forcefully struck Jiang Yulong's hand. The impact caused Jiang's hand to swell instantly, and he felt a sharp pain radiating through his bones. Ah, it hurts. Jiang Yulong cried out in agony. Your self-inflicted misfortune is yours to bear, Song Siming retorted. Song Siming offered a succinct 6-character evaluation. Sitting beside Jiang Yulong, Chen Kuei's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It seemed that Song Siming did not regard him with any seriousness. Previously, he had sent Jiang Yulong to detention, forcing him to intervene personally to secure Jiang's release. Now, he brazenly assaulted Jiang before his very eyes. What difference was there from slapping him in public? You are Song Siming, aren't you? Chen Kuei spoke coldly. Oh, Deputy Mayor Cheng, what brings you here? Song Siming feigned surprise, as if just noticing Chen Kuei. Am I not allowed to be here? Chen Kuei retorted. Of course you are. It is after working hours. Deputy Mayor Cheng can be wherever he wishes, Song Siming chuckled. When I was in the provincial capital, I heard that the business environment in Qingshan was quite poor. Out-of-town merchants come, but cannot stay. I didn't believe it then, but today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Chen Kuei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Song Siming. Are you implying that I am responsible for the poor business environment in Qingshan? Song Siming asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Isn't that the truth? I painstakingly invited those out-of-town merchants, and you just struck out at them. How can you call yourself a public official? Chen Kuei began to accuse Song Siming. Deputy Mayor, I was acting in the spirit of justice. I made that quite clear. You didn't hear me, did you? Song Siming questioned Chen Kuei. What justice? I only see you deliberately harming others. Chen Kuei sneered. He had remembered Song Siming from their last encounter and seized this opportunity to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Deliberately harming others? Deputy Mayor, you must not falsely accuse me. Song Siming's smile faded. Falsely accuse you? There are so many witnesses here. Ask them if you acted in the spirit of justice or deliberately harmed someone. Chen Kuei pointed to the others in the private room. Clearly, it was deliberate harm. The others readily sided with Chung Kuei, even if he was speaking nonsense. Did you hear that, Song Siming? I will go to the hospital to have my injuries examined. I'll make sure you go from detention straight to jail. Jiang Yulong, clutching his injured hand and gritting his teeth, boasted. A simple examination could confirm light injuries, which would leave Song Siming facing charges of intentional harm, leading to his dismissal from public office. How truly frightening. Song Siming surveyed the room with calmness. Regrettably, I pride myself on being meticulous. I always ensure I have ample evidence. Whether it was an act of justice or intentional harm, I will let the evidence speak for itself. What evidence could you possibly have? Jiang Yulong scoffed. Look here. Song Siming pointed to his breast pocket. The crowd then noticed a mobile phone peeking out, its camera fully exposed. This sight filled Jiang Yulong and Chen Kuei with a foreboding sense of dread. Then, Song Siming retrieved the phone, aiming the camera at Jiang Yulong and Chen Kuei. I began recording before I entered, and I have captured everything, including how you forced Lu Yu to drink. Alcohol poisoning can be life-threatening. I prevented a criminal act, which I believe constitutes an act of heroism. Jiang Yulong suddenly broke into a sweat, instinctively glancing at Chen Kuei. This was Chen Kuei's domain, and only he could clean up this mess. Chen Kuei's expression was equally grim. Although it was Jiang Yulong who had forced Lu Yu to drink, he had not intervened. And if the related video were to surface online, it would undoubtedly spark a media uproar. No matter how powerful his connections, he would face a period of being sidelined. Song Siming, you will cease filming immediately and delete that video, Chen Kuei commanded, his tone authoritative. That is not a solution to the problem, Song Siming shook his head. Continuing to film Chen Kuei's face. Chen Kuei's countenance turned a shade of deep crimson. What do you propose? After a series of mental calculations, Chen Kuei's demeanor softened considerably. How about this? Whatever amount Lu Yu drank, let Jiang Yulong drink the same. We can consider this matter resolved. Song Siming skillfully returned the favor. Chen Kuei clearly found this unacceptable and replied sternly, Song Siming, do you not think your demands are somewhat excessive? Excessive? Where's the excess? When Lu Yu was forced to drink, did you not consider it excessive? Lu Yu could endure it. Surely Jiang Yulong can as well. It merely depends on his willingness. Having already torn the mask of civility, Song Siming no longer felt the need for restraint. If Mr. Jiang cannot do it, then he is not capable. Chen Kuei continued to struggle. Well then, I will post the entire video online for the public to judge. As he spoke, Song Siming pretended to operate his phone. Wait. Chen Kuei suddenly panicked. He had exerted considerable effort to bring Jiang Yulong to Qishan for his own future. If Jiang Yulong's actions jeopardized that future, it would be counterproductive. Mr. Jiang, perhaps you should show some understanding? Chen Kuei swiftly turned to negotiate with Jiang Yulong. Damn it! Jiang Yulong cursed under his breath. For over a decade, wherever he invested, he was treated as royalty, but only in Qingshan had he faced repeated setbacks. However, recognizing that Chen Kuei was not merely a deputy mayor, but someone on whom he would need to rely in the future, Jiang Yulong decided to cooperate. It's just drinking, I'll do it. He raised the wine vessel before him and downed it in one go. Is that sufficient? Chen Kuei felt he had offered enough face to Song Siming. Had it not been for the video, he, a deputy ministerial level official, would not have given Song Siming a mere shrimp, a second glance. It must be of quality and quantity. Song Siming shook his head, asserting with gravity. Chen Kuei gritted his teeth, warning Song Siming to be cautious and consider his own situation. If I were to consider myself, I wouldn't have even stepped through that door, Song Siming countered. With no other option, Chen Kuei turned once more to Jiang Yulong. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yulong who had instigated the situation. A person of responsibility would not wait to be urged, but would step forward proactively in such circumstances. However, Chen Kuei had clearly overestimated Jiang Yulong. Deputy Mayor, I recently underwent a health check. My condition is not good, and the doctor advised me against excessive drinking. Jiang Yulong withdrew his cooperation. Though parting ways with Chen Kuei would cost him significantly in potential earnings, life was more important than money. He could not fathom what would happen if he were to consume a bottle and a half of liquor, given that he usually could only handle half a bottle. Very well, Chen Kuei's fists clenched tightly, realizing that after nearly 40 years of living, he had learned one vital truth. In critical moments, one could only rely on oneself. I can drink on his behalf. That must be acceptable? Chen Kuei inquired of Song Siming. That is permissible, Song Siming conceded slightly. Watch closely. Chen Kuei did not use a cup or vessel, but raised the bottle and began to drink directly from it. A collective gasp echoed through the private room as everyone witnessed the scene unfold. Before the meal commenced, Chung Kuei claimed he could not drink, but unexpectedly, he revealed a hidden capacity for alcohol as he demonstrated an impressive tolerance. However, in the next moment, he erupted, spewing a significant portion of the bottle. Then over. He began to cough violently, his face turning a deep crimson from the effort. Deputy Mayor Chung, I see your sincerity, Song Siming thought. Realizing that today's events could only unfold this way, Chung Kuei's abilities were limited. He could not force alcohol upon him. After speaking, Song Siming tucked away his phone and, carrying the semi-conscious Lu Yu, exited the private room. Outside, several individuals from the investment promotion office peered through the crack in the door. Upon seeing Song Siming emerge, they hastily turned to face the wall, pretending to be passers-by. Once he passed, they turned back, gazing at his retreating figure with a mix of admiration and awe. To challenge Deputy Mayor Ching, who had come from the provincial level, and to compel him to drink was an audacious act for someone of Song Siming's rank as merely a deputy section chief. They could not help but fantasize about the day they might exhibit such boldness before their superiors. Suddenly, the sounds of shattering glasses and overturned tables from within the room shattered their daydreams. It was evident that Deputy Mayor Ching was venting his frustrations, prompting the investment office staff to hastily flee to avoid collateral damage. However, those within the room remained rooted to the spot, resembling a group of schoolchildren caught misbehaving. Only Jiang Yulong maintained a calm demeanor, aware that Ching Kuei's outbursts were partially directed at him for not adhering to Song Siming's earlier request to consume a hefty amount of liquor. Yet, Jiang Yulong felt irritation. He was not Chung Kuei's subordinate and saw no reason to shield him from repercussions. Deputy Mayor Chung, as you mentioned earlier, the business environment in Qingshan indeed has its issues. I believe I must reconsider my investment plans here, Jiang Yulong asserted, seizing the opportunity to threaten Chung Kuei after his tantrum subsided. The tables had turned. Now it was Chung Kuei who needed him, rather than the other way around. Then reconsider, Chung Kuei retorted coldly, casting a frosty glance at Jiang Yulong before departing. Meanwhile, Song Siming observed that Lu Yu was more intoxicated than before, verging on alcohol poisoning by hospital standards, which would necessitate gastric lavage. Faced with the choice of rushing her to the hospital or helping her sober up, he opted for the latter. With no time to book a hotel room, he placed Lu Yu in his SUV, which boasted ample space in the back. Adjusting the seat, he laid Lu Yu down and began a vigorous massage below her navel, employing techniques known to counteract intoxication. In her stupor, Lu Yu reacted to his ministrations, involuntarily crying out. Song Siming quickly shut the car door to prevent misunderstandings. Yet, in the confined space, her voice echoed even louder. Unconsciously, he intensified his efforts, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the parking lot was deserted. Otherwise, the movements of the car would have drawn attention. The massage continued for an extended period, lasting nearly 20 minutes. Yet Lu Yu remained unresponsive, leading Song Siming to doubt the efficacy of his methods. Just when he began to lose hope, Lu Yu suddenly grasped him tightly, revealing that she had indeed awakened but was reluctant to open her eyes. The sudden embrace caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react. However, he promptly pushed her away, reminding her to maintain her composure. Why don't you like me? Liu questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. As a prominent figure in the business bureau, she considered herself quite attractive. Otherwise, Jiang Yulong would not be so persistently attached to her. It's not a matter of liking or disliking. I am in a committed relationship with Yi Ruyun, and you are her friend. I cannot engage with you in that manner, Song Siming replied, asserting his boundaries. He was not the type to play both sides. I merely wished to express my gratitude. Lu Yu sighed, acknowledging his efforts in standing up to authority on her behalf. I do not require thanks of this nature, he replied, shaking his head. But I cannot think of another way, she persisted. Why not just invite a friend to dinner or give a small gift to show appreciation? He suggested. Is that truly sufficient? She inquired. For me, it is ample. I am only assisting you out of respect for Yi Ruyun, so please do not misconstrue my intentions. He clarified. How foolish of me to assume otherwise, Li lamented, her expression tinged with resignation. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that with Yi Ruyun in the picture, it was improbable that Song Siming would find interest in her. After all, Yi Ruyun's attributes far surpassed her own. Lu Yu, having experienced divorce, was no match for someone who had never been in a relationship before. The disparity was vast. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Can we still be friends? She asked, her eyes pleading. Of course, as long as you do not act as you did just now, he replied. Agreed. Lu Yu took a deep breath, regaining her composure. I promise that such incidents will not recur. We will remain friends, purely friends, and I will wish you and Ru Yun a long and happy life together. Thank you. He responded positively. Now, I must take my leave. Goodbye, Liu said, exiting the vehicle. On the other side, Deputy Mayor Chung Kue returned to the provincial capital that very night. After Song Siming's interference, he had parted ways with Jiang Yulong. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, he urgently needed to find a replacement for Jiang Yulong to help him achieve his political goals. As for who that individual would be, he would have to await his grandfather's guidance. In the heart of the provincial city, within a secluded courtyard, Chung Kue stood with his hands at his sides. Xiao Kue, you are too hasty, the elder across from him expressed, disappointment evident in his tone. Grandfather, it is not impatience. The political landscape in Qingshan is in constant flux. Once Huang Taijun ascends to the municipal committee and He Jiren succeeds him as mayor, I will have the opportunity to vie for the position of executive deputy mayor. How can I not be anxious? Chen Kue articulated his aspirations. Although the roles of executive deputy mayor and regular deputy mayor were equal in rank, the disparity in power and potential for advancement was monumental. Chung Kue had not anticipated such swift progress when he first arrived in Qishan. However, with the unexpected downfall of Zheng Shuling, what once seemed impossible had become attainable. To stand out among the deputy mayors, he would require substantial accomplishments. This is indeed a good opportunity, one that could save you at least 2 years, the elder mused before inquiring. Is there no chance to salvage matters with Huanyu Group? None, Chung Kue replied resolutely. In a critical moment, Jiang Yulong is simply unreliable. Even if I could temporarily stabilize him, he would inevitably undermine me later. It is better to cut ties entirely. Then let us seek another partner. Hengda Group. The elderly man opened his eyes and spoke in a grave tone. Hengda Group? Isn't that the largest competitor of Huanyu Group? Chung Kue exclaimed in astonishment. If we're to seek out Huanyu Group's rivals, Jiang Yulong should brace himself for our retaliation, the elder promptly arranged. Indeed, Jiang Yulong must not be spared. Chung Kue nodded repeatedly. When he assisted Jiang Yulong, the latter remained silent. Yet when Chung Kue sought Jiang Yulong's aid, he wouldn't even share a few drinks. Such a person deserves to meet his end. And then there is Song Siming. Suddenly, the elder mentioned the culprit that had disrupted his plans. Yes, we must not let Song Siming off the hook either, Chung Kue quickly chimed in. No, you are gravely mistaken. The elder shot Chung Kue a disapproving glance and said, when it comes to Song Siming, even if you cannot become friends, you must not become enemies. Why? Chung Kue inquired with skepticism. Firstly, he possesses leverage against you. The matter of your subordinate being intoxicated and neglected can be trivial or significant, depending on how it is handled. We must avoid complications. Secondly, Zheng Shuling has been placed under investigation, yet as Zheng's dedicated secretary, Song Siming remains unscathed, continuing to navigate the political waters of Qingshan with ease. His influence is far greater than you can imagine, the elder analyzed for Chung Kue. It seems so, Chung Kue reluctantly conceded, acknowledging the elder's truths. After the disciplinary committee revealed that Zhang Shuling had a covertly recorded USB drive, officials in Qingshan began to distance themselves from Song Siming. Only someone who had recently arrived in Qingshan and believed he had not been recorded by Zheng Shuling failed to regard Song Siming, nearly jeopardizing significant matters. Song Siming had inherited Zheng Shuling's covert tactics, which evolved into a more overt approach. He was indeed surpassing his predecessor. In the realm of politics, one must never underestimate any individual. Subsequently, the elder concluded, I understand now, grandfather. Chung Kue humbly accepted this wisdom, realizing he indeed needed to reassess his relationship with Song Siming. The next day, as Song Siming stepped out of his residence, he received a call from Yi Ruyun. Where are you? Yi Ruyun inquired. I am out having breakfast. Is there something up? Song Siming replied, somewhat nervously. Have you forgotten? You promised to accompany me to the provincial capital to meet my father. Yi Ruyun stated. Are we heading out now? I thought it was Sunday. Should I prepare a gift for uncle? Song Siming asked Yi Ruyun. No, absolutely not. Yi Ruyun quickly interjected, explaining, my father never accepts gifts. He refuses gifts from anyone. If you show up with a pile of presents, you'll likely not even get through the door. Is that so? But it feels inappropriate to arrive empty-handed for the first visit. Song Siming felt uneasy. It may seem improper to others, but with my father, it would be perfectly fine. If you wish to leave a good impression, heed my advice. Yi Riyun emphasized. All right, I will follow your advice. Song Siming ceased to insist, and then asked, Are you home? I'll come to pick you up. Yes, I'm home. Come over. Yi Riyun replied. After hanging up, Song Siming drove over, and upon his arrival, he found Yi Riyun waiting downstairs. Drive my car. Your vehicle cannot enter where my father resides, Yi Riyun instructed, handing her car keys to Song Siming. He fully understood this. Given her father's status, security would be exceptionally stringent, permitting only registered vehicles to enter. Yi Riyun's car was a modest domestic model worth around 70 to 80,000, quite understated. After Song Siming got behind the wheel, Yi Riyun hesitated briefly before saying, There is something I need to clarify beforehand. You must be mentally prepared. Go ahead, my mental fortitude is strong. I managed to remain calm even during 3 days of isolation for investigation by the disciplinary committee, Song Siming joked lightly. Well, here it is. Yi Riyun first checked her seatbelt to avoid being jolted once she finished speaking, then deliberately stated, My father is Yu Anghua, the secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee of Jiangbei. Song Siming replied softly. My father is Yi Anghua, the secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee of Jiangbei. Thinking he hadn't heard correctly, Yi Riyun raised her voice and repeated it. I heard you. Your father is the secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee of Jiangbei. Song Siming rubbed his ears and reiterated. So, you already knew? Yi Riyun finally realized. One can make a reasonable guess, Song Siming chuckled. How did you figure it out? Yi Riyun asked curiously. Your age, your rank, it is clear you have a significant background. Furthermore, among the provincial leaders of Jiangbei, there is only one with the surname Yi, Song Siming stated matter-of-factly. Then why would you dare to meet my father? Yi Riyun questioned skeptically. I am not a corrupt official. Why should I fear meeting him? Can he imprison me? Song Siming shrugged, appearing at ease. That is true. Yi Riyun nodded slightly. Only corrupt officials like Zhang Shuling would tremble before her father. Song Siming, untainted by corruption, had nothing to fear. My father has no personal life. He is primarily focused on work. During the ensuing conversation, Yi Riyun began to describe her father through her perspective. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Song Siming could not approach the investigation blindly. If he failed the assessment, it would ultimately be her who suffered. Through Yi Riyun's descriptions, a righteous and imposing figure emerged in Song Siming's mind, and he held considerable admiration for such a person. Unfortunately, his current position made it exceedingly difficult to remain untainted. Reflecting on his impulsive behavior towards Chung Kuei the previous day, Song Siming felt he had acted too rashly. The journey from Qingshan to Jiangtai City in the provincial capital was over 200 kilometers. The road conditions were favorable, and in just 2 hours, Song Siming exited the highway and began to navigate the urban area of Jiangtai as directed by Yi Riyun. The congestion in Jiangtai City surpassed his expectations. Even on the elevated expressway, they could only crawl forward at a snail's pace. Just as Song Siming was intently focused on the road ahead, a Maybach suddenly swerved in from the side, without signaling, and cut into his lane. Reacting quickly, Song Siming slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. With a loud crash, his car collided with the left rear door of the Maybach. This is a disaster, Song Siming thought, feeling quite embarrassed. Although it seemed the other party was at fault, an accident would inevitably cause delays. As he prepared to exit the vehicle to assess the damage, a young man in his 20s jumped out from the driver's seat of the Maybach and kicked the front of Song Siming's car. Do you even know how to drive? I was already here. Couldn't you just yield? The young man yelled. Song Siming frowned and replied, Yielding to vehicles in motion is a fundamental traffic rule. But I had already changed lanes. The young man argued stubbornly. If you had indeed changed lanes, I would have hit your rear end, Song Siming countered, leaving the young man speechless. Yet, he remained defiant. Call the police and let them settle it. Fine, Song Siming agreed, not opposed to that suggestion. As the young man was preparing to make a phone call, the right rear door of the Maybach swung open, revealing a young woman wearing oversized sunglasses that obscured much of her face. Upon closer inspection of the car that had collided with hers, she gasped, Isn't this Yi Riyun's car? In the next moment, the young woman, upon recognizing Yi Riyun, opened the passenger door. Mu Kursin, Yi Riyun exclaimed. Yi Riyun. The young woman approached and enveloped Yi Riyun in a warm embrace. They were high school classmates and shared a close bond. Is this your driver? Mu Kursin inquired, glancing at Song Siming. Does this car even require a driver? This is my boyfriend, Song Siming, Yi Riyun introduced confidently. Boyfriend? Mu Kursin expressed surprise. Before Yi Ruyun was famously known for her aversion to men, having never had a boyfriend in her first 30 years of life. She had thought Yi Ruyun would remain single forever. You truly are a rare flower blooming on an iron tree. Mu Kurson chuckled. Where does your boyfriend work? At the Qingshan Municipal Committee office, Yi Ruyun replied succinctly. Qingshan? Just yesterday, I heard someone mention your transfer there for work. So it was for a man. Mu Kurson teased. One could say that, Yi Ruyun admitted, standing tall. You've truly made something of yourself. Mu Kurson playfully pinched Yi Ruyun's nose. I happen to be meeting with a deputy mayor in Qingshan for a collaboration. His name is Cheng Kuei. Do you know him? Cheng Kuei? Yi Ruyun and Song Siming exchanged a glance. Yi Ruyun had known Cheng Kuei for over 20 years. As for Song Siming, he had just had a confrontation with Cheng Kuei the previous night, so he certainly recognized him. What collaboration are you discussing with Cheng Kuei? Yi Ruyun did not directly address Mu Kurson's question but instead inquired. Cheng's family elder called my father, hoping that Hengda Group could invest in a commercial complex in Qingshan, and I happen to be the investment manager at Hengda Group. Mu Kurson explained with a hint of resignation. Yi Ruyun understood Mu Kurson's predicament. Wasn't your ambition to be a free-spirited painter? Why the compromise? There's no choice. The old man holds the purse strings. If I don't comply, I won't even have money to buy paint, Mu Kurson lamented. She longed to explore the world, but travel required funds, and time after time in negotiations, she found herself yielding, preparing to take over at Hengda Group. After sharing about herself, Mu Kurson leaned closer to Yi Ruyun and whispered, Haven't you always wanted to resign? Why have you changed your mind? Is it also for Song Siming? Yes. Yi Ruyun bit her lip in response. I don't see what is so special about him. Mu Kurson cast a sidelong glance at Song Siming. Although he was of decent height and build, his looks could hardly be described as striking, especially when paired with a beauty like Yi Ruyun. He's quite impressive. Yi Ruyun could not tolerate Mu Kurson's disparagement of Song Siming. Impressive? In what regard? In bed? Mu Kurson quipped, as if she had uncovered a new revelation. Something like that. He merely needs his hands. It's, how shall I put it, simply exquisite, Yi Ruyun confided with a hint of shyness, as they shared an unreserved friendship. Using his hands? Mu Kurson's imagination began to run wild. Excuse me, ladies, how shall we resolve this accident? Song Siming interjected, as he noticed the line of cars piling up behind them. Can the cars still drive? If so, let's move them first, and I'll handle the repairs later. Mu Kurson generously suggested. Let us proceed as you say, Yi Ruyun replied, not bothering to be polite with Mu Kurson, and promptly beckoned Song Siming to get into the car. The collision had been minor, with neither vehicle impeded in its operation. Upon exiting the overpass, the two cars headed in opposite directions. Only then did Yi Ruyun elaborate on Mu Kurson to Song Siming. You must have heard of Hengda Group, right? It's their family business. Hengda Group. Song Siming was not unfamiliar with the name, as it featured in the municipal government's investment plans. Hengda Group specialized in commercial real estate, with its Hengda Plaza being renowned nationwide. The presence or absence of Hengda Plaza had become an important marker of a city's prosperity. Clearly, Qingshan had yet to see a Hengda Plaza, prompting the city government to continually push for engagement with Hengda Group to encourage a site visit. Hengda Group's headquarters Ascent in Jiangbei Province, is it? Song Siming inquired. No, it's in Jiangnan Province, which is why I only see Kurson a few times a year. Yi Ruyun clarified. So her visit to Jiangbei Province is. Song Siming, having been distanced from the conversation due to the noise earlier, was curious. She mentioned representing Hengda Group to negotiate with Cheng Kuei. But hasn't Cheng Kuei already secured a deal with Huanyu Group? Why pursue Hengda Group? Isn't that pushing it? Yi Ruyun remarked, her tone revealing her disdain for Cheng Kuei. Cheng Kuei's investment with Huanyu Group likely won't materialize in Qingshan. Song Siming explained. Why is that? Yi Ruyun asked, intrigued. Because of me, Song Siming succinctly recounted the events from the previous night at the Hyatt Hotel. Cheng Kuei is utterly despicable. He clearly knew Jiang Yulong's intentions toward Lu Yu, and yet stood by as Jiang Yulong got her drunk. Yi Ruyun seethed with indignation. Thus, I took a stand, Song Siming continued, feeling no need to conceal the details from Yi Ruyun as he drove, summarizing the events that followed. He concluded. Jiang Yulong disregarded Cheng Kuei's political aspirations, and Cheng Kuei, in turn, showed no concern for Jiang Yulong's well-being. Their relationship is bound to sour, forcing Cheng Kuei to seek Hengda Group to fill the gap left by Huanyu Group. Cheng Kuei lacks the capability to approach Hengda Group. It's all orchestrated by his grandfather, Yi Ruyun scoffed. Who is Cheng Kuei's grandfather? Song Siming inquired. Once the top leader in Jiangbei province, many years ago. Yi Ruyun replied. Sheng Wanshan. Song Siming exclaimed, having grown up in Jiangbei province and often hearing that name in the local news. Yes, that's him. While others have retired and distanced themselves from worldly affairs, old Sheng insists on meddling in everything. Yi Ruyun seemed equally unimpressed by Cheng Wanshan. As they conversed, the car arrived at their destination, a modest two-story building, guarded by armed security. Even with prior clearance for Yi Ruyun's vehicle, she had to disembark and register again to gain entry. I hardly came here when I was in the provincial capital. It's too much trouble. Yi Ruyun complained as she reboarded the vehicle, addressing Song Siming. Ensuring the absolute safety of leaders is understandable, Song Siming said lightly. Though the pressure on him had drastically increased. It was his first encounter with someone of such high rank, and he began to ponder whether to step in with his left or right foot upon entering. That building over there, Yi Ruyun indicated, directing Song Siming's attention to the nearby two-story structure. Song Siming took a deep breath and drove over. In front of the two-story building was a small courtyard, where Yi Ruyun's mother, Shi Jiazhen, was watering the peony she had planted. Mom, this is Song Siming, whom I told you about. Yi Ruyun introduced him as she led him into the yard. Hello, Auntie. Song Siming immediately bent down and extended his hands. The young man seems quite spirited. Shi Jiazhen remarked, sizing him up, and at least on the surface, she was relatively satisfied. After all, someone too handsome might attract unwanted attention. What about my dad? Yi Ruyun inquired about the more challenging parental figure. He doesn't care much for flowers and plants, and is reading inside, Shi Jiazhen replied. How does he seem? Yi Ruyun asked cautiously. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. He just received a call and was quite upset, Shi Jiazhen whispered. This might not be the best time. Yi Ruyun felt a headache coming on and turned to Song Siming, suggesting they could come another day. Do you think that would be appropriate? Song Siming countered. It does seem rather inappropriate. Yi Ruyun scratched her head. We've already entered the yard. It would be quite rude not to go in. Come on, even an ugly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Yi Ruyun tugged Song Siming toward the house. In the living room, Yongwa sat on a large sofa, engrossed in reading a Russian version of War and Peace. Upon hearing the door, he looked up, his gaze penetrating and sharp, directly piercing through Song Siming. Their eyes met for just a second, and Song Siming felt utterly exposed. Dad, I brought the person you wanted to meet, Yi Ruyun announced to Yongwa. Hello, Secretary Yi, Song Siming greeted politely. It's more appropriate to call me Uncle Yi. Yongwa corrected him. He is assessing a potential son-in-law, not evaluating a subordinate. Uncle Yi, Song Siming promptly adjusted his address. Please, have a seat. Yongwa gestured toward the sofa opposite him. Thank you. Song Siming sat down obediently, while Yi Ruyun sat beside him, ever ready to intervene on his behalf. Marriage is a natural progression. I do not oppose your relationship with Ruyun. Yongwa set the tone, which eased Song Siming's tension. He continued, in fact, I reviewed your profile even before you met Ruyun. You looked at my profile? Song Siming was taken aback. How could a mere deputy division chief attract the attention of someone as significant as Yongwa? It was because of Zheng Shuling that I looked at your profile. Yongwa added. Understanding dawned on Song Siming. It was not his own merit that caught Yongwa's eye, but rather the influence of Zheng Shuling. In normal circumstances, when the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission took Zheng Shuling, they would also have scrutinized you, as you were his only dedicated secretary. However, early investigations revealed no blemishes on your record, distinguishing you entirely from Zheng Shuling. Ultimately, I informed the investigators not to waste their efforts on you. Yongwa then shared some insider knowledge that Song Siming was unaware of, leading him to realize why the investigation team had not approached him for information. I became Zheng Shuling's dedicated secretary purely by chance. Song Siming offered a brief explanation. You saved Zheng Shuling's life. Yongwa, who specialized in understanding people, had meticulously researched Song Siming's pivotal moments. Dad, can we discuss something more normal? It always circles back to work, Yi Ruyun interjected, unable to endure the conversation any longer. Then let us talk about something more typical. Yongwa turned to Song Siming. Can you cook? I can manage, Song Siming humbly replied. Then you will be responsible for today's lunch, Yongwa declared with a flourish. In matters of sustenance, a man who can cook well has already succeeded halfway. No problem. Song Siming rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Just perform normally. My dad doesn't eat spicy food and isn't fond of sweet dishes. Yi Ruyun reminded him as she followed into the kitchen. She had confidence in his culinary skills. Previously, when she had invited him over while intoxicated. He had effortlessly prepared a few dishes that could outshine five-star chefs. Understood, Song Siming replied with enthusiasm. Before noon, 8 dishes were elegantly laid out on the table. Can you drink? Yeonghwa asked after they sat down. I can manage a little, Song Siming nodded. So, you have a decent tolerance. Yeonghwa produced 2 bottles of aged liquor from his collection. Believing that a person's character could be gauged by their drinking habits, he intended to observe Song Siming under the influence. However, he clearly underestimated Song Siming. After finishing the 2 bottles, Song Siming remained composed, while Yeonghwa began to feel the effects. Let us focus on the meal, Yeonghwa conceded. After the meal, Yeonghwa instructed his wife and daughter to go upstairs, leaving only himself and Song Siming in the living room. Do you have any plans for your future? Yeonghwa inquired. In the short term, I aim to secure a full division chief position, followed by becoming the deputy director of the municipal office, then the director, and ultimately, I aspire to govern at the county level, Song Siming stated without hesitation. Your approach is correct, but it may be somewhat slow, Yeonghwa pondered. You could first elevate your rank at the provincial level before considering a local position. This was the standard path for someone like him. Chung Kue had done just that, quietly rising to the deputy department level before seizing a suitable opportunity to step down as a standing committee member and vice mayor. However, I still want to carve my own path. Song Siming hesitated before expressing his thoughts to Yeonghwa. While he believed Yeonghwa could facilitate his ascent along the same trajectory as Chung Kue, he pondered how that would differ from being a son-in-law who was merely brought into the family. Carving your own path? Are you not concerned about the potential setbacks? Yeonghwa chuckled. Not at all, Song Siming replied with conviction. Very well, then venture forth on your own, Yeonghwa stated firmly. But I must caution you. The political arena has its own rules. Do not assume that possessing leverage over certain individuals will guarantee your ascent. Song Siming felt a jolt. It was clear that Yeonghwa was aware of the USB drive incident. I understand, he nodded gravely. Their conversation extended into the afternoon, with Yeonghwa imparting wisdom that could only be grasped from a certain vantage point, which proved invaluable to Song Siming. Dad, have you finished your discussion? At that moment, Yi Ruyun descended from upstairs, interrupting them. Is there something you need? Yeonghwa asked. My good friend, Mu Kursin from Hongda Group, has arrived in Jeongbei. As the host, I ought to invite her to dinner, Yi Ruyun explained. Tonight? Yeonghwa inquired. Yes, I've already made arrangements, Yi Ruyun confirmed with a nod. All right, then you both should go. Yeonghwa finally released Song Siming. Song Siming bid farewell to Yeonghwa and Shi Jiajin, having indulged in spirits. This time, Yi Ruyun took the wheel, heading towards the bustling Hongda Square in the provincial capital, situated in the heart of the city's commercial district. Hongda Square is renowned for attracting the largest crowds. Under the impression that she had departed early enough to secure a parking spot, Yi Ruyun soon discovered upon arrival that both underground parking lots were completely filled, leaving no available spaces. Thus, she was compelled to circle the vicinity repeatedly. However, perseverance bore fruit. After 15 minutes of diligent searching, she finally spotted an open parking space. Swiftly, she maneuvered her vehicle into position, preparing to reverse into the spot. Just as she began her descent, a red sports car roared up from behind, executing a drift-like maneuver before abruptly occupying the space. The car door swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The driver, relishing the moment, couldn't resist boasting to his companion. What do you think? My driving skills are quite impressive, aren't they? This series of events nearly drove Yi Ruyun to the brink of exasperation. She promptly exited her vehicle to engage in a debate, asserting that she had spotted the parking space first. What does it matter that you saw it first? It only counts if you park first, retorted the woman emerging from the sports car, her lips curling in disdain. However, I had already begun to reverse, Yi Ruyun contended. You had already started to reverse? Who witnessed it? Did you see it? A woman inquired of the man seated beside her in the vehicle. The man hesitated momentarily before responding. I didn't see. If he were alone, he would have readily vacated the parking space. Yi Ruyun was exceptionally beautiful, far surpassing his girlfriend in allure. Yet at that moment, he dared not steal another glance at Yi Ruyun, fearing his girlfriend's jealousy. After all, everything he possessed was a gift from her. No matter how stunning Yi Ruyun was, beauty could not sustain one. Just then, Song Siming also alighted from the car. Lu Bin? Song Siming? Song Siming is acquainted with a man driving a red sports car. They were university classmates, sharing both classes and dormitories, albeit with a rather strained relationship. Lu Bin had a penchant for associating with affluent and influential peers, often inquiring about a prospective girlfriend's family background before pursuing a romantic interest. The youthful Song Siming held such individuals in disdain. However, upon entering the workforce, he came to realize that Lu Bin's type was, in fact, the norm. Are you familiar with them? Yi Ruyun and Lu Bin's girlfriend were both taken aback. Their classmate, Song Siming, and Lu Bin responded in unison. Ordinarily, such disputes over parking spaces would be resolved amicably. However, as Lu Bin cast a glance at Song Siming, then at Yi Ruyun standing beside him, a surge of jealousy welled up within him. During their school days, his girlfriend had always paled in comparison to Song Siming's. Song Siming's girlfriend was the campus belle, Lin Wan, while his own girlfriend was the daughter of a deputy county head, weighing in at a hefty 180 pounds. Now, in their professional lives, Song Siming's girlfriend remained more attractive than his own. Why was that? My remarkable classmate, at such a young age, has already become the personal secretary to the city's party committee secretary. Lu Bin introduced to his girlfriend, Su Qian. Which city party committee secretary's personal secretary? Su Qian inquired with curiosity. The secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee? Lu Bin responded affirmatively. The secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee? Is it Zhang Shuling? Su Qian asked with skepticism. That should be the name. Lu Bin feigned uncertainty. However, Zhang Shuling has already been placed under double designation. Su Qian immediately remarked. Zhang Shuling has indeed been placed under double designation? Lu Bin had long been aware of the truth. He feigned surprise as he gazed at Song Siming. Old classmate, is this truly the case? It is indeed true. Song Siming nodded expressionlessly. Lu Bin, with a slight shift, indicated that he was about to express something predictable. Isn't your life rather difficult these days? Will I be dispatched to a remote area for poverty alleviation once more? Lu Bin appeared to be concerned about Song Siming, but in reality, he reveled in the misfortunes of others. Their class comprised 32 individuals, among whom 7 or 8 secured positions within the system after graduation, including both himself and Song Siming. However, while he was placed in a provincial agency, Song Siming took a position in a rural township. Whenever Lu Bin spoke in their class group chat, a throng of classmates would affectionately refer to him as provincial leader, which greatly satiated his vanity. Yet, everything changed when Song Siming became the full-time secretary to the party committee of Qingshan City. The group chat no longer revolved around him. It had transformed into Song Siming's domain. A gaggle of sycophants began to chant Secretary's song, justifying their enthusiasm by stating that when the secretary was present, Song Siming was merely Secretary Song, and in his absence, he assumed the title of secretary. This nauseated Lu Bin. Now, with Zhang Shuling's downfall, and Song Siming stripped of his patronage, Lu Bin felt a sense of vindictive satisfaction. However, Song Siming saw through Lu Bin's ulterior motives with ease and responded nonchalantly. I am doing well. Zhang Shuling is Zhang Shuling, and I am myself. His downfall does not affect me. The secretary's disgrace does not tarnish the secretary's aid. Only a fool would believe otherwise. Before Lu Bin could respond, the forthright Su Qian shook her head vigorously. Although her family was in business, she had many relatives entrenched in the system, many of whom held prominent positions. Thus, she possessed an astute understanding of political affairs. Darling, I just remembered. Don't you have a cousin who was recently appointed as the deputy mayor of Qingshan? Suddenly, Lu Bin slapped his thigh. Indeed, Su Qian nodded in agreement. Old classmate, if you truly cannot bear it any longer, just let me know. I can reach out to my girlfriend's connections, at the very least. You want to be relegated back to the depths. Lu Bin spoke earnestly to Song Siming, hoping for a concession. Thank you for your kindness. As I mentioned, I am managing quite well. Song Siming politely declined. Yi Ruyun, who had been listening attentively from the side, could discern whether the sentiments expressed were genuine or veiled with sarcasm. She considered stepping in to support Song Siming in countering Lu Bin's remarks, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary. Let us search for another parking space. Yi Ruyun tugged at Song Siming and said, All right. Song Siming, wishing to avoid entanglements with a person like Lu Bin, promptly followed Yi Ruyun into the car. A stubborn duck with a hard beak. There will come a day when you seek my favor, Lu Bin remarked coldly as he watched the car drive away. Darling, do not stoop to engage with such individuals, Su Qian advised Lu Bin. However, Lu Bin, feeling insufficiently superior, still harbored some resentment. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Su Qian and suggested, Why don't you speak to your cousin, who serves as the deputy mayor in Qingshan, about transferring me there? Is it truly necessary? If you venture to Qingshan, what shall I do? Su Qian furrowed her brow and inquired. Qingshan. It takes merely 2 hours to drive from the provincial city. Whenever you wish to see me, I shall return. Moreover, do you not desire to see my career flourish? Under the guidance of your cousin, progress is undoubtedly swift. Lubin began to subtly influence Su Qian's thoughts. It seemed to hold a semblance of truth. Su Qian nodded slightly, then retrieved her phone and searched her contacts for her cousin Cheng Kuei's number. Meanwhile, Song Siming and Yi Ruyun meandered for quite some time before finally parking the car. Upon checking the time, they realized it was already 6 in the evening. What a paradox of rising early yet arriving late. The parking spot was rather distant from the reserved restaurant, necessitating a walk of several minutes. By the time Song Siming and Yi Ruyun entered the private dining room, Mu Kersen had nearly consumed an entire pot of tea. One might wonder, as the host, could you not have arrived a tad earlier? Mu Kersen remarked on Yi Ruyun. I arrived quite early, but I was delayed by parking. Unlike you, who has a dedicated driver and never has to worry about parking. Yi Ruyun sighed. Are you envious? With a tinge of envy, I willingly cede my current position to you. Mu Kersen joked. I can't possibly take your position. Yi Ruyun waved her hand dismissively, saying, You are a PhD from a prestigious university. How could you possibly say you can't take my position? That sounds like an excuse. I think you are just reluctant to part with your secure job, or perhaps you are hesitant. As she spoke, Mu Kersen glanced at Song Siming, causing him considerable embarrassment. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Mu Kersen, a high school classmate and close friend of Ruyun. In the next moment, Mu Kersen extended her hand towards Song Siming. Hello, my name is Song Siming. He gently shook Mu Kersen's hand, which felt soft and smooth. As they parted, Mu Kersen's little finger, whether intentional or not, brushed lightly against the palm of Song Siming, causing a ticklish sensation. Soon after, the three of them entered the dining phase. Essentially, it was Song Siming who did most of the eating, while the long-absent Mu Kersen and Yi Ruyun occasionally picked at their food, spending the rest of the time engaged in light-hearted banter. They discussed everything from cosmetics to travel, from jewelry to celebrity idols, topics in which Song Siming was not particularly adept, making it difficult for him to interject. Eventually, the conversation turned to the reason for Mu Kersen's visit to Jiangbei province. How did your discussion with Cheng Kuei go? Yi Ruyun inquired. Not well, Mu Kersen replied somewhat exasperatedly. That Vice Mayor Cheng is so bureaucratic, fixated solely on getting our Hongda group to invest more, without any regard for the actual conditions in Qingshan. Qingshan is not the provincial capital. The urban population is only a few 100,000 and cannot support a super-large commercial complex. He only cares about numbers. Those numbers represent his political achievements. At this point, Song Siming felt compelled to chime in. However, we must also make a profit from our business ventures. If we invest tens or hundreds of billions, what does it mean if we see no returns? Mu Kersen replied indignantly. Although she had been coerced into becoming the manager of Hongda Group's investment department, she understood the importance of her position. Moreover, as Hongda Group is a publicly traded company, every investment must be justified to the shareholders. So, you didn't reach a conclusion after a day of discussion? Yi Ruyun asked. No conclusion, Mu Kersen sighed. I suspect that Vice Mayor Cheng will return to consult his grandfather, who will then call my father. Ultimately, it will be me who has to make concessions. She sighed wearily, aware that Hongda Group had struggled in its early stages and owed its survival to the preferential policies granted by the Cheng family patriarch. Now, it was time to repay that favor. Just then, Mu Kersen's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she knew it was her father, Mu Feiyong. She chose to answer. Didn't I tell you? As long as the Cheng family's demands aren't too excessive, you should agree to them for now. As soon as the call connected, Mu Feiyong began to berate her. I think this is already excessive. Cheng Kuei expects us to invest 80 billion in Qingshan, but given the current demographic and urban capacity, we won't even recoup our costs in 30 years. Mu Kersen argued with facts and reason. This isn't just a simple business transaction. You might as well consider that 80 billion a donation, Mu Feiyong countered. Fine. Then I'll go to Qingshan tomorrow and sign the investment agreement with Cheng Kuei. Mu Kersen had anticipated this outcome. After hanging up, her spirits plummeted. She had strived to engage in an endeavor she did not enjoy, yet still felt inadequate. The extraneous rules were too difficult for her to accept in such a short time. Let us drink a little. There's a saying about drowning sorrows in alcohol. Mu Kersen called for a waiter and instructed him to bring the finest bottle of wine. The wine arrived promptly. It was aged Matai, The price of the vintage mitai equated to several months of Yi Ruyun's salary. You can cover the meal, and I'll handle the wine. Accompany me for a drink. Mu Kursen said, taking Yi Ruyun's hand affectionately. I'm driving. I can't drink, Yi Ruyun replied. What is wrong with that? Isn't there a designated driver? At worst, I can have my chauffeur take you home. With just a few words, Mu Kursen silenced Yi Ruyun. Recognizing her friend's distress, Yi Ruyun decided to join her in the indulgence. Neither woman had a strong tolerance for alcohol, and by the time Song Siming returned from the restroom, both had already slumped over the table. How do we handle this? One person is manageable, but two? A single embrace is a challenge. Song Siming thought it best to help them sober up. Contemplating the best solution, he first locked the door to the private room to prevent any unwelcome interruptions, which might lead others to misinterpret his intentions. Following the principle of prioritizing guests, he first helped Mu Kursen settle onto the sofa. Mu Kursen was wearing a heavy coat, which was cumbersome. After attempting to assist her, he realized he needed to remove her coat. Once he did, he discovered that Mu Kursen was quite well endowed. While her chest had appeared modest under the coat, it was, in fact, a standard D cup, beautifully conforming to Eastern beauty standards. However, Song Siming was aware of his purpose and quickly averted his gaze from her figure. Yet soon, he faced another dilemma. Mu Kursen was also wearing high-waisted pants, the waistband reaching above her navel, while the detox massage technique focused on areas below the navel. He had no choice but to loosen her pants. After much effort, he was drenched in sweat, but the preparations were finally complete. With eyes closed, Song Siming began the detoxification process. He closed his eyes because beneath the high-waisted pants, Mu Kursen was wearing a black thong, the slender straps visible. Without closing his eyes, it would be challenging to concentrate fully. Whether it was due to the limited amount of alcohol consumed, as soon as he began, Mu Kursen showed a strong reaction, which surprised Song Siming. In previous instances with Lu Yu and Yi Ruyun, it had taken some time for them to respond, but Mu Kursen's reaction was immediate and intense, suggesting she possessed a rare hypersensitive constitution. As time passed, Mu Kursen's reactions intensified alarmingly. Song Siming furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a situation before, and judging by her responses, if not handled properly, Mu Kursen could be in serious trouble. It was time to employ his most effective techniques. I have no choice but to use the advanced version, he murmured. In truth, the detox techniques he had previously employed were merely a basic version, sufficient for ordinary individuals. However, to address emergencies, Uncle Wang had taught him a strengthened version specifically designed for severe alcohol intoxication rather than mere drunkenness. At this moment, Song Siming could not afford to hesitate and swiftly implemented the advanced version. The enhanced technique was physically demanding, and within just a few minutes, he was drenched in perspiration. Fortunately, his efforts were rewarded as Mu Kursen's condition gradually stabilized. He felt a sense of relief and quickly withdrew to a distance. Seconds later, Mu Kursen opened her eyes, only to find herself disheveled, while Song Siming stood at a distance, drenched in sweat. She gasped, Song Siming, what have you done to me? Please don't panic. Let me explain. I was merely helping you sober up, Song Siming replied hastily. Sober up? Does that require you to remove my clothing? Mu Kursen pointed to her disarray, questioning him. I did indeed remove your coat, but everything else was your doing, he clarified. Song Siming hurriedly clarified the facts. Did I do it myself? Why would I do that? Am I trying to seduce you? I was completely drunk, devoid of consciousness. How could I possibly entice you? Mu Kursen retorted in rapid succession. If I had known, I should have recorded it. Song Siming regretted his oversight. But the next moment, Mu Kursen suddenly burst into a fit of giggles, sending chills down Song Siming's spine, making him wonder if something was amiss with her mental state. After laughing, Mu Kursen said to Song Siming, I was just teasing you. I know what really happened. You know? Song Siming responded with suspicion etched across his face. In fact, I was aware from the very beginning, Mu Kursen explained. Then why didn't you stop me? Song Siming inquired. Because it felt really good. Mu Kursen provided a perfectly reasonable justification. It wasn't just touching, it was a massage. Song Siming corrected her. Isn't it all the same? It's all done with hands, Mu Kursen shrugged. This morning, when I ran into Ruyun, she mentioned how skilled your hands are. At that moment, I had no idea what she was referring to, but now it all makes sense. How does she know everything about you? Song Siming thought, feeling a wave of frustration. What can I say? We're good friends who share everything. Mu Kursen replied proudly. This massage was primarily to sober you up. The rest are just side effects, Song Siming remarked. The main effect is good, but the side effects are even better. However, Mu Kursen trailed off. However what? Song Siming asked, curiosity piqued. But do I really not attract you at all? Even in this state, you remain indifferent. Mu Kursen patted her chest and then her backside, before earnestly asking Song Siming, tell me honestly, is it that you don't want to, or that you can't? Can I opt out of answering that question? The topic grew increasingly ambiguous, prompting Song Siming to decisively change the subject. Yet Mu Kursen nodded in satisfaction. I already know the answer. What answer? Song Siming feigned ignorance. That you can't. If Ru Yun weren't here, would you be able to resist such a stunning beauty? Unless you're not a normal man. Mu Kursen quipped, having thoroughly penetrated Song Siming's inner thoughts. Think what you will, I certainly haven't taken advantage of anyone, Song Siming asserted. Feeling no sense of wrongdoing. If merely thinking were a crime, then 99 of men in this world would be imprisoned. You're right, you haven't taken advantage of anyone. I actually admire you for that. Ru Yun certainly chose wisely, Mu Kursen said, rising from the couch and urging Song Siming. You need to help Ru Yun sober up. Being drunk is no fun. All right. Had it not been for Mu Kursen's incessant chatter, Song Siming would have already attended to Yi Ru Yun's needs. He stepped forward, scooping Yi Ru Yun into a princess carry and placing her on the sofa. Compared to Mu Kursen, Yi Ru Yun's form felt warmer and softer. Seizing the opportunity, Song Siming took a few liberties. What are your hands doing? Mu Kursen exclaimed, her sharp eyes catching him. Yi Ru Yun is my girlfriend. I can do as I please, Song Siming retorted boldly. I suppose that's true, Mu Kursen mused, realizing she had overreacted. After settling Yi Ru Yun comfortably, Song Siming did not rush to begin, instead glancing back at Mu Kursen, who was intently observing. Aren't you cold? Cold? Mu Kursen paused, looking down to discover her shirt's collar was mostly unbuttoned. Isn't it nice to indulge your eyes? Mu Kursen said without a hint of embarrassment. Having studied abroad for several years, she was quite liberal in her attire, often wearing even less when sunbathing at the beach, and carried herself with confidence. I've had my fill of eye candy. You should put something on. Song Siming pleaded helplessly. Don't worry, I promise not to let Ru Yun misunderstand, Mu Kursen acknowledged, knowing jesting had its limits. In the next moment, she adjusted her collar and donned her jacket. Your hair, Song Siming scrutinized, feeling it still wasn't quite right. Such a hassle. Mu Kursen tidied her hair again, ensuring she looked as though nothing had happened, before moving a chair to the side of the sofa to admire Song Siming's remarkable massage technique from the best angle. Are you trying to learn my technique? Song Siming glanced up at Mu Kursen. Absolutely, just tell me if I can. Mu Kursen replied, her expression serious. Having just experienced a delightful massage, Mu Kursen was eager to master the skill for herself. Well, you better pay close attention. This massage technique is not easily learned, Song Siming warned, genuinely doubting Mu Kursen's ability to grasp it. Back in his village, he had encountered numerous heavy drinkers, often arriving at the hospital in dire need. Song Siming had saved them countless times. He once attempted to teach this massage method to others in the village, hoping to spare himself the trouble of being summoned each time someone overindulged. He had personally guided over a dozen individuals, young and old, yet not one could master it. Eventually, he abandoned the effort. Get started already. I'm an artist. My dexterity has always been strong. I can't possibly fail at hand movements, Mu Kursen declared, feeling that Song Siming was underestimating her. All right, I will begin now. Song Siming shifted his focus entirely to Yi Ru Yun, dressed lightly. Her clothing allowed for effective treatment without requiring the same level of exposure as Mu Kursen. Song Siming pinpointed the pressure points and commenced his work. Yi Ru Yun was not overly sensitive. At first, her breathing merely quickened without the strong reactions Mu Kursen had displayed, until halfway through when Yi Ru Yun began to vocalize. In terms of interaction and satisfaction, it paled in comparison to Mu Kursen. However, this was a good thing. It was a sobering massage, not an intimate encounter. Strong feedback would make it challenging for Song Siming to endure. It's not such a big deal. Mu Kursen's attention was riveted on Song Siming's hands as she watched and attempted to mimic his movements. After a while, she realized the actions were merely repetitive, simple motions, far less complex than the techniques used in creating an oil painting, almost devoid of any technical sophistication. Meanwhile, Song Siming's sobering massage was nearing its conclusion. After about a minute, Yi Ru Yun finally relaxed and opened her eyes. Mu Kursen leaned closer, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Yi Ru Yun nodded, suddenly realizing the implications of what had just occurred. "How could you give me a sobering massage in front of Kursen?" Yi Ru Yun sat up, Her cheeks flushed as she chided Song Siming. You were drunk. I couldn't just carry you away. Song Siming replied, feeling wronged. Is there any need for embarrassment? I've seen you without clothes. What difference does it make? I thought your reaction was completely normal. Mu Kursin reassured Yi Ru-yun. Really? Yi Ru-yun's mood lightened a bit as she raised her head to ask Mu Kursin. Of course. If it were me, I'd definitely be louder than you. Mu Kursin said unabashedly. The sixth sense of a woman caused Yi Ru-yun to pause, regarding Mu Kursin with suspicion. You're not drunk? With my tolerance. How could I possibly be intoxicated? Mu Kursin quickly replied, weaving a lie without hesitation. That's good to know. Yi Ru-yun nodded slightly. If Mu Kursin were also drunk, it would imply that Song Siming had given Mu Kursin a massage as well. Although a massage was not a significant matter for Song Siming, especially since he had massaged Liu Yu before, Yi Ru-yun still felt uneasy. After all, the female recipient's reaction was akin to engaging in a carnal act. As Song Siming's bona fide girlfriend, she felt compelled to assert her dominance. Following this incident, Yi Ru-yun resolved to prevent other women from drinking in Song Siming's presence, reserving that privilege solely for herself, lest they exploit Song Siming's generosity. With this topic concluded, Song Siming heaved a sigh of relief, as he had been the most apprehensive party involved. Matters of the heart, once tainted by suspicion, can quickly spiral into a vortex of doubt. He couldn't allow a single act of chivalry to jeopardize his promising future with Yi Ru-yun. Subsequently, the trio settled the bill and exited the restaurant. Are you heading home? Mu Kursin inquired of Yi Ru-yun. Not tonight, Yi Ru-yun responded. At this hour, her parents would have already retired for the night, and accessing their residence would be inconvenient. Furthermore, bringing Song Siming along would only compound the difficulty. It would be more prudent to spend the night at a hotel. As for Mu Kursin, having traveled from afar, a hotel stay was even more imperative. Dinner's on you, but the hotel's on me. Mu Kursin, being a woman of considerable means, promptly located the most upscale five-star hotel in the provincial capital, conveniently situated beside Hongda Plaza. The trio could reach it on foot. Do you have any presidential suites available? Mu Kursin inquired grandly at the reception desk. Indeed, we do. The receptionist responded with a beaming smile. Despite being the most prestigious hotel in the provincial capital, the presidential suites often remained vacant, given their exorbitant cost. Even during the off-season, a single night could cost several thousand. 2 suites, please. Mu Kursin declared magnanimously. 2 presidential suites? The receptionist confirmed. Yes, 2 presidential suites. Mu Kursin affirmed, as money was no object for her. Very well, I'll process your check-in immediately. The receptionist swiftly completed the formalities and arranged for hotel staff to escort Mu Kursin, Yi Ru-yun, and Song Siming to their rooms. No need for an escort. Just tell us which floor, and we'll manage on our own. Mu Kursin declined the receptionist's offer, as she was no stranger to presidential suites and had no need for assistance. In the elevator, Yi Ru-yun and Song Siming exchanged hushed whispers, betraying their naivete. Have you ever stayed in a presidential suite? Never, Song Siming replied. What about you? Not me either. Song Siming's former superior, Zheng Shuling, had undoubtedly frequented presidential suites. But as a mere secretary, Song Siming, however favored, could not expect to enjoy the same privileges as his superior. As for Yi Ru-yun, despite her father's high-ranking position, he had always maintained a modest lifestyle. Their household lacked even the slightest hint of extravagance, let alone presidential suites. Yi Ru-yun's modest domestic vehicle was purchased with her own hard-earned savings. Having exchanged their experiences, Song Siming and Yi Ru-yun were filled with excitement. Little did they know that their first night together would unfold in a luxurious presidential suite, replete with numerous rooms, a variety of sofas and tables, and even a kitchen. The possibilities for enjoyment seemed endless. As their imaginations soared, the elevator reached the top floor. After locating 2 adjacent presidential suites, Mu Kursin turned to Song Siming and said, Song Siming, get some rest. Ru-yun and I are off. With that, she forcefully dragged Yi Ru-yun into one of the rooms. Song Siming's face darkened with displeasure. Mu Kursin had brazenly deprived him of a pleasurable opportunity, a display of utter ingratitude. Seething with resentment, Song Siming entered the remaining presidential suite and immediately took a cold shower, hoping to quell his inner turmoil. Despite his efforts, his agitation persisted. He then sent a message to Yi Ru-yun, stating, I've left the door ajar for you. Feel free to come over later. However, after a considerable wait, Yi Ru-yun remained unresponsive, leaving Song Siming with a sense of disappointment. In reality, Yi Ruyun's silence was not due to a lack of desire to respond, but rather because Mu Kursin had confiscated her phone upon entering the room. Mu Kursin's motive for sequestering Yi Ruyun was not to sabotage her rendezvous with Song Siming, but rather to assess whether she had truly mastered Song Siming's massage techniques. Lie down on the bed, Mu Kursin said, rubbing her hands together. What are you planning to do? Yi Ruyun asked, puzzled. I'm going to show you my skills, Mu Kursin replied confidently. What skills? Yi Ruyun asked skeptically. Massage skills. Of course. I've learned Song Siming's massage techniques, Mu Kursin explained. You have? I find that hard to believe, Yi Ruyun said doubtfully. Actions speak louder than words. You'll see for yourself, Mu Kursin said, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to begin. All right, Yi Ruyun conceded, knowing that once Mu Kursin set her mind on something, she would not rest until she had accomplished it. Yi Ruyun obediently reclined on the expansive bed. Here I go, Mu Kursin said, briefly recalling Song Siming's movements before commencing the massage. She began with a series of strokes and kneading motions, executed with fluid grace. However, Yi Ruyun's reaction was far from what she had anticipated. Yi Ruyun started giggling uncontrollably, explaining, You're tickling me. Tickling? Shouldn't it feel good? Mu Kursin asked, frowning. It must be the clothes, Mu Kursin surmised after a moment of contemplation. The clothes? But I was wearing the same clothes when Song Siming massaged me, Yi Ruyun said, confused by Mu Kursin's reasoning. Song Siming is a man with greater strength, while I'm a woman with less strength. Although you're wearing the same clothes, the actual pressure applied to your body is different. Therefore, you need to take off your clothes, Mu Kursin explained. Take off my clothes. Any other requests? Yi Ruyun asked. Not for now, Mu Kursin said cautiously. All right, I'll cooperate, Yi Ruyun said. Having frequented the school's bathhouse and hot springs together countless times, they had no qualms about disrobing in each other's presence. Yi Ruyun promptly shed her garments. I think they've gotten bigger, Mu Kursin murmured, staring at Yi Ruyun's alabaster breasts. Impossible, Yi Ruyun said, looking down and cupping her breasts. It did seem as if they had grown larger. Is it possible for them to develop further at 30? Yi Ruyun asked, incredulous. Have you been taking any breast enhancement supplements? Mu Kursin asked curiously. No, my breasts aren't small to begin with. There's no need for enhancement. Yi Ruyun replied. That's true. A C-cup is decent enough, Mu Kursin said, resting her chin in her hand. As a D-cup herself, she considered that to be the ideal size. We know you're bigger. You're amazing, all right? Yi Ruyun said, her face hardening at the air of superiority in Mu Kursin's voice. Just kidding, just kidding. Let's continue, Mu Kursin said with a laugh, pushing the naked Yi Ruyun onto the bed. She then repeated the same massage techniques on Yi Ruyun's body. This time, Yi Ruyun laughed even louder. Without the barrier of clothing, she felt even more ticklish, and the sensual sensations that Mu Kursin had hoped for were nowhere to be found. This is just ridiculous, Mu Kursin said, feeling dejected. She flawlessly replicated Song Siming's hand movements, yet the outcome was markedly different. You remind me of a proverb, Yi Ruyun remarked. Which proverb? Mu Kursin inquired. Like Dong Shi mimicking Shi Shi. Yi Ruyun chuckled. You're the one like Dong Shi. Mu Kursin playfully pinched Yi Ruyun's chest twice. Dong Shi was renowned for her ugliness. And with her beauty, how could she resemble Dong Shi? I was wrong. Yi Ruyun immediately pleaded. I know what's amiss. Suddenly, Mu Kursin slapped Yi Ruyun's thigh. What is it? Yi Ruyun asked cooperatively. You haven't imbibed any alcohol, Mu Kursin stated with certainty. Song Siming had mentioned that the primary function of this massage technique was to alleviate intoxication, with the remaining effects being secondary. Without alcohol, the principal effect would undoubtedly be absent, rendering any secondary effects inconsequential. Increasingly convinced that she had identified the crux of the matter, Mu Kursin promptly opened the refrigerator, retrieving beer, white wine, red wine, and several bottles of foreign liquor. This was the advantage of a presidential suite, with a comprehensive selection of alcoholic beverages readily available. In other rooms, such libations would necessitate a request to the hotel staff. Choose your libation, Mu Kursin said to Yi Ruyun, arranging the bottles on the table. Must I partake? Yi Ruyun asked. Indeed, lest I be compelled to force it upon you, Mu Kursin threatened. How did I acquire a friend such as yourself? Yi Ruyun lamented with an air of resignation. However, she had grown accustomed to Mu Kursin's artistic temperament, characterized by boundless imagination and impulsive actions. On each occasion, she accompanied Mu Kursin in her whimsical pursuits, and this instance was no exception. I shall opt for the white wine. lest you attribute any subsequent inefficacy to the choice of beverage, Yi Ruyun said sagaciously, allowing for contingencies. Adhering to the principle of expediting the process for an earlier bedtime, Yi Ruyun uncorked a bottle of white wine, poured a generous measure, pinched her nose, and drained it in one swift motion. That should suffice. Now was the moment to witness the miraculous. Mu Kursin once more guided Yi Ruyun onto the bed, initiating the third iteration of the surreptitiously acquired massage technique. This time, Yi Ruyun did not complain of ticklishness, nor did she laugh. Mu Kursin assumed she had achieved success. However, upon raising her gaze, she observed Yi Ruyun's eyelids drooping, with a series of yawns punctuating the air, betraying no hint of relief. Is it truly beyond my grasp? At this juncture, Mu Kursin began to introspect, seeking the source of the issue within herself. During her clandestine learning, Song Siming had cautioned that she would be unable to master it, and in retrospect, Song Siming's words were not mere conjecture. Consequently, her aspiration to administer self-massage, dispensing with the need for external implements, was now rendered unattainable. Dearest, I wish to broach a matter with you. In the future, should I find myself inebriated, might I, perchance, avail myself of Song Siming's services? Savoring the memory of the previously irresistible sensation, Mu Kursin surmised that the existing implements were unlikely to meet her future needs. She lowered her gaze and tentatively sought Yi Ruyun's consent. However, Yi Ruyun remained unresponsive. Mu Kursin presumed Yi Ruyun's dissent. If you harbor reservations, you are welcome to observe. Mu Kursin persisted undeterred. Yi Ruyun maintained her silence. Mu Kursin lifted her head, only to discover that Yi Ruyun had already succumbed to slumber. That night, Yi Ruyun slept soundly, while Mu Kursin tossed and turned, unable to find repose. She contemplated the matter earnestly, concluding that irrespective of the depth of their friendship, Yi Ruyun was unlikely to lend her Song Siming, as such an act would be akin to playing with fire. Had Song Siming been her paramour? She would certainly refuse such a request. However, the predicament lay in the fact that certain indulgences, once acquired, were difficult to relinquish. Perhaps she could engage Song Siming surreptitiously, limiting their interactions to mere massage, an act that would not constitute a betrayal of Ruyun. Mu Kursin pondered the matter throughout the night, devising a compromise. In another presidential suite, Song Siming, being a living being, would not suffer the pangs of a full bladder indefinitely. Upon the arrival of midnight, with Yi Ruyun neither responding to his messages nor arriving, Song Siming elected to take matters into his own hands, providing for himself. Upon completion, a sense of tranquility descended, and he slumbered soundly until daybreak. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the trio convened, first partaking in a repast at the restaurant. Following breakfast, Yi Ruyun informed Mu Kursin, "We must return to Qingshan. Serendipitously, I am also en route to Qingshan. Let us travel together." Mu Kursin replied. Despite her reservations regarding the investment in Qingshan, she was ultimately unable to dissuade her father, who had sent her a message early that morning, instructing her to proceed to Qingshan promptly to secure the investment agreement with Cheng Kuei by the following Monday. Mu Kursin, regardless of her objections, was obliged to comply. They checked out of the hotel and emerged. A Rolls-Royce was already awaiting them at the hotel entrance. The Maybach had been damaged in the collision and required repairs, and the Hongda Group headquarters had provided Mu Kursin with a replacement vehicle. "What shall become of my vehicle?" Yi Ruyun inquired, recalling that her car was still parked in the Hongda Plaza parking lot. "Entrust me with the keys, and I shall arrange for its repair. Once completed, it shall be delivered to you in Qingshan," Mu Kursin offered. "That would be agreeable," Yi Ruyun said, handing the car keys to Mu Kursin, who in turn entrusted them to a Hongda Group staff member, providing the necessary instructions. The three then boarded the Rolls-Royce, with Song Siming occupying the passenger seat and the two women seated in the rear. The driver had been replaced by a middle-aged man, no longer the young man who had driven the Maybach the previous day, to avoid any awkwardness arising from Song Siming's presence in the passenger seat. As the Rolls-Royce departed for Qingshan, a red Ferrari sports car also embarked on the highway from the provincial capital to Qingshan. Occupying the sports car were Song Siming's university classmate, Lu Bin, and Lu Bin's girlfriend, Zheng Qian. Following Lu Bin's proposal to assume a position in Qingshan, Zheng Qian immediately contacted her cousin, Cheng Kuei, who held great affection for Zheng Qian and promptly agreed to facilitate Lu Bin's transfer. Concurrently, he instructed Lu Bin to visit Qingshan that day to discuss potential roles after assessing the city. Lu Bin had initially intended to travel alone. but Xing Qian insisted on accompanying him. With Xing Qian present, it would be advantageous, as he had yet to meet her vice-mayor cousin and feared making an irreversible gaffe during a solo encounter. What is your cousin like? What are his predilections and aversions? Lu Bin inquired of Xing Qian as he drove, seeking insight into the man he would soon be working under. My cousin is quite serious during work hours, but amiable otherwise. He enjoys tea and old artifacts. Xing Qian recounted at length. Lu Bin listened attentively, wishing he had a notebook to record her every word, as they held the key to his future prospects. However, one cannot serve two masters simultaneously. As Lu Bin focused on Xing Qian's words, his attention to driving waned, and his foot inadvertently pressed deeper on the accelerator, causing the vehicle to reach a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Ahead, a black Rolls-Royce signaled its intention to merge into Lu Bin's lane. But Lu Bin failed to notice it in time. By the time he did, the two vehicles were on the verge of collision. Lu Bin slammed on the brakes. The sudden deceleration caused Lu Bin and Xing Qian to lurch forward, with their seatbelts tightening to restrain them, causing a sharp pain in their chests. Can you even drive? Lu Bin exclaimed, absolving himself of any blame. In a fit of road rage, Lu Bin swiftly changed lanes, overtaking a Rolls-Royce, only to then repeatedly slam on the brakes right in front of it. The Rolls-Royce was inevitably forced to brake abruptly several times. However, rather than retaliating, the Rolls-Royce decisively switched to another lane. Lu Bin, unwilling to relent, followed suit and continued to obstruct the road, applying the brakes in front of it. The Rolls-Royce remained composed, simply trailing behind a Ferrari without resistance. Cowardly, Lu Bin scoffed at the rearview mirror, casting a dismissive glance. Half an hour later, the red Ferrari exited the highway. Just past the toll booth, a deafening crash erupted as the Ferrari was violently propelled several meters forward, its rear crumpling inward, transforming the three-box car into a two-box one. Fortunately, this Ferrari was not mid-engine, or it would have been totaled. Dazed and disoriented, Lu Bin took a moment to regain his senses, only to find that the vehicle tailing him was the very Rolls-Royce he had just cut off on the highway. If it had been any other car, it could have been dismissed as an accident, but this Rolls-Royce was undoubtedly intentional, due to its height and weight. The front of the Rolls-Royce sustained minimal damage. The bumper cracked, yet the headlights remained intact. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Mu Kersin praised the driver, Old Zhang, for his impeccable timing in the collision. Mu Kersin was not known for her patience. Had it not been for safety concerns, she would have instructed her driver to ram into the other car on the highway. Alas, Yi Ruyun found herself at a loss for words. Enduring a moment of tranquility, she realized that the other car would surely suffer damage, and though it was unfortunate, Mu Kersin, being an ultra-wealthy heiress, likely wouldn't even consider the cost of repairs. Why does this car seem so familiar? Suddenly, Yi Ruyun noticed something. It does seem somewhat recognizable, came the reply from the front passenger seat, where Song Siming sat. Ascent, this your classmate's car? Yi Ruyun recalled the incident from yesterday when they had fought for a parking space. It was indeed the same model. Though she had not fully memorized the license plate, it was likely the same vehicle. Song Siming, sitting in the front, had noticed it clearly from the beginning. In fact, he had recognized the driver as soon as the car was cut off. He had refrained from stopping Mu Kersin from colliding precisely because he felt the other car deserved it. Could it be that the floodwaters have washed away the Dragon King's temple? Hearing the dialogue between Yi Ruyun and Song Siming, Mu Kersin asked with a hint of skepticism. No. Although they are classmates, they are merely acquaintances. Song Siming waved his hand in explanation. Then let Old Zhang handle this matter. We shall remain in the car, Mu Kersin instructed. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. Mu Kersin pondered aloud. Following her command, driver Old Zhang exited the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Bin, who had sustained a nosebleed from the airbag deployment, angrily stepped out of his car after staunching the flow of blood. You dare to hit me intentionally, Lu Bin shouted, pointing at Old Zhang, who was approaching. We must speak with evidence. Who claims I did it on purpose? Old Zhang replied nonchalantly, not paying attention for a moment. Are you trying to fool me? Lu Bin retorted, incredulous. After exiting the toll booth, he had accelerated, and by the time he was rear-ended, he was traveling at a considerable speed, only to be pushed forward by several meters. This indicated that the vehicle behind him was traveling faster and had clearly aimed for him. Do you believe that I too was merely inattentive? As a seasoned driver with decades of experience, Old Zhang was well-versed in traffic laws and understood the essential differences between intentional and unintentional actions. In the absence of clear evidence, Determining intent relied solely on the driver's testimony, so he firmly maintained his stance of being merely careless. Fuming, Lubin felt as if he could spit blood. If it weren't for that stretch on the highway, I might have believed you, but now, you take me for a fool. He had cut off the Rolls-Royce, and it was logical for it to retaliate. Your road rage does not imply that others share the same temperament. You are judging the noble intentions of others through the lens of your own petty grievances. We can call the police to assess the situation. I will take full responsibility for the rear-end collision. Moreover, my vehicle is fully insured, so you need not worry about repairs. I can afford to pay for any damages, even if your car is totaled. Old Zhang shrugged. His last statement about being able to cover the cost of totaling Lubin's car completely broke his composure. The other party clearly didn't regard the Ferrari as valuable, yet the fact remained that the Ferrari was the realization of his lifelong dream. Had he not found a wealthy girlfriend, he would never have the chance to drive one. In a moment of oxygen deprivation, Lubin raised his hand in anger. Don't resort to violence. It was the usually quiet Xingqian who acted calmly, wrapping her arms around Lubin. As a public servant, he should not resort to violence in public, irrespective of the circumstances, especially not in front of his cousin Qingkue. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Lubin gritted his teeth. Knowing full well that the other party had acted with intent, he found himself powerless to retaliate, a far more bitter taste than death itself. Why argue with a mere driver? Zheng Qian urged him. A driver? It dawned on Lu Bin that he had been conversing with a chauffeur. The owner of the Ferrari might be the one driving it, but the vast majority of Rolls-Royces were driven by chauffeurs. Reflecting on their previous dialogue, he realized that the driver's attitude had been excessively arrogant. Typically, a driver would be terrified after crashing their employer's luxury car. Yet this one had exited without even glancing at the vehicle. Thus, only one explanation remained. I see it now. I understand. Moments later, Lubin pointed at old Zhang, declaring, it was your boss who ordered you to crash into me, wasn't he? Without your boss backing you, a mere driver would never be so brazen. This time, old Zhang remained silent, clearly confirming Lu Bin's accusation. I actually guessed correctly. I must have a serious talk with your boss. Lu Bin circled around old Zhang and headed directly toward the damaged front of the Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, Song Siming, Mu Kursin, and Yu Riyun in the car observed everything with clarity. What should we do? Mu Kursin asked Song Siming. After all, it was one of his classmates. And how to proceed depended on his attitude. Let us get out. If there's a problem, let us resolve it. With that, Song Siming opened the car door. He had no desire to become embroiled with Lu Bin, as they had never been on the same wavelength since their university days. Yet, Lu Bin's stubbornness compelled him to confront his old classmate. We shall also exit the vehicle. In the next moment, Mu Kursin and Yi Riyun in the back seat also opened the doors. As this trio, one man and two women, stepped out of the car, Lu Bin was momentarily stunned. How could it be you? He glanced at Song Siming, then at Yi Riyun and Mu Kursin, feeling even more distressed than when he was confronted by driver old Zhang. Just yesterday, when vying for a parking space with Song Siming, he had been envious of his classmate's stunning girlfriend. However, at that time, he was in a sports car, while Song Siming drove an inexpensive domestic vehicle, allowing him to find some sense of superiority. But now, Song Siming was in a Rolls-Royce with a dedicated driver, accompanied by a beautiful woman. Why did he deserve this? Lu Bin, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. We cross paths once a day? Song Siming chuckled. However, there was not a hint of amusement on Lu Bin's face. Just yesterday, he had pretended to engage in light banter with Song Siming, but today, with his car so severely damaged, he had no inclination to indulge in idle chatter. Song Siming, you orchestrated the driver to crash into my car, didn't you? Lu Bin demanded, his facade stripped away. After some analysis, he had come to believe that the owner of the Rolls-Royce had instructed the driver to collide with him, but now, he perceived a greater likelihood of Song Siming's involvement. After all, just the day before, he had exposed Song Siming's shortcomings in front of his girlfriend, which was a reasonable trigger for Song Siming's irritation. In fact, the initial friction on the highway had been a deliberate action on Song Siming's part. However, the Rolls-Royce was not as agile as his Ferrari, and thus, it found itself at a disadvantage in the traffic. Moreover, the peril of an accident on the highway was substantial, compelling Song Siming to wait until they exited the expressway to instigate the crash. You can't possibly say that. We have no grievances, past or present. Why would I instruct the driver to crash into you? Song Siming feigned innocence. Besides, I'm merely a passenger. What I say holds no weight with the driver. Lu Bin found himself momentarily speechless. unable to counter Song Siming's seemingly flawless defense. Mu Kurson, perceptive and astute. Since the already tenuous relationship between Song Siming and Lu Bin, emboldening her to step forward and assert, "The Rolls-Royce is mine. It merely rear-ended your little wreck. What's the big deal? I'll replace it with a new one." The animosity escalated. Well, Song Siming, you truly have your methods. Just as your previous support crumbled, you have latched onto a wealthy woman. But let me tell you, living off someone else's fortune is not as simple as it appears. Lu Bin continued his assault on Song Siming. Whether it's easy or not, I can't say, but from your tone, it seems you possess considerable experience, Song Siming replied. His expression unperturbed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Bin's girlfriend, Zheng Qian. Lu Bin's meager salary would never afford him a Ferrari, and as far as Song Siming knew, Lu Bin was in a clean government position, devoid of any qualifications for corruption. Hence, it was far more likely that the Ferrari belonged to Lu Bin's girlfriend, making Lu Bin the true beneficiary of someone else's wealth. Stung by this revelation, Lu Bin's features contorted in frustration. During their school days, Song Siming had not been particularly eloquent. How had he become so sharp-tongued? It seemed the role of a personal secretary was indeed a rigorous training ground. Yet, the thought of being a personal secretary fortified Lu Bin's resolve. In the political arena, associating with a wealthy woman held little value. His relentless pursuit of Zheng Qian was motivated not solely by her Ferrari, but also by the political connections she possessed, such as the vice mayor of Qingshan, Chen Kuei, whom he was to meet shortly. With Song Siming as supporter, Zhang Shuling, having fallen from grace, what could it matter if he now drove a Rolls-Royce? In time, Lu Bin would surely rise above him. Song Siming, do you know why I am in Qingshan? Lu Bin inquired. I do not, Song Siming responded, playing along. Lu Bin sneered. Let me enlighten you. I will soon be reassigned to Qingshan, and perhaps in the near future, we may find ourselves in the same department. In the same department? Do you aspire to be my superior? Song Siming scrutinized Lu Bin, skepticism evident in his tone. That remains to be seen, Lu Bin retorted. I look forward to that day, yet who leads whom is still uncertain. If Lu Bin truly managed to transition from a provincial department to Qingshan, it would indicate he had support there. Yet, in the current landscape of Qingshan's political sphere, no significant leader instilled fear in Song Siming. Let us wait and see, Lu Bin declared before turning away with a flourish. He would ensure that Song Siming paid dearly for his ignorance and arrogance. What? Are we not fixing the car? Song Siming queried Lu Bin. Aye. Lu Bin gritted his teeth, compelled to turn back. The extent of the Ferrari's damage would undoubtedly cost hundreds of thousands to repair, a sum he could scarcely afford. Of course we need to repair it. You are entirely at fault for the rear-end collision, Lu Bin longed to assert with bravado, yet reality ultimately subdued him. Master Zhang, you handle the liability and compensation. He directed the driver, who promptly agreed. Let us depart. Song Siming nodded and, along with Yi Riyun and Mu Kurson, hailed a taxi at the highway entrance, departing gracefully. Meanwhile, Lu Bin was left to contend with the aftermath of the accident. After a painstaking wait, Lu Bin found himself once more seething. After all the trouble, he still had to coordinate with the driver, while the true instigator, Song Siming, enjoyed leisure. Song Siming, you better not let me catch you. If I do, I will make you pay dearly, Lu Bin vowed, glaring in the direction of Song Siming's retreating figure. In the taxi, Mu Kurson felt unsatisfied. You let your classmate off just like that? My car has a dash cam. If we retrieve the footage and present it to the police, we might be able to charge him with reckless driving, she suggested to Song Siming. Deliberately cutting off someone on the highway is a serious offense. There have been cases where individuals were sentenced. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Let's give him a break. Song Siming waved his hand dismissively. While Lu Bin could be infuriating, he was still a classmate, and they need not escalate matters to such extremes. Fine, I will respect your wishes, Mu Kurson acquiesced. At the accident scene, the sequence involved reporting to the police, confirming liability, and then the insurance company arriving to handle the damaged vehicle, taking a full 2 hours. After this exhausting ordeal, Lu Bin finally hailed a taxi with Zheng Qian, heading towards the city. Chen Kuei had returned to Qingshan early in the morning. Upon learning that his cousin, Zheng Qian, had accompanied Lu Bin to Qingshan, he had arranged a restaurant for lunch. However, it was not until 1 in the afternoon that Lu Bin and Zheng Qian finally arrived. Was the traffic bad? Chen Kuei inquired. It was indeed a bit congested, Lu Bin replied, while Zheng Qian offered a completely opposite response. Lu Bin, who claimed it was congested, found himself scrambling to justify his answer, while Zheng Qian, accustomed to the provincial capital, had a higher tolerance for traffic. As long as the car was moving, she considered it manageable. Lu Bin did not wish to discuss the car accident with Chen Kuei just yet. After all, if the matter were to be scrutinized, he would bear at least half the responsibility, which could leave a poor impression. As long as the car is moving, it doesn't count as congested, Zhang Qian chimed in, aligning with Lu Bin's narrative. Chen Kuei did not press the matter further. Let's eat first, we can talk while dining. Chen Kuei instructed the waiter to bring out the dishes. They were all local specialties from Qingshan, of quite high quality, but this was entirely due to Zhang Qian's influence. With no connection to Lu Bin, have you considered what you will do after transferring to Qingshan? Chen Kuei broached the main topic after they had eaten for a while. Can I go to the municipal committee office? Lu Bin responded eagerly. Following the car accident, he was no longer content to merely serve in the same city as Song Siming. He aspired to become Song Siming's direct superior. The municipal committee office? Chen Kuei was taken aback by Lu Bin's ambition. As the vice mayor, he was part of a different system than the municipal committee office. Certainly, given his background. Even if he has no direct influence over the municipal committee office, he could still manage to place someone there. However, the issue lies with Song Siming, who also has a strong presence in the office. Chen Kuei, having suffered greatly at the hands of Song Siming, is reluctant to engage with him any further. What prompted you to think of the municipal committee office? Chen Kuei subtly inquired, as he could not disclose to Lu Bin that he was intimidated by a mere deputy-level secretary. I believe the municipal committee office offers considerable opportunities for personal growth. Lu Bin replied, providing a rather grandiloquent justification. Other positions also provide valuable experience, yet I would find it challenging to look after you in the municipal committee office. Therefore, why not take the position of director at the investment promotion office under the Commerce Bureau? Chen Kuei pondered this and decided to accept Lu Bin's arrangement. He was deeply dissatisfied with Lu Yu's management of the investment promotion office, particularly since it was Lu Yu who let the opportunity with Huan Yu Group slip away. However, with Song Siming staunchly supporting Lu Yu, Chen Kuei dared not take action against him. What if Song Siming were to release the video of that day when he had ignored Jiang Yulong and allowed Lu Yu to drink excessively? Thus, appointing a proper director for the investment promotion office to undermine Lu Yu's authority became the preferred option. Director of the investment promotion office? Lu Bin paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. I will adhere to your arrangements. Although he could not become Song Siming's direct superior, being the director of the investment promotion office was still a significant opportunity, as it represented a lucrative position. Even within a safe environment, it could elevate his standard of living considerably. Should he encounter a situation like today's rear-end collision again, he could assertively declare, "Car? I will handle the repairs myself." He would no longer have to lower himself to accompany a low-level driver and spend 2 hours in a futile negotiation for compensation. As for dealing with Song Siming, Lu Bin was confident that with Chen Kuei's background, he would eventually become the top leader of Qingshan City, at which point he could seamlessly enter the municipal committee office, potentially at a higher rank than Song Siming. So, do not return to the provincial capital today. I will arrange for the transfer procedures, Chen Kuei instructed. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to sign a contract with an important client. Understood, Lu Bin immediately replied. However, Zhang Qian expressed her reluctance. Cousin, you are too ruthless with your appointments. You aren't even allowing for a transition period, are you? She had initially wished for Lu Bin to avoid coming to Qingshan, as that would mean they would face a long-distance relationship, but she could not resist Lu Bin's incessant requests, which he linked to his career advancement. Thus, Zhang Qian had no choice but to coordinate the situation. Her plan was to enjoy a few days with Lu Bin while the transfer procedures were being processed. But Chen Kuei's intentions were clearly to ensure a seamless transition. Men prioritize their careers. Who needs a transition period? Chen Kuei remarked, looking towards Lu Bin. You have no objections, right? Absolutely none. Lu Bin replied promptly. From this moment on, he understood that he must prioritize Chen Kuei's directives, followed by his girlfriend Zhang Qian's. Then I won't return to the provincial capital either. If I cannot change the reality, I will change myself, Zhang Qian declared straightforwardly. In truth, she also had work to attend to, but since it was in her family's company, it made little difference whether she went or stayed. If you don't return to the provincial capital, you must not disturb Lu Bin. He has tasks to complete today, Chen Kuei reminded his cousin Zhang Qian. He then handed a large stack of documents to Lu Bin. These are the materials for that important client. Study them diligently to avoid being at a loss for words during tomorrow's meeting. I will certainly study them thoroughly. Lubin nodded as he opened the first page of the documents. Hengda Group? Lubin exclaimed in surprise. Have you heard of it? Chen Kuei chuckled. Of course. I have. Hengda Group is one of the leading commercial real estate companies in the country. Their developed Hengda Plaza has always been a coveted project by various local governments. However, Lubin hesitated to continue. This piqued Chen Kuei and Oppo's interest. However, what? Chen Kuei inquired. However, as far as I know, a project of Hengda Plaza's caliber typically takes no less than 6 months from inception to signing. By the time the contract is signed, rumors would have already circulated extensively. How is it that Qingshan's confidentiality measures are so effective? I hadn't even heard of Hengda Plaza planning to set up in Qingshan, Lubin said earnestly. That's because I am personally overseeing the Hengda Plaza project. It took nearly 3 days from inception to signing, leaving no time for rumors to spread. Chen Kuei reclined in his chair, speaking with a sense of pride. His negotiations with the business representative of Hengda Group yesterday had not gone particularly smoothly. But the decision to establish Hengda Plaza in Qingshan was not solely at the discretion of that representative. After mentioning it to his grandfather, who promptly called Mu Feiyong, the chairman of Hengda Group, Mu Feiyong immediately assured that they would expedite the signing. This morning, he received information from Hengda Group's business representative indicating that an investment agreement could be signed with the Qingshan city government tomorrow. The promptness was even better than with Jiang Yulong previously. You are indeed formidable. If it were another leader, not to mention 3 days, it could take 3 years to bring Hengda Group to Qingshan. Lubin unabashedly praised Chen Kuei. Chen Kuei, quite pleased with the flattery, replied, You are correct. Before I arrived in Qingshan, the city had included the introduction of Hengda Plaza in its annual investment plan for 3 consecutive years, yet it remained merely a plan. Chen Kuei laughed heartily. This is a blessing for the 6 million citizens of Qingshan. Lubin continued to flatter, elevating the significance of this investment initiative further. Every official term should benefit the local community. We must remember our historical mission. Chen Kuei spoke earnestly, then encouraged Lubin. From now on, you should work diligently alongside me. Rest assured, I will not neglect your contributions. While I cannot guarantee you a promotion, securing a position at the deputy level in Qingshan should not be an issue. Deputy level? Lubin's eyes gleamed with excitement. For he was currently only at the division level, and the leap from division to deputy level represented a qualitative enhancement. Some individuals spend their entire lives without achieving this elevation. You can count on me. I will work diligently, strive hard, and give it my all. With Chen Kuei's grand promises fueling his enthusiasm, Lubin felt invigorated. To focus on studying the materials from Hengda Group, he even booked a standard room at a hotel, choosing to sleep separately from Xing Qian to avoid distractions. Meanwhile, the far-traveled Mu Kursin also checked into the hotel. She stayed at the prestigious Huame Hotel, one of Qingshan's 2 5-star hotels, which was not her choice but rather a recommendation from Song Siming. The reason for recommending Huame Hotel was that Song Siming deemed it safer. The other option, Iha Hotel, had been the scene of several incidents involving hidden cameras, where he nearly became a victim himself. With the hotel chosen, the next step was selecting a room. The wealthy Mu Kursin naturally opted for the presidential suite and warmly invited Yi Ruyun to stay with her. However, Yi Ruyun politely declined. As a national civil servant, staying in a 5-star hotel as presidential suite, regardless of who footed the bill, would not reflect well on her. Additionally, she feared that Mu Kursin might once again turn her into a test subject for her ineffective massage techniques. As for Song Siming, after escorting Mu Kursin to the hotel, he promptly departed. Yet, shortly after returning to his dormitory, he received a message from Mu Kursin. The hotel you recommended is quite subpar. Subpar? In what way? Song Siming replied. It was not something that could be explained in a few sentences. You should come over quickly. Mu Kursin responded promptly. All right, I'm on my way. Now that he was in Qingshan, Song Siming had to play the role of a gracious host and ensure the guest's satisfaction. Thus, he hurriedly returned to the Huame Hotel from the Municipal Party Committee dormitory. Half an hour later, Song Siming and Mu Kursin met in the presidential suite. Is there something wrong? Song Siming surveyed the room's amenities and inquired. I have a problem in my heart, Mu Kursin. Clad in pajamas with a hint of her fragrant shoulder exposed, leaned against the door and replied softly. A problem in your heart? Come on, are you joking with me? Song Siming responded, somewhat at a loss for words. I'm not joking. I genuinely feel unwell, Mu Kursin explained, her cheeks flushed, biting her lip. Then you should call 120 and have a doctor come over, Song Siming said as he retrieved his phone, intent on calling an ambulance. Heart issues are serious. Once they arise, the golden time for rescue is merely a few minutes, and he could not bear to see Mu Kurson suffer on his watch. However, Mu Kurson stepped forward and snatched Song Siming's phone, declaring, "You are my doctor. What exactly do you want?" Song Siming finally discerned the underlying meaning in her words. "I want you to take responsibility for me," Mu Kurson stated boldly. "Responsibility? What do you mean by that?" Song Siming feigned ignorance. "What do you think I mean?" Mu Kurson retorted, her expression darkening. "You mean that matter?" Song Siming looked at Mu Kurson, finally comprehending. "Did you not say my massage technique was so simple you could learn it in no time? You could just massage yourself." I couldn't learn it," Mu Kurson admitted candidly. Last night, she had tried it on Yi Ruyun but failed to grasp the essence of Song Siming's technique. After checking into the Huamei Hotel, she began experimenting on herself, with the same lack of success. After much internal struggle, she resolved to seek Song Siming's help. However, knowing he would refuse a direct request, she concocted a story about a problem at the hotel to lure him over. "You want me to massage you again?" Song Siming finally understood her intention. "Yes, just a simple massage. Please do not entertain any other thoughts," Mu Kurson stressed to Song Siming. "Me entertain improper thoughts? I fear you might be the one with those thoughts," Song Siming mused. "I would never. Yi Ruyun is my best friend, and I would never betray him," Mu Kurson asserted fervently. "It's best if you think that way," Song Siming replied, but he felt compelled to inform Mu Kurson that she possessed a rare hypersensitive constitution, which was exceedingly perilous. It would be wise to refrain from attempting anything reckless. He advised her to seek medical attention to stabilize her condition and ensure her well-being. "Is it really that dangerous?" Mu Kurson asked, frowning. "Would I deceive you? If you doubt me, we can go to the hospital right now," Song Siming replied. "All right, let us go to the hospital," Mu Kurson decided, reflecting on Song Siming's advice. She could not risk her health for fleeting desires, especially since she was only 30. With a life full of possibilities ahead. "Do you know any doctors?" "A very professional one," Mu Kurson inquired. "This is my territory," Song Siming replied confidently. "Just follow me." With that, he took her to the Qingshan City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Although Qingshan People's Hospital is the best in the area, conventional medicine often treats merely the symptoms of sensitive conditions, whereas Chinese medicine seeks to address the root of the issue. Fortunately, Qingshan Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital boasts a nationally recognized expert, Meng Guangqian. His expertise attracts patients from across the nation, many of whom must book appointments months in advance. Naturally, Song Siming did not need an appointment. This was not merely a privilege of being a leader's secretary, but rather due to his strong friendship with Meng Guangqian. Their bond formed dramatically during Song Siming's tenure in Wangjai Township, when Meng Guangqian was there for a free clinic and encountered a man in a critical state of alcohol poisoning. As the situation was dire and discovered late, even Meng Guangqian had limited options. It was Song Siming, the village cadre, who stepped in with an advanced alcohol detoxification massage technique, successfully pulling the man back from the brink of death. Rather than feeling overshadowed, Meng Guangqian was eager to learn this life-saving method from Song Siming. Although he ultimately could not master it, he derived principles that led to the development of an acupuncture method for alcohol detoxification akin to Song Siming's massage technique. They remained in touch, with Song Siming referring friends with complex ailments to Meng Guangqian. Upon arriving at the hospital, they waited until Meng Guangqian finished with his patients before entering his consultation room. "Meng Lao, I must trouble you to work through your lunch," Song Siming said with a chuckle. "Only you would adhere to the rules. Even if I offered you a spot in line, you would refuse." "Insisting on encroaching on my lunch hour," Meng Guangqian replied, his gaze shifting to Mu Kurson. True to his expertise, he immediately recognized her condition. "Young lady, come here. Let me take your pulse," he urged. "Sure," Mu Kurson replied, sitting beside him. "You possess a hypersensitive constitution, which is extremely dangerous. Some discover it too late to save themselves. Fortunately, you caught it early." After taking her pulse, Meng Guangqian explained her condition, causing Mu Kurson to feel a wave of dread. He then asked how she had realized there was a problem, as this condition typically goes unnoticed until triggered by specific circumstances. Mu Kurson glanced at Song Siming. He cleared his throat, stepping in to diffuse the situation. "Meng Lao, how it was triggered is not important. Let us focus on how to treat it. It is treatable, but you will need to take medication for 3 consecutive years," Meng Guangqian replied. "No problem, I can commit to that," Mu Kurson responded immediately. "The treatment duration is lengthy, so you must be diligent. I will write you a prescription. Just follow it to the letter, Meng Guanqian advised. Afterward, they proceeded to the pharmacy to collect the medication. While waiting, Song Siming's phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. He took it out and discovered a lively chat in a group created by his university classmates, with none other than Lu Bin, whom he had met earlier that afternoon, as the center of attention. I've been reassigned to Qishan, Lu Bin announced in the group. Qishan? That means he's with Song Siming now, someone speculated. Indeed, I'm with him now. I met him this afternoon. However, he works in the municipal party office, while I am with the investment promotion office under the Commerce Bureau, Lu Bin continued, elaborating on his situation. Cheng Kuei had him familiarize himself with the Hongda Group's materials, which he completed in under 2 hours. Bored, he began sharing updates in the group. While he might not currently hold a position superior to Song Siming's, he could certainly revel in his status among classmates. The municipal party office, the investment promotion office, those departments are quite distant from one another. Someone inquired of Lu Bin regarding his responsibilities at the investment promotion office. I oversee all operations, he promptly replied. All operations? Does that not make you the director of the office? His classmates exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am the director, Lu Bin confirmed. As far as I know, the director of the city's investment promotion office holds a solid department-level position. We have only graduated for less than 5 years, haven't we? This rapid advancement of Director Lu is quite astonishing. One remarked. Indeed, it is swift. I have yet to even ascend to a deputy position. Another lamented. Thus, one must start at a high point, first elevating one's rank in the provincial government, and once established, transfer to the city for immediate promotion. A few classmates within the system engaged in discussion, and Lu Bin felt quite pleased listening to them. By the way, is Secretary Song a full department head or a deputy? Soon, a classmate not within the system inquired about Song Siming. Secretary Song is a deputy. He spent a couple of years at the grassroots level, only rising to deputy after being transferred to the municipal office, came the response. From deputy to full department head typically requires at least 2 years. If my calculations are correct, Secretary Song is just a month away from that status. A classmate familiar with Song Siming's circumstances added, is it truly just a month? I have heard that Secretary Zhang Shuling has already entered the fray. I have heard the same, another chimed in. It was noted that Zhang Shuling was Song Siming's benefactor, having rescued the dim prospects of Song Siming from a rural government position to the municipal office, appointing him as his personal secretary. Had Zhang Shuling remained in power, Song Siming would undoubtedly have secured his promotion on schedule. However, with Zhang Shuling's downfall, the issue for Song Siming is no longer merely about timing, but rather whether he can still attain the position of full department head. The group fell into a hushed silence. Given that Song Siming was also present in the chat, discussions ceased. But each member understood that the once-admired Secretary Song had fallen from grace, no longer holding the esteemed title of their group, number 1. The new number 1, without question, was Lu Bin, who was also in Qingshan City. Director Lu, may I reach out to you regarding investment matters? Director Lu, our company wishes to establish a branch in Qingshan. Might I contact you? Director Lu. The group, which had been quiet for a brief moment, soon began to tag Lu Bin, inquiring about business. The municipal office always felt distant from the common folk when Song Siming was in his prime. No one could recall a matter they could present to him. Yet, the investment promotion office was different. Anyone hoping to conduct business in Qingshan could engage with the office. And most importantly, Lu Bin was its head. A mere hint of insider information from Lu Bin could lead to significant profits for some. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Lu Bin as a walking currency. Who would dare to cross paths with currency? Qingshan welcomes all to invest. For specific inquiries, feel free to message me privately. Being familiar classmates, they would surely extend their support. Lu Bin relished the adoration, engaging animatedly in the chat. Meanwhile, Song Siming spent several minutes reviewing the chat history. He was astonished to learn that Lu Bin had indeed been transferred to Qingshan and had become the director of the investment promotion office. It was noteworthy that Lu Yu had just assumed the role of deputy director, overseeing the office, only to have a superior arrive before he could even settle in. Wasn't this a slap in the face for him? As for who was responsible for this embarrassment, Song Siming could vaguely surmise. It was most likely the deputy mayor, Cheng Kuei. Cheng Kuei oversaw personnel adjustments within the business bureau, and being from the provincial level, he could easily facilitate Lu Bin's transfer from province to city. If Cheng Kuei were to discover the animosity between him and Lu Bin, this transfer would be a blatant provocation. Deputy Mayor Cheng, You certainly possess audacity. Song Simon contemplated whether to release an unedited video he had filmed previously. Should that video be exposed, it could potentially halt Chung Kuei's career for 3 years, significantly curtailing his political ambitions. However, such an act of vengeance would inflict harm upon himself and Liu Yu as well. He might withstand the repercussions, but Liu Yu would certainly not. Yet, failing to retaliate against Chung Kuei's provocations left Song Simon feeling unsettled. What is troubling you? Observing Song Simon's intense focus on his phone, Mu Kurson approached him. It's nothing, he replied, pocketing his phone. You're lying. You are undoubtedly facing some trouble. Please, confide in me. I may be able to assist. Mu Kurson offered earnestly. Having already obliged her twice, Song Simon had promised to continue accommodating her needs, so he felt remiss not to engage her in some manner. Can you actually help me? A thought struck Song Simon as he recalled that Mu Kurson had come to Qingshan representing Hengda Group to sign a contract with Chung Kuei, having parted ways with Jiang Yulong, thus becoming Chung Kuei's lifeline. If he leveraged this contract as a bargaining chip, Chung Kuei would have to yield, even if he did not wish to. My classmate Liu Bin has been appointed director of the Investment Promotion Office, Song Simon informed Mu Kurson. The director of the Investment Promotion Office? That one. Mu Kurson scoffed. It's not merely that simple. There are also my grievances with Chung Kuei. Song Simon proceeded to recount how Chung Kuei disregarded female subordinates, detailing his own courageous intervention and the subsequent intense conflict with Chung Kuei. That Chung Kuei is truly despicable. Mu Kurson seethed. Although Chung Kuei did not directly exploit female subordinates, he sacrificed them for his own political gains, which was no different from his own predatory actions. If possible, I hope you. Song Simon began, but was interrupted by Mu Kurson. Rest assured, I know precisely how to proceed. Tomorrow, I will present Chung Kuei and Liu Bin with an enormous surprise. Liu Bin continued chatting with his classmates late into the night. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, Zheng Qian, emerged from the shower, parading around semi-naked in front of him, yet he barely glanced her way. The thrill of being called Director Liu by his classmates far outweighed any physical allure. The rush of power surged through him. Eventually, Zheng Qian could no longer endure it and snatched the phone from his hands. What are you doing? I'm working, Liu Bin exclaimed. Working? Working? Don't forget how you secured this position. If it weren't for my cousin, you wouldn't have been transferred to Qingshan or become director of the Investment Promotion Office. Zheng Qian said with a frown. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Now, please return my phone, Liu Bin replied dismissively, reaching for it. I want to give it back. You're not even officially the director yet, and once you are, will I ever get to see you or speak to you again? Zheng Qian huffed. That's impossible. I'm merely trying to make a good impression in front of your cousin. Liu Bin patiently explained. You must perform well in front of him. But you must also do so here. I can ensure he promotes you to Qingshan or dismisses you entirely. The slighted Zheng Qian made a significant point. Panic seized Liu Bin. He clutched Zheng Qian, exclaiming, Darling, what are you saying? My relentless ambition is solely to elevate your status. He continued. The phone is of no consequence. At this moment, I shall lavish you with affection. How do you intend to do that? Zheng Qian inquired. You shall soon discover. Liu Bin responded, extinguishing the room's light and guiding Zheng Qian onto the bed with ardent masculinity. Zheng Qian yielded, passively indulging in Liu Bin's ministrations. A mere 5 minutes elapsed before Liu Bin emitted a stifled groan, signaling the culmination of his efforts. Indeed, that was swift, Zheng Qian remarked with dissatisfaction. Though Liu Bin's performances were typically brief, this instance bordered on the precipitous. I am merely fatigued, Liu Bin offered as a sheepish explanation. Then seek repose on the sofa. Zheng Qian retorted, unceremoniously ejecting Liu Bin from the bed. Liu Bin, cognizant of his transgression, offered no resistance, spending the night in repose on the sofa. The subsequent morning, rejuvenated, Liu Bin launched a second offensive upon Zheng Qian, ultimately satisfying her desires. Scarcely had this concluded when a message from Chung Kuei arrived, summoning him to the Municipal Bureau of Commerce at 8 o'clock. Liu Bin glanced at the time, noting it was already past 7. A hasty ablution ensued, and without partaking of breakfast, he hailed a taxi and sped toward the Municipal Bureau of Commerce. Yet, even this proved insufficient to precede Chung Kuei. Upon Liu Bin's arrival, Chung Kuei and his secretary were already stationed at the bureau's entrance. Director Chung, Liu Bin exclaimed, alighting from the taxi and hastening forward. Did you not rest adequately? Chung Kuei inquired, observing the pronounced dark circles beneath Liu Bin's eyes. I was engrossed in studying the materials you provided, resulting in a late night, Lu Bin fabricated. He could scarcely admit to having squandered hours in the WeChat group, burnishing his image, and subsequently attending to Zheng Qian's needs. One must manage one's time judiciously, Cheng Kuei admonished, refraining from further inquiry before entering the bureau. Indeed, Lu Bin assented, trailing behind. The grand conference hall of the Bureau of Commerce was replete with attendees. The director, deputy directors, and department heads, both senior and junior, were all present. The convening of a meeting for mid-level and senior personnel by the supervising vice mayor was an imperative few dared disregard. Precisely at 8 o'clock, Cheng Kuei, accompanied by his secretary and Lu Bin, entered the conference hall. I shall dispense with superfluous remarks. I am here today to announce a personnel appointment, Cheng Kuei declared, broaching the matter directly. A personnel appointment? For whom? The assembled individuals exchanged perplexed glances, deeming the situation unconventional. Appointments for the director or deputy directors would typically be announced by the municipal party committee's organization department. Subordinate appointments, conversely, would be handled internally, obviating the need for the supervising vice mayor's personal intervention. Allow me to introduce, Cheng Kuei stated, gesturing toward Lu Bin amidst the sea of bewildered faces. Lu Bin promptly rose. Lu Bin, Cheng Kuei announced, formerly a Level 2 principal staff member from the Provincial Department of Civil Affairs, is slated to assume the role of director of the Investment Promotion Office of the Qingshan Municipal Bureau of Commerce. The transfer of his organizational affiliation is currently underway, with the official documents to follow. From the province, director of the Investment Promotion Office, the attendees scrutinized Lu Bin, furtively glancing at Lu Yu. Lu Yu had recently ascended to the position of deputy director of the Investment Promotion Office, overseeing its operations. Lu Bin's arrival, while leaving Lu Yu's title unchanged, would inevitably diminish her authority. Rumors circulated that Song Siming of the Municipal Party Committee office had orchestrated Lu Yu's rise following the departure of Wang Wahai, the former director of the Investment Promotion Office, and that this had incited discord between Song Siming and Vice Mayor Cheng. Now, Vice Mayor Cheng's personal presence at the Bureau of Commerce to appoint his protege from the province as the director of the Investment Promotion Office was interpreted as a rebuke to Song Siming, a warning against overreach and defiance. Yet, the scale of this retaliation seemed modest. Why not simply reassign or dismiss Lu Yu? Had the staff of the Investment Promotion Office been present, such perplexity would have been assuaged. They had witnessed the entirety of the conflict between Song Siming and Vice Mayor Cheng, aware that Song Siming possessed a compromising video of the latter. Thus, any retaliatory measures by Vice Mayor Cheng would need to be tempered to avoid provoking Song Siming into releasing the video, resulting in mutual destruction. There is another matter, Cheng Kuei continued, allowing little time for contemplation. Today, I shall represent the municipal government in signing a cooperation agreement with Hengda Group. The mere mention of Hengda Group elicited astonishment throughout the Bureau of Commerce. They were a premium investor coveted for years. Yet their desirability was matched by the difficulty of securing their cooperation. Despite years of concerted effort, no progress had been made. Now, this vice mayor from the province had seemingly resolved the matter effortlessly. Director Cheng, is this regarding the Hengda Plaza project? Ping Chunlai, the director of the Bureau of Commerce, inquired. Indeed, Cheng Kuei affirmed. Admiration abounded. Every official within the Bureau of Commerce, including Peng Chunlai, lauded Cheng Kuei. Hengda Group, previously earmarked for the subsequent year's investment plan, could now be removed, as the agreement would be finalized within the current year. Director Peng and Director Lu, you shall accompany me to the Huame Hotel for the signing ceremony with Hengda Group, Cheng Kuei promptly directed. A mere municipal secretary, bereft of power, could scarcely contend with a standing committee vice mayor. As Cheng Kuei, accompanied by Director Peng Chunlai and the newly appointed Director Lu Bin, departed the conference hall, hushed discussions erupted. The attendees observed Lu Yu's reaction. Lu Yu maintained a composed faade, though this was merely a veneer. With Lu Bin's arrival, the Investment Promotion Office was poised for another upheaval. Lu Yu was compelled to accept a harsh reality. The authority she had so painstakingly acquired had vanished. Henceforth, her title of deputy director would be nominal, akin to that of an ordinary staff member, devoid of any decision-making power. Her stoicism stemmed from a desire to avoid affording others amusement. Recent days had seen her the subject of intense scrutiny, with discussions revolving around her ascent and her relationship with Song Siming. Within the conference hall, another individual harbored discontent. Sun Chimei, the director of the general office. Sun Chimei had directly facilitated Lu Yu's appointment as deputy director of the investment promotion office, regardless of any animosity between Chen Kuei and Lu Yu. This blatant suppression was perceived as a personal affront, an affront to her husband, He Jiren, the executive vice mayor. Did he truly believe that his provincial origins granted him impunity? Sun Chimei rose, approaching Lu Yu. Director Lu, shall we converse in my office? Certainly, Lu Yu promptly agreed. Though the nature of Sun Chimei's relationship with Song Siming remained unclear, one certainty prevailed. Sun Chimei was her sole ally within the Bureau of Commerce. Soon, the two women departed the conference hall, side by side. The situation is more intricate than anticipated. Those remaining in the conference hall exchanged knowing glances. Observing Sun Chimei and Lu Yu's departure, they had initially believed Lu Yu to be caught between Song Siming and Vice Mayor Qing. But Sun Chimei's intervention suggested the presence of Executive Vice Mayor He Jiren. The issue at hand is that not long ago, Song Siming had just sent He Huan, the nephew of He Jiren, to the Discipline Inspection Commission, and now He Huan is still under investigation. It is uncertain whether He Jiren can align himself with Song Siming. As this query arises, some begin to analyze the situation, noting that both he and Chung are deputy mayors, and it is entirely possible that they may become rivals for the mayoral position. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," holds true. Thus, it would not be surprising if Deputy Mayor He, putting aside past grievances, collaborates with Song Siming. Meanwhile, Lu Yu follows Sun Chimei to her office. Sun Chimei inquires, "What are your thoughts at this moment?" Lu Yu responds despondently, "What thoughts could I possibly have? He is the deputy mayor in charge of the business bureau, wielding authority over others as he pleases. I will simply do my duty as the deputy director and follow whatever the director assigns me." Lu Yu sighs, resigned to her fate. In truth, if she were in Chen Kuei's position, she too would not tolerate a subordinate who repeatedly fails to cooperate. It is fortunate that she has not been dismissed. You need not be overly pessimistic. If necessary, I can arrange for you to switch to another position, be it in the Finance Bureau, Civil Affairs Bureau, or Human Resources Bureau. You may choose as you wish. Sun Chimei assures her. The departments mentioned are all overseen by He Jiren, so if Lu Yu truly wishes to transfer, it is merely a matter of Sun Chimei's word. Let us see how the new director, Lu Bin, performs. If he treats me as poorly as the previous director, Wang Wenhai, then I will have to trouble you. Lu Yu admits, grateful for Sun Chimei's goodwill. This is her only avenue of retreat. Rest assured, I will not allow you to be mistreated, Sun Chimei promises. Thank you. Lu Yu replies, deeply moved. Sun Chimei now resembles a caring elder sister, soothing her wounded spirit. Additionally, you must relay this matter to Song Siming. Sun Chimei instructs Lu Yu. What can I tell him? Lu Yu shakes her head, believing that the situation has escalated beyond Song Siming's control. You must have faith in Song Siming. There are things I cannot accomplish that he can, Sun Chimei insists earnestly. Are you jesting? Lu Yu responds incredulously, noting that as the wife of the executive deputy mayor, Sun Chimei's influence exceeds that of Song Siming. I never jest, believe it or not. Sun Chimei replies with a stern expression. Very well, I shall call Song Siming shortly, Lu Yu hastens to say. A phone call won't suffice. You should confront him directly, cry, plead, and make a scene, Sun Chimei advises. I will give it a try, Lu Yu declares, hesitant but aware that her future is at stake as she bids farewell and departs from Sun Chimei's office. That girl is so naive. Sun Chimei muses with a faint smile once Lu Yu has left. She plays the part of the caring sister primarily to compel Song Siming into action against Chen Kuei. With the recent prominence of Huanyu Group and Hengda Group, Sun Chimei is increasingly concerned that Chen Kuei may pose a threat to her husband, He Jiren. In the entire Qishan, only Song Siming possesses the audacity to confront Chen Kuei. She believes that Song Siming must have some leverage over Chen Kuei, otherwise, he would not have previously dared to challenge him. Thus, if Song Siming is willing, he can undoubtedly halt Chen Kuei's rampant advance, ensuring her husband's safety. Now, it remains to be seen how deep Lu Yu's relationship with Song Siming is, and whether he will act fiercely out of affection. At the municipal office, not long after Song Siming has taken his seat, he receives a call from Lu Yu. Can you step out? I am currently at the municipal entrance. Has the investment promotion office appointed a new director? Song Siming inquires. You seem well informed. Lu Yu replies, surprised. I learned of it yesterday, Song Siming reassures her. Do not panic. Everything is under my control. Whatever the new director's arrival entails, I will ensure he departs accordingly. Is that true? Lu Yu responds, skeptical. Absolutely. By tomorrow at the latest, there will be a resolution. Please be patient, Song Siming assures her. Such confidence alleviates some of Lu Yu's anxiety. After a brief pause, she extends an invitation. Why don't you come to my home this evening? I will prepare a meal for you. What will you cook? Song Siming asks curiously. Fish-flavored shredded pork, Beijing-style shredded pork, and Liu whispers. Song Siming feels a rush of excitement but ultimately refrains from accepting her invitation. Recognizing that he has already established a relationship with Yi Ruyun and met her family, engaging further with Lu Yu would be unethical, unless Yi Ruyun is indifferent, which he knows she cannot be. At the Huamei Hotel, in the Qingshan Hall, the municipal government has arranged the signing ceremony overnight. Media outlets, including Qingshan TV and Qingshan Daily, have arrived early, setting up equipment. The atmosphere is even more extravagant than the previous signing with Huanyu Group. This is largely due to Deputy Mayor Cheng Kuei's demands and the implicit belief among the staff that Hengda Group is of a higher caliber than Huanyu Group. Particularly, the Hengda Plaza project to be signed today is synonymous with high-end commercial complexes, prompting everyone to take it seriously. At 10 o'clock sharp, the representative from the Qingshan municipal government, Deputy Mayor Cheng Kuei, accompanied by Business Bureau Director Peng Chunlai and Investment Promotion Office Director Lu Bin, enters the venue. Reporters immediately surround Cheng Kuei, eager for an interview. Cheng Kuei speaks eloquently before the cameras, detailing the significance of Hengda Plaza's establishment in Qingshan. Following his remarks, Peng Chunlai also participates in the interview but speaks only briefly, allowing Lu Bin to take the spotlight. Being appointed by Deputy Mayor Cheng from the provincial level and directly becoming the director of the Investment Promotion Office demonstrates Lu Bin's importance to Cheng Kuei. Granting Lu Bin face is tantamount to granting Cheng Kuei face as well. Lu Bin, now in possession of the microphone, seizes the opportunity to showcase himself, detailing Cheng Kuei's tireless efforts and sacrifices to bring Hengda Plaza to fruition, even fabricating a tale of Cheng passing his own home 3 times without entering, thereby elevating Cheng Kuei's image as a dedicated public servant. Excellent. Very commendable, Cheng Kuei responds, satisfied. This realization reinforces the notion that employing loyal allies is essential. Had Lu Yu been in his place, she might have undermined him. Typically, once the interviews conclude, representatives from Hengda Group should enter. However, the reporters, holding their microphones, anxiously gaze at the entrance, but no one appears. Cheng Kuei furrows his brow, concerned that any complications during such a critical moment could prove disastrous. Contact Hengda Group's personnel and inquire about the situation. We cannot afford to wait indefinitely, Cheng Kuei instructs his secretary. Understood, the secretary replies, stepping aside to make a call. After approximately 10 minutes, the secretary returns, reporting, Mayor Cheng, Hengda Group's staff indicated that their signing representative arrived in Qingshan yesterday, but was involved in a car accident. They did not feel unwell at the time, but this morning they suddenly experienced dizziness and are currently undergoing examination at the hospital. How could this happen? Cheng Kuei expresses his frustration before asking, which hospital are they at? City People's Hospital, the secretary responds. The signing ceremony is postponed. I will go to the hospital to assess the situation, Cheng Kuei decides after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, the secretary's phone rang, revealing a call from a staff member of Hengda Group. The secretary promptly answered the call. After the conversation, she reported to Cheng Kuei that everything had been inspected and there were no major issues. The signing representative from Hengda Group was on their way to the venue. Cheng Kuei let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the accident had occurred in Qingshan. If there had been any serious consequences, it would have placed the responsibility squarely on the government of Qingshan City, casting a significant shadow over the signing. Mayor Cheng, good things come to those who wait. We can afford to wait a little longer, Lu Bin interjected, stepping closer to Cheng Kuei. Indeed, Cheng Kuei nodded, taking a seat. However, the wait extended to 2 hours, and it was already 12:30 when the representatives from Hengda Group finally arrived, led by Mu Kurson. Cheng Kuei had previously encountered Mu Kurson in the provincial capital, but their interaction had not been particularly pleasant, as she had openly dismissed Qingshan as potential for investment. Cheng Kuei had anticipated that Hengda Group would send someone else for the formal signing, but to his surprise, it was still Mu Kurson. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as they could sign successfully, it mattered little who was present. Why is it her? Lu Bin, standing behind Cheng Kuei, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him upon seeing Mu Kurson. He never imagined that the wealthy woman associated with Song Siming would turn out to be the signing representative for Hengda Group. Recalling the conflict that had occurred between them the day before, Lu Bin was suddenly struck by an ominous sense of foreboding. He wished to avoid confrontation. But Cheng Kuei insisted, "Come with me to greet her." Reluctantly, Lu Bin followed. "Manager Mu, greetings." Cheng Kuei extended his hand from a distance. "Hello, Vice Mayor Cheng." Mu Kurson replied, accepting his handshake while casting a glance at Lu Bin, inquiring, "And who is this?" "This is Lu Bin, Director of the Investment Promotion Office of Qingshan City's Business Bureau. In the future, he will primarily handle the details of the Hongda Plaza project," Cheng Kuei stated. Intending to elevate Lu Bin's position, believing that with the Hongda Plaza project as a foundation, Lu Bin could be appointed as Deputy Director of the Business Bureau once the requisite promotion period had lapsed. Handled by him, Mu Kurson's expression shifted. "If that is the case, I believe Hongda Group may need to reconsider its investment plans in Qishan." Cheng Kuei was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "It means the signing cannot proceed today," Mu Kurson stated firmly. "How can it not? Wasn't everything already agreed upon?" Cheng Kuei felt a surge of frustration. He had brought in journalists, and if they failed to sign today, it would become a significant embarrassment. "Agreements mean little without being formalized on paper," Mu Kurson replied coolly. "But why? What is the issue?" Cheng Kuei was still in the dark. "You can ask him," she pointed at Lu Bin. Cheng Kuei turned to Lu Bin, who appeared increasingly flustered. Yesterday, my car collided with Manager Mu's car." Lu Bin had no choice but to confess. "Your car collided with Manager Mu's car? Before our meeting?" Cheng Kuei suddenly recalled that Lu Bin had arrived nearly 2 hours late the previous day. "Yes," Lu Bin admitted, looking down. "Manager Mu, no one wishes to be involved in an accident. I will have him apologize and cover your repair costs and any medical expenses from your hospital visit." Cheng Kuei aimed to downplay the situation. "This is not something that can be resolved with money." Mu Kurson was prepared, producing her phone and showing a pre-edited video to Cheng Kuei. "Vice Mayor Cheng, you should take a look at this first." The footage began with a red sports car cutting off another vehicle. Cheng Kuei remained unfazed until he saw Lu Bin exit the driver's seat of the red sports car, at which point his face turned pale. "Lu Bin, what have you done?" If not for the presence of so many people, Cheng Kuei would have kicked Lu Bin. This was far from a mere traffic accident. If Mu Kurson chose to pursue the matter, Lu Bin could easily be charged with reckless driving. However, that was not the crux of the issue. Cheng Kuei was unconcerned about Lu Bin's potential imprisonment. Rather, it was Lu Bin's reckless actions that jeopardized his own position. If Hongda Group decided to abandon its investment in Qishan, Cheng Kuei, as the vice mayor responsible for investment promotion, would become the biggest laughingstock of the year. "Mayor Cheng, this is all a misunderstanding." Lu Bin pleaded with Mu Kurson. "I apologize. I beg you to overlook this mistake and not hold it against me." He knew he had created a significant mess and was desperately seeking her forgiveness. "Your attitude yesterday was quite different. I recall you saying, 'Let's wait and see.'" Mu Kurson replied with a smirk. "I didn't mean for you to wait and see. I meant for Song Siming to wait and see." Lu Bin hastily clarified. "Song Siming? Which Song Siming?" Cheng Kuei's expression darkened, suspicion creeping into his voice as he questioned Lu Bin. "The Song Siming from the Qingshan City Party office. He happened to be in Manager Mu's car yesterday, but I was just joking with him as we are college classmates." Lu Bin attempted to defend himself. Cheng Kuei, however, was not oblivious to the underlying issues. Yet, in the interest of facilitating the signing, he decided to play along with Lu Bin's narrative. "Manager Mu, you heard that, right? This is merely a misunderstanding. Lu Bin was only joking with a classmate, albeit in an inappropriate manner. Rest assured, I will ensure he receives a thorough reprimand." Cheng Kuei sought to minimize the situation. "Very well, reprimand him. After that, we can discuss the signing," Mu Kurson stated, turning to leave. "Manager Mu, this signing is a decision made by the Hongda Group's board. You wouldn't want to overturn that, would you?" Cheng Kuei shifted to a more assertive approach. "The board?" Mu Kurson chuckled. "May I ask, Vice Mayor Cheng, who holds the final say in Hongda Group's board?" "Of course, it's the chairman," Cheng Kuei replied instinctively. "Then do you know the chairman's name?" Mu Kurson pressed further. "Certainly, the chairman of Hongda Group is Mr. Mu Feiyong," Cheng Kuei answered without hesitation. Mu Kurson nodded. "Yes, I share the same surname." "You share the same surname." Cheng Kuei's mind raced. He should have connected the dots regarding Mu Kurson and Mu Feiyong's relationship. During their previous encounter in the provincial capital, Cheng Kuei had thought it was merely a formality. But Mu Kurson's critical demeanor now suggested that her position granted her the authority to question any matters concerning Hongda Group. As Mu Kurson and her team departed under Cheng Kuei's gaze, He took a deep breath and instructed his secretary to communicate the cancellation of the signing ceremony to all personnel present before striding out of the venue. The head of the business bureau, Ping Chunlai, remained behind to manage the aftermath. Lu Bin cautiously followed Cheng Kuei until they were alone, at which point Cheng Kuei halted and demanded, "Now, explain exactly what happened." Lu Bin, unable to withhold the truth, recounted the entire incident to Cheng Kuei, including his ridicule of Song Siming. In conclusion, Lu Bin lamented, "I believe Mu Kurson is merely seizing the opportunity to elevate her standing, as she wishes to support Song Siming." "And then what?" Cheng Kuei inquired with a cold expression. "And then?" "There is no and then," Lu Bin responded, lowering his head. "Are you aware that there is no and then because of you? My brilliant move has turned into a blunder. Who knows how many people are lurking in the shadows, reveling in my misfortune?" Cheng Kuei clenched his teeth in frustration. "I believe it would be prudent to report Mu Kurson's blurring of boundaries between public and private matters to the higher-ups at Hongda Group, as it poses a detriment to the organization," Lu Bin suggested, thinking it a matter of course. "Do you not fear for your life?" Cheng Kuei gazed at Lu Bin as if he were a fool. "If my conjecture is correct, Mu Kurson is the sole daughter of Mu Feiyang, the chairman of Hongda Group. Should Mu Feiyang discover that you obstructed his daughter's vehicle on the highway, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate you. Obstructing a vehicle on the highway is tantamount to attempted murder. The implications are severe." Lu Bin broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. The influence wielded by a businessman of Mu Feiyang's caliber is immense, far beyond that of a mere mid-level official like himself, even with Cheng Kuei's substantial connections. If Mu Feiyang were determined to confront him, it would spell disaster for Cheng Kuei. "I think as long as Song Siming does not pursue the matter further, we can still return to normalcy. You need to handle Song Siming," Cheng Kuei commanded Lu Bin. "Me handle Song Siming?" Lu Bin's expression shifted to one of despair. "Is there a problem?" Cheng Kuei glared at him. "No problem," Lu Bin replied through clenched teeth, fully aware that this was his only chance for redemption. Failure to seize this opportunity would lead to his utter ruin. Meanwhile, Song Siming had spent the entire morning browsing local trending topics, but found no news regarding the contract signing between the Qingshan city government and Hongda Group. Thus, during his lunch break, he dialed Mu Kurson's number. "Miss Mu, you haven't stood up Qingshan city government for my sake, have you?" Song Siming inquired. "Is that not permissible?" Mu Kurson replied with a laugh. "That would be somewhat exaggerated." Song Siming coughed lightly. "What I meant was, before the signing, you might mention to Vice Mayor Cheng to send Lu Bin back to where he came from. Wouldn't that be too lenient on Lu Bin? And on Cheng Kuei as well?" Mu Kurson explained, "I never intended to sign with Qingshan in the first place. This is just an opportunity to awaken them. They may have been awakened, but I fear I will have a difficult time." Song Siming sighed. The previous investment from Huanyu Group has already been sabotaged by him. If he were to ruin Hongda Group's investment as well, wouldn't Cheng Kuei be out for blood? Would they dare retaliate against you? Mu Kurson asked skeptically. "Why wouldn't they dare? If Hongda Group decides against investing, they would have no reservations left," Song Siming analyzed seriously. "Is that so?" Mu Kurson suddenly realized that her good intentions could inadvertently lead to disastrous consequences. "Then I shall speak with Cheng Kuei." Just then, the office phone rang, interrupting their conversation. "Director Song, a person named Lu Bin claims to be your university classmate and wishes to see you. Should I let him in?" the doorman asked. "Let him in," Song Siming replied, then turned back to Mu Kurson. "You need not speak with Cheng Kuei. He has already sent someone to discuss matters with me." "Who has he sent?" Mu Kurson inquired. "Who else but Lu Bin?" Song Siming answered. "Do not be soft-hearted. Someone like Lu Bin only seeks your mercy out of desperation. Once he regains his footing, he will surely turn against you," Mu Kurson observed astutely. "Rest assured, I will not give Lu Bin another chance," Song Siming assured her, hanging up the call and awaiting Lu Bin's arrival. Moments later, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in," Song Siming called out. Lu Bin entered, shutting the door behind him. He promptly knelt before Song Siming, exclaiming, "Siming, I have come to bear my guilt." On his way, Lu Bin had contemplated the situation. Merely uttering a few pleasantries would not suffice to earn Song Siming's forgiveness. He needed to display genuine sincerity. "Lu Bin, you are being excessively courteous. It would create a poor impression if someone were to witness this," Song Siming remarked, observing Lu Bin on the floor. "I am on the brink of ruin. What do I care for appearances?" Lu Bin sighed. "Because of my irrationality yesterday, the signing ceremony between Hongda Group and Qingshan city government has been cancelled. If the collaboration is indeed terminated, I will be forever branded as Qingshan's villain. Simon, you are my only hope. You are mistaken. I mentioned yesterday that I merely hitched a ride. I am not particularly acquainted with Manager Mo. And the decision of Hongda Group to invest in Qingshan is beyond my influence, Song Simon stated with gravity. Is that truly the case? For a fleeting moment, Lu Bin was momentarily deceived. However, he quickly recognized that Song Simon was jesting. The truth lay in the unwavering gaze of a woman. He vividly recalled how Mu Kurson looked at Song Simon, nearly entranced. Simon, you need not be modest. I believe you can certainly sway the situation. The Hongda Plaza project holds immense significance for Qingshan. Consider it a duty to the 600,000 citizens of our city. Lu Bin began to employ moral persuasion. If that is your stance, I suppose I must give it a try, Song Simon responded, picking up on Lu Bin's sentiment. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Lu Bin's eyes. However, Song Simon added, creating a pivot in the conversation. However what? Lu Bin hastily inquired. However, if Hongda Group genuinely decides to invest in Qingshan, the specifics will undoubtedly be coordinated with the Investment Promotion Office. It may not be convenient for you to remain in your position as the director, Song Simon stated with feigned seriousness. So you were waiting for me here. Lu Bin realized that Song Simon would not let him off easily. Nevertheless, he quickly acknowledged that even without Song Simon's words, his position at the Investment Promotion Office would not be secure. I will apply for a transfer from the Investment Promotion Office, Lu Bin promptly responded. Where do you plan to go after leaving the Investment Promotion Office? Song Simon inquired. That, I have not yet decided, Lu Bin replied evasively. Chen Kuei oversees more than just the business bureau. As long as Xing Qian remains his girlfriend, Chen Kuei, the overbearing cousin, would never allow Lu Bin to languish in obscurity. Given time, he would undoubtedly make a comeback. Considering your future, you must have a plan, Song Simon mused, resting his chin on his hand. How about you join the municipal party office? Join the municipal party office? Lu Bin's expression flickered. Initially, he had indeed considered the municipal party office, even aspiring to be Song Simon's direct superior. Yet now, with Song Simon's invitation, he felt a sense of intrigue mixed with suspicion. The municipal party office offers far greater prospects than the investment promotion office. Many are eager to stake their claims there, especially with the new municipal party secretary set to take office soon. The new municipal party secretary. Lu Bin's thoughts began to race. Song Simon's suggestion to join the municipal party office was undoubtedly a strategic maneuver, given that he was entrenched in the office. However, with a new secretary, would Song Simon retain the same influence? Moreover, the new secretary's arrival heralded a tremendous opportunity, the position of a dedicated secretary. Should he become the new secretary's personal aide, it would be far more promising than remaining under Chen Kuei's thumb. Given the current circumstances, he found himself unable to refuse Song Simon. If he did not come to the municipal party committee office, Song Simon would undoubtedly refrain from engaging Mu Kurson. This is a transparent exchange. Ah, Song Simon, it seems you are hewing your own foot with the very stone you lifted. Lu Bin scoffed inwardly, feigning surprise on the surface. I have committed such a grave error. And not only do you overlook it, but you also consider my future. I am genuinely moved. After all, how could one not say that the bond of classmates is the purest of affections? Indeed, the camaraderie of classmates is the most untainted of sentiments. Song Simon's acting prowess surpassed even that of Lu Bin. An hour later, Lu Bin returned to the municipal government and met with Chen Kuei in his office. The situation unfolded more favorably than anticipated. Lu Bin shared the good news with Chen Kuei. In what manner has it proceeded so smoothly? Chen Kuei inquired. Through my persuasive rhetoric, Song Simon has consented to converse with Mu Kurson. However, he expressed a desire for me to resign from my position as the director of the Investment Promotion Office and transfer to the Municipal Party Committee office. Chen Kuei recounted with a hint of smugness. He wishes for you to move to the Municipal Party Committee office? Chen Kuei raised an eyebrow. He likely believes that in the Municipal Party Committee office, he can overshadow me, reclaiming his sense of significance among classmates. Lu Bin paused before continuing. However, the Municipal Party Committee office is poised for a shift in power. It remains uncertain who will prevail. This childish remark left Chen Kuei both amused and exasperated. It was evident that Lu Bin remained oblivious to Song Simon's influence in the Qingshan political arena. Even as a standing member and deputy mayor, Chen Kuei often found himself thwarted by Song Simon, and any changes within the Municipal Party Committee office would not alter Song Simon's standing. The notion of Lu Bin extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth was utterly implausible. However, there was no need to enlighten Lu Bin. Chen Kuei, at present, sought merely to finalize the contract with Hengda Group, avoiding any further complications. Regardless of Lu Bin merely being his cousin's boyfriend or even becoming his cousin's husband, he could easily be sacrificed. Then I shall coordinate with the organization department to facilitate your move to the municipal party committee office, Chen Kuei declared, smoothly seizing the opportunity. All right. Lu Bin nodded eagerly, believing he had struck a remarkable deal. Meanwhile, Song Siming approached the municipal party secretary, Deng Shuxiong. Secretary, I have a classmate who needs to transition to the municipal party committee office. He currently holds a position of the same rank. Song Siming informed Deng Shuxiong of the situation. Are you suggesting he should assume the role of a section chief? Deng Shuxiong assumed that Song Siming was advocating for his classmate's advancement. Song Siming promptly shook his head. No. He has always worked in provincial departments and lacks relevant experience. It would be prudent for him to start from the ground up. Please assign him to my first secretary section as a clerk. A clerk at the provincial rank? Deng Shuxiong was momentarily taken aback. That shouldn't pose an issue. He held no leadership position in the provincial unit. Song Siming remarked nonchalantly. Then what is the purpose of his transfer from the province to the city? Deng Shuxiong queried skeptically. Typically, a transfer from a higher to a lower position is intended to gain more power. Now, it seems he is merely moving from one clerical position to another, which is hardly an advancement. Perhaps he believes the air quality in Qingshan is superior, conducive to his physical well-being, Song Siming chuckled. Indeed, the air quality in Qingshan is quite commendable, at least better than that of the provincial capital. Deng Shuxiong, possessing acumen befitting his role as secretary, soon discerned that Song Siming and his classmate were not allies but adversaries. Subsequent events validated Deng Shuxiong's suspicions. Shortly after Song Siming exited Deng Shuxiong's office, the organization department delivered Lu Bin's file, concurrently informing Deng Shuxiong that just a day prior, Lu Bin was slated for the position of director of the Investment Promotion Office under the Commerce Bureau. Deputy Mayor Chen Kuei had even announced Lu Bin's appointment in front of all mid-level officials at the Commerce Bureau. Yet, before the relevant formalities were completed, Lu Bin's appointment underwent a transformation, transitioning directly from the Commerce Bureau to the Municipal Party Committee office. As for the specific role he would assume there, it was contingent upon Secretary Deng Shuxiong's arrangements. Deputy Mayor Chen Kuei had no demands in that regard. Song Siming's maneuvering was rather extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Deng Shuxiong could not help but reflect. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Despite the Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government operating separately, events occurring in the municipal government inevitably reach the Municipal Party Committee. According to Deng Shuxiong's knowledge, just a few days prior, Song Siming had a rather unpleasant confrontation with Deputy Mayor Chen Kuei regarding Lu Yu from the Investment Promotion Office, who was forced to partake in drinking. It was likely that Chen Kuei had brought Lu Bin from the province to serve as the director of the Investment Promotion Office, ostensibly to suppress Lu Yu and simultaneously issue a warning to Song Siming. However, given the current situation, it was evident that Deputy Mayor Chen Kuei's plans had clearly faltered. No, that assessment was too lenient. Deputy Mayor Chen Kuei had effectively surrendered. If it were any other municipal leaders repeatedly thwarted by Song Siming, Deng Shuxiong might comprehend. Given that Song Siming likely possessed a formidable weapon left by Zheng Shuling, his particular regard for Song Siming was largely attributable to this reason. The issue, however, was that Chen Kuei had only recently transferred from the province to Qingshan, and Zheng Shuling had entered the scene immediately thereafter. Thus, no content pertaining to Chen Kuei could possibly exist within Zheng Shuling's arsenal. What, then, was Song Siming's leverage over Chen Kuei? Deng Shuxiong found himself utterly perplexed. In the municipal government, within the office of the executive deputy mayor, He Jiren had been closely monitoring the movements of fellow deputy mayor Chen Kuei. Within a mere week, Chen Kuei had successfully attracted substantial investments from both Huanyu Group and Hengda Group, completely overshadowing He Jiren's position as the executive deputy mayor. This engendered a profound sense of crisis within He Jiren. Should this trend continue, even if Huang Taijun vacated the mayoral position, He Jiren would no longer be the prime candidate for the new mayoral role. As He Jiren fretted over his future, Song Siming emerged, launching a counterstrike against Chen Kuei. According to information relayed by his wife, Sun Chimei, from the Commerce Bureau, in light of Song Siming's interference, the investment from Huanyu Group had gone silent. Chen Kuei's eagerness to pull strings to secure Hengda Group was merely an attempt to compensate for Huanyu Group's breach of contract. However, complications arose with the signing of the contract with Hengda Group. The meticulously planned signing ceremony was abruptly cancelled. This was undoubtedly the result of Song Siming's influence. At noon, Sun Chimei entered her husband He Jiren's office, somewhat triumphantly announcing, "The signing ceremony with Hengda Group has been cancelled, and it is related to Song Siming?" He Jiren asked skeptically. Most likely, Sun Chimei recounted how she had incited Liu to contact Song Siming, then analyzed. Song Siming painstakingly maneuvered to position Liu Yu as the deputy director of the investment promotion office, only for Cheng Kuei to counter by bringing in a full director. This was clearly a slap in Song Siming's face, and he would surely respond. And Song Siming's response is to thwart Hengda Group's contract with Cheng Kuei? Does he possess such capability? He Jiren's brow furrowed. You may not be aware, but yesterday, someone saw Song Siming and his girlfriend, Yi Ruyun, arriving in a Rolls-Royce from Hengda Group, returning to Qingshan from the provincial capital. Sun Chimei had a knack for gathering gossip. Few occurrences in Qingshan escaped her notice. I find myself increasingly unable to discern the enigma that is Song Siming, He Jiren murmured to himself. The notion that Song Siming could possibly be linked to Hengda Group was utterly unforeseen. Perhaps that's just as well. At least it is not our headache at present. Sun Chimei chuckled. But do not be overly optimistic. If, as you suggest, Song Siming is merely advocating for Liu Yu, it would not be difficult for Cheng Kuei to resolve this matter. All he needs to do is bow his head to Song Siming and dismiss the new director of the investment promotion office, and everything will revert to normal. He Jiren's perspective on issues is far more profound than that of Sun Chimei. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Can Cheng Kuei truly swallow this indignation? Would he not engage in a relentless struggle with Song Siming?" While Sun Chimei still clung to certain illusions, He Jiren shook his head, stating, "Everything must stem from interests. If a relentless struggle were to occur, it should be me opposing Song Siming, especially considering that He Huan is currently under the dual regulation of the Discipline Inspection Commission." This realization struck Sun Chimei, who acknowledged her overly idealistic views. Indeed, as He Jiren had analyzed, the following morning, Sun Chimei, serving as the director of the Business Bureau's office, received a notification from Director Peng Chunlai. Liu Bin, initially slated to assume the role of director of the Investment Promotion Office, would no longer be coming to the Business Bureau. The responsibilities of the Investment Promotion Office would continue to be managed by Deputy Director Liu Yu. This news left Sun Chimei profoundly disappointed. She had envisioned utilizing Song Siming as a weapon to eliminate Cheng Kuei, only to find that before the proverbial blade could strike, Cheng Kuei had already surrendered. The effects of this capitulation were immediate. The very next morning, Hengda Group signed an investment agreement with the government of Qingshan City, and after the signing ceremony, provincial television conducted an exclusive interview with Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei. He spoke eloquently before the camera, exuding confidence, showing no signs that this agreement was a product of his concession. As news of the signing spread, the alumni group of Song Siming buzzed with excitement. Director Liu is impressive. Just appointed as the head of the Qingshan City Investment Promotion Office and already has brought in Hengda Group. Hengda Plaza must be worth at least several billion. Director Liu will likely soon be promoted to bureau chief. Everyone clamored to tag Liu Bin, showering him with flattery. Previously, when Liu Bin had announced his new position, there had been little understanding of the significance of the role. However, with the announcement of Hengda Group's signing, they began to grasp the immense power held by the director of the Investment Promotion Office. The adage "it is good to be under a big tree" resonated with many, who hoped to forge connections with Liu Bin to profit from his newfound influence. Yet, amid this fervor, Liu Bin, the main character, remained conspicuously absent from the conversation. Surely, he was just too busy. Yes, too busy indeed. Such a large project as Hengda Plaza must require his full attention. There was no time to indulge in idle chatter with them. Subsequently, the sycophants began concocting excuses for Liu Bin's absence. Yet, was this truly the case? Not at all. At that moment, Liu Bin was quite leisurely, lounging on his hotel bed, munching on sunflower seeds while watching the group chat on his phone. The reason for his silence was simply that he had nothing to say. To him, the role of Investment Promotion Office Director had become a thing of the past, and the flattery from his classmates felt misplaced. He sighed, lamenting his misfortune in having crossed paths with the heiress of Hengda Group, which thwarted his ability to engage freely in the group chat. Just as Liu Bin was about to turn off his phone and take a nap to alleviate his mood, Song Siming, who had not contributed to the group chat in a long time, suddenly typed a message. Lu Bin's position has changed. He is no longer the director of the investment promotion office. Lu Bin is no longer the director? Surely not. Hadn't he just assumed the position mere days ago? The revelation sent ripples through the group chat. Doubts arose regarding Song Siming's announcement. Seeing the skepticism, Lu Bin hesitated but ultimately decided to clarify the situation himself. Dear classmates, I am indeed no longer the director of the Qingshan City Investment Promotion Office. However, if anyone is considering investing in Qingshan, I can still facilitate. Lu Bin sent a message of his own. Could it be a promotion? Where to? The inquiries began to flood in. No promotion. My next step is to join the Qingshan City Committee Office, Lu Bin clarified. The committee office? Ascent that in the same department as Secretary Song. It took a moment for everyone to process, but they quickly realized that indeed, they would soon be working side by side. Lu Bin articulated this beautifully, stating, only peers can truly collaborate. You must be superior to Secretary Song, right? Shouldn't you be leading him? Someone began to flatter and critique simultaneously. We are all classmates. There's no need to discuss hierarchy. Lu Bin appeared humble, but tacitly acknowledged his superior status over Song Siming. Work is one thing, but camaraderie is another. Do not let your friendship with Secretary Song lower your expectations of him. That would be detrimental to his progress, he added, prompting others to echo his sentiments. In his office, Song Siming observed Lu Bin's interactions with their classmates, a smirk creeping across his face. Lu Bin was naive to think that his new position in the committee office would place him above Song Siming. Lu Bin, your transfer order has arrived. Song Siming announced in the group. Transfer order? So soon? Lu Bin was taken aback. He had anticipated a week of rest. It wasn't he supposed to be this quick. But I leveraged my connections to expedite the process. After all, a new secretary is about to take office. We cannot have you lingering, Song Siming explained earnestly. Thank you so much. Lu Bin felt genuinely touched. Despite his previous treatment of Song Siming, the latter had been considerate of him, showing remarkable grace. We are all classmates. There is no need for formalities. I will be relying on you in the future. Song Siming mimicked the flattery of others. Relying on me? Lu Bin misinterpreted this, believing it indicated a substantive position awaited him. His heart soared with joy. While the position of a section chief in the committee office may not compare financially to that of the investment promotion office director, in terms of future prospects, it far surpassed it. After all, a section chief in the committee office would have daily access to the top leader and might even serve directly under them. Shall I send you a photo of the transfer order? Song Siming asked. No need for a private message. Just post it in the group, Lu Bin replied eagerly. This was an excellent opportunity for him to regain some prestige in front of his classmates, compensating for the loss of his director title. That may not be appropriate. After all, it is an official document. Song Siming hesitated. What is inappropriate? We're all classmates. Besides, it's just a transfer order, not a confidential document. Lu Bin insisted. Yes, go ahead. I've never seen an official document before. The others chimed in, spurred by Lu Bin's enthusiasm. All right, just a moment. I'll take a photo, Song Siming finally relented. However, after 5 long minutes of waiting, during which everyone, including Lu Bin, began to lose patience, Song Siming finally shared a photo of the transfer order. It read, Lu Bin, hereby transferred to the Qingshan City Committee Office, Section 1, as a secondary section chief. Lu Bin eagerly opened the image, only to be struck dumb upon reading the details. A secondary section chief? He had held that very title during his time at the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. The position of a secondary chief clerk, to put it plainly, is akin to an ordinary clerk enjoying the salary benefits of a full-level post, earning merely a few hundred more each month than a typical clerk, with no additional perks. A secondary chief clerk? Isn't that a section chief? The classmates in the group were equally bewildered. The director of the investment promotion office has been demoted to a clerk. What a clear downgrade. Song Siming. After a moment of realization, Lu Bin understood that he had been outmaneuvered by Song Siming. When Song Siming had lured him to the municipal office, he had already devised this strategy. Song, you mentioned relying on me, but as a secondary chief clerk, what can you truly expect of me? Unable to contain his frustration, Lu Bin lashed out at Song Siming in the group chat. I expect you to work. I am the deputy chief of the secretary's department, overseeing all operations. The new secretary is about to assume office, and this is the busiest time for our department. We are in dire need of manpower. Come quickly. Your colleagues are waiting for you. At that moment, Lu Bin felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. He could accept entering the Qingshan municipal office as a secondary chief clerk, but he could not accept Song Siming as his direct superior. However, the order had already been issued, and he had foolishly allowed Song Siming to share it in the group chat. Now, everyone was aware that he would have to appease Song Siming in his future endeavors. The more Lu Bin contemplated, the more humiliated he felt, prompting him to leave the group. The group immediately reacted. Oh, why did Lu Bin leave the group? Yes, we were chatting so well. Why depart? Some feigned ignorance while others were more direct, expressing their discontent at a full-level clerk being led by a deputy. But what good is discontent? Rank is rank. Position is position. Our unit has a chief clerk with 20 years of service who still must heed the commands of a younger deputy chief. If one lacks this basic understanding, there is no need to remain in the system. With Lu Bin no longer in the group, the others began to voice their thoughts freely. Among those speaking out, many had previously lavished praise on Lu Bin, adeptly switching their rhetoric now that he had fallen from grace. Previously, Lu Bin was a person, and they praised him. Now that he had become a pariah, they nearly rendered him worthless. Concurrently, they realized they had misjudged Song Siming. Everyone assumed that with the downfall of Qing Shan's former municipal secretary, Zheng Shuling, Song Siming would falter as well, but the reality appeared otherwise. The demotion of Lu Bin from director of the investment promotion office to a secondary chief clerk under Song Siming was too significant to dismiss as unrelated. This incident underscored Song Siming's enduring influence in Qing Shan. Song, I will be on a business trip to Qingshan the day after tomorrow. Let us arrange a meal. Song, I have a relative in the Qingshan Human Resources Bureau. Perhaps you know each other. Song, after attacking Lu Bin, the group members rushed to curry favor with Song Siming. Yet, he offered no response. Unlike Lu Bin, he would not be swayed by flattery. Just as he contemplated muting the group chat, a classmate who had never spoken up before chimed in. Song Siming, do you know Yi Ruyun? The speaker was Zhao Xueqing. During their university days, two individuals were widely regarded as campus beauties, Song Siming's former girlfriend, Lin Wan, and Zhao Xueqing. While many pursued Lin Wan, nobody dared approach Zhao Xueqing. To be precise, no one had the courage to do so, as she hailed from an influential family in the capital. On the first day of school, the president of Jiangbei University even visited her dormitory. It is worth noting that Jiangbei University is a key university directly under the Ministry of Education, and its president holds a rank equivalent to that of a vice minister. From that day forward, everyone regarded Zhao Xueqing with a sense of reverence, and she maintained her lofty status for 4 years without befriending any classmates. After graduation, they all went their separate ways, and Zhao Xueqing completely vanished from everyone's radar, leading many to forget that such a prominent peer had ever existed. Now, her sudden reappearance surprised everyone. The chat fell silent as they began to ponder the identity of Yi Ruyun, whom Zhao Xueqing mentioned. Song Siming was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that his once aloof classmate would have any connection to Yi Ruyun. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. As both were children of influential families, perhaps their parents were acquaintances. Song Siming, answer me. Just as Song Siming was deep in thought, Zhao Xueqing urged him to respond. Yes, I know her. Zhao Xueqing's unique status compelled Song Siming to engage. Private chat. After receiving a confirmation, Zhao Xueqing promptly sent a friend request to Song Siming via the group chat. He readily accepted. Once their friendship was established, Zhao Xueqing wasted no time. Yi Ruyun mentioned she is now in a relationship. That man must be you, right? What makes you think that? Song Siming refrained from giving a direct answer. Because Yi Ruyun showed me a photo of her boyfriend's silhouette, and I recognized it as you. Zhao Xueqing explained. Zhao, your eyes are astoundingly perceptive. We haven't seen each other in years, yet you can recognize my silhouette at a glance. I recall we weren't particularly close in school. Song Siming felt compelled to commend Zhao Xueqing. We weren't close at all. We never even spoke one-on-one, Zhao Xueqing replied. This revelation was somewhat unsettling. Song Siming recalled the term, photographic memory. He highly suspected Zhao Xueqing possessed such an ability. How did you win Yi Ruyun's heart? Zhao Xueqing inquired next. By being a hero saving a damsel in distress, Song Siming answered. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Zhao Xueqing fell silent for a minute before asking. Did you know Yi Ruyun is my cousin? Yi Ruyun is your cousin? Song Siming was momentarily stunned. Her father is my uncle, Zhao Xueqing elaborated. Then doesn't that make you my sister-in-law? Song Siming typed. Zhao Xueqing fell silent again before saying, you can talk about marrying my cousin once you have actually done it. This question seemed less like a question. Just last weekend, I met your uncle, and he was quite pleased with me, Song Siming replied. a hint of pride in his tone. Do you think my uncle alone decides my cousin's marriage? Zhao Xueqing countered. If not him, then who? Song Siming asked, bewildered. My grandfather. Yi Riyun's grandfather. Zhao Xueqing paused and added, I must kindly remind you that it will be challenging to win over my grandfather. Why? Song Siming inquired, perplexed. Because you are not from an influential family. Zhao Xueqing clarified. My grandfather has always wanted to find a suitable match for my cousin. So, a political marriage, then? Song Siming quickly deduced. That is one way to put it, Zhao Xueqing confirmed. But nowadays, people value freedom in marriage. As long as Yi Riyun and I are willing. No one can stop us. Song Siming remained unfazed. Do you truly believe that? Zhao Xueqing expressed a bemused emotion and posed a dilemma when the time comes. Will you choose your future or my cousin? How would you choose? As for my choice. Song Siming fell into silence, though reluctant to admit it. His relationship with Yi Riyun was largely motivated by his own aspirations. If things were to take an adverse turn, could he persist? In the face of such hypothetical queries, Song Siming found it challenging to provide an answer. Subsequently, he inquired of Zhao Xueqing whether she had shared this with him in order to dissuade him. Incorrect, she replied. I hope you rise to the challenge. Song Siming struggled to comprehend. Once there is someone who dares to take the first step, I will be able to follow suit. Zhao Xueqing explained. So, you two have a boyfriend from a mismatched background? Song Siming boldly speculated. It's a girlfriend from a mismatched background, Zhao Xueqing revealed. Song Siming's mind nearly short-circuited, and after much contemplation, he remarked, It seems your obstacle is even greater. What can be done? Zhao Xueqing had been studying abroad for years, and her perspective had undeniably shifted. She understood that her views were unlikely to be accepted by her family. At such times, someone needed to share the burden. Cousin Yi Riyun was undoubtedly the best candidate. Within the family, Yi Riyun's intelligence was universally acknowledged as unparalleled, and the elder had high hopes for her. If she could break conventions, then what seemed impossible for him could transform into possibility. However, this was contingent upon Song Siming's unwavering determination. So, it seems we are comrades in the same trench, he said. He would not foolishly act as Zhao Xueqing's vanguard, responding, as comrades, you must provide some tactical support. What must I do to earn your grandfather's recognition? Upgrade. An upgrade like a rocket. You must reach a departmental level before the age of 30 at the very least. To showcase your abilities and potential, Zhao Xueqing outlined a fundamental direction. Achieving a departmental position before 30 was not an insurmountable task for Song Siming. In less than a month, he would complete 2 years in his current subdepartmental role. It should not be problematic to ascend to a proper position. After 3 years in that role, he could be promoted to deputy department head, which would place him at 29, provided he adhered to the timelines. Yet, this was all theoretical. Unforeseen circumstances could arise. I will do my best, Song Siming assured Zhao Xueqing. Not just your best, it is imperative to succeed. This relates to my happiness, she emphasized. With all due respect, you may not have truly experienced happiness, Song Siming quipped, struggling to envision what two women could concoct beyond mere companionship. You simply do not understand, Zhao Xueqing replied with a hint of pride. What a man can give me, a woman can provide as well. My girlfriend's massage skills are exceptional. I am always left satisfied. Massage? Coincidentally, I also have some expertise. We might exchange skills when the opportunity arises, Song Siming jested. When you arrive in the capital, I will arrange for you both to meet, Zhao Xueqing promised earnestly. However, concerning the exchange of massage techniques, Song Siming's primary focus remained on his career. Previously, he could leisurely ascend the ranks. But Zhao Xueqing's remark about achieving deputy department status by 30 instilled a sense of urgency. With no margin for error, he realized he must begin striving upward immediately. Thus, after concluding his conversation with Zhao Xueqing, Song Siming sought out Secretary General Deng Shuxiong once more to discuss his promotion to a proper position. A promotion is certainly feasible. The only question is whether you can advance within the Secretariat, Deng Shuxiong informed him. Song Siming grasped Deng's implication. You are concerned that the new secretary might overlook me, aren't you? The Secretariat served the municipal party secretary, meaning the head of the Secretariat would require the secretary's endorsement. Each leader has their own perspective. You should not place all your eggs in one basket. I suggest you report your work to Secretary Liu. If the Secretariat doesn't work out, the second Secretariat is also an option, Deng Shuxiong advised. The Secretary Liu he mentioned was none other than the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Liu Peilu. At this stage, Lu Peilu was essentially overseeing the municipal work, and prior to the arrival of the new secretary, he was the de facto leader of the municipal compound. Even after the new secretary took office, Lu Peilu, as the full-time deputy secretary, would wield considerable influence. Secretary Lu, Song Siming felt a pang of discomfort. Deng Shuxiong likely remained unaware that just days prior, he had already engaged with Lu Peilu. To be precise, Lu had approached him under the pretense of needing a speech draft, seeking to leverage the compromising materials in his possession to undermine certain leaders and gain an advantage in future promotions. However, Song Siming had no intention of involving himself in such matters and had politely declined, which had angered Lu Peilu, who subsequently threatened him regarding his future. Song Siming had to retaliate subtly, referencing a serious error Lu had made years prior at his desk, which finally silenced him. If Song Siming were to approach Lu Peilu again about his promotion, it could easily be misconstrued as blackmail. However, such matters were not something he could share with Deng Shuxiong. I will need to consider this further, Song Siming murmured. I am merely offering suggestions. The final decision is yours to make, Deng Shuxiong replied, leaving the conversation at that. After exiting Deng Shuxiong's office, Song Siming's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Yi Ruyun. Are you in the same class as Zhao Xueqing? She asked as soon as the call connected. We are classmates, but not very familiar, Song Siming replied. She is my cousin. Were you aware? Yi Ruyun queried. I was unaware until today, but I have just learned of it. Song Siming relayed the entirety of his conversation with Zhao Xueqing to Yi Ruyun. That troublesome girl has always liked using others as shields. Yi Ruyun scolded her cousin before reassuring Song Siming. My grandfather is very fond of me, as long as I remain with you. He should not make things too difficult for you. It is not about whether he makes things difficult for me. It is about my current status not being worthy of you, Song Siming replied earnestly. At 30, Yi Ruyun had already attained a deputy department position, while he remained at a subdepartmental level, which constituted the greatest obstacle between them. As a man, Song Siming did not wish to be seen as someone living off a woman's success. Then I shall resign, Yi Ruyun declared promptly. If you resign because of me, your family would surely hold me accountable, Song Siming immediately countered, rejecting her naive suggestion. Very well, Yi Ruyun contemplated, realizing that her resignation would only exacerbate the situation. Even her father, who had previously supported Song Siming, would likely change his mind. After all, she was the third generation being heavily groomed by her family, and her future was tied to the family's prospects, which could not be jeopardized by anyone. By the way, there is something else. Temporarily setting aside this topic, Yi Ruyun turned to Song Siming and inquired. Cheng Kuei wishes to invite you for dinner. Are you available this evening? I do have the time, he replied. But is it possible to decline? Given the previous tension, I feel at a loss for words if I were to sit at the same table as Cheng Kuei. Perhaps it is best to go, Yi Ruyun urged. Cheng Kuei seems to be adopting a more conciliatory stance this time, likely aimed at mending your relationship. Besides, the matter with Lu Yu has been resolved. There is no need to remain at odds with Cheng Kuei. Her counsel was motivated by concern for Song Siming's future. Even though Cheng Kuei's grandfather had stepped down, Cheng Kuei's deep-rooted influence in Jiangbei province could pose significant challenges for Song Siming if he chose to make things difficult for him. I will heed your advice. If you suggest I go, then I shall, Song Siming replied. Are there others attending? He asked Yi Ruyun. Lu Yu and Mu Kersen, she answered. Is this to be a gathering for acknowledging mistakes? Song Siming mused, regarding Cheng Kuei with newfound respect. After confirming the time and place with Yi Ruyun, Song Siming ended the call. Meanwhile, Lu Bin had also finished his conversation with his girlfriend, Zheng Qian. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Song Siming, Lu Bin felt compelled to confront Cheng Kuei for an explanation. After all, it was Cheng Kuei who had placed him in Qingshan, and now, after barely a day as the director of the investment promotion office, he had been relegated to menial tasks in the municipal committee office. This was nothing short of humiliation. Yet, upon arriving at the city government, Lu Bin hesitated, recalling how close he had come to jeopardizing Hengda Group's investment in Qingshan, an endeavor Cheng Kuei had been eagerly anticipating. Given that Cheng Kuei was still seething with anger, Lu Bin decided to have Zheng Qian probe Cheng Kuei's sentiments first. After all, Zheng Qian was Cheng Kuei's cousin, which should afford her some leverage. Lu Bin called Zheng Qian, who had already returned to the provincial capital. Upon hearing Lu Bin's lamentations and learning that he had become subordinate to Song Siming, Zheng Qian was nearly furious. Had she been in Qingshan, she would have confronted her cousin Cheng Kuei directly. For now, A phone call would have to suffice. However, after speaking with him, she discovered the events that had transpired. The other Rolls-Royce they had encountered was, in fact, a vehicle belonging to Hongda Group, occupied by the chairman's daughter. Her cousin Chung Kuei had worked tirelessly to attract Hongda Group, yet they had nearly driven them away. Understanding this intricate web of events, Zhang Qian felt embarrassed and could only advise Lu Bin to endure for the moment and seek another opportunity to have him reassigned from the municipal committee office. Lu Bin was incensed. He had believed that by associating with Zhang Qian, he would soon ascend to great heights, yet he found himself on a downward trajectory, worse off than before. Frustrated, he uncharacteristically lashed out at Zhang Qian. She, too, was not one to back down and retorted fiercely, "Had you not opposed Song Siming, we would not be in this predicament. Why are you blaming me? You brought this upon yourself." Zhang Qian's stinging words shattered Lu Bin's defenses. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone against the ground just as someone approached him. "You are Lu Bin, correct?" the stranger asked. "And you are?" Lu Bin scrutinized the newcomer, not recognizing him. "I am your predecessor," the man introduced himself. "Predecessor? You are Zhang Qian's ex-boyfriend?" Lu Bin's expression darkened immediately. No, I am the former director of the investment promotion office in Qingshan. My name is Wang Wenhai." Wang Wenhai. Lu Bin had barely held the director's position for a day, thus he had not taken the time to familiarize himself with his predecessor. Only vaguely aware that the former director had been reassigned to the Civil Affairs Bureau and was now stationed at the funeral home. "What brings you here?" Lu Bin asked, wary of the man's intentions. "I am aware of your situation. We find ourselves in similar straits, both having been deceived by that scoundrel Song Siming," Wang Wenhai lamented. Having spent years in the investment promotion office, he was well informed about the recent happenings, even after his departure. "You too have fallen victim to Song Siming?" Lu Bin's interest was piqued. "Indeed. Song Siming has a girlfriend named Lu Yu. To elevate her status, he leveraged his connections to oust me, relegating me to the funeral home. My career is effectively over," Wang Wenhai expressed his indignation. No leader would employ someone with a history in a funeral home, leaving him with little hope for recovery. "By that logic, your plight is even more dire than mine," Lu Bin reflected, relieved that Song Siming had merely demoted him to the municipal committee office. Had he ended up like Wang Wenhai, he would have nowhere to turn for solace. "We cannot allow Song Siming to continue his machinations. We must resist," Wang Wenhai urged Lu Bin. "Resist? How?" Lu Bin chuckled bitterly. His greatest ally was Chung Kuei, who showed no inclination to assist him. How could he contend with the unknown in Qingshan? After all, a strong dragon cannot dominate a local snake. And he was certainly no strong dragon. "Bring Song Siming down," Wang Wenhai whispered urgently. "Bring him down? How do you propose we accomplish that?" Lu Bin inquired with curiosity. "This card contains 1 million. If you can deliver it to Song Siming, I will handle the rest," Wang Wenhai declared, having meticulously devised a plan. "How can you be so certain I can deliver this 1 million to him?" Lu Bin scrutinized Wang Wenhai closely. "You and Song Siming were university classmates, and now you work under him. Proximity affords opportunity. If you feign compliance, you will undoubtedly find a chance to slip him the money." Wang Wenhai had thoroughly researched Lu Bin's background and even knew his next career move. "Is that so?" Wang Wenhai's persuasive words ignited a flicker of hope within Lu Bin. At present, Song Siming stood as an insurmountable obstacle. Unless he could dismantle this barrier, he would never achieve success. What if Song Siming becomes suspicious? Lu Bin voiced his last concern. "If he becomes suspicious, so be it. We have already hit rock bottom. Can we sink any lower?" Wang Wenhai's reassurance quelled Lu Bin's apprehensions. He accepted the bank card without hesitation. The two then strategized further before parting ways. "Chairman Jiang, I have fulfilled your request. Before long, Song Siming will reunite with his former superior in prison," Wang Wenhai said to himself once Lu Bin's figure had vanished. He then pulled out his phone and dialed the number. "Well done, Wenhai. Once this matter is settled, you can resign and join my Huanyu Group as the deputy general manager with a salary of 10 million. Came the voice on the other end, Jiang Yulong. After severing ties with Chung Kuei, Jiang Yulong's anger intensified, especially upon learning that Chung Kuei had successfully engaged Hongda Group and signed an investment agreement with them. The operations of Hongda Group and Huanyu Group are highly overlapping, aptly described as being irreconcilable. Chung Kuei's actions are tantamount to a slap in his own face, yet he lacks the courage to retaliate. Chung Kuei is no ordinary deputy mayor, leveraging the connections cultivated by his predecessors. He possesses a wealth of political resources that surpasses that of many municipal secretaries. Jiang Yulong can at most tear up the previously signed investment agreement, but beyond that, he is powerless. However, Jiang Yulong finds it unbearable to swallow this humiliation. Consequently, he shifts his focus to Song Siming, the very individual who has thwarted his endeavors on multiple occasions, even leading to his temporary incarceration. Ultimately, Song Siming is the true antagonist. Without him, he and Chen Kuei would still be the best of friends. Dealing with Song Siming, however, requires no such reservations. Given that Song Siming's former superior was imprisoned for corruption, it is highly likely that he is not a paragon of integrity either. As long as the appropriate evidence can be acquired, Jiang Yulong deems it feasible. Yet, he cannot undertake this task personally. After some deliberation, he thinks of Wang Wenhai, the former director of the Investment Promotion Office, who has been coerced by Song Siming into working at the funeral home. Upon contacting Wang Wenhai and articulating his intentions, Wang readily agrees with both hands and feet. However, Wang also recognizes the difficulty of uncovering evidence of Song Siming's corruption. If it were easy, the disciplinary committee would have already found it, and it wouldn't fall to him. In this context, fabricating evidence becomes the preferred option. The 1 million yuan serves as the initial funding from Jiang Yulong for this endeavor, with the possibility of further financial support until Song Siming is incarcerated. Rest assured, Director Jiang, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. If I fail to deal with Song Siming, I shall personally incinerate myself in the crematorium. Faced with the grand prospects outlined by Jiang Yulong, Wang Wenhai confidently pledges his commitment. At the Early Boat Restaurant, a seafood specialty establishment set away from the city center, known for its tranquil ambience and limited daily capacity of 8 tables, it is an ideal venue for those of sensitive stature who prefer discretion in their dining engagements. Chen Kuei, having spent little time in Qingshan, is surprisingly well acquainted with such hidden gems. At 6:30 in the evening, Song Siming, Yi Ruyun, Mu Kursin, and Lu Yu converge at the restaurant's entrance, and Song Siming is quite fond of the location chosen by Chen Kuei. This place, in contrast to a 5-star hotel, is a genuine dining haven. It looks a bit shabby. Mu Kursin, the affluent lady accustomed to presidential suites, expresses her disdain for such modest establishments. Don't be so picky. Today, you're not the protagonist, Yi Ruyun chides her. What of being the protagonist? I have invested 8 billion in Chen Kuei's venture. With that amount, can I not dine wherever I please? Despite the signed cooperation agreement, Mu Kursin is still filled with grievances. Sister Kursin, I believe you will recoup that 8 billion. Song Siming interjects. How so? The population of Qingshan City is under 1 million, making it difficult to support a Hongdao Plaza, Mu Kursin counters. True. The current population is indeed below 1 million, but in 2 years, it will exceed 2 million, Song Siming asserts earnestly. Oh, do enlighten me on how this 2 million will materialize, Mu Kursin responds with newfound interest. As far as I know, plans for the administrative restructuring of Qingshan City were submitted over a year ago. Upon approval, both the area and population will experience significant growth, Song Siming explains. But that is merely superficial growth. The land remains the same, the people are unchanged, which seems to have little impact on commercial complexes like Hongdao Plaza, Mu Kursin argues. Having researched Qingshan's future plans and perceiving no substantial difference between a county and a district. No, the impact will be substantial. Following the restructuring, the availability of construction land will increase significantly, thereby stimulating multiple industries. Song Siming patiently elaborates on the underlying logic. By the end of his explanation, Mu Kursin suddenly perceives potential in her investment in Qingshan. Shall we proceed inside? Chen Kuei awaits us. Seeing that Song Siming and Mu Kursin are engrossed in conversation, Yi Ruyun feels compelled to interrupt. Has Chen Kuei offered you some sort of benefit? Why are you so intent on considering his perspective? Mu Kursin suddenly inquires of Yi Ruyun. What benefit could he possibly provide? Primarily, this gathering was arranged by Chen Kuei through my graduate advisor. I cannot disregard Chen Kuei's courtesy without considering my advisor's standing, Yi Ruyun explains. I see, Song Siming realizes. That makes sense. I was puzzled by your sudden change of heart regarding Chen Kuei. Your advisor likely won't be joining us today, will they? Song Siming asks Yi Ruyun. I don't believe so. Upon this inquiry, Yi Ruyun's confidence wavers. We will know once we step inside, Song Siming asserts, leading the way into the restaurant. The staff promptly greet them, confirming the reservation and ushering the quartet down a lengthy corridor to the innermost private room. Upon entering, they find a woman in her 40s. still possessing a captivating charm, seated at the head of the table, while Chung Kuei smiles obsequiously beside her. "Professor, you have arrived in Qingshan but did not inform me in advance," Yi Ruyun exclaims, rushing forward. The woman at the head is none other than her esteemed mentor, Huafian, with whom she spent 3 years in her master's program and another 3 in her doctoral studies. Meanwhile, Song Siming scrutinizes Huafian, sensing familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen her before. "I refrained from informing you to surprise you," Huafian replies to Yi Ruyun. "It is indeed a delightful surprise," Yi Ruyun beams. She holds her mentor in the highest regard, as Huafian had been immensely supportive during her doctoral studies, revising her thesis multiple times. As Huafian herself once remarked, she had never cared for her own daughter as much. However, after returning to Jiangbei for work, the two could only meet during the festive seasons. "You must be Song Siming." After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Ruyun, Huafian turns her gaze upon Song Siming. "Yes, I am Song Siming," he confirms with a nod. "You were the one who stood me up," Huafian chuckles. "Stood you up?" Song Siming is momentarily baffled. "You applied to study at Jingda, did you not?" Huafian prompts. "I remember now," Song Siming suddenly recalls. During his senior year, he had applied to the graduate program at Jingda, achieving the top score in the written examination. Before the interview, he began selecting potential advisors, and among them was Huafian. He distinctly remembers sending her an email to express his interest. Huafian's prompt reply assured him that as long as he passed the interview, he would be accepted. However, before the interview could take place, Song Siming successfully passed the civil service examination, and after much contemplation, he chose to forego the graduate interview. Now, he understands why Huafian seemed familiar. He had seen her photo in the mentor showcase section on Jingda's website. "I regret not pursuing further studies," Song Siming admits with a hint of embarrassment. "Choose again," she said incisively. In the current environment, 99% of people would opt for civil service over pursuing a master's degree, as the latter often leads back to civil service examinations after 3 years of study. "If you hadn't given up back then, we might have known each other long ago." Yi Ruyun nudged Song Siming and whispered. "It's never too late to meet now," Song Siming chuckled. Subsequently, Yi Ruyun introduced Mu Kursin and Lu Yu to Huafian, both of whom held great respect for knowledgeable individuals. However, they were curious about how Chung Kuei had formed a connection with Huafian and managed to invite her as a mediator to ease the relationship with Yi Ruyun, or more precisely, with Song Siming. Ultimately, it was Chung Kuei himself who unveiled the truth. "I am currently pursuing a part-time master's degree at Peking University, and Professor Hua is my mentor," he explained. Within the system, academic qualifications serve as a significant advantage. At a certain level, one feels embarrassed not to possess at least a master's degree. Realizing this, Chung Kuei sought connections and successfully enrolled in Peking University's part-time program. His choice of Huafian as a mentor was solely based on her renowned status in the field, and at that time, he was unaware that she was also Yi Ruyun's mentor. Now that he knew, it proved quite beneficial. "Doesn't that make you Yi Ruyun's junior?" Mu Kursin interjected, urging him to call her senior sister for a laugh. Chung Kuei, being several years older than Yi Ruyun, found it awkward to address her as such, his face reddening with embarrassment. "There are no hierarchies in learning. Those who are capable may teach," Huafian reminded them. "The era of strict seniority has long passed." Eventually, Huafian stepped in to alleviate Chung Kuei's discomfort. The remainder of the gathering was filled with casual dining and conversation, with no mention of the prior conflict between Song Siming and Chung Kuei. Yet, Huafian's words subtly encouraged a closer bond between Chung Kuei and Song Siming. The implications clear. As the evening drew to a close, Huafian extended an olive branch to Song Siming. "Xiao Song, would you be interested in pursuing a part-time master's degree? I happen to have an enrollment spot available this year," she inquired. "I'm afraid I won't have the energy to complete it," Song Siming politely declined, not wishing to be in the same academic circle as Chung Kuei. "In my program, there's no such thing as failing to graduate," Huafian insisted, not allowing him to refuse. "You stood me up before, you can't do that again now. Ruyun, please persuade him." Huafian, aware of Yi Ruyun's rapport with Song Siming, directly enlisted her to apply pressure. "Honestly, pursuing a part-time master's degree would be quite beneficial," Yi Ruyun remarked to Song Siming. "Then I shall give it a try," he conceded, not wanting to disregard Yi Ruyun's feelings. Furthermore, his educational background was indeed a disadvantage. Securing a master's degree would facilitate future promotions, especially beyond the deputy department level where academic credentials carry even more weight. "It's settled then. Don't go back on your word," Huafian exclaimed, delighting in the agreement and indulging in a few extra drinks. By the time the gathering concluded, she appeared somewhat unsteady on her feet. "Professor, where are you staying? I'll drive you back," Yi Ruyun offered. "That would be nice." Huofian accepted without hesitation. Thus, Yi Ruyun assisted Huofian into her vehicle, while Song Siming inevitably became the driver, taking her back to the hotel. Huofian's hotel was located in the city center. Given the evening traffic, it took nearly an hour to arrive. Upon entering the room, Huofian suddenly became ill and vomited profusely, causing Song Siming to frown in concern. Yi Ruyun felt a pang of sympathy for her mentor. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested to Song Siming, "Why don't you help the professor?" "Help? How?" Song Siming questioned skeptically. "How else? Aren't you skilled at alcohol detox massages?" "Give the professor a massage," Yi Ruyun stated. "Is that appropriate?" Song Siming hesitated, realizing the potential misunderstandings of his actions, especially towards an elder who would be his future mentor. "What is inappropriate about it? Can't you see how unwell she is?" Yi Ruyun countered, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing that Yi Ruyun was unfazed, Song Siming felt less burdened and laid Huofian down on the bed, proceeding to administer the alcohol detox massage. To his surprise, Huofian abruptly sprang up. "Who taught you this massage technique?" she demanded, gripping Song Siming's wrist tightly, her voice serious. This reaction far exceeded Song Siming's expectations. Based on past experiences, he had assumed that even if Huofian recovered, she would pretend otherwise, just as Lu Yu, Mu Kersen, and Yi Ruyun had always done. After all, it was a dual experience of physical and spiritual indulgence that no normal woman would easily resist. Yet, Huofian only sampled the experience before cutting it short. "Who taught you this massage technique?" she repeated, her grip tightening, revealing her agitation. "It was learned from an elder," Song Siming replied honestly. Although Uncle Wang was merely a worker at the orphanage, Song Siming had always regarded him with the utmost respect, acknowledging the significant impact he had on his life. "An elder? What is his name?" Huofian fired off questions like a rapid-fire cannon. "His name is Wang Yutong. He works at the orphanage. I grew up there. And Uncle Wang took great care of me, teaching me many things," Song Siming continued. "The orphanage? He has been hiding there all these years," Huofian murmured. "Are you an acquaintance of Uncle Wang?" Song Siming asked, intrigued, already suspecting that Huofian was quite familiar with him. "More than just an acquaintance," Huofian sighed, then inquired, "Which orphanage is he at?" "The Cumin Orphanage in Kamen City, Jiangbei Province. I even saw him during the Spring Festival. By the way, I have his phone number. Would you like it?" Song Siming offered, sensing the depth of Huofian's connection with Uncle Wang. "No need. I will go directly to the Cumin Orphanage to find him," Huofian responded as she headed for the door. "Professor, it's late. Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow," Yi Ruyun quickly urged. Qingshan City is in the southern part of Jiangbei Province, while Kamen City is in the north, over 500 kilometers apart. "No, I'll just take a taxi there," Huofian insisted, dismissing Yi Ruyun's concern, then reminded Song Siming, "Do not inform Wang Yutong." "But," Song Siming hesitated. His relationship with Wang Yutong was undoubtedly closer than that with Huofian. Observing Huofian's determined demeanor, he felt that if he didn't give Wang Yutong a heads up, it would be awkward for him to meet him again in the future. "Do as the professor instructs," came the final word. Yi Ruyun promptly stepped forward to support Huofian. "All right, I assure you I won't tip off Uncle Wang." Song Siming had no choice but to make a promise. Once Huofian had departed, Yi Ruyun disclosed to Song Siming, "If I am not mistaken, your Uncle Wang is likely the husband that teacher Hua has been searching for over 20 years. "Husband? No way," Song Siming exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent so much time with Uncle Wang, he had never heard him mention a wife. He had assumed Uncle Wang had been single for over 20 years. How could it not be? Anyone familiar with teacher Hua knows that she got married before graduating from university, but shortly after, her husband went missing without a trace. At that time, teacher Hua was already pregnant, and later, she gave birth to a daughter, raising her alone. Yi Ruyun recounted Huofian's past. "How old is teacher Hua's daughter now?" Song Siming inquired. "She is a year younger than you, 26, Yi Ruyun replied. It seemed to align quite well. Song Siming calculated the timeline regarding Uncle Wang's arrival at the Welfare Institute and the disappearance of Huofian's husband, which matched closely. Coupled with Huofian's familiarity with a specific massage technique and her reaction upon hearing the name Wang Yutong, Yi Ruyun's deduction appeared entirely plausible. "This is a personal matter. You should refrain from meddling," Yi Ruyun cautioned Song Siming. "Fine, I will not interfere." Song Siming assured Yi Ruyun. One day in the future. Would you also leave me silently? Yi Ruyun suddenly asked Song Siming. How could that be? As long as you do not abandon me, I will never leave you. Song Siming declared resolutely. And what if you encounter a better woman? Yi Ruyun inquired, gazing into Song Siming's eyes. You are already the finest woman. How could there be anyone better? Song Siming replied with utmost sincerity. Flattery, Yi Ruyun scoffed, yet inwardly, she felt a surge of warmth. Since Teacher Hua's room has not been vacated, shall we not make do for one night here? Song Siming suggested. Make do for a night? What do you intend to do? Yi Ruyun feigned modesty in her question. What you wish to do is precisely what I desire. Song Siming exclaimed as he pulled Yi Ruyun into his embrace. Previously, due to a phone call from his father-in-law, he had not been able to cross the line with Yi Ruyun. Now that he had received his father-in-law's approval, to hold back would be a disservice to himself. Yi Ruyun was also filled with anticipation. Leaning against Song Siming's chest, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heart and softly murmured. I heard the first time might be painful. You must be gentle. Rest assured, I will be very gentle. Song Siming replied as his hands began to explore Yi Ruyun's form, from top to bottom, front to back. Yi Ruyun held on to Song Siming tightly. An hour later, as the storm subsided, Yi Ruyun opened her eyes and looked at the crimson stain on the sheets, questioning Song Siming. Why didn't I feel any pain? This is a matter of physics. Pain is primarily caused by friction. The greater the friction, the more intense the pain. Just now, the friction between us was virtually zero. Song Siming's explanation caused Yi Ruyun to shyly close her eyes once more. Linking theory to practice facilitates understanding. After sharing a theoretical discourse, Song Siming regained his strength and once again engaged Yi Ruyun in research on friction. Yi Ruyun attentively observed, only to discover that minimizing friction largely depended on her. Throughout the night, Song Siming and Yi Ruyun conducted 3 theoretical studies and 3 practical experiments. Following their 6 explorations, their level of mutual understanding reached unprecedented heights. Previously, Yi Ruyun felt immense happiness from merely receiving a hand massage from Song Siming. But after this night, she comprehended the true essence of happiness. After work tonight, come directly to my place, she stated as they finished breakfast at the hotel. Song Siming first dropped Yi Ruyun off at the Youth League Committee. Just before stepping out of the car, she leaned close to his ear and said, lingeringly, no problem. Typically, after a night of 3 encounters, a man would require a significant period to recuperate, but Song Siming was different. He had always been robust. He gladly accepted Yi Ruyun's fervent invitation. Meanwhile, over 600 kilometers away in Kamen City, Huafian, who had facilitated the research venue for Song Siming and Yi Ruyun, stood at the entrance of the Kamen City Welfare Institute. Who are you looking for? The gatekeeper inquired of Huafian. I am a professor from Capital University. My name is Huafian. I have a student named Song Siming, who came from this Welfare Institute. She introduced herself. You are Director Song's teacher? The gatekeeper was quite familiar with Song Siming, having escorted him to the examination hall during his college entrance exams. Yes, I am here primarily to see the children at the Welfare Institute and to see how I might assist them, Huafian explained to the gatekeeper. Welcome. We are truly delighted to have you. Professor Hua, please come in. I will contact the director right away. Professors from prestigious universities like Huafian were always held in high regard, especially since she was Song Siming's teacher. After a brief phone call, the director of the Welfare Institute arrived within 5 minutes. Professor Hua, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am thrilled to finally meet you. The director said sincerely, as Huafian was quite well known in academic circles and had even given lectures on national television. After exchanging pleasantries, Huafian got straight to the point. I heard from Song Siming that there is an extraordinary individual here named Wang Yutong. You mean Master Wang? He truly is an extraordinary person. He is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and often teaches the children, surpassing even the professional teachers. The children adore him. The director praised Wang Yutong. May I meet him? Huafian requested. Of course, I will have Master Wang come over immediately, the director replied without hesitation. A phone call later, Wang Yutong appeared before Huafian. How did you find me? Upon seeing Huafian, the usually composed Wang Yutong trembled slightly. Song Siming is applying for my master's program. He mentioned he has a remarkably talented Uncle Wang. Isn't it quite a coincidence? Huafian stated expressionlessly. Indeed. It is quite a coincidence, Wang Yutong sighed. The director sensed the familiarity between Huafian and Wang Yutong. Professor Hua, you two continue your conversation. I will go to the cafeteria to arrange for a meal, the director said before exiting the room, leaving only Wang Yutong and Huafian. Have you been here all these 26 years? Huafian asked. Yes, Wang Yutong nodded. The children at the Welfare Institute have a beloved Uncle Wang. But do you know that your own daughter has never met her father? Huafian inquired, tears welling in her eyes. I am sorry. Wang Yutong lowered his head. Is sorry enough? I need a reason, Huafian said through gritted teeth. The reason is that Song Siming is the son of Song Qingyi. Wang Yutong inhaled deeply and replied. Song Qingyi? Song Siming is the son of Song Qingyi? Huafian's expression was one of shock. I carried Song Siming from the capital to Jiangbei, placing him at the entrance of the Kunmin Welfare Institute. Subsequently, I applied for a position as a laborer at the same institute, having promised Qingying that I would take good care of his child. Wang Yutong continued. I can accompany you, he said. I do not wish to burden you, replied Huafian. Wang Yutong shook his head and said, Song Siming's identity is far too sensitive. If certain individuals were to discover his existence and learn that you are caring for him, your future would be jeopardized. Huafian fell silent, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation as one of the few privy to it. Is Song Siming even aware? After a prolonged pause, Huafian posed the question to Wang Yutong. I don't know, Wang Yutong sighed. In truth, he is quite well off as he is now. Is that truly the case? He ought to have a more advantageous starting point, Huafian murmured. A more advantageous starting point also entails greater risks. Was Cheng Qingyi's accident merely a coincidence? Wang Yutong queried. Huafian furrowed her brow, lapsing into silence. In the Qingshan City Committee office, Secretary Section 1, as soon as Song Siming settled into his office, Lu Bin reported in. Director Song, Lu Bin reporting for duty, he announced, bowing before everyone in the secretary section. This gesture took Song Siming by surprise, as he had always perceived Lu Bin as someone who would not easily bow down. Could it be that Cheng Kuei had exerted pressure on Lu Bin? It was a plausible thought. The previous day, Cheng Kuei had invited Huafian to act as a mediator. Failing to rein in Lu Bin would render that meal pointless. Lu Bin had been working in a provincial-level department, enjoying the benefits of a second-level chief officer. Everyone, please extend your support to Lu Bin, Song Siming stated formally to the secretary section, refraining from disclosing that Lu Bin was his former classmate. Support? Yes, we must take good care of him, came the agreement. In the bureaucratic system, the norm is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lu Bin, a second-level chief officer from the provincial level, had descended to the city without even being assigned a leadership role, indicating that he had surely offended someone, akin to being exiled to the frontier in ancient times. Once Song Siming entered his office, the members of Secretary Section 1 promptly offloaded undesirable tasks onto Lu Bin. Upon seeing the mountain of materials before him, Lu Bin's face turned pale. However, he bore it in silence, waiting for the opportunity to bring Song Siming down, at which point he would see who dared to bully him again. Thus, Lu Bin labored diligently in Secretary Section 1 for several days, feeling that Song Siming had begun to lower his guard. One afternoon, he approached Song Siming. Director Song, do you have time this evening? I would like to take you out for dinner and formally apologize. Standing before Song Siming's desk, Lu Bin spoke earnestly. Dinner? Apologize to me? That isn't necessary. Song Siming replied. All you need to do is work diligently. Thanks to Cheng Kuei's previous efforts to ease tensions, Song Siming did not wish to make things overly difficult for Lu Bin, yet he had no intention of reconciling their differences. Song Siming saw through Lu Bin completely. If there were no opportunity, he would certainly bide his time, but once an opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly strike back. Therefore, it was imperative to deny Lu Bin any chance, keeping him firmly under control within the city committee office. I will certainly work diligently. However, I am currently facing a rather practical issue, Lu Bin said, appearing troubled. What practical issue? Song Siming inquired. It's about being in a long-distance relationship with my girlfriend. Lu Bin started discussing Zhengqian. Are you looking to transfer back to the provincial capital? Song Siming raised an eyebrow. No. Lu Bin quickly waved his hands. I cannot return to the provincial capital. My girlfriend wants to come to Qingshan. Her family is in business and wishes to open a branch here. That sounds excellent. Not only does it resolve your personal issue, but it also contributes to Qingshan's economy, Song Siming stated in a very official manner. Yes, Lu Bin nodded repeatedly. However, my girlfriend is unfamiliar with Qingshan and hopes to find a local partner. A partner? What business is her family involved in? Song Siming asked. Real estate, Lu Bin replied. Real estate? In that case, it is indeed necessary to find a local developer to collaborate with, Song Siming remarked. Lu Bin immediately seized the opportunity, saying, Director Song has been in Qingshan for many years and surely knows many people. Could you facilitate an introduction? I am not in a position to do that. Perhaps you could reach out to Lu Yu, Song Siming suggested after a moment's thought. Lu Yu was overseeing the investment office and was in need of results. If I contact Director Lu, she probably won't respond to me. Lu Bin's target was Song Siming, not Lu Yu. Don't worry, I will call her. Song Siming assured Lu Bin, dialing Lu Yu's number and explaining the situation. Lu Bin's girlfriend? Lu Yu seemed resistant. Although Lu Bin's tenure as the investment office director had lasted only 1 day before he was dismissed, the two had not even had the chance to speak. However, Lu Bin's presence in Qingshan symbolized an effort to suppress her. This is standard procedure, Song Siming reminded Lu Yu. All right, have Lu Bin's girlfriend reach out to me directly. Lu Yu agreed without hesitation. Song Siming did not mind. To be overly concerned would be rather petty. Have your girlfriend arrange a time to visit the investment office and meet Lu Yu. This is a standard investment attraction process. And the investment office should still have certain supportive policies in place, Song Siming promptly told Lu Bin. Thank you, Director Song. I will inform my girlfriend of this good news right away. Lu Bin expressed his gratitude repeatedly. However, as soon as he exited Song Siming's office, his expression darkened. His initial intention had been to invite Song Siming to dinner, to get him intoxicated and slip the card given by Wang Wenhai into his pocket, thus accomplishing his goal. Yet, Song Siming had not taken the bait. Lu Bin had to quickly adapt, using his girlfriend as a topic of conversation. But Song Siming still managed to extricate himself entirely. Seizing the moment while in the restroom, Lu Bin contacted Wang Wenhai. This can be handled easily. Have your girlfriend approach Lu Yu with 2 gifts. Local specialties will do. One for Lu Yu, and the other for Song Siming. With the card placed inside Song Siming's gift, Wang Wenhai offered his suggestion. Will that work? Lu Bin hesitated. Of course, Lu Yu is Song Siming's mistress. Delivering it to Lu Yu is tantamount to delivering it to Song Siming, Wang Wenhai asserted confidently. Lu Yu is Song Siming's mistress? Surely not. Lu Bin was astonished. He had seen Song Siming's girlfriend, who could only be described as a celestial being. 99% of the time, every time Lu Yu is mentioned, it's as if one has trodden on Song Siming's tail. No one would believe that there isn't a special relationship between them. Wang Wenhai had been ousted precisely because of the difficulties he posed for Lu Yu. And Lu Bin's brief tenure as the investment office director surely had much to do with Lu Yu as well. That scoundrel Song Siming, enjoying the benefits while coveting more. Lu Bin nearly exploded with rage. But calming down, he thought of another issue. My girlfriend is unlikely to seek out Lu Yu. Why is that? Wang Wenhai queried. My girlfriend's cousin is the vice mayor, Chen Kuei. Even if she wishes to open a branch in Qingshan, there's no need to approach a mere deputy director of the investment office. She can contact her cousin directly, Lu Bin lamented. Then you should find another girlfriend. Wang Wenhai suggested, his mind racing. Find another girlfriend? Lu Bin's realization dawned upon him. You mean to find a woman to temporarily play the role of my girlfriend? Indeed. That was the intention. If you lack a suitable candidate, I can assist you in your search, Wang Wenhai volunteered. No need. I already have an appropriate choice. Lu Bin promptly declined and subsequently reached out to his former girlfriend, Gung Pingping. Gung Pingping was a close friend of Xing Qian and hailed from a family involved in the real estate business. Lu Bin's acquaintance with Xing Qian was facilitated through Gung Pingping. However, Gung Pingping's family was solely engaged in business, unlike Xing Qian's family, which had numerous relatives occupying high positions within the government. After careful consideration, Lu Bin decisively abandoned Gung Pingping in pursuit of Xing Qian. Yet, from Gung Pingping's perspective, it appeared as though Xing Qian was undermining her, deliberately enticing Lu Bin, which left her with lingering feelings for him. Upon receiving Lu Bin's call, Gung Pingping felt both surprised and elated. I have ended things with Xing Qian. Lu Bin began weaving a tale to convince Gung Pingping to meet Lu Yu as his girlfriend, expressing grievances about Xing Qian, claiming she had deceived him into moving to Qingshan under the pretense that her cousin Chen Kuei would look out for him, only to find Chen Kuei indifferent to his presence, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Rather than endure such indignities, it would be better to resign. Gung Pingping encouraged Lu Bin, which aligned perfectly with his intentions. The development landscape in Qingshan was promising, and I have a good rapport with the head of the investment promotion office. You could come here to develop real estate projects, and once you establish yourself, I can resign to help manage the business. Under Lu Bin's persuasive rhetoric, Gung Pingping arrived in Qingshan that very day. After a night of intimacy, the following morning, she brought the gifts Lu Bin had prepared for her to meet Lu Yu, the deputy director of the investment promotion office. Having received prior notice from Song Siming, Lu Yu greeted Gung Pingping warmly, outlining various incentives for investing in Qingshan and promising to introduce her to local developers. The conversation flowed smoothly, and as she departed, Gung Pingping left the gifts with Lu Yu. Upon inspecting her portion, Lu Yu noticed nothing amiss and thus paid it no mind. However, after work, Lu Yu's thoughts began to spiral. Why would a local specialty worth a mere few hundred yuan warrant a special delivery to Song Siming? Curiosity compelled her to open another box, revealing a concealed bank card. A piece of white tape affixed to the card bore the password 666666. How much could possibly be on it? Driven by intrigue, Lu Yu located an ATM, inserted the card, entered the password, and checked the balance. The screen's display of 1 million startled Lu Yu. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed Song Siming's number. Did you promise Lu Bin's girlfriend anything else? Gung Pingping intends to establish a branch in Qingshan and seeks local developers as partners, which poses no legal issues. It shouldn't have resulted in a sum as large as 1 million. Other matters? No, none at all. Song Siming was perplexed by the inquiry. Then why would she gift you 1 million? Lu Yu articulated her concern. 1 million? What 1 million? Song Siming was even more bewildered. Lu Yu recounted the details of Gung Pingping's gift, including the bank card hidden within. This spells trouble. Song Siming immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. You haven't tampered with that bank card, have you? He inquired. It was sent to you. How could I have touched it? Lu Yu responded. Then how did you ascertain there was 1 million in it? Song Siming pressed further. The card had the password written on it. And I checked the balance at the ATM, Lu Yu admitted candidly. Having previously worked in the disciplinary inspection department, Song Siming was acutely aware of the methods employed to secure evidence. ATMs are equipped with cameras. If the balance had been checked, it would undoubtedly have been recorded, serving as evidence of corruption. Have I made a mistake? As silence fell between them, Lu Yu began to feel anxious. The situation isn't overly dire, Song Siming reassured her. The likelihood is that Lu Bin intended to frame me, but you inadvertently intercepted it. Tomorrow morning, you should hand over the card to the disciplinary inspection group at your business bureau and explain its origins truthfully. That's 1 million at stake. Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy, specifically for Song Siming. Money, after all, is only valuable if one can enjoy it in life. You know Lu Bin is my protégé. Now his girlfriend is sending me money, and it's a hefty sum. Who knows what her motives are? Better to be cautious than to regret later. Song Siming elaborated on the implications. I understand. Lu Yu suddenly realized the urgency. It would be best not to wait until tomorrow. I will contact the leader of the disciplinary inspection group at the business bureau immediately. Good. As Song Siming ended the call, unease lingered within him. He felt that this situation could not solely be attributed to Lu Bin. Perhaps from the very beginning, when Lu Bin invited him to dinner, there had been a premeditated plan. It was only when he declined the invitation that Lu Bin resorted to this roundabout approach through Lu Yu. As things stood, he should be in the clear, having never touched the card. However, Lu Yu's fate remained uncertain. Voluntarily reporting the bank card could be seen as a commendable act of integrity or as a confession post-crime, depending on the perspective of the disciplinary department. Could it be Chen Kuei? Song Siming instinctively thought of Chen Kuei. Lu Bin lacked the cunning to orchestrate such a scheme. Perhaps Chen Kuei was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. If that were the case, then Chen Kuei's previous gestures of goodwill had merely been a facade. Vice Mayor Chen Kuei, Professor Hua is your mentor, as well as mine. If there are matters to discuss, we can address them directly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Song Siming decided to contact Chen Kuei to lay everything bare. Underhanded tactics? What underhanded tactics? Chen Kuei was bewildered. Lu Bin had his girlfriend deliver me 1 million. The next step would presumably be to report me to the disciplinary inspection office, Song Siming stated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Bin's girlfriend is my cousin. She would never engage in such actions, Chen Kuei asserted confidently. Concerning Lu Bin's transition from the investment promotion office to the municipal office, he had already provided detailed explanations to his cousin Zheng Qian, who had accepted the situation. There was no reason for her to covertly assist Lu Bin in targeting Song Siming. Cousin? Lu Bin's girlfriend is your cousin? Song Siming's brow furrowed in disbelief. Yes. Without that connection, do you think I would have placed such trust in Lu Bin? Chen Kuei replied. Then who met with Lu Yu? Song Siming meticulously recalled Lu Bin's earlier statements, realizing they were fundamentally flawed. Chen Kuei's cousin, wishing to establish a branch in Qingshan, which surely approached Qingkue. The vice mayor, rather than seeking an audience with a mere deputy director of the investment promotion office. This indicated that the entire scenario had been a trap from the outset. As Song Siming pondered how to resolve this predicament, Wang Wenhai and Liu Bin had already commenced their scheme to report him. They delivered a formal complaint to the Qingshan City Disciplinary Inspection Commission, alleging collusion between Song Siming and Liu to extort 1 million yuan. Upon receiving the complaint, the commission staff acted swiftly, escalating the matter to the deputy secretary of the commission, Wang Zhun. Wang Zhun was immediately struck with a sense of foreboding. Song Siming held a leverage over Wang Zhun, making it unwise for him to act against him. However, the act of formally reporting, particularly with 2 whistleblowers from within the system, necessitated adherence to protocol. Wang Zhun found himself compelled to deliver the report to Su Songhai, the head of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission. Once again, the name of Song Siming surfaced. Su Songhai experienced a similar vexation. Song Siming was akin to a hot potato that all leaders in Qingshan sought to avoid. The news of Song Siming's confrontation with Deputy Mayor Cheng Kue, in which he emerged victorious, had spread widely, further deterring anyone from taking action against him. Should the commission pursue an investigation based on the report, it could very well backfire on Su Songhai himself. Thus, he decided to discreetly communicate with Song Siming to ascertain the situation. After much deliberation, Su Songhai concluded that caution was paramount. The following morning, Wang Zhun contacted Song Siming and laid bare the details of the report. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the news, Song Siming scoffed, likening the situation to fish seeking fish and shrimp seeking shrimp, suggesting that Liu Bin and Wang Wenhai were a perfect match for each other's schemes. Is Vice Secretary Wang planning to summon me for questioning at the commission? He inquired over the phone. What are you talking about? After all those years with Zheng Shuling, you've remained untainted by any misconduct. How could you possibly bend for a mere 1 million? This is undoubtedly a frame-up, Wang Zhun asserted emphatically. If it is indeed a frame-up, shouldn't we first apprehend those who have falsely accused me for questioning? Song Siming replied with a grave tone. You've given me an idea, Wang Zhun remarked, his spirits lifting. While he dared not confront Song Siming, he felt emboldened to take action against Wang Wenhai and Liu Bin. Once he could break through their defenses and prove they had conspired to slander Song Siming, he would no longer have to grapple with the complexities surrounding Song Siming himself. Thus, Wang Zhun promptly dispatched commission staff to detain Wang Wenhai and Liu Bin from the funeral home and the municipal office, respectively. Both men were taken aback by the commission's methods. As whistleblowers, they were unaware that they had become the targets of an investigation. Despite their protests, they were ultimately confined to the commission's interrogation room. Wang Zhun, the deputy secretary of the commission, personally conducted the intense questioning of Wang Wenhai and Liu Bin. Liu Bin managed to withstand the pressure, having only recently arrived in Qingshan without any significant incriminating evidence against him. Conversely, Wang Wenhai, who had served for many years as the director of the investment promotion office, had accumulated a plethora of infractions. A mere hint of intimidation from Wang Zhun was sufficient to elicit a full confession from him. Secretary Su, the basic facts have been established. It was entirely a conspiracy between Wang Wenhai and Liu Bin to falsely accuse Song Siming. The 1 million was, in fact, offered to Song Siming without his knowledge. Wang Zhun reported immediately to Su Songhai with the results of his interrogation. Excellent. Su Songhai sighed with relief, his worries finally alleviated. He had genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with Song Siming. Furthermore, Wang Wenhai claimed that Jiang Yulong was the mastermind behind the plot. Jiang Yulong. Who is he? Su Songhai inquired skeptically. Jiang Yulong is the chairman of Huanyu Group. Recently, the group signed an investment agreement with the Qingshan city government. During the negotiations, he made some inappropriate demands of a female staff member from the investment promotion office, who happens to be acquainted with Song Siming. Upon learning of this, Song Siming intervened forcefully, leading to a fierce confrontation with Jiang Yulong. Wang Zhun recounted the tumultuous history between Song Siming and Jiang Yulong. Naturally, this information originated from Wang Wenhai's confession. This situation is rather complicated, Su Songhai mused, furrowing his brow. According to protocol, they had to bring Jiang Yulong in for questioning. However, as a prominent entrepreneur with intricate connections, he was not someone Qingshan's commission could handle lightly. Should Jiang Yulong feel provoked and take to the media, it could spark a public outcry, severely impacting Qingshan's investment climate. What do you propose? Su Songhai turned to Wang Zhun for his opinion. Secretary Su, I believe it would be prudent to downplay this matter, Wang Jun suggested after a moment's contemplation. Jiang Yulong is not a public official, making our handling of him quite complicated. There is no need to invite trouble. Indeed, Su Songhai nodded thoughtfully. The crime of false accusation is challenging to substantiate, as it involves multiple facets and is not solely at the commission's discretion. Therefore, they decided to issue a warning to both Lu Bin and Wang Wenhai, while Jiang Yulong would be disregarded entirely. Understood, Wang Jun promptly complied. Hours later, Lu Bin and Wang Wenhai emerged from the commission's interrogation room, each bearing a warning. However, their sentiments were starkly contrasting. Wang Wenhai felt an immense sense of relief. Had the investigation continued, the transgressions he committed during his tenure as director could have landed him in prison for a decade or more. Receiving only a warning felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. On the contrary, Lu Bin was thoroughly displeased. He felt as though he was caught in a downpour. Having already endured considerable frustration, and now faced with a warning, it seemed he was being pushed toward a dead end. The crucial point was that, despite being confined in the commission's interrogation room, he had resolutely said nothing, clearly indicating that Wang Wenhai had betrayed him. Weren't you the one who said that as long as I handed over the bank card to Song Siming, you would take care of everything? What is the situation now? Lu Bin confronted Wang Wenhai. We underestimated Song Siming. I can assert without a doubt that the entire commission is biased in his favor, Wang Wenhai retorted bitterly. Then let us report Song Siming to the provincial commission. I refuse to believe he is beyond reproach. Lu Bin declared through gritted teeth. Wang Wenhai shook his head. Song Siming, as a mere deputy-level official, would not be subject to direct action from the provincial commission, which would likely delegate the case back to the municipal level, yielding the same outcome. Then let us report both the municipal and provincial commissions together. Lu Bin pressed on. Report the municipal commission? Come on, be realistic, Wang Wenhai replied, bemused. If Lu Bin's father were the provincial commission secretary, they might stand a chance, but otherwise, it would only lead to humiliation. Regardless, he had no desire to escalate the situation further. If they continued to push, they might find themselves in deeper trouble without settling any scores. Meanwhile, as Lu Bin's direct superior, Song Siming promptly received the commission's notification regarding Lu Bin's warning. He held a high regard for the commission's efficiency in uncovering the truth within a day. However, the seemingly trivial warning felt somewhat dismissive. Secretary Wang, you and Lu are innocent, correct? Song Siming inquired as he dialed Wang Jun's number. Absolutely innocent, Wang Jun affirmed repeatedly. Since we are innocent, it proves that Lu Bin and Wang Wenhai conspired to frame us. Shouldn't your commission refer them to the judicial authorities for investigation rather than merely issue a light disciplinary action? Song Siming questioned Wang Jun. Well, we do have our challenges, Wang Jun replied awkwardly. Challenges? Did some high-ranking official intervene on behalf of Wang Wenhai and Lu Bin? Song Siming probed, suspiciously. Not quite. Wang Jun sighed, deciding to speak candidly. Wang Wenhai and Lu Bin are backed by Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong. I see. Song Siming understood without pressing Wang Jun further. The prevailing sentiment is to prioritize economic development above all else. Certain locales have even suggested that entrepreneurs like Jiang Yulong should be exempt from criminal penalties unless they commit egregious violations. Even if the disciplinary committee adheres to proper procedures, their efforts would likely be futile, making it wiser to refrain from intervening from the outset to mitigate losses. Brother, a moment of patience averts trouble, and taking a step back opens up a world of possibilities. There's no need to stoop to Jiang Yulong's level, Wang Jun advised Song Siming. It's not that I'm stooping to his level, but he's taking advantage of my leniency, Song Siming retorted. Secretary Wang, rest assured, I won't put you or the disciplinary committee in a difficult position. I'll deal with Jiang Yulong myself. How do you intend to handle it? Wang Jun inquired, intrigued. That's none of your concern. Suffice it to say, I'll ensure he pays the appropriate price, Song Siming declared emphatically before terminating the call. Can Song Siming truly subdue Jiang Yulong? Wang Jun pondered skeptically on the other end of the line. To his knowledge, while Huanyu Group had signed an investment agreement with the Qingshan municipal government, the investment would likely falter with the advent of Hongda Plaza. In other words, Jiang Yulong would cease to have any connection with Qingshan in the future. Could Song Siming possibly extend his reach beyond Qingshan? In reality, Song Siming could indeed extend his reach beyond Qingshan. However, this extension did not imply that Song Siming had any connections with leaders outside of Qingshan whom he could exploit to suppress Jiang Yulong. Moreover, mere suppression would not satisfy Song Siming. Jiang Yulong sought to incarcerate Song Siming, and Song Siming was determined to reciprocate in kind. After disconnecting from Wang Jun, Song Siming promptly retrieved another number from his phone's contact list. "Brother, what brings you to call me?" A male voice greeted him upon answering. "Xiaohu, I need your assistance with something," Song Siming stated. Xiaohu, whose given name was Zhuahu, was a childhood companion of Song Siming's from the orphanage. They shared an exceptionally close bond. Zhuahu hadn't attended university and had entered society upon reaching adulthood. Initially, Zhuahu worked as an extra in film studios before transitioning into a paparazzi reporter, specializing in capturing and exposing celebrities' private lives. Subsequently, Zhuahu's business expanded into the realm of private investigation, assisting wealthy women in uncovering their husbands' infidelities and helping certain companies gather compromising information on their competitors. For a sufficient sum, he was willing to undertake any task. During his annual visits to the orphanage for the Lunar New Year, Zhuahu's gossip could fill the hours from dawn till dusk. "Brother, your use of the word please is an affront to me. If it weren't for you, I would have drowned. Just give me your instructions," Zhuahu responded readily. As children, they had secretly gone swimming in the river, and Zhuahu had nearly been swept away by the current due to a leg cramp. Song Siming had selflessly rescued him, and he had always remembered this life-saving act of kindness. "I need you to investigate someone," Song Siming continued. "Who?" Zhuahu inquired. His excitement piqued by the nature of the request. "Jiang Yulong, the chairman of Huanyu Group. I want him to spend some time contemplating his actions in prison," Song Siming stated grimly. "Wouldn't you know it?" Zhuahu chuckled heartily. "What's so coincidental?" Song Siming asked. "Half a month ago, Jiang Yulong's wife hired me to investigate Jiang Yulong in preparation for dividing their assets in a divorce," Zhuahu explained. "What have you uncovered?" Song Siming pressed eagerly. "A plethora of information. Extramarital affairs, keeping mistresses, prostitution, illegitimate children," Zhuahu enumerated, counting on his fingers. "Is that all?" Song Siming frowned. What Zhuahu had mentioned was primarily of a moral nature, useful for Jiang Yulong's wife in their divorce proceedings, but it fell short of sending Jiang Yulong to prison. "Of course, there's more. I've also uncovered Jiang Yulong's tax evasion, fraudulent invoicing, stock manipulation, and insider trading," Zhuahu added. "Do you have substantive evidence for all of this?" Song Siming inquired. "Yes," Zhuahu affirmed confidently. "That settles it," Song Siming declared. While he wasn't trained in law, he knew from common sense that these charges were sufficient to incarcerate Jiang Yulong for several years. And, Zhuahu continued, "Jiang Yulong has a predilection for young girls, particularly virgins. He frequently spends exorbitant sums to purchase their virginity. There's a madam who has a long-standing partnership with Jiang Yulong. According to her, several of the young girls who have been with Jiang Yulong were under the age of 14. Under the age of 14? Is Jiang Yulong a beast?" Song Siming exclaimed, his anger flaring. "Jiang Yulong deserves to be shot," Zhuahu concurred. He had witnessed countless sordid affairs, but most had a bottom line. Jiang Yulong's unbridled depravity was truly rare. Even without Song Siming's involvement, he had intended to expose Jiang Yulong's misdeeds and subject him to legal repercussions. "Compile the relevant evidence and send it to me," Song Siming instructed Zhuahu. "No problem," Zhuahu responded promptly. Soon after, a compressed folder arrived in Song Siming's email. Song Siming downloaded, decompressed, and scrutinized the contents. The evidence provided by Zhuahu was comprehensive, including videos and photographs. Even without a confession, it was sufficient to convict Jiang Yulong and ensure his imprisonment for life. Most importantly, one of the underage girls whose virginity Jiang Yulong had purchased was from Qingshan, and the transaction had taken place in Qingshan. This meant that the Qingshan Public Security Bureau had jurisdiction over the case and could directly initiate an investigation into Jiang Yulong. Meanwhile, Jiang Yulong had once again arrived in Qingshan. He was there to witness Song Siming's downfall. Wang Wenhai had informed him that he had delivered the 1 million yuan to Song Siming and had reported Song Siming to the disciplinary committee for embezzlement and bribery. In all likelihood, Song Siming would soon be subjected to Shuangguei, internal disciplinary investigation. However, upon arriving in Qingshan, Jiang Yulong was unable to contact Wang Wenhai. His calls to Wang Wenhai went unanswered. It wasn't until the evening that Wang Wenhai returned his call, informing him that the plan had failed. Song Siming was unscathed, while he and Lu Bin, the two informants, had each received a warning. "Song Siming, you truly have some tricks up your sleeve," Jiang Yulong grumbled in frustration. He intended to continue funneling money to Wang Wenhai to seek further opportunities, but this time, Wang Wenhai refused to cooperate, claiming that he was content working at the funeral home. During their phone conversation, Lu Bin was present with Wang Wenhai. Director Wang, if you won't help Chairman Jiang. I will, Lu Bin declared to Wang Wenhai after he hung up. You'll help? How? Wang Wenhai inquired curiously. That's none of your concern, Lu Bin replied. All right. I'll give you Chairman Jiang's number. Contact him yourself, Wang Wenhai conceded. He was primarily concerned about being disciplined by the disciplinary committee. If Lu Bin could bring down Song Siming, he would be happy to see it happen. However, after saving Jiang Yulong's number, Lu Bin did not contact Jiang Yulong immediately. Instead, he dialed another number. Mayor Jean, this is Lu Bin from the Provincial Department of Civil Affairs. Lu Bin announced upon connecting. The Mayor Jean he referred to was Jean Baochong, the executive deputy mayor of Danxia City, which bordered Qingshan City. Jean Baochong and Lu Bin were from the same hometown, and Lu Bin had been responsible for receiving Jean Baochong when he visited the Provincial Department of Civil Affairs for official business. Over time, they had become acquainted. Lu Bin was contacting Jean Baochong at this juncture in the hope of escaping his predicament. Only by transferring out of Qingshan and breaking free from Song Siming's control would he have the opportunity to seek revenge. Lu, do you have something to discuss? Jean Baochong inquired. I have some breaking news that will surely be of interest to you, Lu Bin teased. What news? Jean Baochong pressed. The collaboration between Huanyu Group and Qingshan City has fallen through. As far as I know, Danxia City is in dire need of a large commercial complex. I wonder if Mayor Jean would be interested in introducing this project? Lu Bin suggested. Of course, I am very interested, Jean Baochong replied eagerly. Qingshan City had previously signed investment agreements with both Huanyu Group and Hongda Group, and as the executive vice mayor of the neighboring city, Jean Baochong was quite envious. As it happens, I know the chairman of Huanyu Group, Zhang Yulong. I can facilitate a connection, Lu Bin stated, outlining his purpose. That would be fantastic. Lu, if you can make Huanyu Plaza a reality in Danxia City, I will appoint you as the deputy director of the Danxia City Bureau of Commerce. Jean Baochong immediately painted a rosy picture for Lu Bin. Deputy director of the Bureau of Commerce? Lu Bin gasped, his breath quickening. That position was a real official rank. Many within the system toil their entire lives without reaching such heights. However, he had only been promoted to a regular section level for a year and was still carrying a disciplinary record, which theoretically barred him from becoming the deputy director. Mayor Jean, my intentions are not motivated by a desire for promotion. The core reason is that I see you as a dependable leader. From the moment I first met you, I wish to serve under your command, Lu Bin complimented while flattering Jean Baochong. Jean Baochong found this particularly gratifying. Tomorrow, I will initiate the transfer procedures for you, Jean Baochong vowed. That is truly wonderful, Lu Bin exclaimed with delight, sharing his situation. Mayor Jean, I am currently not in the Provincial Civil Affairs Department. I was recently transferred to Qingshan City. Unfortunately, I am not welcomed here, and my superior is actively suppressing me. I reported his illegal activities, yet I am the one facing disciplinary action, Lu Bin stated, cleverly twisting the narrative. That is utterly outrageous. A talent like you should not be overlooked by Qingshan City. It is no wonder Huanyu Group has chosen not to invest there, Jean Baochong, as an executive vice mayor, understood the nuances of Lu Bin's words. Regardless of the truth, the reality remained that he needed Lu Bin to connect with Zhang Yulong, rendering the question of right or wrong irrelevant. I will contact Chairman Jiang now. You await my news, Jean Baochong replied, rekindling Lu Bin's hope for advancement. He immediately reciprocated by facilitating a meeting between Jean Baochong and Zhang Yulong. After hanging up with Jean Baochong, Lu Bin reached out to Zhang Yulong. Chairman Jiang, this is Lu Bin. While Wang Wenhai dares not confront Song Siming, I do. Lu Bin knew what Zhang Yulong wanted to hear and thus endeavored to curry favor to gain his goodwill. Excellent. Wang Wenhai has backed down, which infuriates me. I am seeking someone to replace him, Zhang Yulong declared generously. I require neither manpower nor funds. I am a classmate of Song Siming, and I know all his transgressions. Just grant me a little more time, and I will ensure he faces his former superior, Lu Bin asserted confidently. How much time do you need? A month or two? Zhang Yulong inquired. Half a month. No, 10 days. Lu Bin boasted, knowing that exaggeration bore no penalty. As long as he could persuade Zhang Yulong to collaborate with Jean Baochong, he could secure his transfer to Danxia City, leaving future matters to be discussed later. I shall await your good news, Zhang Yulong replied. Chairman Jiang, there is one more thing. Lu Bin transitioned to the main topic. I believe you have not received the treatment you deserve in Qingshan, especially since Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei invited you only to dismiss you. You should show him some consequences. What do you suggest I do to make Cheng Kuei uncomfortable? Zhang Yulong sensed the undercurrents in Lu Bin's words. Lu Bin seized the opportunity in Jiangbei province. Qingshan City and Lincher Danxia City have always been rivals, with their GDPs closely matched. Last year, Qingshan City only led Danxia City by 5 billion. If you were to invest in a Huanyu Plaza in Danxia City, it is highly likely that Danxia City could surpass Qingshan City, thus becoming the third in the province. That would certainly cause Cheng Kuei considerable distress. That makes sense. Zhang Yulong suddenly perked up, due to concerns over Lu Bin's background. He had refrained from openly retaliating against Cheng Kuei, but now Lu Bin had provided a sound strategy. Cheng Kuei, as the vice mayor in charge of commerce, would find his prospects dimmed if Qingshan City's GDP were to drop from third to fourth during his tenure. Noticing Zhang Yulong's growing interest, Lu Bin pressed on, "I happen to know the executive vice mayor of Danxia City. Shall I introduce you?" "Yes, please do." Zhang Yulong responded without hesitation. At this point, Lu Bin's plan had progressed significantly. The following day, by 10 in the morning, Song Siming had yet to see Lu Bin. Lu Bin's unexplained absence was recorded and reported to the office. Song Siming was already dissatisfied with Lu Bin's warning disciplinary action and saw this as an opportunity to further undermine him. However, just as he finished speaking, the deputy director of the municipal office, Chen Huang, arrived. "Director Chen, do you have any instructions?" Song Siming inquired. "No specific instructions. Just a matter I wanted to discuss with you," Chen Huang replied. "What matter?" Song Siming asked curiously. "Lu Bin is being transferred," Chen Huang whispered. "Transferred? Where to?" Song Siming frowned immediately. "To the Danxia city government," Chen Huang answered. "Danxia?" While Song Siming could somewhat understand Lu Bin's reassignment back to the province, Danxia was perplexing, as he knew Lu Bin had no connections there. It was Jin Baochong, the executive vice mayor of Danxia City, who had taken an interest in Lu Bin. Jin Baochong and our deputy secretary L had previously attended training together at the provincial party school, and their relationship was quite strong. This transfer was facilitated through deputy secretary L, Chen Huang explained. Earlier, Chen Huang had harbored a strong dislike for Song Siming and had even clashed with him. However, as Song Siming defeated one opponent after another, including city leaders who now kept their distance, Chen Huang began to reconsider his stance. This time, by giving Song Siming a heads up, he was attempting to mend fences. Deputy Secretary L, Song Siming's expression darkened. He had brought Lu Bin into the municipal office to keep him under tight control, yet El Palu had turned around and released Lu Bin, which felt like a direct affront. "Has the transfer order been issued?" Song Siming asked Chen Huang. "Yes, I saw the order myself, which is why I'm here," Chen Huang clarified. "It seems I need to report to Deputy Secretary L soon," Song Siming muttered to himself. "So bold?" Chen Huang was taken aback. Knowing the relationship between Song Siming and Lu Bin, as well as that El Palu's decision to transfer Lu Bin was a slap in the face to Song Siming. But the two were separated by many ranks. Would Song Siming dare confront El Palu? "Director Chen, thank you for your efforts." Song Siming expressed his gratitude to Chen Huang. "Not at all, not at all," Chen Huang reassured him, adding that Lu Bin's departure was for the best, as it would prevent the municipal office from becoming chaotic. Director Chen is correct. His departure is for the best. Although Song Siming outwardly expressed this sentiment, he wasted no time in dialing Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei's number as soon as Chen Huang left. Song Siming contemplated the possibility that Lu Bin and Jin Baochong, the executive vice mayor of Danxia City, were likely acquainted through Cheng Kuei. In other words, Cheng Kuei, while appearing to comply, had ostensibly agreed to transfer Lu Bin to the municipal committee office only to subsequently extricate him, a tactic that Song Siming found particularly distasteful. "Vice Mayor Cheng, are you aware of Lu Bin's transfer to Danxia City?" Song Siming inquired without preamble once the call connected. "Yes," Cheng Kuei replied in a low tone. "Vice Mayor Cheng, this seems rather underhanded. If you had prior arrangements for Lu Bin, you should have informed me instead of allowing him to meander through the municipal committee office." Song Siming chided Cheng Kuei in a light-hearted manner. "This transfer had nothing to do with me. It was entirely his own doing," Cheng Kuei clarified. "His own doing? Does he possess such capability?" Song Siming expressed skepticism. Cheng Kuei elaborated. He introduced Jiang Yulong to Jin Baochong, and they have reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. Initially, the project at Qingshan's Huanyu Square was to be relocated to Danxia. Just recently, they even invited me to a celebratory feast. I am perplexed as to how Lu Bin came to know Jiang Yulong. At this point, Cheng Kuei was seething with frustration. While he could accept the cancellation of Huanyu Group's investment in Qingshan, he could not abide the fact that this investment had shifted to neighboring Danxia City. For many years, Qingshan's GDP had consistently ranked third in the province, while Danxia held the fourth position. With Huanyu Group's investment, Qingshan could easily drop to fourth place, elevating Danxia to third, thereby heightening the pressures on Chen Kuei, who oversaw commerce. Moreover, Jiang Yulong and Lu Bin had audaciously contacted him for a celebratory dinner, clearly intent on irritating him. Song Siming discerned Chen Kuei's grievances. Vice Mayor Cheng, I am indeed aware of how Lu Bin and Jiang Yulong became acquainted, Song Siming stated. How did they meet? Chen Kuei inquired. When Lu Bin was appointed as the director of the investment promotion office in Qingshan, Huanyu Group's investment had already fallen through. It seems unlikely that they should have crossed paths, Song Siming explained. Jiang Yulong seeks to exact revenge on me, and Lu Bin shares the same desire. They have conspired to fabricate evidence against me. If it weren't for the keen oversight of the disciplinary committee, I might have found myself in their clutches once again. Now I understand, Chen Kuei remarked, a look of realization dawning upon him. It appeared that Jiang Yulong and Chen Kuei's inability to undermine Song Siming had prompted them to turn on him instead. What a pair of scoundrels! Chen Kuei muttered darkly. Meanwhile, Song Siming found amusement in the situation. Both Jiang Yulong and Lu Bin were products of Chen Kuei's machinations in Qingshan. Ultimately, Chen Kuei had abandoned them for his own benefit. Their subsequent attempts at revenge were entirely predictable. However, in the realm of adults, matters cannot simply be delineated as right or wrong. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With Lu Bin and Jiang Yulong at the forefront, both he and Chen Kuei could potentially become allies. Vice Mayor Cheng, you should attend the banquet, Song Siming suggested. Attend? To witness those two scoundrels flaunting their power? Chen Kuei retorted with evident displeasure. Certainly not. I can predict with near certainty that Jiang Yulong and Jin Baochang's collaboration will fail, Song Siming asserted. Why is that? Chen Kuei queried. It is not yet convenient to disclose. I wish to surprise Vice Mayor Cheng, Song Siming teased. Attending is fine, but you must accompany me. Chen Kuei acknowledged Song Siming as an ally. That suits me perfectly. I intend to confront Jiang Yulong and Lu Bin directly. Song Siming did not hesitate to agree. I'll have my driver pick you up. Chen Kuei, now somewhat intrigued by the surprise Song Siming promised, concluded the call and promptly arranged for his driver to head to the municipal committee office. An hour later, the staff at the municipal committee compound witnessed a remarkable scene. Former Secretary General and Deputy Section Chief Song Siming was seen stepping in a Vice Mayor Chen Kuei's vehicle, which proceeded directly to the base of the municipal committee office, a treatment akin to that of a VIP. What is happening? Wasn't Song Siming embroiled in a fierce dispute with Vice Mayor Cheng? Chen Kuei had painstakingly secured an investment that Song Siming had jeopardized. How could they have reconciled? Speculation spread as people pondered the sudden shift in their relationship. At Qingshan Rinjia restaurant, the venue chosen by Jiang Yulong, he faced his first setback when he attempted to manipulate Lu Yu, only to be violently confronted by Song Siming. Now, he sought to rise again from the very ground he had fallen. Mayor Jin, I have also invited a guest, Jiang Yulong announced as he arrived at the restaurant. Shortly thereafter, Lu Bin and Jin Baochang joined him. I have invited a guest as well, Jin Baochang said. Oh, who might that be? Jiang Yulong inquired. The Deputy Secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee, LV Peilu. Lu Bin's transfer was entirely contingent upon him, Jin Baochang replied. Your transfer? Where are you headed? Jiang Yulong turned to Lu Bin. Mayor Jin wishes for me to assist in Danxia City, with the provisional position of his personal secretary, Lu Bin said with a smile. Mayor Jin's personal secretary? Jiang Yulong mused, suddenly realizing he had been used by Lu Bin, who likely leveraged his influence to gain favor with Jin Baochang. It became clear why Lu Bin had been so eager regarding the investment. Mr. Jiang, who is your guest? Jin Baochang inquired. Chen Kuei, the member of the Standing Committee of the Qingshan Municipal Committee and Vice Mayor, Jiang Yulong replied. That seems rather inappropriate, Jin Baochang frowned. Aware of Chen Kuei's prior involvement in the investment agreement with Huanyu Group, the prospect of him meeting Chen Kuei felt reminiscent of a mistress encountering the original partner. It is perfectly fine. I intend to demonstrate to Vice Mayor Cheng that Huanyu Group is a coveted entity wherever it goes. Only he lacks the foresight to recognize my value, Jiang Yulong declared proudly. Jin Baochang appeared somewhat awkward. He bore no personal animosity towards Chen Kuei. They merely sought to fulfill their professional obligations. Yet, Jiang Yulong's actions seemed to provoke Chen Kuei intentionally, undermining his position. Will Vice Mayor Cheng truly attend? Jin Baochang asked Jiang Yulong. He confirmed he would arrive punctually, Jiang Yulong assured him. In truth, Jiang Yulong was equally surprised that Cheng Kuei would deign to attend the banquet. He initially thought that Cheng Kuei would find an excuse to evade, for after all, it was a situation that could lead to embarrassment. To his surprise, Cheng Kuei, fully aware of the potential dangers, boldly approached them, presenting his face for a blow. Thus, there was no need for pretense. If he had come, he might as well stay, especially with El Peilu present, ensuring that things wouldn't escalate too awkwardly. As Jin Baochang was contemplating this, El Peilu pushed open the door and entered the private room. Since it was a private gathering, El Peilu was dressed casually, without any secretaries or drivers, and even wore a mask. Consequently, it took a moment for Jin Baochang and the others to recognize him until he removed the mask. Secretary L, if this were wartime, you would undoubtedly be working on the covert front lines, Jin Baochang exclaimed, rising to laugh heartily. The two were not only classmates from the provincial party school but also had a familial connection, often exchanging playful banter. There's no choice. So many people in Qingshan know me that if I don't wear a mask, I might get pulled away halfway, and then Mayor Jin won't get to see me. El Peilu replied, glancing at Jiang Yulong. Chairman Jiang, if Qingshan can't keep its fortune god, we leaders must reflect. When Jin Baochang called him to invite him for dinner, he had already informed him that the Huanyu Plaza project would be transferred from Qingshan City to Danxia City. Reflections should be made by those leaders in the municipal government. If Secretary L were the mayor of Qingshan, I guarantee Huanyu Plaza would be established there. Jiang Yulong, too, spoke in flattering tones while subtly undermining the municipal leaders, elevating El Peilu as the dedicated deputy secretary. Chairman Jiang, you said it yourself. If one day I am appointed to the municipal government, you must return. El Peilu seized the opportunity to address Jiang Yulong. The resistance to being promoted directly to secretary was immense. El Peilu's long-standing ambition was to become the mayor of Qingshan City. Once he achieved that, he would have to consider the economic development of the city. His attendance at this dinner was largely to establish a connection with Jiang Yulong for future endeavors. Absolutely, as long as Secretary L gives the word. I can return at any time, Jiang Yulong responded without hesitation. After all, such promises made over drinks were seldom taken seriously. What about Danxia City? Jin Baochang interjected, fearing any potential changes in Huanyu Group's investment in Danxia City. Danxia is Danxia, and Qingshan is Qingshan. I, Jiang Yulong, am still capable of establishing two Huanyu plazas simultaneously. Jiang Yulong reassured Jin Baochang. That's good to hear, Jin Baochang replied while guiding El Peilu to take a seat. You must be Lu Bin. El Peilu turned his attention to Lu Bin after sitting down. Secretary L, I am Lu Bin. Lu Bin quickly stood up and respectfully responded. A cross-city transfer requires consent not only from the receiving end but also from the transferring end. Jin Baochang had informed him that El Peilu's approval was essential for this transfer to happen. I've put a lot of thought into your transfer. You just moved from the province to Qingshan. In principle, you shouldn't be transferred again so soon, El Peilu remarked with a chuckle. Of course, this statement was directed more toward Jin Baochang than Lu Bin, as he needed to convey the significance of this favor to Jin Baochang. Did you hear that? You must toast Secretary L a few extra times later to thank him for his special arrangements, Jin Baochang said earnestly to Lu Bin. Yes, Lu Bin nodded repeatedly. It mainly depends on your reputation. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't help with this, El Peilu emphasized to Jin Baochang. This statement was not mere chatter. A simple transfer at the departmental level theoretically posed no significant difficulty. However, it involved Song Siming. El Peilu had heard a bit about the conflict between Lu Bin and Song Siming. Lu Bin was initially slated to be the director of the Investment Promotion Office upon arriving in Qingshan from the province. But he ended up in the municipal party office as a second-level director due to Song Siming's maneuvers. This situation troubled El Peilu greatly. Not long ago, he had just clashed with Song Siming. He had hoped that Song Siming would reveal some compromising information about certain leaders in Qingshan to assist him in his ascent. But Song Siming had not taken the bait. Consequently, El Peilu had attempted to pressure him with a few harsh words. But Song Siming had retaliated with a bombshell revelation that left him reeling. To this day, he was still on edge, if not for another party involved, who had a formidable background and advised him not to worry. He would have likely raised the white flag and sought to surrender to Song Siming. In this context, if it were not for his close relationship with Jin Baochang, he would have found it difficult to refuse involvement in Lu Bin's matter. I understand. Whenever you have an order, I will certainly do my utmost, Jin Baochang responded, unaware of El Peilu's issues with Song Siming, replying lightheartedly. El Peilu did not expect Jin Baochang to do anything significant. Have you ordered the dishes? If so, let us serve them, El Peilu said to Jin Baochang. He had been working all day and was quite tired, hoping to eat quickly and head home to rest. The dishes have been ordered. But we still have to wait a bit for them to arrive, Jin Baochang informed him. Are there other guests? El Peilu inquired. Your fellow standing committee member and vice mayor of Qingshan, Cheng Kuei, Jin Baochang explained. The vice mayor I invited, Jiang Yulong added. El Peilu was momentarily taken aback and asked Jiang Yulong, aren't you worried that the two vice mayors might clash? The Huanyu Plaza project had been introduced to Qingshan by Cheng Kuei, and the investment agreement had already been signed. Even if it fell through midway, it would not be Jin Baochang's fault. Now that it was shifting to Danxia, Cheng Kuei would undoubtedly be displeased. Most importantly, the GDP rankings of Qingshan and Danxia were 3rd and 4th in the province, with a minimal gap. If the rankings reversed due to the Huanyu Plaza project, Cheng Kuei would surely harbor intense resentment toward Jin Baochang. Will they really clash? Jiang Yulong laughed lightly. If it comes to that, Secretary L will certainly help mediate. I doubt I have the strength to sway either vice mayor. That essay given, when it's time to mediate, I will certainly step in. El Peilu took on the task. In truth, he was quite keen to see Cheng Kuei's embarrassment. Despite their lack of direct competition and limited interactions, El Peilu had felt a sense of displeasure toward Cheng Kuei since his arrival in Qingshan. After all, he had toiled for many years in Qingshan to attain the position of a dedicated deputy secretary, while Cheng Kuei had parachuted in from the Provincial Youth League, becoming a vice mayor and a standing committee member, treating the locals as if they were invisible. As he pondered this, the door to the private room swung open, and Cheng Kuei walked in, followed closely by Song Siming. Apologies for the delay, there was some traffic on the way. It's great to see you here, Secretary L. I've been in Qingshan for over a month and have yet to share a meal with you, Cheng Kuei said with unusual enthusiasm, opening the floodgates of conversation as if he were hosting the dinner. The expressions of the 4 individuals in the room varied. Apart from Jin Baochang, who managed to smile, the other 3 wore somewhat cold expressions. The chill was not due to Cheng Kuei, but rather the uninvited presence of Song Siming. Lu Bin's relationship with Song Siming was well known, characterized by a fierce animosity. Jiang Yulong's situation was similar, having suffered a blow from Song Siming without being able to retaliate. He held a deep-seated desire to eliminate him if the opportunity arose. As for El Peilu, although they had not openly clashed, he harbored a profound wariness of Song Siming, fearing that he might expose his darker past. Only Jin Baochang remained oblivious, mistaking Song Siming for Cheng Kuei's secretary, assuming he had come along to help Cheng Kuei with his drinking duties. Song Siming, did I extend an invitation to you? Today, Jiang Yulong hosted the gathering. And as Cheng Kuei finished speaking, he turned to question Song Siming. It seems you weren't invited, Jiang Yulong stated coldly. It's not just a matter of seeming. You were never invited, Song Siming shrugged in response. Now, I must ask you to leave. Jiang Yulong's voice was icy. Are you so afraid of me, Director Jiang? Song Siming feigned surprise. Afraid of you? How could I possibly be afraid of you? Jiang Yulong retorted immediately. Then, I suppose my presence here is of no consequence? Song Siming chuckled. I'm the one footing the bill. What gives you the right to stay? Jiang Yulong insisted relentlessly. At this, Cheng Kuei's expression hardened. Director Jiang, Song Siming is my guest. If necessary, I can leave with him. What is going on? How did they end up together? Jiang Yulong furrowed his brow in confusion. He had assumed that Song Siming's and Cheng Kuei's simultaneous arrival was mere coincidence. Mayor Cheng, Director Jiang, is just joking. A guest is a guest. Even if there are past grievances, they can be set aside with a smile. Please, have a seat, Lu Peilu interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation. His intervention was not only for Cheng Kuei, but also for Song Siming, as he sensed the latter's watchful gaze upon him, causing him considerable unease. Eventually, Cheng Kuei and Song Siming took their seats, leaving Lu Bin, who had remained silent thus far, feeling increasingly anxious. No one understood Cheng Kuei's background better than he did, nor was anyone more aware of Song Siming's capabilities. Should these two form an alliance? It would spell disaster for everyone present. Lao Lu, Ascent this Song Siming your superior? Jin Baochang suddenly whispered to Lu Bin. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bin admitted, yes. That SM. Jin Baochang's eyes flickered with intrigue. He realized that the animosity between Jiang Yulong and Song Siming was deep-rooted. And Lu Bin also had unresolved issues with Song Siming. Cheng Kuei had deliberately brought such a person into today's gathering, clearly positioning himself against Jiang Yulong. After all, The key figures in the establishment of Huanyu Plaza and Danxiao were Lu Bin and Jiang Yulong. In this world, debts always come due. Jin Baochong sighed inwardly, feeling that his rift with Cheng Kuei had solidified, and even Lu Peilu's presence could hardly mediate. Yet Jiang Yulong seemed unfazed by the unfolding drama. He was primarily focused on reclaiming his standing through Cheng Kuei, viewing Song Siming's presence as inconsequential. Vice Mayor Cheng. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed executive vice mayor of Danxia City, Jin Baochong. Jiang Yulong wasted no time, diving straight into the matter without waiting for the dishes to be served. Vice Mayor Jin, greetings, Cheng Kuei replied nonchalantly, not even bothering to rise. Greetings, Vice Mayor Cheng. Jin Baochong had almost stood to shake hands, but quickly withdrew his hand upon sensing Cheng Kuei's dismissive attitude. He understood that no matter how polite he was, Cheng Kuei would only regard him as an adversary. Vice Mayor Cheng, I must inform you of something, Jiang Yulong continued. Danxia City has offered even more favorable conditions, and I intend to relocate the Huanyu Plaza project initially planned for Qingshan to Danxia. Relocate to Danxia? Don't forget that Huanyu Group has already signed an agreement with the Qingshan municipal government, Cheng Kuei retorted with a cold huff. Initially, he had felt aggrieved by Jiang Yulong's failure to support him at a critical moment, thus allowing Jiang Yulong to breach the contract. But now, Jiang Yulong was openly siding with his rival, flaunting his position, compelling Cheng Kuei to invoke the agreement. Vice Mayor Cheng. Do not forget that the agreement stipulates that no other large-scale commercial complexes can be introduced into Qingshan's urban area within 1 year. If my memory serves me correctly, Qingshan City recently signed a cooperation agreement with Hengda Group to introduce the Hengda Plaza project, which clearly indicates that the Qingshan municipal government breached the contract first. Jiang Yulong argued persuasively. Cheng Kuei was momentarily at a loss for words. He had sought Hengda Group due to concerns about Huanyu Group's investment faltering, only to find Jiang Yulong using this against him, rendering his rationale invalid. Cheng Kuei glanced at Song Siming, who had promised him a surprise and assured him that he would not need to intervene with Jiang Yulong. Now, it was time for Song Siming to step forward. Director Jiang, theoretically speaking, it is indeed the Qingshan municipal government that breached the contract first, while Huanyu Group followed suit. However, theory alone cannot suffice. We must also consider the reality, Song Siming said with a calm smile, addressing Jiang Yulong directly. Reality? Pray, enlighten me, Jiang Yulong scoffed. With the financial power in his hands, he believed he could invest wherever he pleased, harboring little faith that Song Siming could compel him to act against his will. The reality is that you must honor your cooperation agreement with the Qingshan municipal government, or else your dining options will be limited. Song Siming stated firmly. Limited dining options? Are you suggesting the Iha Grand Hotel or the Huamei Grand Hotel? Jiang Yulong carelessly named the only 2 5-star hotels in Qingshan, both of which felt beneath his stature. Neither, Song Siming shook his head, gravely informing Jiang Yulong, it will be Qingshan Prison. Qingshan Prison, situated in the southern part of Qingshan City, is a facility under the Jiangbei Provincial Prison Bureau, specifically housing inmates sentenced to 10 years or more, including life sentences. However, Jiang Yulong was oblivious to this. Are you threatening me? Jiang Yulong asked, taken aback. Threatening you? Are you unaware of your own actions? Song Siming replied, his tone serious. Jiang Yulong felt a tremor of fear but maintained a facade of composure. I am a law-abiding businessman. What could I possibly do? Song Siming, do not slander me. Truly. It is only when one is faced with the inevitable that they realize the gravity of their actions. Song Siming shook his head, producing his phone to dial a number. Director Yin, have you arrived? I have, came the voice of Yin Shengli, the executive vice director of the Qingshan Public Security Bureau. 3rd floor, room 333. Please bring your people up. After concluding the call, Song Siming hung up. You must not act recklessly, Cheng Kuei cautioned, pulling at Song Siming, his voice lowered. He had surmised that the director Yin mentioned by Song Siming was indeed the executive vice director of the Qingshan Public Security Bureau. If Cheng Kuei could guess this, then Lu Peilu, who had a deeper understanding of the various levels of Qingshan officials, surely could as well. He looked at Song Siming in disbelief. In their last encounter, Song Siming had struck him as highly intelligent and emotionally astute, possessing a profound depth of character. It seemed improbable that someone of his caliber would foolishly employ the police force to pressure Jiang Yulong, who was no ordinary citizen. Not only would the Qingshan Public Security Bureau find it challenging to handle Jiang Yulong, but even the Jiangbei Provincial Public Security Department would struggle to rein him in. Should Jiang Yulong leverage his resources to ignite media scrutiny and stir public sentiment, the Qingshan Municipal Committee and government would find themselves in an untenable position, potentially leading to accountability directed toward him, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee. After all, Song Siming was affiliated with the Municipal Committee office, while he, the Deputy Secretary, was responsible for overseeing all municipal operations. Any missteps by individuals within the committee would ultimately reflect on his leadership. However, the predicament lay in Song Siming possessing leverage over him, preventing him from being overly assertive. Xiao Song, you must remain calm, Lu Peilu urged. Secretary Lu, I am utterly composed. It is certain individuals who are not sufficiently measured, believing that their wealth grants them impunity, unaware that the long arm of the law is inescapable. Song Siming was utterly unyielding, turning to Peilu and saying, Director Yin, is it? You should summon your Director Yin here. I am eager to see what this Director Yin can do to me. Jiang Yulong, filled with defiance, even started to taunt Song Siming. In this room, we have a Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and 2 Vice Mayors. Can a Bureau Chief outrank a Deputy Secretary? Can he surpass a Vice Mayor? I don't believe that the reinforcements Song Siming summoned can stir up any trouble. Just as Jiang Yulong finished his tirade, the door to the private room swung open. Yin Xingli, the Executive Deputy Director of the Qingshan Public Security Bureau, entered with the head of the Criminal Investigation Team and several officers. Secretary? Cheng Mayor? Upon seeing Peilu and Qing Kuei seated in the room, Yin Xingli couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Song Siming had not informed him that 2 high-ranking officials would also be present. Deputy Director Yin, you shouldn't indulge this young man, Song. You mustn't follow him into such folly. Peilu immediately addressed Yin Xingli, aiming to regain control of the situation and prevent further escalation. Deputy Director Yin, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. Qing Kuei hesitated, but soon fell into step with Peilu's approach. Song Siming had promised him a surprise, but he never expected it to manifest in such a manner. Had he known beforehand, he would have refused to attend this gathering. Truth be told, he wished to see Jiang Yulong apprehended, but the issue lay in the lack of evidence. Fabricating charges against Jiang Yulong was utterly unfeasible. Folly. You want me to leave? Am I even allowed to? Yin Xingli instinctively glanced at Song Siming. In this play, Song Siming was the director, and he was the lead actor. If Song Siming did not call cut, how could he possibly stop? Deputy Director Yin, have you lost your mind? Ignoring the orders of the secretary and the mayor to heed the whims of a mere section chief? How did you even become a deputy director? Peilu and Qing Kuei maintained a demeanor of wanting to avoid conflict, which only bolstered Jiang Yulong's confidence, prompting him to ridicule Yin Xingli further. How dare you? Yin Xingli's anger flared. Previously, he had cooperated with the business bureau, sending patrol officers to the Qing Shanrenjia restaurant, only to discover that Jiang Yulong had harassed Lu Yu from the business bureau. The on-duty officers had enforced the law impartially, resulting in Jiang Yulong's detention. For this incident, Yin Xingli faced significant criticism. The vice mayor, Sun Lekun, publicly chastised him during a party committee meeting for lacking a broader perspective and failing to adapt flexibly, thereby exacerbating conflicts and tarnishing Qingshan's external image. This left Yin Xingli feeling frustrated for an entire week. And the source of his irritation was none other than Jiang Yulong. If not for Jiang Yulong's audacity, the subsequent events would never have occurred. From that moment, Yin Xingli harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Yulong. Hence, when Song Siming reached out to him about dealing with Jiang Yulong, he agreed without a moment's hesitation, eager to collaborate with Song Siming. Now, with Jiang Yulong openly challenging him, he could hardly tolerate it. Jiang Yulong, I do not heed anyone's opinion. The Public Security Department's enforcement of the law is predicated on fairness and justice. As the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, my actions are guided by the law, not by any particular leader. Yin Xingli's declaration was resolute, rendering Peilu and Qing Kuei quite uncomfortable. It was evident to all that the particular leader Yin Xingli referred to was none other than them. In the next moment, Yin Xingli extended his hand, receiving a detention notice from one of the officers, and waved it in front of Jiang Yulong, stating, Jiang Yulong, you are under detention. He then gestured to the officers behind him, signaling them to swiftly apprehend Jiang Yulong. The officers retrieved handcuffs, but hesitated to act, as the high-ranking officials present clearly sided with Jiang Yulong. If the handcuffs were to be placed on Jiang Yulong's wrists, would Deputy Director Yin face dire consequences? Would the subordinates also suffer repercussions if their leader fell? Deputy Director Yin, it seems you are rather ineffective, unable to command even your own subordinates, Jiang Yulong mocked, waiting impatiently for the handcuffs that never came. Fuming, Yin Shengli contemplated using the handcuffs on Jiang Yulong himself. At that moment, Song Siming intervened. Such trivial matters should not require the deputy director's direct involvement. Allow me to handle it. With that, Song Siming seized the handcuffs from the officer, maneuvered around Cheng Kuei and El Peilu, and approached Jiang Yulong. Song Siming, what do you think you are doing? You are not a police officer. You have no authority to enforce the law. Jiang Yulong, having previously felt the force of Song Siming's fists, recognized that when Song Siming resorted to violence, he was a force to be reckoned with, and thus he attempted to legally obstruct him. Indeed, I lack enforcement power. However, when police apprehend a suspect, and that suspect resists, every citizen bears the duty to intervene. I have never heard of anyone being penalized for assisting the police in apprehending a criminal. In terms of legal argument, Jiang Yulong's would not stand a chance against Song Siming. As Song Siming countered Jiang Yulong's assertions, he had already reached him, twisting Jiang Yulong's arm, forcing him to turn in pain. With a click, the handcuffs snapped onto Jiang Yulong's wrists from behind. Jiang Yulong, who was quite portly, struggled to keep his hands behind his back, causing him considerable discomfort as the cuffs pulled painfully at his shoulders. Song Siming, do not overstep your bounds. Lu Bin shouted in anger upon witnessing the scene. He had painstakingly orchestrated a meeting between Jiang Yulong and Jin Baochang, and if Jiang Yulong were indeed detained, what would happen to Huan Yu Group's investments in Danxia City? Without that investment, his standing with Jin Baochang would plummet. In fact, whether he could even remain in Danxia City was uncertain, as his transfer paperwork had yet to be fully processed. Should Danxia City refuse him, he would have to return to the municipal office in Qingshan. Thus, Jiang Yulong's fate was intertwined with his own, and he felt compelled to defend Jiang Yulong. This is a room full of leaders. Do you think you, a mere section staff member, have the right to speak? Song Siming shot Lu Bin a disdainful glance. You. Lu Bin nearly choked on his indignation. As a secondary chief staff member, he bore the constant agony of enjoying a deputy-level salary without holding any leadership position, forced to mingle with a cohort of recently hired junior staff. Have you considered the implications of persecuting a renowned entrepreneur like Director Jiang? If he were to pursue accountability, it might very well be you who ends up imprisoned. Lu Bin argued. One must be mindful of the master when chastising the dog, he conceded. And as Lu Bin's superior, Jin Baochang could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward to defend Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong's fate was tied not only to Lu Bin but also to him. In just a year, the mayor of Danxia City would retire due to age, and Jin Baochang could leverage Jiang Yulong's influence to vie for the mayor's position. Therefore, it was imperative that nothing happened to Jiang Yulong. Vice Mayor Jin, it appears you are intent on protecting Jiang Yulong. Song Siming observed Jin Baochang. It is not merely my desire to shield Director Jiang. Rather, I refuse to allow an entrepreneur poised to finalize an investment agreement with Danxia City to be subjected to retaliation and unjust suffering. Jin Baochang declared with fervor. He then addressed El Peilu and Cheng Kuei, stating, El Secretary, Cheng Mayor, I now comprehend why Director Jiang is reluctant to remain in Qingshan and insists on moving to Danxia. The business environment here is utterly deplorable. In this day and age, to resort to coercion and extortion? 30 years ago, such practices would have been unthinkable. El Peilu and Cheng Kuei felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They too recognized that Song Siming's actions thus far were an affront to their intelligence. In this era of the internet and information, attempting to control everything is utterly futile. Song Siming, while ostensibly concerned for the GDP of Qingshan, is in reality placing the entire district in jeopardy. Should public opinion ignite, who would dare to invest in Qingshan? Song Siming, come out and let us have a private conversation, he demanded. As the deputy mayor in charge of commerce, the economic turmoil in Qingshan primarily affects Cheng Kuei, who is compelled to exert every effort to salvage the situation. Deputy Mayor Cheng, perhaps you should first review that detention notice before deciding whether to engage in dialogue with me. Once allies, they now find themselves at odds. With Song Siming reminding Cheng Kuei of this reality. Detention notice? Cheng Kuei turned to Yin Xingli, who held the document. Yin promptly handed the notice to Cheng. Upon glancing at the header, Criminal Detention Notice, Cheng Kuei was momentarily taken aback. The distinction between administrative and criminal detention is vast. The latter requires substantial evidence of wrongdoing, leading inevitably to arrest, prosecution, and sentencing. It is no wonder that Song Siming had invoked the Qingmen prison from the very beginning. Cheng Kuei continued to read. Suspect Jiang Yulong, charged with tax evasion, stock market manipulation, issuing false tax invoices, and the heinous crime of sexual assault against minors. The multitude of charges filled 2 lines, leaving Chen Kuei astounded. Is there concrete evidence? He inquired of Yin Xingli after finishing. The evidence is irrefutable, Yin replied. Song Siming had provided documentation detailing Jiang Yulong's criminal activities, dates, locations, individuals involved, and even accompanying photographs and videos, sufficient to secure a conviction in court. The reason Yin Xingli had not retreated at the reprimands from the 2 leaders, El Peilu and Chen Kuei, was due to the strength of the evidence in hand. Even if a higher authority intervened, he had a case to present. Let us proceed according to protocol. We must act swiftly and stringently, aiming to transfer the case to the prosecution within a week. Chen Kuei returned the detention notice to Yin Xingli, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. It can be transferred in 3 days, Yin assured Chen Kuei. What is happening? The 2 leaders' synchronized responses left El Peilu bewildered. He stepped forward and took the detention notice. After reading it, his gaze toward Jiang Yulong grew icy. His previous favoritism towards Jiang, influenced by Jin Baochong and the potential reliance on Jiang, was now challenged by the gravity of the charges, particularly the sexual assault against minors, which shattered El Peilu's moral threshold. He felt a surge of rage, wishing to lash out violently. Ensure the evidence is solid and without loopholes, El Peilu instructed Yin Xingli. Given Jiang Yulong's financial resources, a formidable legal team would undoubtedly support him, necessitating that the police department execute their work meticulously. Otherwise, Jiang might evade justice. Rest assured, Secretary L. We will build an ironclad case against Jiang Yulong, Yin affirmed. Observing the shift in attitudes from El Peilu and Chen Kuei, it was evident that these leaders maintained principles and boundaries, significantly alleviating Yin Xingli's pressure. However, Jin Baochong was unsettled. Chen Kuei turned, acknowledging the reality that not all were aligned, particularly with El Peilu's sudden change in allegiance, which warranted scrutiny. Their shared history as classmates and relatives made El Peilu's withdrawal from support all the more perplexing. Perhaps Jiang Yulong had become indefensible. Jiang, what have you done? Jin Baochong questioned. What have I done? What could I possibly do? Mayor Jin, can't you see? They are scheming against me now that I am no longer investing in Qingshan. They fabricate accusations without cause. The abrupt betrayal by El Peilu and Chen Kuei caught Jiang Yulong off guard. His only remaining ally was Jin Baochong. Desperate to grasp this lifeline, Jiang shouted in anguish, appearing as a victim of injustice. Jin Baochong frowned. A person who ascended to the position of executive deputy mayor could not be naive, and Jiang's frantic demeanor only served to implicate him further. Innocent individuals possess the certainty to remain composed. I must see the detention notice, Jin Baochong stated, ignoring Jiang Yulong, and approached El Peilu and Chen Kuei. Secretary L, Mayor Cheng, may I examine Jiang Yulong's detention notice? Having changed their stance after reviewing the document, Jin wanted to gain insight as well. Of course, you may review it to understand the situation. El Peilu gestured for Yin Xingli to hand over the notice. Yin promptly complied. Jin Baochong read the notice word by word, and his expression grew increasingly grave. The extensive charges listed suggested that if Jiang were indeed innocent, such a multitude of accusations would be implausible. The more charges, the greater the likelihood of guilt. The only logical conclusion was that Jiang Yulong had indeed committed these acts. Scoundrel! Beast! Jin Baochong exclaimed, returning the detention notice to Yin Xingli, his anger palpable. Mayor Jin, as a leader, how can you resort to such language? Jiang protested. My words are lenient. I should strike you. How could you harm such a young girl? Do you not have children of your own? Are you even human? Jin Baochong's voice rose in intensity. This time, Jiang remained silent, his face ashen, cold sweat dripping down. Jin Baochong's accusations revealed a crucial piece of information. The Qingshan Municipal Police possessed evidence of his crimes against minors. Jiang had believed his actions were hidden from view. Yet the truth had come to light. According to criminal law, this singular charge could result in a sentence of over 10 years, with additional charges of tax evasion, issuing false invoices, and stock market manipulation. He faced a potential sentence exceeding 20 years. Jiang dared not contemplate further. I am innocent. I am wronged. Mayor Jin, you must help me. If you assist in clearing my name, I will construct 3 universal squares in Danxia City. With El Peilu and Chen Kuei no longer able to assist him, Jiang's only hope rested with Jin Baochong, leading him to paint a grand vision for his future. However, Jiang underestimated Jin Baochang's steadfast principles. While Jin craved achievements, they must be grounded in legality and compliance. He would never shield a criminal. Confess willingly for leniency. Resist for severity. Jiang Yulong, you should honestly disclose your crimes, Jin Baochang advised him, recognizing this as his only course of action. Jiang realized that his monetary influence had failed him. He had to rely on himself now. I want to see my lawyer. You may meet your lawyer. But according to regulations, it must be after our initial interrogation, Yin Shengli commanded as officers escorted the suspect away. Previously, when high-ranking officials had shielded Jiang, the officers hesitated to act, but now that the leaders had turned against him, their reservations vanished. 2 police officers escorted Jiang Yulong, who had been handcuffed by Song Siming, out of the private room. Secretary LV, Mayor Cheng, Mayor Jin, I must interrogate Jiang Yulong tonight, so I will take my leave. Yin Shengli said as he bid farewell to LV Peilu, Cheng Kuei, and Jin Baochang. Go ahead. Remember what I said earlier, you must secure an ironclad case. LV Peilu admonished Yin Shengli. Jiang Yulong's status was precarious. If he were to be moved, it must be done decisively, without leaving him any chance for a comeback. Otherwise, everyone present would face repercussions from Jiang Yulong. The banquet, where dishes had yet to be fully served, was abruptly concluded. Cheng Kuei and Song Siming, having arrived together, departed as a pair, while LV Peilu, having no direct ties to Jiang Yulong, whispered a few words to Jin Baochang before taking his leave. Inside the private room, only Jin Baochang and Lu Bin remained. Mayor Jin, I truly had no knowledge of Jiang Yulong and Appo's issues, Lu Bin quickly explained to Jin Baochang, having regained his composure. That is no longer of significance. Jin Baochang waved his hand and remarked, just now, Secretary LV informed me that your transfer faces considerable resistance. So you must be prepared to stay in Qishan. Stay in Qishan? Lu Bin's face turned pale. The resistance Secretary LV referred to must be Song Siming, right? Why do you say that? Jin Baochang inquired skeptically. Why do I say that? Lu Bin retorted with a cold laugh. Song Siming dealt with Jiang Yulong in a matter of moments. Secretary LV must be fearful, afraid of becoming the next Jiang Yulong. Lu Bin, your groundless speculations are no different than slander. Jin Baochang's expression hardened in an instant. What difference does it make? It's all the same. Lu Bin exclaimed defiantly. If it comes to that, I'll resign. I refuse to believe I'll starve outside the system. You have spirit. I will inform Secretary LV to seriously consider your resignation request, Jin Baochang replied smoothly. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Lu Bin's introduction of Jiang Yulong underscored their shared character. Upon confirming Jiang Yulong as a criminal suspect, Jin Baochang's perception of Lu Bin plummeted. Ostensibly, it was Qingshan's refusal to release Jiang Yulong. In reality, Jin Baochang was reluctant to retain Lu Bin as his personal secretary. For having such a person nearby was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Resignation. Lu Bin had merely uttered it in anger, yet found himself being propped up by Jin Baochang. Did he genuinely wish to resign? Did he dare to resign? The answer was no. Lu Bin could not envision what he would do post-resignation, much like Jiang Yulong could not fathom how to spend his life in prison. Ultimately, Jin Baochang and Lu Bin parted ways on unfavorable terms. The following day, news of Jiang Yulong's arrest in Qingshan City, Jiangbei Province, spread rapidly online. An insider from Huanyu Group posted that the company planned to relocate its investments from Qingshan to the neighboring Danxia city. Consequently, Jiang Yulong was apprehended that very night. This sparked a flurry of conspiracy theories, suggesting that Qingshan, unable to retain Huanyu Group, resorted to kidnapping its chairman, akin to banditry. In the Qingshan city government, Mayor Huang Taijun arrived at his office to find the news. Kidnapping due to failed cooperation? Qingshan's reputation is in tatters. Huang Taijun was incensed. As the head of the city government, he bore leadership responsibility for such incidents, particularly during this critical juncture. Just 2 days after the fall of Zheng Shuling, provincial leaders had approached Huang Taijun, hinting at his potential appointment as the secretary of the Qingshan Municipal Committee. Subsequently, the minister of the provincial organization department met with him again, raising the likelihood of his promotion to an unprecedented level. Huang Taijun felt he was on the verge of becoming the secretary, yet after waiting for 2 weeks, he had yet to receive the appointment letter. It was evident that consensus among the provincial leaders had not been reached, and opposition had emerged, derailing what seemed a foregone conclusion. At this pivotal moment, news of the Qingshan city government's persecution of a prominent domestic entrepreneur surfaced, jeopardizing his aspirations for advancement perhaps even leading to a demotion. To swiftly quell the Jiang Yulong incident, Huang Taijun personally called Vice Mayor and Police Chief Su Lekun, instructing him to rush to his office. "Mayor, what has happened?" Su Lekun arrived panting 10 minutes later, curiosity evident in his tone. "What is it? See for yourself." Huang Taijun tossed his phone to Su Lekun. "They've apprehended Jiang Yulong again. I was unaware." Su Lekun responded, astonished. He was not in the habit of checking his phone, and his subordinates had not briefed him on the situation. "What does this mean? Have you captured Jiang Yulong before?" Huang Taijun frowned. "Yes, we have." Su Lekun hesitated before speaking the truth. "When? Why?" Huang Taijun pressed. "Before Huanyu Group signed the investment agreement with the Qingshan city government. Jiang Yulong attempted to exploit a female staff member from the investment promotion office and was detained. Later, Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei intervened to secure his release. And the following day, Huanyu Group signed the contract." Su Lekun recounted succinctly. "This is a setup, a trap set by Cheng Kuei." Huang Taijun instantly grasped the underlying logic. Speaking in a low voice, "A trap set by Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei?" Su Lekun was momentarily taken aback before realizing. "You mean?" Jiang Yulong was reluctant to sign with Qingshan, and Cheng Kuei orchestrated this arrest and release to coerce him? Huang Tiejuan's expression darkened. Jiang Yulong intended to flee, and Cheng Kuei resorted to the same tactics once more. Unfortunately, this time, it was not kept confidential, and the news spread far and wide. This placed immense pressure on Huang Taijun. Previously, he had believed Huanyu Group was secured through Cheng Kuei's connections, only to discover it was acquired through extortion. Such conduct was utterly inept. What could Vice Mayor Cheng Kuei have been thinking? Did he not realize that secrets cannot be concealed indefinitely? Su Lekun, keenly observing the situation, chimed in. "And you dare to criticize him? How could you, the police chief, be so oblivious? Your subordinates have been aiding Cheng Kuei in this affair. Who is truly in charge here, you or him?" Huang Taijun was genuinely exasperated, berating Su Lekun vehemently. It must be noted that Huang Taijun had exerted considerable effort in advancing Su Lekun from the position of Patrol Division Chief to Deputy Director and subsequently to Director. Even his elevation to Deputy Minister and Vice Mayor was spearheaded by Huang Tiejuan's recommendation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Huang Taijun was Su Lekun's benefactor, despite Su Lekun being several years his senior. Thus, Su Lekun had no choice but to heed Huang Tiejuan's words. Once Huang Taijun finished his tirade, Su Lekun attempted to defend himself. "Mayor, you may not be aware, but the Executive Deputy Chief of Police, Yin Shengli, is a staunch ally of Cheng Kuei, often working behind my back. It was his subordinates who detained Jiang Yulong last time, and I suspect they are involved again. Summon Yin Shengli immediately," Huang Taijun ordered. "Yes." Su Lekun promptly contacted Yin Shengli. Upon hearing the mayor's summons, Yin Shengli, without a hint of hesitation, arrived yawning and bearing dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept all night, conducting an emergency interrogation of Jiang Yulong. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Jiang's psychological defenses finally crumbled at 4 o'clock in the morning. He confessed everything that should and should not have been disclosed. With a sense of triumph, Yin Shengli entered the mayor and Appo's office, only to be met with Mayor Huang Tiejuan's frosty demeanor. "Yin Shengli, who authorized your apprehension of Jiang Yulong, are you unaware that this matter has spread like wildfire, severely damaging our image in Qishan?" Huang Taijun reprimanded sharply. Su Lekun, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. "Deputy Director Yin, such a significant operation should have been communicated to me beforehand. As the head of the Public Security Bureau, I possess the ultimate decision-making authority. Acting unilaterally puts you at risk of bearing responsibility should any issues arise." "Bear responsibility? I have solved a major case. Should I not be commended for my efforts?" Yin Shengli responded, bewildered. "The situation was urgent, and it was nighttime. I feared Jiang Yulong might flee, hence my decision to act first and report later," Yin explained, striving to justify his actions. "Fear that Jiang Yulong might escape? He is a legitimate businessman. Why should he not be free to move about?" Su Lekun countered immediately. Observing Su Lekun's critical posture reminiscent of their previous meeting, Yan's expression grew cold. "Jiang Yulong is not merely a legitimate businessman. He has committed numerous offenses. How serious can it be? Entrepreneurs like Jiang Yulong, who have risen from humble beginnings, will inevitably have some regulatory infractions. One must exercise discernment and avoid overreacting." Su Lekun continued with his reasoning. Previously, he had employed this very rationale to release Jiang Yulong, which now appeared to have facilitated a grand performance for Cheng Kuei. Overreacting? Should tax evasion be dismissed? Should fraudulent invoicing of value-added tax be overlooked? Should stock market manipulation be trivialized? Yan Shengli unleashed his rebuttal, pausing momentarily before pressing on. What about the heinous crime of engaging in relations with minors? Should that be dismissed as well? This left Su Likun momentarily speechless. Do you possess evidence for these allegations? Huang Taijun inquired, furrowing his brow. Of course, Yan Shengli proclaimed confidently. Where did this evidence originate? It cannot possibly be fabricated by you, can it? Su Likun attempted to discredit Yan's claims fundamentally. Absolutely not. The evidence was provided by Song Siming from the municipal party office. Yan Shengli recounted the facts.